After starting downside in a pretty big way so far this morning, we've been nothing but straight back higher, continuing right now, trying to get back to some levels we saw come into play late in the day yesterday, but we'll see how things play out for the rest of the morning, coming on back of what happened yesterday afternoon. Quarter point cut comes through from the Federal Reserve. All the right comments, all the same story essentially from Jerome Powell. He skirted a lot of the questions really and just kind of passed the buck down the road to see what happens. I think January is definitely going to be a pause at this point, just based on the comments alone. Lots of things to get to this morning on the individual side of things. Oracle, the big earnings name moving around here this morning, ORCL, not ORC. In a big way, to the downside we go. New session lows right now coming into play for Oracle. We'll talk about Adobe as well on the earnings front. More to come after the close tonight. It's one of those weeks where it kind of feels like it should be Friday already. A lot has happened between the beginning of the week and now, but today is only Thursday.
It felt like Friday when I woke up. I took the day off the gym because the body was falling apart, Brendo. It felt like a Friday. Good morning, guys. Lots to talk about, as Brendo mentioned. Oracle markedly down here, almost 13%. Look, record remaining performance obligations, but also record debt. The market focusing on the latter as opposed to the former, so we'll keep an eye on that. Adobe, good report synopsis as well. And Cisco, 25 years later, finally coming back into an all-time high, better late than never. Warner Brothers also in focus, Brendo. President Trump making comments about CNN. They gotta sell Warner Brothers with CNN. I don't know why he was focusing on CNN there. It might have something to do with his dismay.
Yeah, I mean, you would think if there was a sale, there would be new leadership, maybe a new direction, maybe different talking points for that media outlet. But yeah, it was kind of interesting. I mean, we'll see how that deal transpires. But yeah, Oracle continuing to fall here so far this morning. I mean, 225 at the end of the day yesterday. We're down to 195 here. 40% increase on the spend. I don't think a lot of people or anyone really was expecting. I mean, they were expecting it to go up, but 40% increase is insane.
And there was commentary yesterday amongst analysts that they would look for different avenues to debt raise or to fundraise. They don't have to always go through the debt market. Record debt, Brendo, record bond offering that they issued. The market's really focusing a lot more on that as opposed to the demand. And the issue with the OpenAI still in focus.
Yeah, and the one thing that really stood out was the order side of the business, not there yet. No. So they're taking on all this debt without any clear path to how to actually pay it back. So we'll dig into that a little bit more. Just keep my eye on a couple of headlines coming through. There's some China-related stuff coming through with Tencent right now as well. But happy Thursday, guys. Good morning.
China-related.
Good morning, unless you're an Oracle shareholder.
Yeah.
Not that good at all.
Rating was kind of on the wall there. It's funny because they had a huge EPS beat.
Yeah, you know what? It's just nobody. The cash flow issue, the capex spend. I mean, they're expecting negative cash flow 5, and you come with double that. And then on top of that, the second part is you're going from like 14 bill capex. I think the expected was like 21 billion capex last year. The expected was they would say 35 billion for next year, and it's like 50. So it was like the spend was even way bigger than the increase expected. I think that's what's going to end up weighing on the stock. But it's not all bad overall, though we have given up a lot of the rally that you saw on the Fed there. Maybe you blame some of that on Oracle, but there's some kernels of strength, right? Silver making an all-time high again. That continues to push. iRobot from yesterday. Well, not really just yesterday. I mean, it ran yesterday, but it's been running for the last week or so. That's pressing right into a big potential. Well, it's not really a flat top break, but a big potential breakout here for iRobot. So yeah, there are some things that are looking a bit strong, but not too good, Oracle. Thanks for nothing is all I got to say to that.
Yeah, we have a big one coming today as well with Broadcom tonight. So it's Broadcom, Lululemon, Costco. To Brendan's point there, it seems like it's quite a big week, and we're still have 2 big days to go, right? I mean, Friday should be an interesting day as well. Friday after the Fed, we'll see if there's some selling heading into the weekend. Bitcoin down to 90,000 here, so there's Oracle, by the way. Here's iBit and BTC. I mean, Bitcoin, look, we had yesterday written down here as a sell for Bitcoin. Here's the dollar, by the way. The dollar's just continuing lower off of yesterday as well. So that's not a good little look there. Here's the 1-hour chart for the US dollar. So good strength, but pretty good weakness as well over the last 3 4 weeks right there. But here goes Bitcoin again back to the downside. So just gonna have to see if it continues to hold these ranges. I mean, this is what it looks like, man. 94 top, 90 bottom. It's been like that pretty much the whole month of December. I mean, sure, we started a little lower, but kicking December 2nd, we took down 88,000. We really haven't breached that 88,000, you know, since, and we also same thing with 94. So we're kind of stuck in a little bit of a range here. Let's see if we can get in and try to buy a little bit of IBIT if we do continue this move down. What about 89,000 right here on Bitcoin? So, well, you know, we can compare that. You know what I was thinking, actually? To get the levels, you could overlay them on here. So maybe I'll do that so we can get an exact.
I think it's like 50, the 89. I think that's 51.
Yeah, that's where I was just going to look. So we have IBIT up right.
$51.80.
Yeah, we have IBIT right here. So we're just coming back into this area or so, 50-50 and change. We'll see where we hold out on IBIT, but I think I can put that on the board here today, possibly trading some more IBIT. We had it there yesterday, and then gold had a nice little run up yesterday as well. I think it's good. I guess we have quantitative easing again. It seems like from QT to QE real quick, and that was a nice move, Sharif, I think, all the way up there to 390 yesterday for gold, pulling back in just a little bit here today. Everything pretty much is down. I mean, I wrote on the note here, like, what's up with Apple? Apple is the one name that's starting to, you know, come backside here and actually is up right now on the day. So Apple, one of the big ones up today. And NVIDIA catches a nice comment from Bank of America, but still down 1.35% here, reiterating its top pick. I don't know, would this be your top pick right now? I just, there's so much pressure right now in this chip space. I mean, we'll be able to see tonight what happens with Broadcom, but like, I just don't know. Like, I just think there's so much better. Like, I actually like Tesla better than all these things. I like the way Palantir has been moving over the last couple of days, right? I mean, the defense contract yesterday with the U.S. Navy again, this is what, 9 or 10 straight up days here for Palantir. So we'll see if it can hold as well. Remember, our charts to have a little bit of a, it might not be, but that's a nice move up there for Palantir, right back into pre-earnings levels again. We got excited into earnings, and that broke through that 200 mark. So let's see if we can get there on its own sort of volition here, back into Palantir. Yesterday was my P&L number 1 as we played off some of those lows. So we'll see maybe if we can get back into there, but held back over 40. I don't know. It feels bad, but not really. Like when you sort of zoom out.
Well, you know what? The market recovered a lot. People in the chat actually mentioning the same thing. It was a Daniel B 900 in the chat. If you look at what the overnight market has done, like the move from the lows overnight is bigger than the move that we had in the afternoon to the upside yesterday. So there has been like a lot of recovery. Like if you deem this the reaction to Oracle, like we've come a long way back, but you know, we didn't get back to the, I guess, like the morning highs and then the breakout level, because at 2 o'clock, like this is where it was at 2 o'clock, and then the support was down here at the end of the day. So it's still another 100 points away there on the NASDAQ, but you are, at least right now, we're in the midst of a little bit of a bounce. There's a small capper that some people might remember from 3 days ago that just made a minor move to the upside, Chemtrex. The other day it went to like $20, all the way back down to the low here, $3.50. And now it's back over $4. They highlighted their profitability focus, because who wouldn't be focused on profitability, strategic transformation and progress toward portfolio expansion is the headline this morning. So just putting some context, I know it's up 5%, but the stock went like 5x the other day, or at least 4 or 5x the other day. So this move, while nice, you got to put it into perspective. Don't think it's going to do one of those $4 to $20 days again.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to run today. There's always something, right? And so we have SMX, TGL, CETX. Oh, you know what was going? The one that you talked about yesterday, this next door, right there. Yeah, so that's already starting to go upside again, another 25% or so. Yeah, there you go. 25% on next door, so another runner right here. And look, it's not like we didn't talk about it yesterday. Eric Jackson brought this name to us and talked about it was undervalued at $2, of course, and it goes to $2.50. Now today, $3.50 possible for this name. I guess a relatively recent IPO, or did we switch over from New York to NASDAQ and so on and so forth? But $2 we start at there, go down to $160, now bust through there. So there goes next door, and then open door. We saw excuse me, we saw IWM yesterday. Open doors at a good level of $7. That'll be something to look at. And then yesterday we make an all-time high with no surprise here. I expect a little bit of a pullback in IWM today, but again, a nice move yesterday. Just boom, like it did exactly what it was supposed to do on Fed rate cut. Like that's exactly the move. Small caps, right, continue to go. Small caps, big sales, not too much profit, so they need these rate cuts to keep money a little cheaper, so they can continue to grow their business. But yeah, look, Tesla I think could be watched today. IBIT at 90 or Bitcoin at 90. I don't know. It's pretty interesting there. So I was gonna say, just throw it back to the boys over there. We talked about that NVIDIA like it's on BAC's, Bank of America's top pick idea there. I don't know, I'm kind of not feeling as excited about NVIDIA and the chip space. I know, but I just feel like—
Half a year, 5 years?
No, but even just for the following year, even for 26, I think it was such a great 2 years. Like it's just, sometimes there's so much rotation. And it's like, I could see NVIDIA maybe 5 to 10% or something next year, which would still be great. I don't know. Like let's just say it goes out at $200 on January 1st. You know,
that's another.
Does it go to 240? You know, do you get 20% next year?
If it makes a breakout to get to 200, it'll make me feel a lot better going.
I mean 200.
I'm not sure it has that. I'm not sure it has that rally in it to get there January 1st. But I think that would be a good sign. If I actually was going to throw up Alphabet here, just because I think you want a better moat next year, in a general sense. Right? Like I think you want to play things that are either a little more nuts and bolts or have a few more strings that they could pull that aren't all in just on AI. But that's it's my 2 cents. I think if we got to 200, that'd be a pretty bullish sign. There's only a couple of weeks really trading-wise left, and then the volume in the last week is usually light. I don't know that NVIDIA would be the top. I still think in a 5-year time frame I'd be fine with it, but at some point you're going to get what is that deeper pullback, and maybe Oracle is that first sign of it. Let's see how Oracle does the next 2-3 days. If nobody wants to buy that at any point, it's not going to be a good sign for the AI trade in general. Like, and it hasn't caught a bid yet. What do you guys think, Sharif? If Oracle doesn't catch a bid, how do you like the AI space?
I mean, I like the AI space regardless of Oracle. I think that maybe they're just taking on a little bit too much for the company. Personally, I don't know. I like the RPO. I don't like the debt raising as much. I don't know why they're not going more into the equity markets or setting up these special purpose vehicles like we've seen a lot of other companies do to take on some of the debt, offload it off your balance sheet, put it on, a shell company. But look, the demand is what it is, okay? What I do see, though, is efficiencies coming in 26. And what I mean by that is you're not going to have to pay these like ridiculous 80%, 75% gross margins for NVIDIA's products because you're going to get customized silicon. And we've already seen the hyperscalers, whether they're, liaising with Broadcom, Marvell, some others, to kind of shore costs. I don't think specifically Oracle speaks for the entire AI market.
On the NVIDIA side of things, we've been sitting here for, it feels like 2, 3, maybe even 4 quarters in a row talking about, oh, this is the one that they're going to miss. This is the one that it's going to come in lower. This is the one that isn't going to meet expectations, and they've just done nothing but blow everything out of the water continuously. So, I mean, as long as that continues,
exactly.
What are we even talking about? To Sean's point on the QE side of things, here's Peter Schiff's, friend of the show, Peter Schiff's opinion on that, saying essentially anything other than QE, or it should be called anything other than QE, it's still spending and it's still inflation. It's still inflationary for the Fed to go back in that direction. So, yeah, I mean, that being said, I think going into January, we won't get another Fed meeting, we won't get another Fed decision until the new year, until January. Looks like they're not going to do anything.
No, and yesterday it was interesting to see, Brendo, that 3 members dissented. 2 wanted no cuts to hold, and Stephen Myron, of course, true to form, would like a 50 basis point cut. But what I did notice was where a lot of the Fed governors that you would have expected to vote with Goolsbee for a hold, case in point, Lisa Cook, under investigation.
Still.
No, she's not voting along political lines. She's going basically with the data, and you got to appreciate that about the Fed.
It's worth noting, Goolsbee, 10:30 this morning, making comments. So that could be interesting. One of the dissenters from yesterday. Let's talk Rivian here real quick. Randy's in the room, so we might as well jump over to Rivian. It was a pretty wild day back and forth yesterday with the Fed, obviously for Rivian, but they have this AI event coming up today. What is it called? Autonomy and AI Day.
On the nose, Brendo.
For Rivian. So they're going to announce a whole bunch of things. You have details there.
I do. So lots of announcements from RJ and company. They're looking at, the end-to-end AI-centric autonomous stack. So they're going to be announcing things like, give me a second here, the timeline for their level 3 capabilities, as well as the in-house sensor fusion and large model training. They also want clarity on they're going to give clarity, on the cost and resources requirement for that autonomous vehicle deployment. And they're also talking about the R2, Brendo, something I know you've been looking at for a while. The event will showcase the computing power behind the R2 and its own autonomy platform. This data flywheel as well. I want more information on that. Apparently, it's a new concept for continuous fleet learning. So almost like machine learning, Brendo, but portably in a car, where it's kind of like Tesla's data collection system, where all these cars are driving around on FSD and they collect data and they synthesize that for better performance.
Rivian, meanwhile, quietly going about their business. We'll see how this transpires. 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 Pacific, the start time for this today. So mark that down, 12 o'clock, right at lunchtime. We'll get maybe some announcements, some headlines anyway. For Rivian, guys, just hanging out here around this 1750 right now.
Yeah, Rivian looking good. I mean, of course, when everyone's sort of like settling down from the morning going nuts is when Rivian might make this breakout. You never really know how you react to events like this, at least how the market reacts to events like this. Sometimes you get wowed, sometimes they show you something, and it's a bit of a sell the news event. So we'll see. It's $19 it needs to break on Rivian. It's asking a lot today. When you decrease the chances of a cut or multiple cuts next year, right, that expectation going down a little bit, it does hurt a name like this. But look, this 19 level has been a trouble for a year and a half, almost 2 years, I would say. And this is a level that's got to go. We keep talking about it over and over again, and it still provides resistance. Right now, it's flat at the low end of the range. I probably would take something pretty spectacular, special off this event to get it to go through 19. And then even if it does pop, I think you'd almost be more inclined, just given how far it's down, that if it goes into that type of a level in the event, it's probably a sell, because you got to go 10% just to get there. That's a big ask, or at least 8% or so. That's a big ask. I think if it gets there, it's probably a fade today, kind of like a sell the news on the event. But the breakout, I think, is coming on Rivian. One thing that, it's obviously a positive attribute. It went from being like a strong buy at like $10 to putting in higher lows. Like now it's in a very slight upward channel for a while, for a very long while. Like pretty much like the whole year, it's been sitting in a very clean upward channel, and the only thing left to do is to break out the top of that channel. But you've been doing well if you just bought the bottom here and you sell it when it gets to 17.8.
Yeah, I was going to say sort of the same thing there. This is a very news-based market right now, right? And so if Rivian says something that the market likes, you definitely have to watch out for that. So Brendan mentioning there 12:30. So we'll have to wait for that. And then you just want to hopefully not have something like this happen. So just play the momentum. If it's a positive story and it comes out and they like if was mentioning the costs and all that kind of stuff, if that can come in line with Rivian and they seem to think that, hey, maybe they can figure out how to actually make money on cars, then I think it would be obviously a big win-win situation for them. But you're just coming into those levels again. So it's been a huge, I don't want to say a huge year for them, because it really hasn't been. We sort of started the year on Rivian. If you go back to January, it's right here, $16. Up to 18 is a great look. Getting a little toppy here without some news, so we'll wait for today. I think it's perfect timing. It's going to come out, and if, like I said, if the costs can get wrangled in there, and we do hear positivities about that R2 and everything like that, then I do think it's straight ahead there for Rivian, and watch out for that 19 break. And then look at $20. Once we get to 20, then it's all roads ahead. Right there. Yeah, I did see someone post this.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Surf City Films, thank you very much. Check out the Afila 1 by Sony Honda Mobility. Okay, you got the NDA lifted, so you can say that your wife, Amy, breed love, congratulations to you, is the voice of the car's AI. That's pretty cool. So everyone gets to hear that voice.
What was it, Scarlett Johansson? There's that one movie where she's the voice of the AI there, Me or something like that, or something, I don't know.
That's called again.
But that's cool, yeah, awesome. I wonder what that looks like. Do you get paid like every time someone asks it a question? Is it like a per use basis?
Well, that'd be pretty nice.
One-time deal or what?
I'm guessing not, but.
No, I talk to Grok in my car. I have, you can set it to various different voices. So I think that's pretty cool. So congratulations for that one. Honda.
Yeah.
That's stock we don't look at too much. I don't even know what the symbol is. We know Toyota Motors is TM over there. I'll probably HON maybe. I don't know. But yeah, cool stuff there. I'm excited for what AI can do for cars. I think it's just it creates, just if you have kids in there, it can tell stories to it real time and do real stuff like that. Same kind of stuff you're using the large language models for. It doesn't hook up into the brains of the car for Tesla or anything yet. It's just literally like talking to it on your phone. But that's pretty cool. That's
what's funny, you mentioning Grok. No word of a lie. Grok's an actual word, but you never hear it in any context, except for the book that I'm currently on right now. It's like a sci-fi by Robert Heinlein. They use the term Grok all the time because it's like some dude who's like a Martian, and a lot of the story is in his head and what he's thinking, and the Grok is to understand something, and so like he says he's grokking this out all the time in the book, and I have never heard that outside of the context of.
Isn't Grok a Marvel character?
Is he?
Grok. I don't know. I feel like it's some sort of
Groot.
a super. Oh, Groot.
Groot is.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking about. Groot.
But it's a word that nobody uses. And
Groot is
all of
that
a
big
sudden
ass
it's in
tree,
our
isn't it?
vernacular, all because of.
Yeah. Well, Elon's doing something.
It shows he's a big time sci-fi nerd, obviously. Makes sense. But I think you know who is an options nerd?
Oh gosh.
Joe. That's who.
All right.
I'll take it. Good morning, everyone, and happy Thursday. Hey, I'll take it as an options nerd. I like this stuff interesting. All right, guys, let's get right into it here and see what we got going on with some of the activity from yesterday's session. At the top of the list, we have Palantir. Yes, another military contract, this time with the Navy, guys, at that $190 strike price, expiring this Friday. We're sitting around 37,500 current open contracts, and then volume around 66,100. So some substantial volume coming in there. And once again, guys, just to remind you, just because we are looking at calls doesn't necessarily mean go long. And what am I leaning towards here is, and that's going to be Oracle reporting yesterday after the bell. Check where that high was on that report, and it's going to lead you to roughly right around $231 and $230, where we ran into a supply zone, and we have come nowhere close since that point. Open interest sitting around 15,000 contracts still currently open, so the writers winning on that one, and then the volume sitting around 12,200. Now, as for SoFi yesterday as well, too, guys, at that $29 strike price, once again expiring this Friday. We're not heading over to that 19th expiration cycle, which has a lot of activity, but not so much on these three names. Open interest sitting around 35,100 contracts, and also volume around 8,350. All right. Now, as for the call of the day, the strike price 688 on the SPY, guys. Lots of activity. That's going to be expiring once again tomorrow. Volume sitting around 27,000, and open interest still around 10,800. That's going to grow substantially in the next couple of.
Joe, your battery's dead, my guy. So that was good. We'll get that fixed up, and we'll get a little bit of a talk there from Joe one more time. But yeah, no, I think that when Joe reviews those options, I think he said a pretty important thing there. It's not like he's saying, you know, this is the play. It's just noticing unusual possible volume, you know, on the bid or the ask, and then looking at strike prices and how much time we have, and then trying to explain the decay and the gamma and a bunch of other Greek things.
Speaking of decay, like there were a bunch of people that were talking about or asking yesterday, I think it was yesterday morning or 2 days ago, specifically about TSLL and how sometimes you'll get these gaps of divergence from Tesla. Well, that's because of the decay. Remember, if you're trading those 2x, 1.5, 3x bull, bear whatever ETFs for individual names, those are good for day trading. They are, you can swing them in a short term as well even, but the more you move out, the less they're gonna be viable because of decay. One of the names on that list was, well, I mean, one of the names that Joey was talking about there was SoFi, and we'll come back to him for sure to be able to get, because I know SPY was his play. We want to make sure he's able to explain that. But SoFi here, it's had, forget about 29, because I don't think necessarily we'll get there. Maybe you can think about that tomorrow. But the 28 level looks like, or at least just underneath it, looks like a hard consolidative top, or maybe even some lower highs here. It just feels like SoFi, was breaking out. There's your 30 fail, kind of gap down underneath 28, and has just been kind of making lower highs and lower lows ever since. Yesterday, like it got above the hump of 27, but it just couldn't follow through. Then of course it followed through in the afternoon when everything was going up. But yeah, these distinct lower highs in SoFi. If it can break that pattern, good. But for now, I think if you just sort of wait for it to get up in around the 27.5, that could be a bit of a fade spot today. Just doesn't look like it has the buying on it that it did before.
All right, do we want to go back to Joe or back to the desk right now? Are you ready to go, Joe? Okay, we can go back to Joe. Let's see if he can just finish up his talk there, and then we'll get on with everything.
All right, guys, welcome back. All right, yeah, let's just finish this up here, and then later on we will get into some upgrades and downgrades, some interesting stuff. But once again, guys, we're going to be looking at that $688 strike price here that's going to be expiring Friday. You can see that the bid and the ask is still relatively tight, and I mean, by all means, it's $2. You're paying $2.57 here for obviously the puts, and then sorry, not the puts, but on the bid, and then as the ask, you're paying $2.59. Relatively expensive for something that expires in a couple of days. You have 2 trading sessions, so keep an eye out on that, guys. Your delta exposure, you're around 0.481, so for every $1 change in the underlying. Gamma exposure relatively light, and the at-the-money IV around 13.6%. I mean, from a day-to-day basis, when things are really cool and we start to see the VIX cool off, you can find these contracts around 6%. So I'm not going to say there's a lofty premium that we're paying here, but it is a slight increase, and then you can see that contract has a probability of profit around 32%. So there's 2 ways you can look at it. Supply zone there. Just wait for the price action to tell you a lot there, and sure enough, you'll be able to determine and depict what type of trade and style of trade you want to put on. It's what I was saying earlier when we go through the other calls, guys. It's not necessarily meaning go long. It can tell you a lot. Magnet effect, it can repel from those levels as well too. I just want to display the largest amounts of open interest and volume. I shall show you guys momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
All right, battery fixed, and there it is. So yeah, he'll be back with some upgrades and downgrades, so that should be also important. I wanted to see if there was anything going on with, I thought maybe there would be IBIT over there on that board there, because there's just been such range bound, so I was wondering if there was any sort of a look on breaking outside of that, but yeah, it's I don't know. I'm running down the NASDAQ long today. I really think the Fed is a good situation with the cut, so we'll see if tomorrow, or sorry, if today, if anything can happen here. We did have a nice move back up since the AM, but now we're starting to drift a little lower rate here. So it doesn't look like we have too many economic numbers. I was actually looking through our watch list today, so nothing's really going to move the market too much. It's soon, trade balance and initial jobless claims actually coming at 8:30, so my bad. That's coming at 8:30. We'll check that out. And then at 10 o'clock, it's wholesale inventories. So, we've got the big number there yesterday. And I just wanted to ask, I just messaged Brendan because I sort of missed the note about what time that Rivian event was. I think it was 12 to 12:30 or so. So I was still looking at Rivian and trying to add that to the note today, because just to my point, I think we'll let the market trade today, but I think Rivian will definitely be something to look at when they have that call. I mean, it's or that conference, that event that they're hosting, their AI event, because I think it's going to be some kind of a move happening for Rivian today. So I want to keep this on watch and make sure that it's on top of my mind there. But all right, so that's good. Thanks, Joe. That's good that we got all that all figured out there. And who knew batteries were involved with microphones? And we have a new charging situation over there, so we got to make sure that it's all plugged in and ready to go for the next couple of days. But yeah, a couple obvious names on my watch today there, and we're still going to go over all the earnings. Oh, by the way, if you guys are joining us right now and you're wondering, like, why are we on 15 seconds early? We start now at 8 o'clock, so join us every single day now at 8 a.m., where we'll be going over all this stuff, talking to Joe, bringing you some early stories, bringing you names like iRobot, names like Nextdoor that's moving here in the pre-market, and just giving us a little bit more time to discuss some of these opening plays, economic numbers, so on and so forth. So there it is. U.S. trade balance is now out, minus 52.8 versus 63. So it's not really moving the market here. All right, boys, that was trade balance there. Excited for that number or what, Brendo and Sharif?
Also going to get initial jobless claims here coming up in a few seconds. There they are, 236,000 on the initial jobless claims versus 220 down here. That was the expectations. Comes out 236,000, so a bit of an uptick. Continuing claims, 1.838 million. That was down 1.95 million, the expectation. Last time around, we got 1.937. 4-week average, 216.7 versus 214.7. So across the board, a beat overall, but that number really hasn't moved the market in quite some time. So we'll see how that plays out over the rest of the morning here. But yeah, the import side of things, again, these are balance of trade data out there this morning. These are September numbers as well. So we're still working our way through this backlog of data we have.
With respect to the trade imbalance, I'd like to see the year-over-year comparisons, especially with tariffs, to see if tariffs are having the effect, the desired effect that President Trump has instituted them for. With respect to the jobless numbers, that was front and center yesterday at the FOMC meeting. Chair Powell basically saying, look, with respect to the inflation side, it's more of a concern for an uptick. The opposite for employment, as that number continues to grow a little bit, unemployment that is, and that jobless claims number is interesting to look at, Brendo. I wonder if that will factor into the decision that they make in January.
Yeah, if anybody wants to read through that, there's the headline for you. You can have a look yourself for that. As far as the market is concerned, coming back to the downside ever so slightly here, we're going to connect with Luis Barbado coming up here in the next couple minutes, hopefully. Get some small cap talk from Luis, see what he's looking at this week. One of those weeks where we get the Fed, we get a lot of people focusing on other things outside of the small cap world. So it's always good to remember. There's been some crazy movers. I mean, you guys have been all over those on the midday show. So we'll see how he's looking at some of those. I wanted to talk about this SpaceX thing. I don't know if you saw it yesterday, but this headline or article came out yesterday suggesting SpaceX could come to market as soon as next year at 1.5 trillion valuation, which would instantly, never mind Elon's pay package from Tesla, this would instantly increase Elon's net worth from, I think yesterday it was around 468 billion to, it was like 900 plus.
It's ridiculous.
Just on the IPO.
He owns substantially more in SpaceX than he does in Tesla. So any huge pump in valuations for SpaceX fundamentally changes the equation a lot more than it would for Tesla. He's always been criticized with respect to how he deals with Tesla as like his public company piggy bank. He wants to raise and do whatever other financial maneuvers with Tesla. But I'd really like to see what kind of demand we get for the IPO, and what kind of dilution, not dilution, but how much do they put of the float into the public markets. We've seen a lot lately, Brendo, of companies coming to market only with like 10%, 15% of the actual float. So should be very interesting.
I guess you have to ask the question, or it raises the question anyways, of why at this point. I mean, to give access, obviously, to the public and bring in more investment dollars, but it's super successful already. So it's not like they need to be in a hurry with this.
So they're saying that they want to raise $50 billion, and listen to what he wants to do it for. So he wants to put data centers in space. Okay. He does. He's like, there's no cooling system there, Brendo, and the latency, especially with Starlink, really improving. It should be really good. So I think that he wants to actually have the capital to be able to do that. And then, speaking from the other side of his mouth, saying we shouldn't really go public unless we've gone to Mars.
Yeah.
So Elon, typical Elon, a little left, a little right.
Trying to find the right direction for SpaceX, but that's just staggering. Like doubling essentially his net worth if that thing came to market at 1.5 trillion, guys. Pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, and you can already see since that story started emerging, potentially for a next year IPO, Destiny, what is it? What do they call the Destiny Tech 100, which is, I guess, one of the ways that you could be invested in SpaceX right now, because this fund is 23% of it is SpaceX. A bunch of other startups as well. I mean, you can even call them startups. Private companies. To call these things startups at this point is just kind of ridiculous. They're just private for a heck of a lot longer. I'm sure there's a few startups in here. But I want to remind everybody, while this is doing well, it's up 11% today. I think it was up double, maybe like 12 or 13%, whatever it was yesterday. When we were looking at the fair value, and I just asked Gemini what the most recent fair value, just taking all the most recent funding levels of all of the companies that are in the Destiny 100, and it spat out that at the time that it was at about $20, the fair value was like 10 or 11, so just over 10. So as of about late November, this was trading like 2 times the theoretical value of its fair value of its holdings. So this is probably a decent trading vehicle for more momentum, but from a valuation standpoint, like we're talking about the actual prices privately of the things they are holding, you're paying a premium to be in Destiny. But the volume and volatility has been picking up the last couple of days, obviously, with this announcement. Clearly, it would be a crazy IPO for SpaceX next year, and everyone understands that. But yeah, this is one way that you can be involved in some of that hype. Just want to provide that caution that it's not necessarily the most sound mathematical investment.
Hey, you're also seeing right here another way, ASTS here. You can get us ASTS Space Mobile right there. So ASTS, you get involved with this name. You can see it's had a nice little bump just over the last couple of days as well, probably on the back of some of this. So, as we start to think about it, there's Virgin Galactic as well, SPCE. Going through it. I just think it's good for the banks as well. The underwriters bringing this. I think it's going to be good for Elon on unlock some value there and add to his poor net worth right there. And it's also good for the robotic space as well, as it just shows you sort of the advancements that we've been making. And I just keep going back to there's probably are better robotic names than ARKQ, but this is a name that I'm involved with off of that spot as well. And then IoT, as Samsara also involved with some of these robotics and the transportation side of things as well. So that continues to work out too, IoT. So yeah, I mean, Tesla is going to always be Elon's baby, but the more, this is the one thing, like the more that these stocks become out there and in focus, I just wonder if we lose some thought here about Tesla with Elon and maybe focusing on that new release. But anyways, 1.5 trillion is ridiculous. Like when that comes to market, it's automatically going to be a top 10 valued company in the world there. So I don't know what to think about that valuation. All I know is that like on IPO day, I think it'll be something that we could probably punch long on. And if it comes out, let's just say they say, oh, this is going to list at $50. That's probably going to come out at like 350. Like the demand that's going to be behind that name. Like you saw Rivian, how crazy that name was when it first showed up. Like those of you that are maybe late to the game on Rivian or don't know the history of it, like Ford had a piece of Rivian there, and when they IPO'd it, it was all the rage, and it came out, man, at like $108, ripped up to 180 or something that day, and then just came right back in like crazy there for Rivian. So not that this is what's going to happen with all IPOs or anything like that. But again, like a new technology coming through, a good name, trying to fight Tesla, boom, down to the downside, they're unable to make money. Remember, the market still looks for profitability at some point, right? So I don't know exactly what SpaceX numbers look like, but that market valuation seems pretty frothy to me, but who knows where we're gonna go. I'm excited for it anyways. I think it's great for the market, More names to trade, more liquidity coming in.
I just wish they do it sooner. I think it'd be better for the market if some of these companies.
Did they say a time? I missed.
Not really. It's just speculated for next year. I think who was it?
Oh, in 2026 though.
Yeah, 2020.
Okay.
Potentially 2026. I think what was it? OpenAI saying 27 maybe, and then it was
OpenAI. I'm not that excited about OpenAI.
Who was it that said they were going to come before next year in the AI space?
There's been a couple names.
I think we're supposed to get one
Bitcoin just broke 90,000.
Oh, yeah, Ibit just lost 90K.
What was the other next? Well, OpenAI, SpaceX is a big one. Was there another fintech name that's supposed to come?
Specifically, there was an AI name. It'll come to me. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. But we haven't had, I think for the end of this year, there's like one small one that was in the healthcare space. It was supposed to be next week. And then that's pretty much it. Then we're waiting for next year for any major IPOs. But yeah, and it was Anthropic. Thank you. Fundamental earnings. Anthropic said they were going to come out, and they're projecting profitability. Projecting profitability before OpenAI for what it's worth. But that's one we can look forward to next year.
All right, let's continue along here. Just seeing Canadian import data coming through here. Canadian import side of things, downside 4.1% in September. That was led by gold specifically. That might not be a good day for the Toronto stock market as a result. We did get a little more details. We were talking about the year-over-year side of things for the import-export data that came out for the U.S. there. Was downside, but marginally on both.
For the import export,
Exactly,
yeah. That's the interesting look there. Brando, his desired effect obviously is to try to focus the shift to U.S. manufacturing, and if you're still having an offset there with respect to the trade imbalance, it's not being achieved as quickly. What I was looking to speak about was the reorganization of the North American Free Trade Agreement, or CUSMA. That President Trump has been saying, could be withdrawn from or changed altogether. For us on this side of the country, we've been complaining a lot about the tariffs, but the tariffs that have affected us so far, Brando, have only been less than 10% of imports or exports, excuse me, to the United States. Over 90% is covered by CUSMA, or the new North American Trade Agreement, which is up for renewal or amendment next year. So I think that may help shift their cause a little bit. So we'll have to see how that works.
I mean, this narrative was being played around or presented going back a couple of weeks or even a month or so ago, in the sense that everyone was kind of humming and hawing over why not Canada, why not Mexico, what's going on with Canada, what's going on with Mexico. And it was that very simple fact that we still have this deal in place with them until next year. So the changes that we're going to see to whatever the new arrangement is won't come into effect until that runs out. So definitely. I was just seeing Visa popping up in front of me here. This was from, I don't actually see, but there's an upgrade that just flashed in front of me here on Visa. Going into the holiday season, I guess, why not upgrade the credit card companies? So AXP also popped up a little bit there in front of me. Visa, though, guys, day highs, not a lot of volume behind this, but why not? Credit card companies going into the holidays.
I mean, I suppose it could be something seasonal for them.
Really
Oddly enough, PayPal just got a downgrade, so yikes, I don't know if that's going to end up on our upgrade downgrade list.
PayPal did?
Well, I just saw that I was checking the news for
I think
because I wanted to see what was going on with Black Titan here, because I saw a bunch of people in the chat are typing BTTC Black Titan. They unveiled digital asset treasury plus framework, of course, because of why wouldn't that be the story? So on utility-driven digital asset deployment and cash flow potential. I'll just pop that and throw it into the chat for anybody. And that just went from 3 to 10. When was the last time one of these treasury headlines actually held up? Can't think of it, but just look at the history of this one. Yeah, nothing to see here. I'm sure this move will sustain itself for a long period of time, like it always does. Being a little facetious there. No, I'm not a huge, just going back to Visa for a quick little second. I'm not a huge fan of the credit card companies. There's nothing necessarily against them harshly. I just feel like when I look at them, you go look at the traditional banks, go look at the XLF, and look at the pattern. It's just really stopped participating in some of the strength that's been happening. It doesn't mean that can't reverse, but my complaint was, here's the XLF. Here we go. And we've been talking about how at least you're flagging and holding. Look at all the support up here. Right, like you're holding the top end of the range. Look, it might not be breaking out, but you're holding the top end of the range. We've been making some nice bounces. And then I just look over and you see something like a Visa, which is gently trending down. So maybe this is something that can, seasonality-wise, maybe break it out a little bit here to get back to that. Play some catch-up. But my thing was a few months ago, I'm like, I don't like them as much as everything else that's in the XLF. That's held true for now. And to some extent, they are holding back that ETF from breaking out, and you can put some of the blame squarely on Visa. And Visa, not just them, MasterCard, AXP. I like AXP probably the best of the three.
Yeah, I like Capital One the best, COF. So I think Capital One would be my choice there. Capital One I think it's either at all-time highs or great stock. We actually were buying some Capital One a little while ago. But I don't consider it the bank like when we talk about JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs and SoFi, like Capital One for that kind of exposure. But here's PayPal right now. You know, it's going to be a problem. I thought into here would have been a buy. We got some Google news. I think it bumped up there a little bit, has come back in. They didn't have a great earnings call. And then right into here, $58. That's looking like it wants to break. The thing is, what Neil just mentioned there, it was B of A downgrading the stock right here. But check out what like their price target was already $93. Now it's coming down from buy to neutral. So it's not a sell or anything like that right now, but down to $68. So even if they're right about $68, that's still like 15% from here back upside. So if this is their target right in the middle there, it's not super attractive to me to get involved with this. We still have some downside moves here. I like PayPal. The name that I was thinking about that could come public was Stripe. So there's PayPal, Stripe, XYZ with Block as well. So Stripe could come public at some point this year as well, or next year as well. But watch out for PayPal on a downgrade. I go short on this name, down 2% today. Doesn't look like it has any sort of bullish case to it right now. PYPL, I thought there was some good news, but it doesn't look like it either right now. Okay, we have, Joe already came with his options. The mic has now been supercharged. And yeah, we have a Tesla supercharger over there for the mics, so that's all good. So that's what's happening right now. And no, he put it into like just a generic charger. You know, now it's in the supercharger, so now we're good to go. It is upgrades and downgrades, Joe. What do you got on your board?
The battery is reloaded, Katina, man. We're ready to go. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the activity. Brenda was talking about Visa not too long ago, and so are the boys, so we'll get into that momentarily. But at the top of the list here, we have Roku going from an underperform to a buy here, guys, by Jefferies, lifting that price target to $135. We're up 3 3/4 approximately here in the pre-market session. And then as for BlackRock, we're slightly negative, 0.57% to the downside, guys, going from a hold to a buy. Price target being raised to $1,180 by UBS Group. There's the ticker BLK. And then Unity Software, guys, going from a neutral to buy. You're positive here in the morning, 5.14%. Price target being raised to $60 by BTIG Research. And then Visa, yes, guys, up 1.18% when we created this. And that is going from a neutral to a buy. Price target being raised to $382 by B of A. Now, as for some of the downgrades, you guys, we're going to save the best for last here, guys. We have Norfolk Southern. Yes, going from a buy to a hold, slightly negative here in the pre-market by Deutsche Bank, guys. NSC is that ticker, and then TELUS as well, too. Slightly positive here, you have 0.15%, going from an outperform to a market perform there, guys. So downgrade on TELUS, and then Union Pacific, UNP, going from a buy to a hold by Deutsche Bank as well, too. And then Oracle, once again, reporting after the bell, down a substantial almost 13%, 12.95%, guys. Getting that price target lowered by BMO Capital from $355 to $270. Not too good of a look, guys.
Thank you, Joe, and love the work you put in. Love how that board looks. So you look at the downgrades, and they're terrible for Oracle, but it's like it's flashy, so maybe you don't feel as bad as an Oracle shareholder.
This guy's killing it.
It's like, yeah, man, at least it looks good. If you're an Oracle shareholder, 13% to the downside. No, but let's talk about the positive. It's almost, you know what? Some days you should end on the upgrades instead of like talk the upgrades and always the downgrades.
Yes.
Because I feel like, you know, you mentioned Oracle last there, but hey, let's not forget about Unity. Unity. We have to. Every time Unity makes a 52-week high, we got to shout out the Chappelle Show, Rick James. Well, also, I mean, Unity by Rick James is just a good song, because Rick James was just great. But Unity, another 5% up today. And this is a stock that's having a fantastic run and a fantastic year. Just taking the stairs up again today. Look at the double top. There's not too many names that are like clean breaking out that aren't small caps today, to be honest with you, that are above what we like to call the Fed level, so like the Fed afternoon resistance. That's usually a pretty good spot, like where you find bids and where you find resistance after the Fed. their liquidity points. So this one actually has a theoretical bid, about 50.5 under here that you could look for as well. Ooh, and TD Baker with the super chat.
Yeah, we've got a story here. Black Titan shares are trading. Here it is, right here. BTTC. So this is Black Titan shares are trading higher right now, like crazily higher, after the company unveiled its digital asset treasury plus framework and launched Pillar 1, like as if I know what any of this means. Focused on utility-driven digital asset deployment and cash flow potential. So zero idea what that means, but there it goes, man. BTTC now, Black Titan, just getting going right now. And a big congratulations. And here, let's put that back up there, because I did not mean to get rid of it there by showing it. There it is, man. $2,000+
Let's go.
for TD Baker. You throwing some TDs? TD Baker Mayfield, is that what that is? Would not have happened without you guys. Thank you so much. And a special thanks to Darwin. So shout out. This is another reason why you just got to get into that chat, man. I mean, you know, you guys put out these names. I don't know if Darwin sniffed this out or had it early or what, but congratulations to Mr. TD Baker and everybody that's involved with this name. I feel like this is something that you would have expected. Like, it doesn't seem like it's an announcement out of the blue, but if you're looking for something, there it is right there. They just announced Digital Asset Treasury Plus Framework and launched their Pillar 1. So those of you in the chat that know anything about this, you know, maybe inform everybody, but there it goes right now. And what a great community it is in here. Make sure you do hit the like, the subscribe, get involved with us immediately, right? Like, so you gotta, let's send YouTube going here. Like, obviously I have to refresh this, but there's probably a couple thousand of you watching right now. And we are on the air now at 8 a.m. 4,000 watching, 400 likes. Let's get that like button going as well. And if you hit join right here, for just $5 a month, all these fun emojis, you get to support the show. You don't have to super chat, nothing like that. We'll acknowledge you when you become a member. We have some members here that are 30, 40, 50 months with us, members. And right now, we've just added Sharif's morning note. So everything we're talking about in great detail, not just the random stuff that Neil and I talk about. This is in-depth, actual, factual stuff written by Sharif during his note there. So go check that out. Members-only privileges. $5 a month, otherwise known as like 25 cents a day. I mean, pretty hard to beat that for the information that's available there. Just subscribe once, and then I'll, you know, right there, you'll see the value of it. There's often memberships given away also in our chats. We want to thank you and everybody for that as well. Once you see the value of it, I'm pretty sure you will be impressed. So definitely for $5, I think it's worth it.
Less than a copy
there we go.
of morning paper that anybody would pick up.
Look at this, man, a trader and a salesman all at once. There's a new member right there. So Kim, go check it out. Here it is right here. Here's another one signing up right now. Thank you so much. 40, here we go. This is what we're talking about. I love getting, you guys message me on Instagram all the time and I try to respond. There's some viewers that are like in the top 1% of our viewers, and even more than that, watching us. We had someone that watched us for 368 straight days or something, sent me a message. So I want to thank everybody for all of that. But there it is, man, a couple new members. And trust me, just go read the note. Once you read that note, you'll realize that there's nowhere else to go. So anyways, trust me, bro, on that one. Randy in the back, always working hard there. Randy, pretty soon I'm going to get up, Randy, and I'm going to get you a coffee, my guy, with some Italian cream in it.
And he's already got the brekkie.
What is breakfast? Yeah, I heard it was pastry.
Omelet.
Oh, okay, good, because it's saying it pastries on there, but I guess they got rid of that. No, Randy, you keep working. I'm going to get you a coffee, my guy. Does this mic work or no?
This thing? I don't...
No, okay. I was going to pass it to Randy.
Yeah, we can't do the whole give the mic to Randy anymore.
By the way, the BTCC, peace. 1060 right now. We were just talking about this thing at $9.
Oh, and underneath 9, we were talking about it before.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, I mean like it was just here.
That's your runner.
There's another one, Farm Trader. Okay, this is what we're talking about. Get involved right now in the chat. There's another 10 memberships. Oh boy, we gotta talk about this more often. And look, it is to, you know, help raise money for everything that we're doing, but at the same time, I just think the value is that's why it's $5. It's $5 because the benefit is so huge. We want everybody to be part of it.
Let's be real for a second. You sign up for anything financial online to get, check out our daily note or whatever, or get our, whatever it might be. In this business, it's usually significantly more than that. Like,
I mean, that is literally a coffee and an egg McMuffin or something. Like you get all of your news.
It's usually at 150, 250.
You know
That's
what?
people charge a month
Forget
for stuff.
this.
Let's be real for a second.
Here it is.
And you guys know if you sign up to anything.
Okay, look at all this news on Oracle right here. This is one full page, including trader takeaways, guidance, outlooks, support and resistance, key levels, right? Okay, that's one story. Well, we haven't even talked about Adobe yet. How about a full other page of Adobe? How about this synopsis talk? How about Cisco? How about LLY? Like, these are stocks that no matter what you're talking about. What about Warner Brothers Discovery? Like, this is not just full of AI stuff, man. There's Waymo, like NVIDIA. Like, when NVIDIA is the 8th story, you've got something going on here. There's Rivian and AI. I didn't even realize this was happening today. Here's a whole page and a half about what's expected from Rivian. What the heck's going on with Gemi today as well? Like, there's just so much. No, Randy, Ford is not on this list. Come on, Randy. We always talk about Ford.
It's good enough that Rivian's on the list. You asked about Ford.
There's another member coming in right now. All right, guys, just thank you so much, man. We just got 15 memberships right there, and all we're telling you to do is get more information. I think it's a great opportunity right there. This BTCC, by the way, is now $12. Right, get rid of that stupid money thing. There it goes. $12 just got touched on BTTC. So, wow, man, money's coming in for anybody that's long on this one. Shorted at your peril, apparently, here. BTCC going absolutely insane. And before I throw it back to them, because Brendan's like, shut this guy up for sure. All right, I just want to see what the short float is, and then we'll throw it back. BTTC.
It's the float, not the short float.
Yeah, that's so both. The float is 4 million. That's actually not that bad. The short float can't be right, 0.33, but that's going to be elevated very, very soon. So, oh man. Oh, did I just say $12? How about a 9 handle now?
But remember, BTCC,
absolutely wild.
You got to keep in mind for those things. Like, it's about soaking up the float more than it is the short float. It's already done 4.5 times what its float would be. So that's the whole idea. Like, if somebody gets a gigantic long position in it and doesn't sell, then effectively there's limited shares out there. So the small numbers that are short-term shorting it, there's just less availability, not as much liquidity because someone can be hoarding a bunch, and then you get the run up. It's easy for them to churn out through it. So it is a reason why it's more volatile without a big short float. But on the back end, it does mean that it can fall a lot faster. So you make sure you bank those profits, everybody. Let's get back up to this. Almost 9 o'clock. Time flies when you're having fun.
Flies when you're having fun, yeah. A lot to understand going into the open here this morning. Just keep my eye out. There's a couple more analyst moves coming through here for Oracle right now. Yeah, Visa continuing as well. Back to the upside. Do you want to run through that again? There's a couple people in the chat.
Sure.
Just asking how to get their hands on your morning notes. So
absolutely.
One more time if anybody missed that.
So guys, just head over to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV. Just click Trader TV right at the bottom there. It takes you over to this section right there. As you see, it says posts. Last one right there on the right. You click that bad boy, scroll down, you'll be able to see it there. I'm not subscribed, but if I can flip the channel over here, we can go to the show's homepage. There it is. So you click posts, and it'll say members only in green right at the top there. Posted about an hour ago. Big thumbnail right there. Brendo saying Sharif's morning note. Hit read more. And there it is. There's the link right there. It takes you to the Google Drive. Lo and behold, shows up right there. It'll be bright and early, 7:45, 7:50, about 10 or 15 minutes before we come on.
There you go. Take advantage of that. Absolutely packed with everything you need to know in great detail. Trader Takeaways, great addition there as well. Berkshire, wanted to mention Berkshire real quick. Gave it all back yesterday. Had a nice move out of the gate yesterday morning up to 495, 496. Gives it all back after the Fed. Here we are chopping around basically flat. There's a lot of people with opinions on this January 1st deadline. It's not really a deadline, but it's the transition day, official transition day from Warren to the new administration. I was just reading through a point form note from someone that just came out, essentially saying they should, not only will they, but they should definitely move the company more towards a traditional type structure, maybe a dividend, maybe, price it, like look at the pricing of it, maybe adding some liquidity as far as their shares are concerned. But I mean, given the history, given the what built that company, I feel like it's going to be very difficult for them to get away from that, at least in the near term.
Absolutely. No, I got to agree with that, especially with Warren Buffett staying on as an advisor. Brando, he made that very clear. Also, they've lost a little bit of talent, and there's been a huge shakeup in management there. JP Morgan poaching some of their top execs to open up a new division within JP Morgan. So Greg Abel's got his work cut out for him, but you feel like a new incoming CEO is going to want his own people there. So that's kind of part of the natural process. It's going to be really interesting to see, guys. We've been seeing shakeups in the holdings, releasing Apple, getting into some other newer investments. So it's a time in flux now, I would say, with Berkshire, at least until, you know, Greg Abel gets a couple of years under his belt.
Yeah, so Jan 1, the official transition day. No more Warren Buffett. I feel like he's still going to have a direct line to someone there that makes some significant decisions. Let's have a look at the market here, and then we'll get into the watch list this morning.
Big move up yesterday, guys, after the FOMC meeting, and of course the commentary that came afterwards. So, like we've been talking about, we got right into 6,900, and then we dropped right off a cliff as we got the Oracle earnings, which sent the market down after the bell there. So 6,900 we're going to use again as that level of resistance, Brendo. But we're going to have to take out 6,875 first. That's another level we've been dealing with for the past, I want to say, week and a half. So 6,875 resistance level number 1, 6,900 resistance level number 2. If we sell off for whatever reason, we're going to look right back to that 6,825 that we've been defending now for over a week.
All right, if you haven't done so, that's the free one. Jump down to the description in this video right now. Top link will get you to the sign-up page if you want the free one as well. That is available to you. Everything that's moving around in the pre-market. Quick little description on why. You get some economic data points coming up for the day as well. Let's talk about Oracle here. We touched on it briefly to kick things off this morning. Just briefly here, Disney OpenAI reached landmark pact to bring beloved characters from across Disney's brand to Sora. You're going to be able to make your own cartoons, I guess, by Sora through OpenAI. So again, Disney and OpenAI landmark pact to bring beloved characters from across Disney's catalog into the video gen software of Sora. Anyway, Oracle trying to hold here.
That's not a bad headline, Brando. Yeah. That's actually quite smart there by Disney. Look, Oracle missed revenue, guys, a rare miss, and it overshadowed a major EPS beat by the company. Their adjusted EPS came in at $2.26. The street was looking for $1.64, so a huge beat there, but that's the bottom line. The top line did miss, as I mentioned, $16.06 billion, missing the 16.21 expected, a rare miss for the company as a key infrastructure play. So let's talk about their cloud revenue. That hit $7.98 billion, beating estimates. They cited larger AI-driven cloud contracts with the likes of Meta, NVIDIA, Airbus, Canon, Brendo, even jumping in there, Deutsche Bank, Panasonic, Rubrik, a who's who of big names looking to tie up with them. OpenAI also committed to around $300 billion in Oracle cloud spend over the next 5 years. Their software revenue did as well, up 3%, $5.88 billion, but that missed expectations. Free cash flow coming in at around $10 billion. Their CapEx now, though, projected to be $50 billion from the year. That's up from the $35 they said they were going to spend in September. With respect to the guidance, Brando, they guided $1.70 to $1.74 for EPS, and revenue growth looking at 19 to 21% for the next quarter, year over year.
Just massive, massive spend numbers. If anyone missed that, first off, here's Disney. It did spike on that. Here's the headline, if anyone's just jumping in. Again, they're going to bring Disney's catalog of characters, essentially, to OpenAI's Sora video generation. So we are getting a little bit of a pop here, guys, for Disney.
$1 million investment part of the story as well for Disney. Before we get to Oracle, I mean, it's worth looking at Disney just because not often you see the 200 and the 50 almost exactly the same. This holding 110, look, man, Disney's been trying to break out of this downtrend for a while, but a close over 110 would look pretty good here for Disney. But jumping back over to Oracle, thank you, Randy. I'm really not a fan of what's going on here. You know, everybody understood that they were going tap in the debt market, that their CapEx spend was going to be big, but when you're talking about the expectation was to go from $21 billion to $35 billion, and it ended up going to $50 billion next year, That is significantly more than what the market's expected, 40% more, and you know what the market does with that. Their cash flow was supposed to be $5 billion negative, ends up double that at 10. So they're getting punished for it right now. And until they catch a bid, like everyone keeps calling them the canary in the coal mine. Well, if that's true, this is potentially flat bottom breaking on the daily. And where's the bottom if we lose this one? Like right here, we're at that low. Well, I mean, it's not the absolute low. You have to go back to just June. But the most local bottom is 93. And we just broke that. I don't know where the bottom is going to be on Oracle. I just don't think it's found it yet. In 200, when we sit down, 200 seemed like a pretty reasonable level to look for fades. Maybe you look at VWAP today on some pops. But yeah, it doesn't look very good for Oracle. To say that it imploded, I mean, it's been imploding. 13%, when you look, that's a drop in the bucket compared to where this was just a couple months ago.
I mean, Oracle has obviously justified that this AI move is real and legit. I mean, you know, the back orders and everything and sort of the money that's being thrown around here isn't anything small. But yeah, just the cost and the cash burn is not what everybody thought. And this hit on the balance sheet is just going to be people, I mean, I guess the analysts thinking it's just way too much. And a very, very similar report actually shot this up just last quarter. And then right now, as we realize exactly how much this spend is, and if it's going to eventually turn out to make them any money in the long run. You can see currently their current business is smoking, right? I mean, it was a huge EPS beat. The EPS beat was 226 versus 164. Revenue, although a little under. And if you're starting to lose revenue and you have all this spend, forget about the quarter that's just happened. We're worried about quarters moving forward. So the funny part about all of this is Oracle set up, and we didn't talk about it too much yesterday, we had Fed on our mind a lot, but Oracle set up to actually do well. I feel like you had this move down, it looked like you based out a little bit at some past support levels and resistance levels on the upside right here around this 190 area. We held it pretty good. We've already been back under here. It's not like this is a new space for us, but it looked like it held good there, broke through the 50 period moving average, the 200, started to get going again right there, and then this happened. So I would say this is definitely not a buy until we clear at least this 230 area back here. You want to get back to where we were pre-earnings. And right now, Oracle looks like a bleed to the downside. So it's tough to trade a stock first day, but I think Oracle goes lower. You know, we say when there's a gap, play to VWAP, but this VWAP is 195. I think there is a chance we get to there. That would be the short. So I would start shorting there and then let that sort of phrase work for you. And if it doesn't, then what about this 196 area where we could maybe tap out from 730 high? So I would say a 196 fade to the downside right there, and then we'll wait to see if we can get a bid at some point for Oracle. But I think the short has to start where VWAP is, so let's call it 194.50 to 195, and then maybe when we're wrong would be somewhere around this 196. But you got to give Oracle a little bit of room today. The spread's going to be crazy. The volume's already 4 million shares. Lots of talk about it. Okay, I was going to say we're going to get to NVIDIA because I think there's obviously some sort of shrapnel that gets fired off on this report. So, all right, that's my call for Oracle. I'd say fade it anywhere near VWAP. If it breaks 196, we can rethink about it. 200 is going to be a key level, but do we get to 200? That means we got to be up 4% from here. I'm not sure that's going to happen. So, all right, that's my talk on Oracle. Let's go find out what the boys think about NVIDIA.
Yeah, not much in the way of additional news today, but if there is going to be one that does help with a bit of a bounce back at any point today, you got to think NVIDIA is going to lead the way or going to need to lead the way. Can we get positive? Maybe I should have put a question mark on that, but there is huge levels coming into play here once again for NVIDIA going back a couple of weeks now. Absolutely,
Brendo. Today, the story that I've reviewed is not really market moving. It's more about the developments of the the chip restrictions for export. So apparently, NVIDIA is developing software that enables customers to verify the location of their GPUs, which is, as we know, a direct response to U.S. pressure to prevent these restricted chips, of course, from finding their way to China as well as other restricted countries. It's going to be a client-side software agent that provides kind of read-only telemetry on the GPU usage. The emphasis here by NVIDIA NVIDIA is there's no kill switch, another accusation that they've been receiving from Chinese regulators. Congress, as we know, as well as the national security agencies, have been pressuring NVIDIA to provide trackability. The new proposed Chip Security Act, not yet law, would mandate location verification and export control, Brendo. It's unclear, though, whether the location is determined by customer-provided data or whether it uses IP or some other way of verifying where the chip is, but yet another development in the kind of chip saga.
Yeah, not obviously anything that's going to move the stock today, but definitely something to keep in mind, I think, going forward as this race, if you will, continues and this battle towards AI supremacy continues. That might be a little bit of a leg up at some point, you know, for an NVIDIA. So again, 180, guys, looking pretty good here maybe for NVIDIA.
Yeah, I think like it's a necessary step and it's a good one. I just don't think it's enough to break the stock away from the malaise. And given, like, I don't see anything that happened yesterday with the Fed or overnight or with Oracle's earnings that's changed the litmus for NVIDIA, in which it's just gotten pretty choppy and pretty range bound. And the top end of the range up here, where it's effectively failing around 185 or just above there, 185, 186, that's been like a hard top. And then the support's been not necessarily 180 because you found it really at 179. I think in that particular case, well, retest to the low makes some sense to me. And when looking at the sort of the Fed levels, let's just call them, end of the day, support was at 2 o'clock. There's the Fed bump. And then Powell hits the podium, we're at 182.5. And then we broke away from that. So to me, that level is where I want to fade NVIDIA at 182.5. And if it breaks higher, then there's the 185. I just feel as if what's changed here to make this not still a bit of a sticky range-bound trade? And if so, I want a shorter resistance level.
Yeah, so for me, I'm going long on NVIDIA. I'm not looking short today on NVDA. So I'm going to go long at 179. I mean, we talked about some of these. It's a buy at B of A and a firm's top pick. We know that there's demand for what they have. And on this Oracle weakness, yeah, man, it is coming back in a little bit here as this market turns red today. And I just, the action that we got off the Fed yesterday, I think was positive. And I really like NVIDIA, and we've talked about it numerous times, about this level down here. I don't know if it's gonna, there it is, yeah. So right back into here, this is 179.50. This just basically gives us a nice little base for the whole month. Oh, wow, thank you, Randy, there. 179 is right here. This goes all the way back to the first of the month, as Bone Thugs would say, and just coming back in, bouncing off of around this area. If we do get a drip into that, which we're pretty close right now, right? We're at 180 and change. That's going to be a level for me, 179 long. So let's just play that. I mean, that will put NVIDIA down. We could easily go down $2 right now. That's not, outside of what we could expect. This is Fed, right? And then unfortunately, we did have that drawdown there at 4 o'clock, and that was the whole Oracle stuff I'm talking about. So there's the bump up, right? We still closed the day higher than where we were before the Fed. So if that's going to be the story there, and I don't think this Oracle or anything negative about NVIDIA today. So for me, I'm not shorting anything in this space today. Well, I'll short something, but not NVIDIA, and it's just a long for me. It might even be like, if we can hang around this 182 and hold it, then I think that's also a platform there to get back up to where we were yesterday, 184 and change. So I think we could have a monster trade on NVIDIA today, and for me, it's going to be going on the long side. We just need to get a little bit of a dip down into that 179 area. It is number one idea here on the sticky note. I'll put it in the chat in case anybody's interested, but I'm looking at NVIDIA long, guys. Adobe, again, another AI, very, very popular name there in the AI space. We're going to go find out how that is respecting its latest earnings call.
Yeah, coming off in a hurry right now is Adobe back to session lows here. It's trying to bounce, but failing, unfortunately. Not a lot of interest in this so far this morning as far as price action goes. Volume very, very low as well. It's kind of a hit or miss, wishy-washy kind of earnings report.
They beat on the top and bottom line, Brendo. They guided decent, but as we know, they've been suffering lately from free competitors. There are competitors obviously online now that are looking to replicate what they offer for cheap or very little. Let's talk about how they issued guidance. They issued 2026 fiscal revenue guidance $25.9 billion to $26.1. That's slightly above the estimates, with their adjusted EPS outlook for the full year as well. $23.30 to $23.50, also surpassing expectations. They're going to change how they report their data, Brendo. They're revamping their reporting segments next year to emphasize subscription revenue as well as ARR, annual recurring revenue, which Wall Street looks at favorably. Let's talk about their AI play, as Sean kind of alluded to there. They're investing heavily in generative AI, specifically Firefly, that's delivering traction. Brendo, they've got now 70 million monthly active freemium users. I don't even know what that means, freemium, up 35% year over year. The strength is across their Creative Cloud Pro, their Photoshop and Lightroom. And despite rising AI competitors, Adobe remains confident they will be able to sell their product for a fee and not have to go into the sort of the free market like some of their competitors are doing.
It's a good point. I mean, a lot of the competition does off a freemium, I guess is the proper term at this point, version of, a Photoshop or a video editing type of software. We do a lot of, obviously, visual work, whether it's video, whether it's graphics around here for the show. I can very confidently say none of the free versions come anywhere close to doing what Adobe is able to do with their paid version. So to get, yes, you can replicate, a Photoshop product, but to get anywhere close to the end result being the same, still got to pay.
Interesting.
It's just a matter of how much you want to go and which direction, guys.
Yeah, this earnings here puts them into the teens for EPS. So I mean, it was going into this a 4P of 14. And obviously, it hasn't been good. This is a monthly chart here of, oops, that always happens. There we go. Monthly chart here of Adobe. And if it falls into 280, at some point it turns into a value play. Like that 200 period on the monthly, maybe this is the spot. Let it settle down a bit here, because it's making lower highs. So I guess it could also make lower lows and come right into that 200 period moving average. But nothing about this has actually been favorable in market terms, despite what looks like a pretty solid quarter and some decent growth of that Firefly. But yeah, maybe wait for the 280 level. It is getting to that point. Like when a stock like this gets into the teens and ends up with like a 14 PE, if that gets any lower, there's going to be a bounce. I'd wait for the 280. I don't think there's a trade today. When it's moved 1% on an earnings day, I don't think you want to trade it today. But it's worth keeping track of, in case we get, and that would probably be sometime next quarter or maybe mid next year. If this continues to slide, yeah, that 280 looks pretty appealing to me.
I actually think, what I was waiting to hear about was like what Brendan was just saying right there, and that is that, they do have a premium product that is pretty awesome. And I just think that for people that are in the know, and I'm not one of them, that are creating content and that are actually using the software, they will pay for a better quality product. I mean, it's why Apple can charge more. It's why, the premium cars charge what they charge. And it's when you have a better product, people will pay more for it. It's just what happens in fashion. So I mean, for Adobe to get more productive and to get more creative and to use their suite a little easier. And again, I'm not a user. I'm just going by what the market or what Brendan was mentioning there, what I think the market is saying, and that is that if this is what's going to happen on their earnings call, only down 1%, I actually think it's a buy right here at the 50-period moving average. Let's just wait for better news to come. I mean, they tried to buy Figma, not allowed. Fine, they move on that, right? And so as long as their daily active users and premium or freemium members keep on happening, thing is, once you sort of rope them into the free version, that's potentially when you can start upselling and figuring out longer term clients. And again, it might not be nano banana and everything like that with Gemini. Might be good, but it's what does Adobe offer that's better? And so if that is the case and their suite does continue to improve, I could see them sort of catching, like Neil said, the valuation seems to be right. So I could see them catching some kind of a bid, and why not right here at 335? Get all this garbage out of here and then just go long from here. So yeah, I would think actually Adobe's probably upside today, but definitely not where my focus is, not a name that we generally trade, unless there was something that was maybe like They could actually also split. I feel like this would trade so much better as like a $30 or $40 name. But anyways, that's
A lot
Adobe.
of stocks like that.
Yeah, that's I think I mean, imagine Coinbase a $20 name, how much that would move as well if that went 10 to 1. But okay, let's go back over to the desk. We have a couple more events to talk about here today, and of course I use the word event because I just see it there on the screen. Otherwise I would have never said it. But a couple more stories, a couple more headlines, and I actually put Rivian on here based on the discussion that we had around 8 a.m. So you got to join us every single day around 8 a.m. and you'll get some of these ideas before they hit the street. So let's go back over and see what this Rivian event is all about.
Real quick first, this is when this OpenAI tug of war can get maybe a little bit interesting. Disney, just further on this OpenAI tie-up, again, Disney going to invest $1 billion in equity specifically into OpenAI, but they've also now sent a cease and desist to Google. So they do the tie-up with OpenAI and ChatGPT, give Sora the rights to their catalog of characters for video generation, and then they say, Gemini, can't do it anymore.
That makes sense, Brendo. Yeah.
I just pulled a Google here. It's not doing anything on that, but interesting for Disney. Still a little bit volatile on that. But yeah, let's talk about Rivian. Coming up 12 o'clock Eastern, 9 a.m. on the western coast. Is that right? West Coast, I guess. We're going to get this AI event for Rivian today. Not doing anything right now, but could be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to be all ears on that. We'll cover that for you on the midday show. We'll have Adara here. She'll have that all ready to go. So guys, first autonomous and AI day by the company. Look, they're trying to push the narrative. We're not just an EV maker now. We're transitioning into the world of AI, but the shares remain down, Brendo, sadly, 80% from their IPO highs. The event is going to showcase the following, Randy. Computing power behind the new R2 SUV. I know we're all waiting for that. Rivian's own autonomy platform, as well as a data flywheel concepts for continuous fleet learning. That should be quite interesting, kind of machine learning on wheels. Morgan Stanley sadly did downgrade Rivian earlier in the week, citing it to underweight, but they also did the same for Tesla. Barclays says Rivian must prove why it deserves to be considered a serious AV, autonomous vehicle competitor. Analysts expect Rivian to outline the following in the AI day. The timelines for level 3 capabilities, as well as in-house sensor fusion and large-scale model training. And we know RJ Scaringe is a fan of LiDAR. He's not opposed to LiDAR, much like Elon Musk with the camera-only system. I'm all ears, Brendo.
We are still in the process of working on a solution for this, but at some point I would love to have that presentation happening on the show. Fantastic. In between on the big screen. So it's coming. Just be patient. It's coming. But it would be great to have, even the Fed yesterday,
absolutely,
having the press conference up there too.
Fantastic.
Would be great. But Randy, the chart still looks great here for Rivian. We'll see what happens around 12:30 today.
Well, what was the news? It's for 12. Well, it doesn't really matter. You're going to get the entire morning session of Rivian, essentially now waiting for that news. So for myself, like if there's ever like a news event or like Apple has a release or whatnot, typically don't want to be looking at it until like after. But it's at 19 level. That's we've talked about this before. At the opening of the show, like the 19 for potential breakout. I just feel whenever you have an event, the first time you test this level on an event or any type of a hype moment, I tend to think like sell off of that space. So if it does pump after 12 o'clock, I just look for 19 for like a quick like mean reversion. But in the longer sense, like if we close above 19 any point this month, I think you're going to want to look for that breakout play then. Just not necessarily on the news event today. Like I'd use that as almost a fade spot, or if you're long it, like a take profit. But that's where my head's at on Rivian. Yeah, it was a good swing off like 10, 11 multiple times. I wish I'd done it again.
Yeah, I'm still in Rivian, but have been selling some of it for sure. I wrote down Rivian here, 18.50 long or 17 short. Like, I have no idea. This is going to be, I wrote down 12 p.m. Keep eyes peeled for news on this name. So I just think it's just one of those things where you're just looking for a break one way or the other. So this is 1850, that's the top right there. So we're gonna look for a break long through that. Or if we sort of zoom back in a little bit, that's the daily chart. And then we look at this 17. 17 held yesterday. 17's been holding this week and into December. So that would be a break lower if something, that the market doesn't like happens to hit there, maybe more spend. I don't, have no idea what they're going to say here, but it's going to be an interesting event. And there's 1850. So for me, if we start the event here, I'd say it's much more likely that we get this move, but we're just looking for a dramatic move up. And yesterday on the Fed, right, which has nothing really to do with Rivian specifically, you went up about $1 anyways right there oh, sorry, that's yesterday morning. Here's the Fed right here. I just got to get that right time. Yeah, this is 2 o'clock right here. So yesterday, 17.60 up to 18. We went 50 cents on that. I definitely think that there's a chance that we test either this high or this low. And if the news isn't crazy, then maybe this is a long and maybe this is a short. But I want to see the momentum in the name, and I always think that when there's a conference going on or an event going on, that it can continue through. So traders just waiting for it to break through one of these levels. So I'm just going to say, let's be patient in the middle here and wait to see the action at the top or the bottom. So that's going to be my play. I think it's easy ins and easy outs. If you take the long and it doesn't hold, you can get out, or it doesn't break, you can get out. Same thing for the short. So I like that sort of talk there on Rivian. Let's see what this day brings. And it should be a good one for Rivian shareholders. The stock has done great. Great call by Randy. The stock has just been motoring to the upside, man, off of that $13. So great little level there for Rivian. And congratulations to anybody that's following the man, the myth, the legend, Randy.
Randy's stock calls. That was a good one. That was a really good
Randy's.
one. Chart looks great. Absolutely. Here's Unity. Speaking of a nice looking chart, here's Unity coming back in a little bit after a brief trip above $50 once again. There was an upgrade today, BTIG, with an upgrade on Unity today. One of the best looking ones here so far in the
Absolutely. And a couple of upgrades, Brendo. BTIG, one, Piper, the other here upgrading Unity from neutral to overweight, citing material improvement in the mobile advertising environment heading into next year. New price target, guys, of $59. That is up from $43. The analyst note here emphasizes what they're calling a healthy mobile ad market backdrop, which is setting the stage for revenue reacceleration. Unity's vector ad business, Brendo, that's what they're talking about. It's delivered 15% quarter-over-quarter growth, and that has happened now 2 straight quarters in a row. Piper highlighting that Vector is scaling at double-digit growth rates when the firm expects this momentum to continue as mobile CPMs recover and performance-based ad budgets normalize. Otherwise, more ad dollars next year. That should be beneficial to some of the other ad names as well, Meta, Google, et cetera.
Yeah, we'll see if this holds here this morning. As I mentioned yesterday, briefly above 50. Here we are, guys, gapping right through it today.
Gapping through. We went over this one looking like a nice breakout of those highs. I happen to prefer something that's also $50. It's gapping through highs in silver today, but the looks will be eerily similar anyways. There's your breakout. There's your prior day high at $50.50. I think you want to play long back into the prior high. That's also going to be the Fed top as a double top there. It gives you the morning resistance and gives you the afternoon resistance. Like if you lose that, I think you're in trouble. But silver has been continuously going and going and going. Another all-time high in here as the breakout's real. Like right now, it's outpacing gold. And as long as that's happening, I think this is the one to sort of use as a trade vehicle. Now, when this broke out, it broke out at 55 quarter or so. So I don't know that we're going to be able to get that kind of a level. Seems a little bit unrealistic to me to be able to see that. But if you go back into prior highs, you do have 56. Look, if you completely fall apart, I suppose that's possible. But you got 56 in here. You also have the chance that we can maybe hold. If we just break away 57, then VWAP's going to be where I would want to play. But in and around this chop range in the afternoon, but 55.9 to 56.15. That's why I say 56. As long as silver is holding there, I think you got to be a bit patient with it. Sometimes it'll trend down, and you want to take a trend break. It didn't really break trend until 10:30 yesterday. And at that point, gave you a nice run, but it was a bigger run in the afternoon. Silver is my play, but Unity, yeah, looks fantastic on a daily.
Look at right now the dollar, the U.S. dollar getting weaker and weaker and weaker as we go. I mean, this is the DXY, the U.S. dollar index, just getting pummeled right now. You know, this is just a 1 hour chart, so take that for what it's worth. But yeah, dollar does not like that move yesterday, quantitative easing. We talked about that coming through again. So that puts my highlight and sort of my focus, I mean, as Neil brought it up with silver, hi ho, silver and gold right now seems to be what's good. Watch out for 390 break right here on GLD, right? And so we're getting really close to that level. This is just GLD. I mean, spot gold is more what you're trying to watch out for. So I'm not necessarily looking at specific prices here. It's not like it's breaking out. We'd have to break out through 405 to get to the all-time high. So what is the price on GLD and spot? I'm not sure what spot's at right now, but this right there is 393. So if we can get above sort of December highs right there, I think we continue to run, and I think we run today anyways, and that's 390. So watch out for gold, buy dips on pullbacks. That 387 looks pretty good. We only do have one more minute to go before this lovely market opens up one more time. I'm looking long on this market, but not necessarily early. Big sell, first of all, on Oracle. We do have a buy on Nextdoor today, right here to start with, although that's coming back in there. Not much else. CETX had an offering. BBAI went up yesterday at $7. We talked about that. That's another sell zone for everybody long at 5. You got an offer yesterday at 7. That would have been a good idea. And then SMR get absolutely slapped like a little you-know-what yesterday. Actually, I think Joe's in this name as well. We could talk to him about that later on. But SMR just absolutely crushed yesterday. Into that move. So they had a nice day. It was already getting hit before. Oh my gosh, only 10 seconds. Oh God. Okay, man, sorry about that. Yeah, this market is about to open up in now just 4 seconds. Looking at NVIDIA dip buys as well. Let's see what this market does right here off open. Oracle sending us lower to start with, that's for sure. We'll see what happens right now. I'm bidding 179 for NVIDIA, but don't want to put in too much effort into this look until we get a little bit long in the tooth, like a few minutes anyways. That's Oracle right now. We didn't talk about Netflix, but that was up today. There's Oracle here, 190. So it looks like it's trying to bounce off that key level there of 190.
Oh, Opendoor just broke $7 to the downside as well. So Nextdoor is the one that Eric Jackson was most recently pumping, and looks like maybe sending Open the other way. I had shaded 750. That's not going to get there. Not at this rate. Silver is not really moving. We didn't
the
talk
market
about
is
the market's really
crushed.
coming in. Tesla, which we didn't get to talk about, that's fading through VWAP, heading down to 440. Ooh, what do we like for some dip buys? I thought it was going to be silver, but that's not even. Okay, that's not moving at all. Good sign because the market's coming down and it's not really doing anything. But obviously, I want to be patient with this. I'm not going to be buying any tops here for sure. Let me double check what Intel is doing as well.
Yeah, so I like Apple right here. We'll dip by a little bit into Apple. I'm not. I don't want to buy a lot right now. We have a quarter right here of our position that we're looking to take in general. If this comes down to 278, this was another one that's on the sticky note there today, just to see if we can hold this 278 level. It was good yesterday. Let's see if it holds it there today. We're looking to get longer as well. 278 quarters would be my first dip buy average it into this one. I'm actually going to cancel. I was sitting on NVIDIA bid right now. NVIDIA's coming in as well. We've got to let this market settle down. They don't like it. NVIDIA 179 was something interesting. I've sort of hitched my wagon right now to Apple, but you know, we didn't even talk about CoreWeave today. CoreWeave's down 8% right now and going lower right now. Yeah, down there it is, 8% on Oracle. Yeah, so if Oracle catches a bounce, definitely we could get something in this market. But there goes Oracle, man, down 16% right now, down into 188. So far, so good on this play though. Apple's starting to go back upside. Let's see if that can work. Too bad again we don't have more shares, but you know, we were waiting for a little lower on that one, so maybe we get it. NVIDIA having a problem as well. That's a nice downside push there. But there it goes, man. And we do it, and we're doing it again. There it is right now. Boom. 50 cents, quick time, quick as you like there on Apple. So far so good there. Let's see what happens, man. Looking for that NVIDIA dip, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, everything is dipping. Like even iRobot, which was super strong all morning long, that just lost a bid. So if you can forget about, at least for now, you can forget about that breakout on the daily for iRobot, which would have been not $6.10 is what we're looking at. Silver's still not. I still feel like silver, I should be patient with it to buy the dip, but it just does not want to dip. It might actually end up breaking it out. But Opendoor, on the other hand, if we never regain this $7 level, that's been massive support. So I would have liked it at $7.50. But I'm going to try to pop in here in front of $7 and just kind of give it to the local high. So nibble in here at 95 and then try to get 705. Was that BTC?
Yeah, halted.
BTTC. There. Black Titan just halted.
Yes.
Downside, unfortunately. So, yeah, halted at 8, tap at 750. If you're looking at BTTC, it is headed downside, still up 140%, obviously. Treasury was the story. They didn't say what kind of treasury. They just said crypto treasury.
Yeah, there was some sort of a pill or something. I don't know what it was.
Whatever. It wasn't very specific.
I clearly was talking about having no idea what that was talking about there. Okay, so this comes into 179. We're not going to hold this very much now. NVIDIA does come in. We're long at 179.20s. That's fine by me, man. It's a flat trade. There it is. We got some out at 30 there on a little bit of a move higher, but I'm not sure what we're going to do here. If this breaks 178.75, we're gone. We just wanted to try it, right? This is how you get those trades early, but we don't want to fight. There it is. So bye-bye. See you later for NVIDIA there. I'm not feeling confident enough to reverse this trade. So I don't necessarily want to go short here on NVIDIA. If anything, maybe we buy a break of 179 back up to the upside, but let it, oh, here it goes. Try to let it settle down just a little bit right now, NVIDIA. So we'll go 0 for 1 on that. We just tried 179.20s, quick little 50 cent or 40 cent hit on that one. A little bit less than that anyways. But yeah, not a good trade there. As there goes NVIDIA breaking lower. I still like the long. It's just a matter of where and when. And until we get Oracle to finally slow its horses a little bit here.
I don't think that's happening yet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we were saying like fade it back to VWAP. So now VWAP is like,
It's
this
starting.
is just like starting to get going here a little bit. But NVIDIA is still hitting the skids here a little bit, down to 178 right now. So it's a good thing. This is what we talked about, like what we're doing differently or what I'm doing differently. And that is just getting out of stocks that we're wrong on and not worrying about the ultimate bottom and then trying to pick it up if it gets into there. But now 178. Look, the long there, not right so far. Apple trying to hold out. Futures coming back in. This is getting pretty nasty right now. We just bought some 278s though here on Apple.
Yeah, I mean, Apple's typically been okay whenever we're rotating.
Yeah.
Out of tech, not tech, out of AI, because Apple's not doing all that crazy spend. I'll show you guys Oracle in a second, but was able to nibble in front of VWAP here on Open Door. So it's if you're looking at it, next door is the one that's actually going to the upside, or at least it was last I checked. So Open Door loses 7.
Boy.
I want to short it into some of those lows, but it is NXDR that Eric Jackson has been pumping recently. This one going up and breaking high. So I just kind of feel like, well, one going up, one going down, as people forget about Open Door. And then, of course, if we're getting less rate cuts, I like that as a bit of a play. Yeah, silver is not dipping. If I want to be long this, it's actually holding really well in this market. So I'm going to take a shot with a tight stop at VWAP. And then if we lose that, then I can wait for this little gap fill into prior highs. Holding up really well in this down move. So if it breaks out, I don't want to be taking a 57 break. I'd rather be long going into it.
Yeah, we just sort of layered in a little bit here into Apple because it did come into our level there, so we can definitely have a watch there. I just tried to get I was at 45s there. It literally went to 43. I thought we were going to get out, and I was like, okay, we'll take a little bit of profit there, but no, not yet, says the profit man. You cannot get any shares here out. But here comes Apple just fading right back in again. It just tried to bump and did not. We'll buy some more 278s, but if this breaks 277 quarters, 3 quarters, 277.75, which it might do right here, then we're going to get out. I mean, there doesn't seem to be too much of a bid holding here on the NASDAQ at all. So, Powell came yesterday, tried to sort of save the day a little bit, and it doesn't look like right here it's going to happen for me again. So the short is what's been printing here today, that is for sure. So just be careful with what you guys are doing here. If you're going the longs, have your outs. We just talked about, oh, my earpiece just died for some reason. We just talked about what we're doing right now, and that is on Apple, trying to go long, but we're very close to this breaking out downside as well. NVIDIA looks like it might be catching a bid right now. So I don't know. That bottom there, 178. Maybe we can see if that comes into play again there for NVIDIA. But yeah, things going lower, man. Instead of maybe trying to catch bottoms, why don't we try to hit tops and go short? There goes the break on Apple as well. So downside here. I mean, on Apple, kind of fine with it because we did break our 278 and we had 278, so I'm fine with it. But yeah, downside pressure, we might as well get away from this and then maybe just switch our whole thesis and start to go short. We're down 1% there. I just thought yesterday the reaction to the Fed was fine. But yeah, Bitcoin holding out as well. So I don't know. I still think this market goes
90,
back up.
But it's still at 90. That's the sort of thing. Like Bitcoin, I think the support might be better at 89 than 90 on Bitcoin. We'll see about that. But Open just tucked underneath for a second. Open Door, that is, underneath VWAP, was able to get some out. But it's now approaching that prior low from the aftermarket. And well, the end of the day yesterday. If that takes out 7, then I want no part of it. Still haven't been able to get a dip in silver at all. And I realize we didn't talk about Netflix, but a lot of people mentioning it. I don't know if it's bottomed or not, but the market was going down and Netflix didn't really break yesterday's low. So maybe Netflix is bottoming out a little bit here. And worth mentioning, Warner Brothers is still trading like 30 is real. It's just, you know, like the $30 offer has not been accepted by the board. But, you know, if Netflix doesn't come out with a higher bid, this is priced really high. If they decide they're not going to upbid, and this isn't the bidding war, whatever. It is what it is. I'm skeptical they're going to raise their bid, and I'm hoping that they don't, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm excited for it too, but yeah, I don't know what to think at the end of the day about it. So.
I think I'm just hoping as a shareholder that they don't up their bid, because I think that's a little reckless on their part, but that's just me. Sometimes you get greedy as a shareholder. Oracle is at VWAP right now. If Oracle breaks out VWAP, you got to feel a little bit better about some of the AI names here. So yeah, actually a good bounce. Oracle wasn't doing well off the open, but it just caught a bid 186, up about $4. This would be actually a textbook SSR bounce that you just got here on Oracle. So that's looking pretty good. Really, silver did that much this afternoon and is flat out not moving this morning? Crazy.
Yeah, I did get back into Apple against that low there. I'm just going to see if it holds 25s. I don't know if it's going to, though. I thought maybe the market was trying to go there. We did get a little bit of a spike. I want to go long on Apple because it was positive in the pre-market, and I just think people are selling it out, get a little bit of money out of Apple, and then if this market can catch a bid, I think we go back upside, but we're long right here at 68 again. So flat on the trade right now. Take the profit if you do so want it, but I don't know, man. This market is dancing right here pretty aggressively to the downside, so I'd be very, very careful, and that's why it's like try to lower a little bit of share size here and try to just figure it out. But okay, so it's going to be wrong again. That whole theory of Apple wanting to be a buy today does not look like that's going to come through again to the downside here for Apple. It looks like it wants to break right now, and there it goes through 25 again. So we'll have to slap again another flushy down there for Apple as that gets lower. Man, the market is now breaking. Like, so I don't know. I was even thinking about TQQ long again here, but this is also coming in pretty aggressively. So I don't know. It looks like we're at the bottom of all the markets now. Let's just get this settled a bit. It's 9:40 now, so maybe now is the time that we can sort of start to go a little harder on some of the positions. But that 277 there on Apple, interesting, but we got to let it go for just a couple seconds here and see where we can take this stock. Rivian, we're waiting for them to come up with something, but there's the break lower on Rivian. Yuck. There's our 17 break, but we didn't want that until the day.
We got like 2 hours.
Yeah, so that's a break that
2 hours,
doesn't really make any sense right now for me. But yeah, let's just stick on some of these stocks. NVIDIA, another leg lower. So good out on it for us, obviously, there. And we were saying that we didn't really feel like going short. Maybe we should have. There goes NVIDIA breaking 178 178. That's been a very good level, man, for NVDA. We talked about that. So would love to hit this long. It's just I don't think it's there yet. Just nice rebound there off of 178 flat. Maybe it is after all.
Yeah, so I mean, the market's coming down in. So for the first time, silver did dip into the volume-weighted average price. So took the first shot at it. You can kind of, sorry about this wick. That's like a dark pool data dump. So this support here is at about 56.6. Oh, position was not working. Sorry, guys. I didn't even realize. But I am in silver in front of VWAP. I'm going to put the out to give it more room to 56.6, which is that little support in there. The next fill I get, obviously, it should refresh. And then I'm still in open door off that 7.
Bye.
So it's holding right at VWAP, but there's your prior low at $7. The other thing about open door is this is the 7 support the last couple of days. And I got to put I'm going to put my executions back on here so you guys can see, because I took them off to show you the charts yesterday. So put them back on. So underneath 7, I like the short. Silver, we're into the long. But I think it's Oracle bouncing that could give this market some juice. So right now, look at the bottoming tail candle here on Oracle. Yeah, that looks like it'll play. Like I might have said I liked NVIDIA short, but I liked NVIDIA short at $182.50. What I'm looking for now is if Oracle breaks through VWAP, what do I like to the long that isn't silver? My first thought was Intel 39.5. I actually like that level from yesterday. Like, look at that huge reversal on Intel, and then it had support at 39.5. I only know it because I was short that level, and it wouldn't really go more than like 20 cents or so. So I'm going to look for a mean reversion on Intel while watching Oracle. I don't want Oracle breaking lows, and then I'm trying to fight it.
Yeah, we actually got right back into the long with NVIDIA. We talked about it trying to hold out for that 178. So we got back into that long again, and now we're going to see how high it wants to fly from here, NVIDIA. So there's our 178. Look, we tried it at 179. It did not hit. So we'll try it again right now and see if it does hit. And right now it is hitting. So far so good on that rebound there for sure. So let's get upside again. I'm looking for 80s right here, right now on NVDA. My Bluetooth just keeps on cracking out here, Andre, so I'm gonna have to check that out a little bit later. So I do not have Bluetooth right now. Okay, so NVIDIA, good call there. All right, the other name that we're looking at today is Apple. Apple just whoops. Ciao, I don't know what's going on there, but down goes Apple, that's for sure. Very, very aggressively, thankfully. We only tried that twice, but still twice is probably too many times here. We are now net positive if we were to flatten out our trade on NVIDIA, but I don't want to do that yet. And the other name, again, I want to check out some Palantir love. That was a name that was running yesterday pretty decently. Trying to find an area to buy this name now underneath everything right now. Break of VWAP 184 could get this name going. We're already into NVIDIA, so I think a strong move higher in the overall AI space or the talk of AI would definitely help Palantir and NVIDIA. So we'll stay long on one of those, and that's right now is NVIDIA. Maybe it should be Palantir. Oracle, man, found a bottom, it looks like, right there. Back up to VWAP, back up to the 50-period moving average. Watch out now. That 196, a decent break spot there for Oracle if it does want to get up there. And NVIDIA fails at 179. So maybe that 179 is a spot there of obvious concern. So we'll get another piece out then if we can up there. We'll put a 178.80 marker, see if we can get that as it's just failed again at the top end of this trade. But yeah, Bitcoin's holding out okay now. It's not really doing anything. I don't think IBIT is the trade for now.
You know, well, I feel like this has happened a few times before where like Bitcoin, even the metals sometimes, like they're just not moving as much, especially when they have a bullish day. It can be quiet early because like just now, like we bounced off VWAP on silver. It went 56.7 into 56.9 or so. I'm gonna go for the reload, but unless it breaks out this top, this is gonna be like a nothing burger open. And then I look over at IBIT as well. Not that these are the same thing, but getting kind of the same pattern. Like yeah, it's going up, but like so ever slowly to the upside on Bitcoin. Open door, this is still trying to get back into the downside. If it gets to 680. I'm going to be half out of open door and then looking for a little bit of a push further. And the next door, for you guys in the small cap space, next door is the one that's getting pumped now by Eric Jackson. The other small capper that we had eyeballs on, which unfortunately lost VWAP instantaneously, was iRobot. To say that it hasn't caught a bid would be a distinct understatement. It just broke $5. It's now lost $1 from the open here on iRobot and is red on the session, now down 9%.
What?
So even some of the small cappers that were gapping and running, they ain't catching a bid either, everybody. So iRobot, yikes. Really not going to be a breakout on that.
No, we'll have to wait.
Oh, and BTC, Black Titan, that's halted to the upside now. So
Ooh.
halted down, now halted up. Still under VWAP, but maybe this one can get going again. There hasn't even been much in small cap land, everybody, unfortunately. And I see some people in the chat mentioning Meta. I don't even know, what is that? There's some stock in Indonesia, apparently, that's the same ticker, which I just accidentally went to.
I mean, I'm a little bit nervous if they're going to hit.
It's barely moving.
For hitting Oracle, you know, maybe potentially they do wind up hitting Meta as well, right there. NVIDIA getting hit again to the downside there. Did Oracle just bounce off of that or what? 191, nah, so not much going on. Let's check out AMD. I have to fix this ear thing, man, it's not working out. All right, AMD down to 214, so yeah, this name just, wow. Off that 220 yesterday, a good level there. Now it's making its rounds lower. Here goes NVIDIA, goes AMD and goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the one I'm in, and it's not gonna work out again right there, down in through 178. So we gotta find something. We did have a downgrade on PayPal maybe. Just trying to find something with, okay.
What's that?
Nah, it's just like, I was like, let's find something with some news stories that maybe are a little negative today, and PayPal with a downgrade goes straight up. So that's the kind of world we're living in right now. We just got a little, shouldn't have gone to PayPal there. We just got a nice little bump up there, and I should have taken some out on NVIDIA. Let's see if we get it again. We just bought some more 178s. If we can get something out here in the 20s and at least put some kind of profit on this, I think that's okay. Look, I'm here now for hopefully a run higher, but we can't be stubborn. We saw this yesterday with NVIDIA where we got out and it was a great call because it kept on going lower there. Sometimes, what you think of a stock doesn't necessarily mean what's going to happen in the next 10 seconds or 30 minutes or whatever. So just be careful, have your time, have your orders out, have your stops there, and have a plan of action. So I can clearly see like that just did not break through 20s there. Like where's the resistance here? This should be going to the upside if it wants to go, and sometimes it just doesn't want to go. So we already have, we have our stop now. The market's not going up, nor is this. So we should be probably thinking about exiting stage left on this trade, which we'll be doing if it breaks the day's low, which is coming in right now. So bye-bye to NVIDIA. We just talked about it there. I could have just shorted it for 40 cents there. Maybe we should have done that and got out of these longs. But I think that, the short OpenAI there looks pretty good. I would hope so. I have no idea.
If it was OpenAI, it'd probably be.
Oh, OpenAI, yeah, oh my God.
No, it's open door. No, I would imagine if OpenAI was it was in the markets, we'd be down like 20% on that Oracle news. I feel like people are pumping.
Although they had the news from Disney with the investment.
That's true. We should look at Disney.
There goes
Even
NVIDIA.
silver couldn't go. So we had our stop. It broke down, bounced once off VWAP, tried to run the highs, couldn't again. I'm waiting all the way back for the original plan, which was this. Whoops, went too far. Was this gap fill on silver? So I want to play in front of prior day highs. Open door is sliding to the downside, and I just realized I had mentioned Nextdoor, and that's my bad. Hey, Nextdoor is still actually going up. So iRobot, think, but Nextdoor, Eric Jackson's recent play, that is going higher. And for now, there's a bit of it's going up while Open Door is going down. But I was looking over to see, I just mentioned if Oracle could have sustained a bid, Intel breaking trend. Well, that's distinctly not breaking trend. Low of the day now on Intel, while Oracle's holding the bid here. So I'm not really even sure what is strong to even look for any kind of bids. And I'm not chasing anything to the downside. Yeah, looking pretty nasty here for the NASDAQ, down 1.25%, everybody. Like I don't want to say we're going to have a 2% day, but when was the last time we crossed the 1% mark to not get to 2 in either direction? Not looking good.
No, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, unfortunately. Oops. Oh, I put the wrong price in. We wanted to go long the TQQs there. We got in and out there. Wrong price on the TQ. So let's just wait to see. We're down to, we got in and out for flat there. I was going to put a stop relatively low, where we are now, because we are low. We did look at the TQs into this area. And if you're going to call up a chart here on a 30-minute chart, I was just, Maybe I don't know. We have to be more patient, I guess. It's 950 right now. It's just a short, and I keep trying to find these longs right now. It looks like we might have just made a little bit of a bottom. We had already did a little bit of work on this, so let's try to buy some TQs here. We'll buy it right now off that low, and then just see if it does wind up holding. It's low right now, 42s. So I don't know. We'll see if that can be a number there that winds up holding for us. But we're long right now against that level. So 54, a drop below that, we can get out. So here it comes right in again. The market making a move right now. And I trade the TQs, and of course, this is just triple the NASDAQ. So we could have a move back up, and I'm here for it. But we do have a quick little stop there as the market continues to get hit, man. I don't know. I really like Apple long term, so I think that this is getting into a level as well. Cool. Not that one day sends it lower, but 1.5% right there for Apple was definitely not expecting that. But here we go. Maybe we find a winner a little bit here with the NASDAQ.
Yeah, even Eli Lilly's in the red now after their positive news. They had positive. I was just looking over. Yeah,
there was something about it today.
And again, shout out to Sharice's note, because as we were going over that this morning, I don't think anybody was looking at Lululemon. And then live, you showed
Lululemon. Lululemon reports.
Lulu reports tonight, so I do have it in the back of my mind today. But Eli Lilly, they did have a positive report on one of their new GLP drugs. So this one can't even catch a bid. Like, that's another falling knife. I was just looking, where is there going to be some actual strength in a bigger cap stock? All right, Intel is catching a bid a little bit here off of these lows. So this was the area that I wanted to look to buy on Intel. I just really didn't expect us to be getting there at 950 in the morning. And there's not that many signs of strength yet. I want to see, just put in a bit of a higher low and show me that you're actually curling a little bit here. Silver, still about another 20 or 30 cents before he gets to my dip buy zone, so I'm trying to be patient with that. But at least Intel's at this 39.5. If we can maybe find a close above there to try to catch a bit of a bid. Shout out any names in the chat. Green Saber in the chat. When you're typing a symbol in there, don't forget to type that $sign.
Yeah.
If you like Wayfair, it'd just be $W, and that would pop to the top of the list, which right now is occupied by BTTC, Oracle, and SMX. SMX.
That's another one of those crazy stocks.
Okay, well, it's 207 now. That's that one from Security Matters. Was it last week?
No, last week and yesterday.
Halted now. Look, I'm just going to show you the daily chart, but it's halted at 207.
Man, this market.
Cap is 199. Yeah, that's the one that went to $5 and making a secondary redonkulous push. So just keep in mind what it did a few days ago. Levels don't really matter here, but halted now on SMX. Yeah, that was an interesting one, but be real careful with that thing. Thing dropped $400 from the highs the other day.
Yeah, that was it was one day that you weren't here. It was like $500. It went into the after hours, and kept on going. All right, man. Again, catching longs obviously is like disaster here today. Oracle right now, just trying to figure out what they're doing. 192, not doing much. Netflix on Warner Brothers Discovery, kind of hovering around where it was this morning, 93 and change. Just waiting to hear about some news there. It's interesting because Disney today makes that $1 billion investment into OpenAI, and then gives them the rights to their characters and whatnot for Sora. So now, and then send that cease and desist letter to Google saying that, hey, like if Nana Banana or if you guys in your large language models start to use any of our IP, then there's going to be a problem there. So that's interesting. We'll see how that all plays out, and Disney gets that pop there as well. So 109 up to 111 there. So Disney trying to get it figured out now, and it's a nice little bounce for Disney. And again, if content's going to be king, these guys got a lot of it, especially with their new interest in OpenAI and Netflix, right? So if Netflix can continue to catch higher bids, what does it mean for a name like a Disney as well? So maybe there's something there. Okay, so that's it, man. I'm still long into these TQQs, seeing if that's going to work out for us as well. We had some nice movement, obviously the top side in PayPal, Open Door. And there again, man, we lose again our board there, so we'll see if we can get that back up pretty soon. But yeah, there it goes, Disney upside, and we're just still on these TQQs basically against 54. Like I was trying to find an area for this. This is the NASDAQ in general. I just feel like this is a buying area, and I don't want to be too like in and out of for 10 cents or 15 cents. Like if it's going to work off of here, it should work. So let's just wait to see if this NASDAQ wants to hold some of these levels right into here. So that's what I'm doing, and going to try to be as patient with it as possible here today on the Qs.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that overnight low to tag here, but I am looking at two places, Intel and silver, to get back into it. Intel's trying to hold C, but it can't do it. It can't close above 39.5.
Short.
Just let me drag it across. Yeah, so it won't close above this 39.5. We did get a super chat from Mr. Westermeyer. I see you in there in a quick second. I'm just going to mention that silver is bouncing ahead of schedule. So it's not above VWAP or anything. If it gets above VWAP, I'll probably take another shot at it above the volume weighted average price. I don't mind it having relative strength to the market. I think that actually holds some logical sense. So that's one name that I still think can work to the long side, and I'm going to find, I know we just saw that super chat there. There you go. Thank you, Daniel. You forgot about a CETX order, and it failed at 326. Hold on a second.
Yeah, 360.
Well, first
what
of all,
is the price of it right now?
Oh, snap. That came all the way back? Oh, yeah, okay. I can see why you wouldn't have expected that to fill. So you were probably trying to get it in the pre-market and then got filled at 366. I mean, the good news is it's trying to bounce here. You're not like I've done this before. I've forgotten orders out there and left them, and then you get filled. Sometimes I'll get filled like the afternoon and like, oh, shoot, I had an order at that price. But the good news is you're still trying to hold on to yesterday's low, and maybe you got support at $3. But just do the best you can with it. Like once you're in position, you're in position. Like you can't rewind time. You can either punch out right away and say, I don't want it, or you can manage the position and just manage your risk. That's all you can do at this point. So you kind of buckle up. There was a trainer back in the day who used to like punch trainees into position and say, okay, now trade this position. Read the tape. You weren't monitoring this stock. Now trade this. What would you do? And it's a good exercise. And
in sim mode, of course.
No, of course in sim mode. Yeah, you wouldn't do that in live.
Okay.
You literally can't do that. It's like
No, of course not. Yeah, I was just letting people know that. Yeah, that's actually pretty good, right? Like throw them into the fire and see what winds up happening.
Hey, you haven't been looking at Apple today? Here, I'm going to punch you in a long into Apple. Your job is to manage what to do with it in the next like 15 minutes.
Yeah, Ozan, like I wish I could kindly fix this market. I can't do anything right now. We actually just got right back to flat on our Qs position and didn't take anything out. So I'm trying to see if this can get back up to the upside. I do realize we just stopped at 30 though, so I'll put an offer there to get out of 10%. Or so, because I don't mind dip buying it if it just hangs around here, but we want to be able to see if the NASDAQ can bounce. And I just showed you like, these is kind of the bouncing areas. So I don't even know where I'm going to get out. I mean, we are over exposed to the longs today. I mean, we had the long NVIDIA, we had the long in Apple, both were wrong. And we started the show with like thinking longs. So I just tried to stick with what I thought, but the market came in and absolutely like ran those trades over. So I don't know. I mean, at least we were able to get out of Apple. Like, this is just, I get just a wrong call. Like, Apple was up in the pre-market, and that's the only note that I put on here was like, Apple strong in the pre-market, like, you know, if the market's gonna go up, then I like this Apple long, but then when the market did this, it could have been easy to get away from it, and we did. We lost on it, but we got away from it. So that was good, and there it goes to the downside. I'm not getting away from NVIDIA here, the market, and that's just, I think it's at a decent level. Yeah, I know we got to go to Adara. So, all right, let's go back over to Adara. It's 10 o'clock. Maybe this market can finally catch a bid, but it's not looking like it.
Let's indeed find out if the market does have a bid within it. In 5 seconds, we're getting the U.S. Wholesale inventories month over month for September. Again, more delayed data. 0.1% was the forecast. And what print did we get? I'm not seeing it come through. If I get that, I'll let you know. But again, we did get some data this morning. Lower than expected initial jobless, higher than expected initial jobless claims. So 236,000 initial jobless claims at 8:30 versus that forecast of 220,000. U.S. trade balance, though, a bit lower than expected. So interesting numbers. But again, given the focus on employment data by the market, and especially by the Fed as of late, that higher than expected initial jobless claims number is worth watching. I also just saw the U.S. wholesale inventory print populate 0.5%. So it was higher here than the 0.1% expected. Wholesale sales lower than expected, negative 0.2% versus 0.4% positive expected. NASDAQ just pushing a little bit lower here, very much at low of days, and being led in a lot of ways by RCL. Now, Oracle, of course, with its Q2 2026 earnings report, this is the second time in a row that Oracle has missed revenue estimates, though again, massive growth here for RPO, remaining performance obligations, and still trying to grow that cloud infrastructure revenue. So again, as Oracle kind of changes its emphasis on its business, we do still see this, I guess right now, anyway, the suffering here with the revenue being a miss. Let's talk here about DIS as well. We know Disney was in focus with another kind of AI adjacent catalyst. Disney and Sora announcing a 3-year agreement, and Disney making a $1 billion equity investment in OpenAI. As part of this, Disney also reportedly sending a cease and desist letter to Google. Other earnings names that watch in addition to Oracle include Adobe, Synopsys, and OXM. And then tonight after the bell, we're going to get Costco, R8, Lululemon, and AVGO. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Millions of concussions, but zero approved therapies. Origenics, trading on the NYSE's OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal, brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead. Book a meeting today. And make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to the guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. Just when I thought I was going to come right back to you guys saying bottoming tail candle on Intel, and it immediately is threatening to not be a bottoming tail candle on the 3-minute as it's still heading lower. If it can close the next about 30 seconds or so, this would be a bit of a trend break at that low. It's about 39.50 as well. Silver's heading back to VWAP, but again, like the first long didn't work, so I don't want to rush into the second one and just force it. Open door just, well done, guys. It's looking great. Open door just hit.
It's not looking that great, man. The amount of, basically you're going to swing around and instantly be at the desk, which is okay.
I think that was the idea, though.
I think the idea was to get a little more space, but it's all good. They were going to the gym. We're trying to do better on that one, so hopefully we'll fit in this space. But hey, what's up, Randy? There as well, doing lots of work for us. Thanks, Randy. And Peter, of course. Hi, Peter. There he is. He's right there. He's right on the screen right now. So shout out to our good friends here working every day to get this bigger and better for you. Like, I thought Brendan had some great ideas. Like, we could put press conferences back there. Like today, because we're looking at Rivian, maybe we, put their logo or whatever, like when that conference is going on, depending on if we're allowed to share certain things, of course. But yeah, I think that would be a lot of fun.
Imagine when we have that
charts and.
Exactly. Well, imagine when you have like an Apple event or something.
I think it'd be huge. I think it'd be great, actually. So I think we're all equally excited around here to just do more things, right? More visually appealing ideas, right?
The work goes on.
Yeah, more creativity as well. I mean, we're trying to be, we already are the top, basically, destination for, stock coverage already on YouTube. We want to thank all of you for helping us get to that pedestal, but we want to keep on getting higher. So make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe, become a member, $5 a month. Get all the information. Here we go. Let's go, man. We just got a 48 fill. No, we did not get 48. We're waiting for 48s now as the market comes back a little bit here for us. So we'll take a couple outs here. We're just back to flat now on the TQs. We said we'd taken out, so we did take 10% out right there. We actually got 30. We actually got 40s is what I was saying, sorry. And then I'm waiting at 48 right now, which just bounced off of us. So maybe the bottom. I don't want to call. You never want to call bottoms being in, which is, if I thought that, then I wouldn't be getting anything out. Let's just appreciate the move back here into the 21 period, which is right where I'm sitting at 48, but it looks like it bounced off there pretty good. So let me put a 46, see if we get that instead. It's just funny how that can happen to us. It bounces off 1 penny for no reason. There we go. We get the 46s right there. So now let's wait to see what winds up happening moving forward with these TQs. Not a huge position yet there, Joe, but we're going to wait to see if it can get back to the upside. Probably Joe long off some of these bottoms as well. I need a cup of Joe, actually, very, very soon. So that's what's happening there. Netflix, Tesla, always one that's being watched. That was so funny when Trump called it a Tesla there. All right, 442 and change. Starting to go back up to the upside one more time goes Tesla. And if that happens, then I think we want 445 or so for Tesla. Could be a spot right there. So, yeah, silver is the dog, apparently. I know you were into that one.
It's about to get to the high.
Oh, is it? Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah, well, Intel's working, but I didn't get silver through VWAP, so I can cancel that bid. See, we were just talking about leaving orders in.
Yeah, be careful.
I could have been long, and I could go long here and then left my 56.20 order, which is way down there, and then something happens in the afternoon, and you're sitting there, and you get filled, and you don't want it. I'm trying to get in front of VWAP, but I finally got that bottoming tail wick on Intel, and then break of the prior bar, looking for the VWAP retracement. So get to VWAP, I'll hold a piece for maybe a push into like 39.9 or 40, but again, just sort of waiting for it to show you some kind of a bottoming pattern, a trend break, a bottoming tail at a support level, which is what we got, and then I'll go over to silver for you. Yeah, so this is as it was breaking back through VWAP. I went to get back in, didn't. As you can see, my order's still in there. If it dips, I'll take it. If we end up just breaking out the top, well, I guess I'm taking the breakout here on silver as it continues its strength. I haven't checked gold, to be honest with you. Really just been focusing on silver doing its own thing. It's bouncing, but silver has been stronger lately anyway, so gold bouncing, but nowhere near its high of the day. So yeah, market's starting to come back in here. Not the long that I wanted, but at least it's working for now in Intel. I'll take one more fill at VWAP, and then the next one in front of 39.9.
We're getting a nice bounce right now, so we'll see if it continues to go. Right now, we'd be pretty happy. So let's just let me put another order here at like 68s, and then we can wait to see if the move is real, and we take out VWAP, which is back to 55. So we'll see if we can get something up in and around the 55 marker right now for TQs. But we are at 68 to get out of another piece. Right there, so let's keep on going there to the upside. Oh, you're in. Okay, this man is in. What a surprise there, Joe. Joe waits till I'm like completely dead and then buys it. No, just joking. No. But there it is, Joe. So you're long.
Same thing, man. I'm long 54.10s with 10 cents risk off the lows. Bang, we hit we're at a 5-to-1 right now, 6-to-1 almost.
Look at the volume on the bottom of the tail candle.
Yes.
Hey, man, that's what I was waiting for. I was like, let the market sell, let that capitulatory print come in, and then you can take a long bang. There's almost an 8-to-1 right there, Katina, man. Let's rock and roll.
Yeah, man. Now you're talking my kind of ratios over
bottom,
there, man. Yeah, wait for the bottom. Great job on Joe. And there it goes, man. So, you know, I have the worst P&L name on the day, of course, but we also have the best. And there goes TQs right there back to the upside. So we said we were trying to wait for this, man. We do that. And bye-bye for the TQs right now. So decent move higher right now. There it goes. So good. Thankfully, this is what's happening right now, because if that continued to go lower, man, we were in a little bit of a problem. So I'm glad that Joseph has that trade on right now. Neil's got open door short, Intel long. I've just got the TQQs here as we watch out for the NASDAQ. So, hey, you're welcome, Silverado Blue there. You're, and there it goes, man. I can put it up there. You're just saying thank you so much for the help there on the TQs. And yeah, man, no problem at all. Like I said, it's going to be my best stock. And we just got into it a little bit early, but then we dumped off and waited. We zoomed out. We looked at the broader markets and thought we had maybe a chance. I'm waiting at 88. Maybe a chance for that to go. So there it is. We get our 88s. And yes, sir, the Bulls, Neil, are now running. Thank God. Hallelujah. We've made back half our day right there.
That's what it's all about. And the Bulls are definitely running. We're at VWAP NASDAQ. Netflix is also breaking out, but it might be time to exit open door. I'm just going to show you guys here. If we break this trend, well, we're breaking the trend right now, kill this prior bar over VWAP, and I'll be out. It's about 95. And if the market's going to go, you don't want to get caught in something which is potentially explosive. Silver has not dipped yet, hasn't broken that high of 57, so we just got to be patient. We're able to get into Intel at the right time. You end up with a lower high here, you could easily lose VWAP and be right back and then double bottom. So I don't want to jump in just because I want the long. If that's the move and then we consolidate, then I should be patient with it. Intel, I am holding on to a piece. And I look over at NVIDIA. Not that NVIDIA is the be-all, end-all, but when I watch NVIDIA here, it's struggling to get to VWAP, which is not the end of the world, but in the back of my mind, I gotta respect that. If we lose VWAP here, I don't wanna hold this all the way back into break even. But I am targeting 39.9, and then it's essentially like a 1% move, which is what Intel tends to do on these reversions. So if we get that, then I'm all out of Intel, as NVIDIA is now turning around, it looks like. Yeah, the market gets to VWAP and tries to come back in. Oh, one more thing, I mentioned Netflix. Maybe the bottom is in.
Ooh.
Maybe. Every day that they do not raise their bid is good, in my opinion, because it just decreases the probability that they will. I mean, they could still raise the bid. I think that's a positive sign for Netflix. I'm not calling the bottom yet, because I think you want to give it a week from when the other bid came in, at least. But Netflix looking pretty strong today relatively. For a trade, I would want to see what Warner Brothers is doing, but I'm not really watching it. Yeah, I wouldn't be punching any breakouts. Not punching any breakouts. For a trade, I think you got to wait for the next available dip.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of headline risk in that.
Yeah, I stepped into Netflix at 96 even, so hopefully it can keep on going to the upside there today. And good call out there. You know, we did get out of like the Qs worked, right? So let's just go props up to Joe, props up to everybody in the chat there, Silverado Blue, and everybody that was looking at the broader market there with the NASDAQ. And we found it, right? And so we put that in our pipe and officially smoked it. So there's into VWAP, into the 50-period moving average. Good job there. But damn you, Apple, man. It was still that. I was not confident enough to get back into that, but 274 does hold. So I don't know. I was trying to think about like why would 274 be something there for Apple. Just keep on going, man. Just keep on going. NASDAQ, honestly. I don't even think I want to get out anymore. 274. So you look back here, like there's always going to be, you can always data mine for a chart, right? I mean, you can always look back and say, well, there's where it's going to stop. But like, why didn't it stop here then? You know, that's 276. Like that looked pretty good, right? We just went right through there. So if you are long on this rebound, go TQs. Yeah, buddy. If you are long anything right now, watch out for this 76 area, which is coming up right now on Apple. So 276, congratulations, and pat yourself on the back for that one. That is for sure, man. But here we go, boom. Huge move. Back up to VWAP. You know, I'm going to take out another little piece here at 99s on the TQs and then see if we can let it go. Because it's almost battled. Like, that's a good battle back, man. I mean, you're right back to where we sort of lost it the first time. So we'll see. There it is. We obviously get the 99s, and now we get the O's, and there we go, man. Yes, sir. Big trade there on the NASDAQ with these TQQs. So good movement here, back up to the upside. There we go. So, yes, continuously pushing higher right there. And on what is Oracle earnings day, day one, I guess. Earnings day, I guess, was yesterday. But there it goes. Oracle taking off now to the upside as well. So hopefully this will help the market. We're almost in $1 on a big, big position, man. So happy with this one. We have emptied out over half right now of the TQs, but we still got on half right now. No, sorry, just under half we have left. As we're still going, Joe, big trade right now. And I see you're out of both of yours, so let's just keep on going, guys. So far, so good here.
Yeah, so far so good. It's been a nice morning, no questions asked. Only misstep is going to be silver, and that day is definitely not done. But look, I said where the target was very clearly. There's a reversion. There's the target right there at 39.9. It literally wicked 39.9 on Intel, came right back under, so I just simply punched out, look for the next opportunity. I'd like it to be silver. It doesn't automatically mean that I'm going to find a good entry. I'm trying to go long again off the volume-weighted average price. I am also looking at a breakout of the high, which would be 57. So there wasn't a gap fill, unfortunately, in silver, which if the market had taken us down there, I would have been long. But we'll try to get back in above 56.75 and then look for the breakout higher in SLV. Gold lagging a little bit, but that's been the case the last couple of days. I'm not terribly concerned about that. So as I look for that fill, in the back of my mind, I'm just going to go over some names for you guys that I keep seeing here. Oh, man, I wanted to be able to come to iRobot and tell you how it was going right back into the upside. And it's like by the time I pull back, there's iRobot with a heavy sell candle. Like it just dropped 40 pennies in the 2 seconds from when I was going to pull it up and say, hey, it's getting bullish again. No, it's not. That one heading back into the downside, unfortunately. Not looking good at all for these guys. Not a lot of small cap runners that are holding up today. But they still finally got filled in silver. But Meta, on the other hand, that's not bad. It's only 0.6, but when the market's down 0.9, that's a good sign. I like it. So Meta breaking out yesterday's highs. Oh, this is why the scaling is bad on my chart. I'll have to get rid of these so you can see it better. But Meta looking very strong and leading the market here. Worth noting because,
Meta, okay.
Well, it flat out has not been leading the market for a long time. And now all of a sudden it is. So good for Meta breaking out those tops. Thank you guys for pointing that one out. Silver, so I'm going to give it to this wick bottom, which is about 56.7. And I just see bag holders saying, look at PETS, PTS. So here's the thing with PETS. They have an unsolicited, non-binding offer to be taken private for $4. But both those two things mean it's not a firm offer. That means the board's not supporting it or anything like that. So it's not like it's going to trade at like $3.75 to $3.90. It does provide some upside to that $4, but if the board doesn't end up accepting it, sometimes these don't end up mattering all that much. But yeah, good long in there. That is the news. I forget the name of the company taking them private because I've never heard of them before.
Okay.
Or sorry, offering to take them private because it's not an actual done deal.
Just looking, yeah, don't miss Palantir. Yeah, what's up, Komi Kenna there in the chat. Yeah, well, I am going to miss Palantir because I'm just waiting right now to see what's happening with the NASDAQ. We just took a little bit more out on the top there at VWAP, and we are trying to push back in. So I'm like debating, like, should we, okay, I'm going to take out one more piece right here. Just debating to myself, like, are we getting too greedy by not just emptying out the whole clip here at VWAP? I mean, generally, that's a spot that we like. So I just got out some more 98s right there. But just to your talk about Palantir there, yeah, I didn't necessarily have it on our note today, but I did have NVIDIA and Apple, which were wrong. And then I did have this one, which is good, the TQs. But Palantir, yeah. Great move, right? I mean, that 180 is an awesome level, and I wish I would have actually seen that one instead of the Qs. But we're okay. That's a great level there, 180. So yeah, thanks for bringing that out to our attention, and just fell right back into some of those levels that we had seen before. But not that any levels actually held. If I was going to do anything, it would have been having to wait for 179.50. So yeah, I think we probably would have bought 180 there, giving it like 80 cents or so to that break point there to the bottom. So I think that's definitely a good trade. Like, and this is what we're talking about. Joe mentioned, ratios and whatnot to come in, like, risking, I think it was 10 cents or 20 cents to make $1, whatever it happens to be. This would have been another good example right there where, it comes in and you have to like the long, at first, right? Or else you don't bother with it. But if you did think that Palantir had a chance, which we always do, then holding it against that 179.50 was definitely a play that would have given you some upside magic right there as well. Let's talk about magic. Like, first of all, We lost. The Raptors lost the NBA Cup to the Knicks. So did the Heat lost as well. So shout out to our guy over there.
Mitch.
What's his name? Mitch over there. So shout out to Mitch there. He lost. And then I was watching yesterday. I was like watching OKC. I turned that game on. Like this is a semifinal or quarterfinal game in the NBA Cup. These guys were winning 97-60 at the beginning of the fourth quarter or something like that.
They're right now unstoppable.
Shea has only played, I think, in 4 fourth quarters this year.
They
out
are
of
literally unstoppable.
I know, 25 games in, and my guy has played 4 fourth quarters. Like only stepped on the court 4 times.
The Golden State, like I'm not saying they're, first of all, I do not think they are better than obviously the most epic team in NBA history, the Robin Bulls, the Jordan.
Yeah, well, they don't have
that's the greatest team ever. But this might be better than that Golden State team.
Well, I mean, how they ripped off, like Kawhi Leonard, like, wow, that guy, like, really screwed over a lot of, the only team that I don't think he did screw over was us. I mean, San Antonio won with him as well. But how bad is that Kawhi Leonard trade's been?
Hey, we got our ship.
They gave up 5 firsts and Shea to get Paul, and then they had to go and get Paul George to make him happy. I don't know, man. Whatever, man. This is a little bit of stock talk with some basketball talk in there as well. But I like the Raptors. I don't know what their chances are of making it too far. But there's talk of us getting AD. If that ever happens, man, forget about it. I do not want to get AD.
Who said that?
Shams.
No.
Yeah, we're one of the leaders right now for AD. But
no.
You don't want Scotty Barnes sniffing that work ethic at all. Like, that guy's name is street clothes for a reason. We better not give up anything if we're going to get Antonio Davis, man. It's not like we're giving up Luka Doncic for him.
No, Shams better have that wrong. No, legitimately, you have a young team which is building and doing all the things right and melding together. The last thing you want to do is disrupt it like that, because you're going to have to give up too much to get a guy that you probably can't rely on.
Not probably can't.
Well, I mean, look,
cannot rely on.
Nothing's a 0% probability.
No, but let's just say there's 80 games in the season.
10% chance that he has a full season.
Yeah. No.
Non-zero chance. I think it's 10. I think each season is a 10% chance he plays 70 games.
Yes.
It's low. It's terrible. But let's see if we can get this bounce going. Ooh. Well, okay, fine. I just heard in our ear. If anybody trades oil in 10 minutes, you've got nat gas storage. I'm not even paying attention to that.
Although
I will note
that
you do have to look at the 2026 January contract for that. I updated that on my quote board recently. So I'm trying to add to silver in front of VWAP if I can. I'll play some out before 57, but I'm still taking the breakout at 57. So it's almost think of it as like a separate trade. If it breaks 57, I'm going long, and we're going to the small cap recap with Adara.
If there's anything big there with oil, I will keep you guys apprised of that. Let's talk over here about NXDR. You've heard of Open Door, but have you heard of Nextdoor? This is Eric Jackson of Open Door fame's new stock pick. He announced this yesterday on social media, calling it, quote, the most mispriced agentic AI platform of the 2020s. So nice look here for NXDR that has given back some of this early rally. Let's talk about BEAT. This is a day to move. Now, this one actually initially rallied yesterday, Heartbeam, after announcing FDA clearance for one of its treatments. Benchmark this morning responding to this news, upgrading it to a buy rating with a lofty $8 price target. That is more than 4 times what Heartbeam is currently trading at. And last but not least, SMX. I've talked about this before. Security Matters likes to release press releases, like press statements, once a day. So today, their statement is that they cracked the textile code and it changes everything for the global supply chain. I mean, again, this is from SMX themselves, so be careful. But either way, SMX was another press conference in the stock with another move up. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at BTCC because, guys, I just found something. You know what it is? Crazy. I'm digging into exchanges and I stumbled across BTCC. It's top 30 globally, but here's the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. Well, major exchanges keep getting wrecked. BTCC stays untouched with 0 KYC if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe. Through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. Seriously, what am I missing here? Scan the QR code for more info. Back to Neil and Sean.
Thank you very much, Adara, for sure. And I see you in the chat there, a couple people mentioning, right now you're getting a really good trend. Gold did just pick up. I'm looking at Barrick there. gold at the highs, while silver's still trying to break in. Now, for most of the day, silver was relatively strong, but it is coming into that 57 resistance. So I think, and again, this is just my opinion here, you're at that resistance spot, and you might have gotten there first, but you're not moving as much because you've got this overhead double top that it's trying to break. So you were already gapped up, so it needs to relieve that pressure and bust the top. I'm looking to add on a breakout, but I'm also going to buy the dip into VWAP. But it is worth mentioning that you got gold going. A lot of what's going on here is, remember when we're talking about like Oracle, like allow Oracle to make a bid, and then it caught the bid, did not go long Intel until there was confirmation that the thing that was leading the market here was going to go. So yeah, I do like a secondary play here, potentially through 40. But for now, I think I'll wait to see how VWAP can hold. Got the breakout play for silver, going to buy the dip there as well. And I'm going to try to pay attention to this Intel if it gives me another setup. But I want to try to find places where I know what I'm looking for. Like I said, bottoming tail wick, get my breakout, or say like a dip into VWAP that holds, or a trend trade. Those are what's end up working the most for me, and that's what I want to be able to do. But this is a nice bounce the market's going to get. NVIDIA, that's now starting to cruise. Here comes that volume-weighted average price. As the market is looking like it wants to try to go green and break out some of these tops here. Just keep in mind, not everything is at the highs. We showed you Meta was breaking higher and looking good. The metals are looking pretty good as well. But NVIDIA is still down 3% overall. Like, this is not like an everything rally. AMD is still down 3%. So there's a ways to go in a couple of the chip names here more than anything else. So big time ride. Oh no, just as I said it. Yeah, getting a bit of a reverse here. I'm looking at Intel to try to break that 40, but it might not be able to. Might get a little bit of a pullback here on this bad boy. Still only 10:20, plenty of time in the day. You had to be patient, and part of patience is, hey, know what you're looking for and make sure you actually get it. Oh, thanks, brother.
I did not get Randy one, and now I'm in trouble, so I have to go back and get Randy one. But the thing is, look what's happening. Look what's Randy, come on, man. Hold on a second. I'll go back and get you one right now. I am literally like, we could pay for the espresso machine here. Let me just get this out right here. There it is, man. 52s, 53s. Bang! That's what we're talking about, man. That is a face slapper right there on the TQQs as we just rip higher and higher and higher right now. So if we didn't have Apple today, we'd be positive. But even on that, we're just trying to make that loss back right now. But wow, what a move. I mean, we've tried to hold that. And we were talking, the thing about this is why I feel good about this. Well, I feel good about the trade, obviously, because this is the trade. But I feel good about it because we talked about this as potentially be a longer term swing right there. By longer term for me, I mean, you know, getting in right here at 957 and then still having half of your trade like at 1020 is for me pretty long term right there. Normally you guys saw me yesterday just like that, and we probably got out of too much there. But again, like into this level was definitely the first, right? I mean, we were pretty patient getting out of our first little tranche right there. Then second right there. These were probably unnecessary as we rip up into the 50. Then all this at VWAP, fine. I'm doing that 10 times out of 10. And then right back into there, this level, I got to get out. So maybe I'm over analyzing the chart a little bit and just, you know, picking spots, maybe two specifically. But that's the 200 period. So we got to do that, and we take out 10% of what we had right there. I'm actually going to take out another 10% right here of what we have left. So we actually still have about a third, maybe 30%, maybe just high 20% left on this trade. So it's going to be for me just day saver right there for sure. Like if that cracked lower, man, then we would have had obviously the hit there on, like we've made up more money than we lost on NVIDIA, like that was that. And then right there on Apple, and it's all about share sizing for me. Like, you know, we put on a good share amount, so even when we lose 50 cents, it still does hurt. So that's why when the market moves back up for us like this on the Qs, I do tend to get out when we have 50 cents $1 winners, but we're trying to now extend that a little bit higher. It's your dollar, oh here, it's a dollar club right there on the TQQs as we continue to climb there. I mean, it's a nice rebound for the market, so I'm sure a lot of longs were printing there today, so congrats. And then even that call on Palantir was probably an absolute monster. Yeah, well, look at that. I mean, right back up there to the 50 period, or so the 200 period moving average again. So good calls there. Oracle, Neil probably moving. Micron,
Oracle's really moving.
Yeah, Micron, I guess, too.
Well, Micron was already
Micron. These things are, I don't know why I'm holding my earpiece in my AirPod in my ear there, but yeah, nice move up there. So everything back pretty much to the 200s for what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, the only thing that's no breakout on silver, so I'm still going to have my stop order to break long, but this might just pull back into VWAP for a reload before it breaks that top. So if that happens, then I'll probably be buying again here in the high 70s, low 80s, instead of breaking at above 57. But, oh no. Yeah, well, I mean, it was breaking trend. This might have been, open door might have been a better hold than anything else. But it was breaking that trend down, so I got out. Looks like it's headed right back into the lows. If it pops, I'll probably give it another shot off the volume weighted average price. I did just see, was that a super chat?
No. It was just.
Okay, I didn't want to miss a super. It's fine. I didn't want to miss a super.
Yeah, no, it was just a great log. Thank you so much. Nice. Thank you, Adrian. That's good, man. It means a lot that you guys are watching our trades and. Just trying to learn from us. That's all that we can ask at the end of the day.
It's more important, like where do you, where, why the level,
exactly.
where,
That's
why
all that
the
matters.
entry, that kind of a thing. DeLeon just said Apple is going.
Of course it is.
And then I see Kraft Heinz is again at 52-week lows being put in the chat. Why are we kicking Kraft Heinz when they're down?
That's what you do. That's what you do. I mean, these stocks, right? Like Kenvue was down for a while as well. Another K name over there. J&J.
Pretty bad.
Oh, here. You know what? Let's just check this out right now. We haven't had much news from Adara this morning. Like Eli Lilly maybe. Moving around there, up 3% right now goes Eli Lilly, so that's a good call over there. Today's day is red. Needless to say, and led by the tech space, right? And so what makes the market goes up often makes it go right back down. Just so much focus on the broader market with these market caps. So like when you get a move down in Apple and Nvidia, and they're literally $3 and $4, $5 trillion almost Nvidia was there. That's going to affect the ETFs, and then it's going to get hit, right? And they go to the downside. Oracle still down 13%. Yikes on that one. Palantir still red, right? Down 2%. It's nice to see the financials. So this is what we talk about when we have guests on that talk about our RSPs with the relative strength. So it's not just focused on the S&P 500. It's everything equally weighted. So there goes financials upside today as well. Tesla down. I mean, is it Costco's tonight? I think. Yeah, Costco, Lululemon. So we'll wait to see what Costco wants to do these days. Hovering around $900 right now. $875 for Costco. Home Depot, another great long I think in the space. So watch out for that. We do have natural gas out right now as a draw down on natural gas. So you can look at that. I think it's, what is it? NG/, let's go to the January 26 futures right there for nat gas. And again, if you're over here at Real Trading, you could definitely trade this. There it goes right now. Nat gas actually down 5% right now. Not a good day for nat gas today, which is kind of surprising. I like natural gas as a play. Right now, again, trying to power the world. I think this is one of the cheapest, if not the cheapest, energy source that we can find. I mean, that's somewhat efficient, but that's the problem. It's not as efficient as all these other names, nuclear names, so on and so forth. So just watch out there for NG. It's moving around there today. Nat gas on a draw right there. Lululemon tonight. If we can hold 180, that's going to be a level to see tonight. I don't think we could get into 180. I don't know. There's been numerous times where we've tried this 190 and we just even fail off of it again today, 188. But Lululemon, man, we're still long in the 170s, so that's still kicking out as well. And then the other play that I made, Uber was a recent buy of mine. That's right back to where I bought it. They got killed yesterday. And then Target, yes, sir. Let's floss this one off, man. This was kind of a risk, Target. And I was only buying it because new management, thought that there could have been some sort of an activist action in here, but there it goes, right back to where we need it to be, man. Target, a good little call there in the retail space. So glad we have that name. A whole bunch of stuff happening. And I see there is still some talk about that DXYZ there.
Definitely. Because we mentioned
SpaceX,
this before. Right? SpaceX, Elon kind of confirming that SpaceX could go public next year via IPO. So Destiny's up 7%. Remember, you're paying essentially a double premium to what the value of the holdings are based on last funding rounds to what you're getting on DXY. So I think this is more of a trade than anything else. And it'll be interesting to see what happens to this thing as some of those companies mature. But this is 23% of their holdings are in SpaceX. So it's the vehicle that you can use to trade it. Obviously, a little bit of volatility off the open. Look at the chop fest on this. Kind of wild. For sure. Aura Alpha saying, look at Rocket Lab. Although Aura Alpha, not to call you out or anything, but $RKLB next time. And then we'll see it on the visualizer for sure. If Rocket Lab catching a bid, remember, a lot of this is going to be sympathy to SpaceX. You know, ASTS is going to be making some power moves for sure as well today. I would suspect that it is also up. Like, if I'm not just saying, like, whatever. I think this would be better to express optimism in SpaceX than that Destiny stock. Because at least you're investing in a real company which is doing stuff that you can analyze, as opposed to slapping some crazy premium on something where they have like 99 other holdings that you're not interested in, and you're paying a premium for all of them with Destiny. And I have nothing against them. It's just you got Rocket Lab or ASTS that you could try to figure out, and then you're only worrying about one stock, which is much easier to do.
All right. Yeah, I mean, that's why we brought up ASTS earlier. It's literally Space Mobile, so AST Space Mobile upside. So yeah,
I wanted to say AST.
Really like that call there. So hopefully that continues to work. Of course, remember we had that Disney news today back in. So it hits that almost 112 there pretty much during that announcement. And what they've done is they've now basically licensed out their, I don't know if it's their full catalog or what, to Sora, to OpenAI, plus $1 billion investment in OpenAI, and then sending that cease and desist letter over to Google for Gemini there, saying, you know, you better not, if someone asks you to make a Bell something, then you got to say no to that, or Star Wars, or, you know, send Neil plus Yoda, some sort of a thing there. We got to watch out for that. But yeah, no, I worry about Disney and their theme park. I know it's getting a little bit expensive, obviously, but it's always been the case there. We'd like to see it above the 200 period moving average. And this just kind of looks, which it's at right now, this kind of just looks, you know, it's not making higher highs or anything like that right now. But we're going to have to take out this 116. I think I'm in the name. I'm in the name not very heavy, that's for sure. And I'm not concerned about it, and I'm not dip buying anything either. This was a big COVID name. If you guys remember, we were dip buying this into the $80 mark at COVID. You can go all the way back to 2020. Our chart won't do it, but this $80 has really been something on Disney. I think we only breached it maybe once in that last 5 years, and we've had big time moves, 50% retracements back to the upside, right? $80, buy that, take your 50% profit, buy it again, take it again, buy it again, take it again. So there's been lots out, like the tops and bottoms have been well defined here in Disney. So now that you're kind of in the middle, I don't know if there's really any point to doing that. If you want to buy this name, try to buy it on dips. I just don't know if that's going to be,
you know, what's different, and this is something Brian Shannon, when I had Brian Shannon on one time, I was filling in for you.
Yeah.
And go back to the chart for a second. It's just easier this way. What he was saying is when you have that channel, only start to like it, like buying higher lows, when something as simple as the 200 period moving average starts sloping upwards.
Yeah.
So when you zoom out, notice how it was always sloping down, and then it breaks that and starts leveling out and up.
That's right here?
Yeah, he goes, that's the point when it's like,
right
that's when you should like buying it. So instead of buying it at the, like down here,
yeah,
like early, when all of a sudden it's sloping upwards, then buy the dips into that support level.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what, well, again, I was
the only problem is it only it starts slope. The problem is by the time you start seeing it sloping up,
but you get this buy.
Oh, you mean?
That's the dip buy, you with more confidence.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, 200, yeah. No, I agree. I mean, look, I mean, that's just another theory. No, it's a good concept. The support at 80, I think, is what we want to do. So, yeah, that's why, man. Anchor VWAPs also, right? I bet you an Anchor probably works pretty good on that as well.
COVID lows would be big for any entertainment company.
Yeah.
Entertainment, travel, go to the COVID lows. Oh, we're going to break trend. So just a quick update. Silver did break out that high. Added, I'm out if the trend line breaks and waiting for VWAP. So if it breaks this trend line from the low, this is when the market made the bottom, broke VWAP, got some in, took some out in front of the high, added on a breakout. We break this trend line on the 3-minute. I'm going to jump out. I have to manually move that stop. That's one feature request I would like. I would love to be able to draw a trend line and then be able to use the trend line as my out on P-Pro. I'm going to, whatever. They'll tell you to use the API to do it yourself, usually is the response. But that's the plan of action for me. Going to try to cover some into the quarters as we're now starting to maybe pull back a little bit. I want to make sure that silver can maintain this upward trend while other things pull back. Like NVIDIA, which is not on the Amex, like silver is, that lost VWAP and is heading back in. Intel, which I thought maybe a breakout at 40 or VWAP hold, neither. Right back into the lows. So Yeah, I mean, now that you're losing VWAP again, I want to wait till we get to my support level to take another shot at that bad boy. Let's go to Adara at the desk. Yes? Oh. That's okay. We're just going to wait a quick little second. That's absolutely fine. But I can continue to slap the fail on myself on open door. I get out, and it's right back to the low. So I am trying to short this again at the volume-weighted average price. Market's doing that whole yo-yo action. Do a V-shape one way. Hopefully we don't do a V-shape the other, Adara.
Okay, it looks like we are ready now for Adara, so let's go over.
What?
No, we are not. It's because we're getting blocked.
Oh, yeah, I didn't
so
even
yeah,
realize.
Peter in the back there is going to fix that desk, and then okay, now he's out. So all right, let's go over to Adara now for Sector Watch.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to let you guys know Bob Iger, CEO of Disney, is apparently on CNBC. Just be aware. I can do Sector Watch here, though. I already have it up, so why not? Just do it while we're here. We'll take a look at this sector board, because electronic technology, once again here, really leading the direction of this market. This is a very, very red board. Broadcom and NVIDIA actually down the exact same amount as of right now, as we do get Oracle over down in here in tech services, dragging down the whole market after its earnings report. Now, this is the second quarter in a row that Oracle has missed revenue. I think that's really worth noting. This quarter, though, they actually did beat EPS, and of course, the remaining performance obligations and their AI infrastructure are certainly on watch here. Other weak names in these tech sectors, though, include Qualcomm, Intel over here in electronic tech. Then in tech services, you've got Palantir and Google to the downside, though tech services a lot stronger than electronic technology because you have Netflix, Apple, and et cetera trying to buoy the sector a bit. Finance on watch here with Visa, MasterCard to the upside, paychecks to the upside, retail trade generally strong, though. Amazon bringing down the sector, health technology, consumer non-durables, utilities, process industries, non-energy minerals, and consumer services all looking good. Consumer durables and producer manufacturing a bit weaker as well. It's worth noting, in NVIDIA Newsroom just quote tweeted a post from Lockheed Martin, so just be aware, potentially keep an eye here on LMT as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Didn't show up. Just double check the Holt scanner there. Thank you, Adara. For everyone trading our good friend SMX, halted at $264 with a tap of 265. It is breaking out yet again, only 81% to the upside today. You know, obviously not doing the, what was it, 600, whatever nonsense it was about a week ago, on way less volume. I hope you guys can see. This is volume at the bottom. Look at the volume and the big push. Look at the volume on today's push. 570,000 shares have traded on this thing. Yeah, that's not a lot, obviously, but nowhere near what it was doing before. So do I think it can have as much juice? I would say no. Typically, that's the case. So look for where the sellers went out before, like 340 to 350, and then in here, maybe at like the 280. Make sure you pay yourself out. That's not a little less volume. That's way less volume than before, everybody. So just be really cautious with our good friend SMX. And then that JZXN is also halted as well. That one's from yesterday.
Yeah, well, Costco beat tonight. That should be interesting. You know, IBIT here, 89, is just trying to get lower again here, IBIT. So it just broke through on Bitcoin, down through 90,000. We'll see where this one wants to wind up. And we said that there could have been some buy opportunities here for IBIT. And I think we're getting really close to those opportunities if you were thinking about it. We kind of bounced off of some of these buy zones that we talked about in the pre-market again. $50 as the complete bottom. We're still a ways away from that. It doesn't move that much throughout the day, this name. I mean, crypto will move when it breaks levels, but it hasn't been like that's this crazy move. There hasn't been too many moves. Sometimes overnight you'll come in and it'll be down $2,000 or $3,000 from maybe where we were the last trading moment, like at 4 p.m. But for IBIT right here, this is an interesting level for sure, man. $50.89 or so, 51 bucks right here. So you're coming back in. We did get lower into $50.65. So if you were thinking about going long right now on crypto, that's not a bad spot to hold against there. I think this 80 is a little bit better to give yourself 15 cents worth of room. So if we do pull back into IBIT, so down another 20 cents or so, we should be able to think about getting away from that. We talked earlier about the strong metals. We looked at silver. We talked about gold earlier as well this morning as well. And I really like that one. I'm really glad that we added some of this or averaged up into this one at 376. It's been doing quite well. And then against, unfortunately, the DXY, this is an hour chart for that. Maybe we can, let's call up like a 15-minute or so. Let's go 5 minutes right there. So the US dollar is still making lows right there, as well as the TLT, I think, was higher this morning. Yeah, it's coming back in a little bit right now. So that's coming back. So we'll have to wait if there's anything going on right now with TLT and the Treasury and just the longer end of the curve. But DXY, the dollar strength turns to weakness real quick right there. So that's still making lows right now. And, you know, that's never really that great for some of these multinational companies as you want to repatriate some of those US dollars back into strength, not into weakness. So, you know, names like Google and Apple, and I mean, that might be part of the Apple story there, as, you know, you sell your wares over there in China or India or Europe or whatever, and then they pay like whatever it is, you know, 1,000 British pounds for it, and then you bring your money back into the United States, and unfortunately that 1,000 British pounds is only worth 1,000 US dollars, when yesterday it was worth 1,100, let's just say, for example. So that's why it's important for some of these multinationals that do a lot of business outside of the US to remain strong with a strong US dollar. And if the market continues to come down, which you have the NASDAQ now down 1%, SMX up 81%. I just heard in my ear again that this is now halted one more time. So there's SMX now halted and blasting through. So I think we talked about it would it break back through 500. Today might be that day. The tap just now at 265, that's literally where we halted. So we'll have to wait to see if there's anything going on there. Oh, Trump tweeting that the stock market just hit all-time highs. Did we? I mean, he always talks about the DIA, so.
The Dow, yeah, the Dow maybe, but
yeah, the diamonds. I wanted to check.
No, this morning the Dow was up 1% when everything else was down.
Yeah, so that's, yeah, it looks like, yeah, there it goes again. Yeah, he's not wrong.
Who says the market anymore for the Dow?
Wow.
The S&P 500, fine, but I know we talk about the NASDAQ, but I can accept the S&P 500. The Dow is not the market. Like, get out of here. Like, it's not even.
Well, it's the only thing making all-time highs, so
that's
you gotta stay it, right?
I know you were just pointing out SMX, which is halted up, and that's obviously great for anyone that's long, but that BTTC, we've talked about this before. This is one of the reasons why we're on at 8 a.m. It's not just so we can go over more things and get to the news and get to all the news or as much as possible, or talk about the 8:30 numbers before they happen and as they happen, but also for some of these small cappers, we are able to get them to your attention while they're still good. I saw someone in the chat talk about who was pumping this stock, and I don't want to get into all of that, but the high was literally, like we mentioned it a couple of times, and then after that was the top. It's now halted down at $6. Going to open potentially just a little bit lower. So its best days were in the pre-market, and that is often the case. It doesn't mean, that's not a bad thing necessarily, it's just something you have to adjust to if that's your jam as a trader. All right, so, when did I go to the ruler tool? I never use that. Get out of here, that's ridiculous. I'm gonna go with my drawing tool back. So if we lose trend on silver, I'm jumping out. But the other way I'm looking at this is prior high 57, and then the measured move where you're holding that bottom was about 50 pennies. So I'm now targeting the 57.5. Out. So now that it's breaking, it's all-time highs. Either we break trend down, or I get to 57.5 on the silver trade. So it ends up working out. But you know what? Like, the initial long didn't work. Wait for something to start setting up. It's established a trend. Once it confirmed that higher low, jump in. Showed you the breakout where you can use the same trend line and then just kind of work with that. Otherwise, it hasn't been all that clean. And arguably, gold has been better. GLD with a pretty clean breakout as well. Although remember, gold isn't even at the all-time high yet. Still some room to go. And as rightfully pointed out by our fantastic community, why not look at GDX? GDX is breaking out the 52-week high. Gold isn't even getting there. So the miners are getting an outsized proportion of this rally here today. So if you want to look at some individual names, that's probably a good way to go. Metal's strong. When the market bounced, these broke the you-know-what out of the tops. I can say heck. Broke the heck out of the tops. And it gets you both ways. It's momentum, risk on. Then it gives you some cover for the easing that the Fed did. They did the QE yesterday. So that's obviously going to be positive for the metals, more inflation. So I think that's a good sign that they're behaving the way you would expect. Like, I wouldn't have felt very good if we didn't get a bounce in gold and silver today. I would have been like, what the heck is going on? And just throw your hands up. But thankfully, they are going the way we expected.
Yeah, good. Good there for gold and silver. We talked about the U.S. dollar, a little bit of a talk there rather than just all about stocks all of the time. Let's just see what happened here. NG, I want to check these nat gas futures one more time here. So it's starting to push a little bit lower there. Again, I kind of think I like gas, nat gas at these levels, but I guess it goes and we gotta watch it. Where's my weather almanac? Maybe into a cold winter possibly for nat gas. We did have a little bit of a cold spurt on the northeastern seaboard over the last couple weeks, and that's sort of maybe that sparked that. But today we have a bigger than expected draw. So you'd think that that would have been a good thing, but it sends the price down right there for nat gas down today, feeling some of the pressures there. All right, so TQ's, again, out there at VWAP, out at VWAP again, and now trying to let it go down. We have about 25%, a little bit less actually. Let's call it 20%. Actually, it's pretty much exactly 20%. So we told you we had about 30%, take out 5% more right there. Lucky enough to get that bump, but here comes the market. Bring it on back down, and I think that if you're going to short anything, we talked about Apple and that U.S. dollar. That's coming right here into VWAP and now heading a little bit lower. So we are now 10 minutes away from the midday show where they'll be talking probably, I mean, they talk about everything. Joe trades, you know, similarly to these big cap names like we do there, but they'll probably be talking about CETX today and any of these kind of like low float type of runners. But here's the hot list that I look at every single day. And right now it's Tesla. So we can have a quick look there. Tesla right now. Ooh, Tesla. Ugh. Is that at the day? Wait a second. Is that at the day? Is that the low of the day now for Tesla? I mean, I think it must be.
That's not good.
Yeah, breaking right now. In there in the tooth. I have to talk to this dentist again here. No, I'm feeling fine. But right into there, 440 again. Okay. Tesla downside there. Breaking right now lows. So there it goes. Tesla just breaking the low of the day. Okay, that kind of came out of nowhere. And then we have, yeah, I would think that that's what it looks like. And Rivian Tank City as well. Wow, Rivian down 7%.
But don't forget, everybody, Rivian's having an event in an hour and 10 minutes. So 12 o'clock, they're having their AI event.
You think something leaked? Like, I mean, it's Tesla's also down the same.
I think it's maybe just following Tesla.
And remember, we say this all the darn time. And that is you sometimes you buy the rumor and sell the news. So, you know, on, of course, a day where they're maybe expecting to make some kind of announcements, not a surprise here that we start to edge a little bit lower. And we already broke through that 17. That would have been the trade for me there today. We exactly said 17 on here. But the problem with that was I was very specific to waiting to 12 o'clock. So, okay, Adara's got some sort of a breaking news story. So let's go over to her and figure out what she's all about.
Sam Altman and Bob Iger looks like they're together here on CNBC doing this interview. Sam Altman saying that demand in the market is pretty extreme and they'll soon be launching a new model. GOOGL dropping. It's also worth noting, we heard those reports here suggesting that Disney filed a cease and desist letter here to Google. Yeah, it turns out this actually, Bob Iger sort of addressed this as, again, the CEO of Disney. He said that they're in conversation with Google over concerns over the use of their intellectual property or IP. So that being addressed here by Bob Iger. Keep an eye here in DIS and GOOGL as, again, this, it looks like a joint Altman-Iger interview as far as I can tell. Either way, they're both speaking on CNBC right now. So just be aware. And also be aware here of this US dollar, because we'll do a money talks here. This U.S. dollar is dropping on the daily. I mentioned for a while here, basically since actually the September Fed meeting on September 17th, we were holding support on the daily. For the DXY, that support has dropped, and we just broke through yesterday, actually, as of the Fed reaction. It looks like we broke through the most recent level of support that had been established around 98.7s. Let's see how far this U.S. dollar can fall, but overall, not a great look. Now, just to quickly recap the Fed yesterday, we did have the fourth straight meeting with a dissenting vote. Actually, this time, 3 dissenting votes. So the Fed voted 9-3 to cut rates by 25 basis points in December. Again, we had 2 Feds who actually thought they should have held rates in place. One, Feds Myron, who wanted a larger cut than was actually delivered. And I think it's also worth noting, too, Feds Powell said that no one's base case right now is a rate hike. People are just, you know, not necessarily in agreement in terms of how quickly these rates should be lowered. But before we send you back to Sean and Neil, I do want to remind everyone to hit the like and subscribe. And I want to thank our friends at Trade the Pool. For too long, trading meant risking your own money. We're never having enough to start. The fear of losing. It kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that is changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets with its limited risk trading model, which allows traders to use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This helps traders focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit that profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. That's the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off your first evaluation. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
I mean, the market's getting hit pretty good right here. I mean, I think a lot of that does have to do with Tesla and Google. And Neil and I just talking about Netflix a little bit there. And look, the deal's done with Warner Brothers. It's done. They've already signed it. It's all done. Netflix is taking them out at that deal. But, of course, look, if this was in London or anything like that, different regulators, you wouldn't be able to keep on going back and forth with these kind of deals. But of course, the United States has sort of riders in there where they can pay $5 billion and then reassess, another deal, which to me is kind of bullshit. But I mean,
it's standard practice now.
Exactly.
So when I started trading buyouts, there'd be the occasional go shop period and all that kind of stuff. Now every single deal that gets announced, well, I mean 99, whatever, it's well over 90% of the ones that I look at will have these go shops on them. And so you do have to, like, that's why I keep saying, like, Netflix can respond to this. They haven't yet. And then they get to say, essentially what's happening is Warner Brothers gets the opportunity to let this play out the string by saying we're evaluating the higher bid, even though the boards approve the Netflix offer. And so that gives them some cover for Netflix to just on their own decide to up their bid. Now, if Netflix says we're not upping the bid, then it's like balls in your court, the board. You got to say which one you want to do. And anybody that's long at like $29.60 right now, Warner Brothers could get rugged. That's why I wouldn't be like, it was one thing to buy it at 27 because you were getting 24.25 plus some Netflix shares, and that was valued at just under 28. So 27 was one thing to buy there. But to buy Warner Brothers here, it's like, okay, well, to me, your only upside is that Netflix raises their bid. That's it. You're basically gambling, not gambling, but
that's right. I mean,
trade is a bet.
We don't know.
Trade is a bet. You're betting that Netflix is going to raise their bid, and if they do, great. Because if you end up, even if they accept the cash bid from Paramount Skydance at $30, by the time this would close, that's not even a reasonable time value of money that you'd be getting on that deal. Like, you'd be better off, like, you could literally just put it into any kind of a money market account and do better, because it'll take over minimum half a year to close the deal, and you'd be getting 50 cents from here. So anyways, it's my 2 cents. Like, I wouldn't buy this stock here at all, but it would make sense at 27 the other day, but it doesn't make any sense here, unless you're all in thinking that there's gonna be a higher bid from Netflix. So 57.5 did come in on silver. I didn't wait for a topping tail candle. I just that was the target. I got out. I'm half considering whether I want to reload on the trend line, but it did go to kind of the targeted move. So I'm not going to automatically buy the trend line. And also the time of day, I might let it retrace a little bit further as well. Open door, I might be able to get back into. I've only traded that Intel and open door. Cancel VWAP there. This will be the fail for me. I liked it to 7. I was really giving it a chance to work, and then just for whatever reason, and the market was turning. Not for whatever reason. The market was turning. I'm like, okay, well, the market's turning. I don't want to get caught in this, so I got out of open door. That's the one that'll kind of gripe me, because I could have just been continuing to sell in front of $7. Now you're back at the low of the day. So yeah, not as good as it should have been on open door. Unfortunately, this is one of those, I might be marginally up on it, and I could have been a lot more up if I wasn't holding, like I said, I was holding half of the trade for a breakdown underneath the low. So really, I still had half of the shares when I came back in there. So I'm going to consider that one a fail, because it did pretty much what I wanted, and I don't think I liked any of my entries except for these, and I really don't like my stop out there, unfortunately. Intel ended up not being a secondary long yet, but I don't want to give up on this, because it's bouncing pretty much where it did before, right about that 39.5. So if it can break the trend again, I might take the secondary shot here on Intel. Only about 3 minutes here.
I think
the other day we didn't do what's for lunch, remember?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was that barbecue chicken. I just want to put this up because Neil and I are just talking about it right now. And yeah, Alexi, I did buy some at this level. I bought some at 96 a couple days ago. So I'm long Netflix now and fine with it, and looking to buy more if it gets lower. I mean, they had a good quarter, And you know, the price, we just went over it. So yeah, I am buying a little bit more Netflix there. So thanks for that. Well, not here. I'm buying some more, a little bit lower. If we can get into that 92 again, I'll think about it. But looking more at that 88 level. All right, we just had a huge move down, obviously in the futures, as we talked about what Google's been doing. And then for some reason, man, we got right back up to 55 again. So we do short that level right there, sort of the shelf that we broke off of. We will get another piece out there as we get lighter and lighter on this position. Still, you know, triple digits as far as shares are concerned on this. So we'll wait. That could be 101. It could be 99, 99, 99 right there. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening now with the TQQs. But Neil just nailed it. Let's figure out right now. What's for lunch? Apparently Jeff Mendel's coming through. So if he comes through, then he should be taking us out for lunch and then bringing back a doggy bag for Sharif and Joe over here. Shout out Sharif's laughing at that. So, okay. Today, though, we have a United States flag on our food. So what does that mean? Burgers? What does that mean? Ribs? Like, what is a typical, a menu item for United States? I think you got pizza's pretty popular. I think that would be Italian, though, maybe.
But they've never done
mac and cheese. What else is we talked about roast beef.
But does the U.S. even have a national food?
That's what I was wondering. Like, what do you think it would be? Chicken wings?
No. Burgers makes the most sense. That's what the only thing.
Burgers, sandwiches.
Sandwiches, I don't know if you
maybe
can work.
All right.
It actually?
How about this? It's a chicken dinner winner. It says fried chicken. But that seems pretty American to me. I mean, buttermilk fried chicken with mashed potatoes, and okay. Put it up for this. Hopefully these are good. We do like when it's cornbread, but we got Southern biscuits with gravy. And then coleslaw. To me, that sounds like a money lunch. But we'll see how they do it right there. So we'll come up there. Thursday, American. Tomorrow's theme, Spanish. Ooh. I'm adding another wrinkle. You see, like we brought this thing there. So now we used to just be like guessing about it. Everyone's like thumbing down tilapia and all that kind of stuff. And now we're introducing theme days there. And we're giving a little sneak peek to tomorrow's flavor of lunch. So there it is, fried chicken.
All I have in my head right now, there's a Chappelle sketch. This is not a well-known one.
Yeah.
He's on an airplane and someone asks the flight attendant's like, what would you like for the meal?
Flight meal, yeah.
It's like, well, what do you have? It's like fish or chicken. And then he has like a little devil that comes up on his other side. I can't say what the devil says.
That's
but
from
let's just
Chappelle's
say
show? I don't
it's
know
hollering out that he needs to pick the chicken.
Oh, pick the chicken.
And he's asking about the fish. I don't know if it's that one. You can probably find it on YouTube somewhere. But are you kidding me? That lunch works all day, every day. You better believe it. You can't go wrong. So a little Southern fried chicken.
Taking it, man.
Cornbread. I'm questioning. We'll see.
It just says, and I don't think it's cornbread. It's Southern biscuits. So we'll have to see if it is cornbread.
That's not going to be cornbread.
No, I don't
Southern
think so.
biscuits.
Yeah, with gravy. So yeah, we're pretty happy with it. Thank you so much. Workout says awesome show. We really appreciate that. All right, it is 11 o'clock. We just took out another bid here on the TQs. So we'll just let this market sort of figure itself out here, as it's been a pretty volatile one early. That is for sure. Downside push, then upside. NASDAQ out 1% right now. All right, thank you again. All right, good show, Neil. Thank you to Adara again. Everybody over there. I always look over there like as if someone new's there, but it's still Andre, Ramin, Fabian, Brendo, Sharif, and Joe for their morning editions as well. Thanks to Randy. I don't know where Ramin is, my guy, but I say thank you to her all the time anyways, so we'll say thank you to Ramin for that. She works from home as well, does a lot of the graphics and a lot of the social media stuff that you will see, and tries to make us look pretty like. So that's that. I don't know if Sia's coming through today, but we thank her as well. A new member of the team there, Sia, did a great job yesterday as she sort of just eases her way into the role. So we're really happy for her and glad to have her part of the team. All right, that's Neil. I'm Sean. We'll see you at 2 p.m. Hopefully we don't have too much wine in us by then.
Doggy bags was insane.
That was all sorts of crazy. Boom! Greetings and salutations. Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. This handsome gentleman is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. We got Baby Hands Donnie. Put in the red shirts. Absolutely not. We're going TVD 007. We got Kirk D. Let's freaking go. And Andrew Chow. Shout out to Darth Trader. Uplift Markets and Hangry Wife. We got George. We got Juan. We got Mateus. Mike P. We got Frank Trades and Rex Banner. Shout out to Sahil. Fit Throwing, user something or another there. Joey, we got hyper stagflation. No, don't do that. We don't want stagflation, my man. William Randolph, Joe's Big Daddy. Did you see that one?
I've seen that guy.
Joe's Big Daddy. We got Aaron Andino. Big Sky 69. We got Jay Coingy. Who else, man? We got Guerrero. We got Dig 0120 putting in a lot of emoticons of me. We got Fluffy Hippo. The Fluffsters joining us as well as Kenya Flowers. We got Pete. Front Porch Trader, Big Nephew, James Villa, Vincino. I probably butchered that last part. I do apologize. JR, we got M. Not, Mr. Janky Stock, Joey. One more. PC Hoon. Is that Police Constable Hoon?
Maybe.
Should we watch out what we say here, Joe?
Yeah, we gotta watch out what we say. Did you in elementary school have that one constable that would always come to your class?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I remember.
Of course.
I'm trying to remember the name. It'll come to me a little bit later, but that was 20 years ago. All right, that's crazy to say. But all right, guys, you know what we're gonna do. We're gonna get right into things. Let's see what we were trading here on today's session. We're going to start out with Ethereum. It's been strong the past couple of days, relatively weak, so we take a stab, and one stab only. Yeah, we got a live session today. That's right, Ryan, my brother. So we're in right there at 24, giving it 10 cents once again. You know the narrative, 24.10s. This was going to be my out. But I'm like, you know what? I really don't like this, and the volume slowly started to pick up as we came back against the volume-weighted average price. So we get out of that one for smaller than a 1R loss on that trade. But the one of the day was most definitely the TQQs, guys. Some nice action here. Once again, just going back to your risk to reward, you can see I'm in at 54.10s. I was literally risking 10 cents on that one, waited to hit to a 2-to-1. We take our first little out and then we piece it up. So all together, roughly around a 12.5 to 1, which isn't bad. What I locked in is about a 5 to 1, but still, regardless, you take a three-quarter R loss on the first ETH trade, and then you get a nice little move to the top side here in the TQQs. I know Katina Man's still cooking up on that one, so nice work there and a nice trade on the TQQs, brother.
All right, man, let's get down to work. I don't have any trades yet, just sat down. See this monster moving GRAN. I don't know where this one came from when I was doing my setup this morning. Or not this morning, like a few minutes ago. This was not on the watch list. The last, it just popped up there with some volume. Let's see if it holds a $0.50. I'm looking for a continuation through 5. 5 is the high of the day on the dot. Let's go ahead and put some profit takers in the low 90s. Anything below the $0.50 will end the trade for me. And we'll start 0 for 1. But there's a whole bunch that I've got on the side chart that I want to get to in a second. But I just want to see how this trade is going to pan out. Showing me 78s. I got 81s. So not really out of the money by all that much, and looking for a continuation as the price spike could come in as this starts showing up on people's scanners. That's the only way people are going to know about this if they're not already following it. So GRAN on the NQ, looking decent here, but the volume just started coming in. $92 million market cap, still a few pennies out of the money. There's a whole lot to talk about, guys. Holdovers from yesterday. I really do mean BEAT, beat. Velo is still holding up. Miggy is still holding up as well. So those ones will be in focus for me. But I just want to see how this trade is going to resolve, because it's coming back into the $0.50, and that will end the trade for me quick as you like. We're not going to hold this one into the area lows. 10 EMA on the 5. Sorry, that's on the 1. Give me a minute here to change it. 10 EMA on the 5 is just a little bit above VWAP. It's 4.25. So what I'm looking for here is for that candle at 1050 to hold up. So the closing print on that candle was that 450 area, hence why I'm looking there. But there's a bunch to talk about, so let's bring them in. As I mentioned, BEAT, a great holdover from yesterday and looking real good. It has like that magnetic effect on the 10 EMA on the 5 that we've been talking about for a while. Every dip into the 10, it gets bought up. That's top left of your screen. VELO, we know your girl KC526 absolutely destroyed the trade on VELO. I had a couple of good trades on this one as well. It is putting in a lower high, lower low pattern ever since basically 1030 onwards. So let's see how this one resolves. Miggy was a good trade for me yesterday. Started out tough, but we ended up making money on this one. And this one is decent, but it's breaking down down below the volume weighted average price. So for the moment, we won't be able to trade it. It's got to get back above 9.5. Also, that pre-market high is kind of annoying because it's a little bit higher than the official day high. Into $11 is Miggy in, I think, the 8:30, 8:25 time slot. So it'll have to get above there. New ones from today, SMX. You guys have been probably keeping your eye on this because it's been halting to no end. Big moves today for SMX, multiple halts, both up and down. Right now, it's about $238, so not that expensive. We should be able to punch in this one with big size. I jest. This one as well, PETS up 75%, just got a drop into the volume weighted average price, basically holds that $0.75. And here's 1, 2, 3. We're on our fourth 5-minute candle now above $3. But take a look at this area of consolidation, the area from 9.55 to the breakout candle at 10.15. We are going to encounter resistance there likely. I'm talking about the 310 to the 320 area. If it gets above that and holds above that, that is a different trade. So PETS in focus for me as well. NXXT just pulled into the 10 EMA on the 5 after breaching $2 very, very momentarily. It's not a big move on the day, $1.69 closing print yesterday, and here we are dropping into the $1.92 after making that 202 high. VOR, kind of two bull flags here on VOR. You get that initial bull flag right at 9:30 as the market opens. We consolidate below 1090, between 1060 to 1090, and there's the second bull flag right at 10 o'clock sharp. It shows up on time, and now we're doing another area of consolidation. It feels like it's 1175 to 12. That's the range of the second bull flag. Will we get a third? Your guess is as good as mine. We can just try to put the odds on our side. That's what trading is all about. Try to take statistical decisions based on chart patterns. So those are the 7 or the 8, Joey, that I've got in focus at the moment, including GRAN, which I already talked about. And if that loses the $0.50, it loses me as a trader. What are you looking at, my man?
Yeah, I got a bunch on the go here as well, too. I'm looking at NVDA, but the market looks like it wants to take an additional leg lower here. You guys got Bitcoin heading towards the low of the day. Some big-time necklines, and we've been talking about this for quite some time. When the market was frothy, we started to get these breaks, and sure enough, their continuation plays here. So a neckline right there at 58.78, or sorry, 50.78 on IBIT. Same thing that we got going on here with ETHA, heading right towards the neckline. Oh, you guessed it, Tesla,
Yes.
Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Neckline, you got it right there, brother.
My
Winner
man.
On that one. And same with the NVDA. Same thing, guys. So a lot going on right now. I'm going to be patient. We had a pretty solid trade on the TQs. We go 1 for 2, 50% here on the intraday session.
Bang.
And this break might be a solid play in the crypto space, continuing its weakness. Now, I was looking at NVDA, guys, and I was talking about this for quite some time. I think that we're going to see some lower prices here, and that's okay. You know why?
Why?
Because I'm a big-time buyer at the end of the day, Sharif.
Okay.
If we crack 172, what are we talking about here?
What are you talking
Again,
about, Joey?
a neckline. Oh, my God. Gee, you see the same narrative?
I see it.
At the end of the day, this is what you got to do, man, and that's what trading is. It's pattern recognition, and Brian Shannon and I were talking about just seeing the volume in Bitcoin the other day and just how it was expanding, and it gave you a little bit of a bounce. It wasn't a full-on recovery, but if you have the ability to identify those things, we have to try and capitalize on them. So 172.54 is going to be a big-time moment here and a big level on NVDA. If that breaks, I'm going to assume that the next potential, which you'd be like, Joe, that's crazy, brother. You think that we're going to head all the way down to $153? That will put us down roughly around 27.7%. I think there's a chance of that. Now, if we head over to the weekly and take a look at what we got going on, potential head and shoulder. Shoulder 1 head, now shoulder 2 is starting to form. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. And for those who are permanently long like myself, I mean, in the long-term accounts, it's not the best, but if you're sitting on some cash, which I happen to be, then we can buy some more at lower prices. You also have to take into consideration, we've been on a run for almost 4 years at this point, right? So like October of 22, I get that. But we're heading into the new year. That's 1,800%, just like that. So if you don't think that we're going to see an additional pullback, then I don't know what to tell you, because that's what I'm thinking is going to happen. We've seen 45% in earlier this year as well, too, and I don't think it's going to be that drastic, but I do believe we're going to see some better prices, and I want to buy these names continuously because our boy Danny Ives I mean, right and wrong, that's how we are. That's what the name of trading essentially is. You're going to be right a bunch of times, you're going to be wrong, but he says this run can go on for a couple more years, so a pullback is going to be relatively healthy, and that's what I'm going to be patient and wait for. I can take a potential short here on ETHA, but it's not slapping me in the face saying, Joseph, you better take me right now, bro.
You know what we're going to do here, Joey?
What are we doing?
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
We go with.
We're halted freaking up on Grand, Joey. We got 60s on. We're halted now at 517s. There goes Grand. GRAN up 60%, guys. What a hold off the previous area of technical support. I'm talking about 455. Into the high we go. We wet the beak just as it was halting. We're still holding several pieces, so we're going to let this one run. Tap showing the same. So the theoretical auction price right now on, you always see it right there on my level 2. I know it's super small, but that's a beautiful thing about YouTube. You can zoom in, I think on mobile anyway. 517, that's what the tap is showing. Halt time, 11:44. Earliest will be open, 16:44. So let's keep an eye out on that one. GRAN looking real good here. New entrant onto the scanner. As I mentioned, when I sat down to put all my different small cap gappers, this one was not showing up. But we're in a new trade here. Oh, you. Come on, bro.
Come on, bro.
Give me the fill, man.
Give it to him.
Joey, I tried to get the dip trade. It gave me the finger. So, or a gesture of some sort. Or kind.
Did it give you one of these?
I love it. I love it. That's never gonna get old. I tell you. Like if you lived through the Austin era, the Attitude era, that's not gonna get old,
man. No way.
It's not gonna get old, Joey.
Oh, don't do it.
Shout out to Fluffy Hippo. I am refocused. I don't lose. I will make this up, do better, and make more. Let's go. I love that attitude. That's absolutely an A+ attitude. Fluffster, shout out to you. We're going to shout you out. That's one hell of an attitude there. All right, so beat, Joey, BEAT. It's holding the 10 moving average on the 5 quite well. It doesn't mean it has to do that forever. So I got in a little bit there. What did I get in? I got in at 14s. There we go. Now we got the DCAs. That gives me 12s. But what's my move? My move is a breach of 2. It loses 2. It loses me as a trader for now until it sets up a bit better. Here are the levels that I'm looking at. The 10 EMA, we're at it right now. 206, 205, hard to tell. Then volume weighted average price, $1.92. I don't like when VWAP and the whole dollar level are too close together because it either forces me to give it more room below, the whole dollar level that I was charting off, or, it just has a way of disrespecting one of the levels. Either, the whole dollar level doesn't matter because VWAP's really close by, or just it causes all sorts of bamboozlement. So I'm displeased with, where the price is, but I don't get to make it up. In any event, Joey, look, we got the dip trade. We can't complain. It's holding up off the 10, but it's got a 229 high, and now it's been putting in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lower highs in a row, so it's going to have to change its tune here before we get a print. So showing 14s, there we go. We went the beak on that one quickly. Just want to look at the time right now. It's 11:25:26. That means we have a bit of a bit over a minute, I should say, Joey, until GRAN opens up. And now the tap fundamentally has changed. It is showing triple fives, $5.55. Now 53 on the theoretical auction price on GRAN. Recall, we halted at 517. So hopefully we'll take a couple of prints on this. BEAT holding up off the 10, moving up. We got 11s. Let's wet the beak at 17s. We're now posted at 19s and 23s. Shout out to Jordan.
Shout out to Jordan. Yes, nice work there, brother, on hitting that. All right, we posted up at 23.90s. Never caught a fill here on ETHA. Looking for that short move past the low of the day. So I'm going to be patient. I don't want it at any other price. I don't want it. It's that simple. I'm not going to chase it lower, and I'm not going to post up. I mean, if it comes back aggressively, hey, I mean, I only have to give this 10 cents. You see the narrative, 10 cents worth of risk. We're going to look for 20 or 15 to the downside. But at the end of the day, you got to stick to those risk to rewards. And if it's going to continue to climb higher, that's fine. I have no issues getting out. But there is zero chance that I'm going to be chasing this short in the crypto space. Palantir putting an indecision print right at the volume weighted average price. What is our boy iBit up to, heading towards the low of the day as well? We'll go over the top performing sectors momentarily, but let's actually pull this up and just draw our support lines. This thing's going without me. Oh, you dog.
You dirty dog.
Yeah, I know, man. I can't believe that, Shreve. What a shame. What a shame. But that's right. There's going to be plenty more trades throughout the day. All right, so let's mark our levels out here, guys, on the 8 names that we have across the board here. We're going to start this off with the TQQs, and then we also have Tesla heading towards some key support levels as well, guys. So what I'm doing essentially right here is you have to take into consideration I'm selling the lower end of the range. You don't want to chase that in case there's a nice big bounce. So there's another neckline right here. Netflix, not so much, so we don't want to force it. Another neckline right here on Palantir. So you can see across the board, we're starting to form these shelves, and I don't like shelves. I have bad experience with them. They tend to break when I'm going long.
I climbed one. What? Oh, I thought you were talking literally.
Oh, literally? No, you climbed and you fell and you hit the bonkers.
Yeah,
eh?
bro.
Oh man, dang. Yeah, I mean,
That's just like one of the
as
many
a kid. Yeah,
stupid
monkeying
things
around, eh? Remember that show, Sticking Around? For those who remember that that show, yeah, Sticking Around. I think it was maybe more or less my generation there, Shreve. So you might have been too old to be watching that one on Teletoon. But anyways, ETHA, guys, still moving in my favor. Couldn't get that fill at 2390s, but any sustained bounce I think will be okay. Market might go into chop mode. We've seen that Monday, Tuesday, and half of the session on Wednesday. And then we finally picked the direction, and everybody's like, oh no, the sky is falling. Did Joe really just say that? Sticking around? Yeah, Casey, you remember that show? That was a good one, man. There's a lot of good cartoons out there. But aside from that, guys, just take it.
Joey?
What's wrong with me?
What's wrong? No.
Oh, I was gonna say there's probably a lot, man. At the end of the day. At the end of the day.
That's not my vibe.
Oh yeah.
People like that.
Yeah.
No, but what's wrong with saying that?
I don't know. No, it's like a cartoon. It's literally a kid's cartoon. Yeah, bang. There we go. We caught the fill. So that's really important to be patient, guys. So we're getting the market bouncing off of key support levels. So I want to post up right at those necklines, and then you can see instantly we get a couple of pennies. I'm giving this 10 cents. At that point, my risk to reward ratio isn't even worth it, but I don't mind what I'm risking right now considering we had a solid trade, and then you can see the aggressiveness step right back into ETHA. So we'll sit on our hands. We'll be patient. It might take an additional curl over. So what the game plan is here is essentially what you want to see happen is a lower high being established before this previous high around $24. If we get that lower high, then we are in business, baby, and that's what we in business. Standing on business. Standing on it as well too, man. You know who's going to be standing on business? I think the fight got changed to Friday, brother.
What do you
AJ J. Paul.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
The 19th. The 19th, not the Saturday, because there's another event on the 20th. I can't remember exactly what it is, but there's another big sporting event, so they probably don't want to. Oh, Andrew Tate versus Chase Demore.
Bro, I don't even know who this guy is fighting. I keep seeing Andrew Tate refer to it. He's not gonna break his face.
Yeah. Chase a big boy, man. He used to play in the. Yeah, he's like a reality TV star at the end of the day. So a couple big fights going on this weekend. I don't think they wanted to overlap each other. So we're gonna be rocking and rolling and some UFC this weekend. So a lot going on. Let's go Ethereum. Lower high needs to be established, and you can see that the TQs is really slow down, Joe. The TQs is really starting to break its neckline, and so is the SPY. Guys, watch out for NVDA to crack the lows as well.
All right, Joey, look, it's going to be a 10-minuter here on GRAN. The top, it just keeps going up, 562 now. Earliest we will be open, Joseph Options, 11:21:44. Let's just look at the time of sales and the other. We're 11:20:50. So we still have about a little bit less than a minute. But that gives me an opportunity to tell you about BEAT. Beat it, beat it, beat it, beat it. No one wants to beat. All right, we're in here at 08s, and the best print we've got is 21s. The prior candle, though, is kind of annoying. It breaches that level and then drops all the way down. So that now tells me something, that there is selling in the low 20s, high teens, and that's why we spent all of 2 seconds at 229 at the high of the day and then drop right back down. So whatever type of short seller, whatever profit taker is earmarking that fifth of a dollar to a quarter of a dollar, at least it feels that way to me. But I do feel good with this trade, having gotten bottom wick on that 208 dip trade. So that's topic number one. Topic number two, let's go back. Here's Beat. There we are, Joseph. Options. That is.
What is it? Oh, already?
Already,
Just
my
like
boy.
that.
Already more than $1, man. We had 460s on this. We took 580s, but here goes grand. Here comes $6, guys. The volume is picking up. It's still south of 1,750,000 shares. That's not speaking to the quality of the trade. It speaks more to of when it started showing up on the scanners, and now it's being participated in en masse. Zigging and zagging now. I do expect something to come down close to that 520 area to try to fill the halt gap. Here it comes into 5 1/3. I struggle with these, okay? I know that sometimes it bounces off there. Getting myself into punch in, though, at those levels, a different story because I've just seen too much. I've seen too much. Oh. No, I'm playing. Here comes, though, 5 1/4, 515, limit down. See that red rectangle on my screen? 515, limit down. All right, Joey, here it comes. No, it changed.
Oh, it changed.
Because that's what happens, right?
Damn.
$5 limit down now, guys. Look at that red rectangle on my time and sales. $5 limit down. We're holding at that perimeter now. We need 10 seconds at $5, so we will halt down now on GRAN. I actually have top wick on this one.
No.
Yeah, I actually have top wick on this one.
We need a top wick.
Every now and again. It makes you feel good. We're halted down now, guys, on GRAN into $5. Funny enough, though, even though it's ugly, the fact that we halted down from almost $6, we're still above the 10. We're still above VWAP. What we did breach was the halt gap. We filled the entire halt gap and then some. That could speak to the quality of the trade, I think. Let's give this one an opportunity to open up. If it holds VWAP, holds the 10, I might change my tune on this one. But while that's halted, I gotta keep my eye here on BEAT because look, this is coming back into the 10 again. So we'll wet the beak there at 12s. Packing the patience over here. My man D Westermeyer, CETX under VWAP. I know. But do you think it will test today? Let's take a look. I know that the boys this morning were talking about CETX. I know Neil certainly was anyway. CETX. Let's have a look at this one. Embarrassing. I don't know why it does this, Joe. But yeah, I hate that. I hate that, D. Assassino, bro.
Yeah,
Come
crazy,
on now,
man.
Assassino. He takes every opportunity, brother.
Crazy.
Yeah, and he's quick with it too now. Like now that he's like the master on the ones and twos,
bro,
he's got a long time now.
Bro,
he's
he
quick
with the
it.
crickets, man.
He hit the crickets.
Man.
All right, CETX guys. Look, D. Man, you hate to see that, right? But that is small cap trading 101, right? You know, around for a good time, not a long time. And this is exactly that, right? You get that big move up from 370. You pop up 40% in like 15 minutes into 518, Joey. And then all hell breaks loose. Now we've lost VWAP. We've lost the 10 EMA and the 5. And now we're negative on the day. Yesterday we closed out at around 410, 412. And look, D, I think even if it makes it up into that 410, 412, it's going to reject it. Look what it did earlier. It tried to curl back up, got into VWAP, dropped again. So I don't know if I'd be looking at this one today for a long, but yeah, I personally don't like it. Ozan, Sharif, are you okay? Are you okay, Sharif? Will you tell us what will you tell us that you're okay? There's a sound at the window. Then he struck you, a crescendo, Sharif.
What is going on?
What the hell is going on, bro? Neil's laughing up a storm. I don't even know what's happening right now.
Are you okay, though?
I'm all right.
All right, man. That's all that matters.
Randy's there, right? Randy can vouch that I'm okay, right, Randy? There you go. He gave
Is that from a song or something?
No, bro. Smooth
great.
criminal.
Smooth criminal. All right, man. All right,
Joey, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, there it goes. We told you, we stick to our stops around these neck of the woods. We get stopped out right here at 24 flat. Neil's still dying
He's
over
laughing
there.
up a
Oh, no. But, I mean, it's Alien Ant Farm is better. All right, okay. Anyways, aside from that, guys, this is what I was talking about, that lower high being formed. So there was an opportunity to get back in, but we go 0 for 2 on ETHA, one long, one short. That's totally fine because we cooked up on TQs earlier, so we'll avoid this for now, and then we'll look for some other opportunities. I was keeping my eyes on NVDA, some indecision prints off of these lows, but I mean, guys, there's other ways and other spaces to invest in, and something that doesn't involve GPUs, CPUs, TPUs, and all these other cloud and everything along those lines. There's a lot of names in the market, so we're going to start to focus on that. I haven't even looked at SMR this morning, but bang, heading right back in towards those key necklines that we marked out not too long ago. 177 is going to be a key zone on NVDA, and we're going to pull up the options chain right now to see if there's some massive supply, because if there is, that might give me a little bit more conviction to the short side. So let's pull up the options chain. Chain gang. Yeah, I was gonna say that, but we're not really chain gang around here. That's I didn't even know what it really meant for quite some time. But hey, man, that's all right. We'll have a little bit of fun with it. Oh, take a look at this one, guys. 185, 102. No, Jeffrey himself.
Oh, there he is.
What's going on, brother?
Mendel.
Mr. Mendel in the building. That is correct. The superstar has now arrived with his entourage. That is there. 185.
I'm excited for my doggy bag. I got to tell you.
Yeah, the
very
dog,
excited.
I
bro.
can't believe that. That is cold, man.
Just make sure my doggy bag makes it here all right.
With a bow, at least, brother. I give
With a bow.
Please, man. Anyways, $185 strike price, guys, sitting at 128,000 contracts. So I'm going to be looking at that as a supply zone and a potential ceiling there in NVDA. We're not even relatively close to that right now, approximately 12 points from that level. And then also, we have 66,700 contracts traded on the intraday session. Massive supply zone at 190 right there, guys. 170,000 contracts going to be expiring this Friday. And then as for 180, 23,300. Look at the volume on this bad boy, though. So I think that might be a ceiling on NVDA. We might have some troubles breaking that 180 level, even though we're still 3 points from that specific one, my friend.
Joey, Grand is giving it up in a hurry, man. You know what this reminds me of? I know you don't watch Married with Children, and you didn't watch Married with Children.
I did.
There was like an era where Bud, he's the son in the sitcom.
Yeah.
Like he has his face called Grandmaster B, and it's like when everyone was trying to do like the rap in the early 90s, after Run DMC, I'm assuming. But yeah, Grandmaster B, and this reminds me of Grand. All right, yeah, shout out to Abby Doc. All right, I love Kelly. Who doesn't love Kelly, Death God? Are you kidding me? Shout out to Christina Applegate, man. No, seriously, Grand halted down. 428. This is 2 halts down in a row. It has now lost the 10. It has now lost VWAP. This does not look good, but there goes beat into the mid-20s again. Very happy with this one. We've got several more outs on this. We've got 07s long. There's 23. Shout out to Jordan. High a day on BEAT, 29. Looking for that continuation, of course, above the high a day. Packing the patience down now. Shout out to Big Nephew. Top VOP. Bud is a rapper and DJ now. Shout out, what's his name again? David Faustino or something like that. I see him every now and again with Ed O'Neill. He'll make a cameo somewhere. Fluffy, Married with Children. That has been a while. You are showing your age. I'm old AF, girl. Trust me.
Not that old, my boy.
Yeah, and I have no problems with that. All right, what else we got over here? She ain't no Kelly Kapelski, though. No, Kelly Kapelski's a different breed. No, you are absolutely right. Kelly Kapelski is, that's my absolute childhood crush, man.
Oh, yeah?
Tiffany Amber Thiessen, bro. Oh, my days.
Damn.
Yes, absolutely.
Remember Topanga?
Of course, Topanga. Danielle Fishel.
Yeah.
Danielle Fishel, man.
Topanga.
That was another, what's it called? Young Sharif crush there.
Ooh.
Yeah, man. Topanga,
For
man.
me,
Everybody loved Topanga, bro.
My crushes were Stacy Keibler and Tori Wilson.
Okay, I get that. So you were a wrestling guy. Right away, I could tell you were a wrestling guy.
Stacy Keibler and Tori, I had their posters on my wall and everything. So yeah, man.
I love that, man. Stacy Keibler is known for the legs. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Shout out to Jack. Jack CW, my man, Sharif, you made me money with AM back in the day before it went private. That was such a fun name. Shout out to my man. I do appreciate you, Jack, there, 3659. Appreciate the kind words. But look, guys, we're going to pause for a second. We got to go to Adara for the crypto segment.
And not a moment too soon, because GEMI trying to break out a bit here. This is Gemini Space Station, which, contrary to its name, not a space company, is actually a crypto company led by Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss of Facebook, now Meta fame. Interesting look here. Basically, the company is announcing that the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, or CFTC, has actually granted a designated contract market license to an affiliate of GEMI called Gemini Titan. This is going to allow them to enter the prediction market space. Now, this will put them in competition with the likes of Robinhood, another crypto name that's trying to enter into this prediction market space. Interesting look here for GEMI, kind of a crypto adjacent story, and the stock has responded very well. Let's talk about BTC, which is not having quite so good a day here compared to GEMI. We are still running into resistance just above 94,000. Right now, though, some lower support at 87.8. Right now, we're trading around 89.4, so let's see if we can hold up at around 87,800. If not, let's see if BTC goes a little bit lower. We'll take a look at Ethereum. Ethereum, unlike Bitcoin, still making some higher lows and higher highs in the daily. These two have been trading in tandem for the last little while in terms of their daily patterns. We're starting to see a bit of a divergence, so let's see how this ends up unfolding as we send you back to Sharif and Joe.
Yeah, good stuff there. All right, $5 super chat. Nerd affiliated. We like that. But no, obviously no gang affiliations around here. Sharif in Burberry. Yes, sir. He's icing today. And all the wrestling talk feels like a MJF heel turn is coming. I don't know what that is.
MJF?
Heel turn, yeah.
A heel turn. Oh man, so it's wrestling, so we know that.
Okay, it's not the ankle lock, is it?
No, hold on. MJF, I feel stupid. All right, we're gonna have to use.
We're gonna have to use our type it into the
MJF stands for which wrestler?
Michael J. Fox? No.
No, I don't know,
man. Who just made me say that?
Let's see what Gemini says. Maxwell Jacob Friedman. Nah, that ain't it there.
The only John Bradshaw Layfield, man, that guy was class too.
I like him too, of course.
Yeah,
the Outlaws. Remember him and Farouk?
Farouk,
yeah, the initiative domination.
I love how they would come in the limo and he'd have like the bullhorns on the limo.
He was champ at the time, bro.
John Bradshaw Layfield, man, what a stud. Yeah, wrestling's great. Was great. I don't know if it's as good. I don't like Roman Reigns, man. To be honest with you, I think he's the worst champion.
JBL?
No, Roman Reigns.
Oh, yeah. People really do not like Roman Reigns.
I don't like Roman Reigns.
He's born on my birthday, too. He's a May 25th guy. But you know why people don't like him?
Why?
Because he was forced on people. Like, McMahon wanted him to be the face of the company. And people are like, yo, we don't want this. Yeah. I like Seth Rollins.
Yeah, I like Seth Rollins. I like Seth Rollins as well, too. And then we got Logan Paul, who wants to become the best in wrestling as well, too. It's like, get out of here, man. No one really likes you. All right, guys, right back into these markets.
Yes, sir.
Some choppy stuff going on right now, right? We have those necklines holding up, so we're not breaking necks just yet, Sharif, like Tori and Stacy were doing back in the day. But TQs and Tesla bouncing right off of those support. That's why it's really important for us to mark these levels down. And then I'm keeping my eyes on NVDA. So if we have any form of a sustained bounce, and I think we're going to be rocking and rolling. Katina, don't forget to bring us back something, brother.
Yeah, I'm very excited for the doggy break, Katina. We've been talking about it since you left.
Yeah. So you can grab us something on that one. But NVDA still holding up. Palantir as well, guys. IBIT. So watch out. It may take a little bit of time for these levels to be broken, but be patient and wait for them to come in. And you want to get in at the higher end of the range. As long as you're consistently making these higher lows, then you're going to be all right, or lower highs, I should say.
All right, West, y'all, good call out, my man. This is a good one here, so I want to shout you out for that. Let's look at EXK, Endeavor Silver Corp. It's not a small cap gapper. It's a $2.8 billion market cap, but it's trading real well. I'm probably not going to trade it, but I'll have a look at it for you. And it's a decent price, too, so the price is very similar to some of the ones we see with small cap gappers. But I want to talk about pets, because that one is breaking out right now. I see it, Bovin. I see it. It's already on the side chart, my man. I see the curl off VWAP. Great look for pets. But this is EXK. Silver, Endeavor Silver Corp Canada Canada-based mid-tier precious metal company. You gotta love that. We love our country. EXK. Let's throw in the ticker. So it's really simple for me here, West, y'all. This one is defending the 10 EMA on the 5 on a closing basis. It does have a tendency to wick below. As you can see, it wicks below the green line. But quite frankly, that's all right. I don't feel we're at a critical area of resistance, this 9.5 maybe. Let's go to a wider time frame so I can just make sure that I'm not inaccurate about that. No, I would actually like a move into 10. It feels like $10 is where we'll encounter resistance, not just, of course, because it's the whole dollar level and psychological resistance. But take a look at what we did on the 28th and then the 1st of December. $10 was a level we really couldn't breach on any decisive basis. So my move would be on this, West, y'all, pick it up off 945, 9 low 40s even, and then try to ride it into 10. It loses VWAP at 930. Get the hell out of there. That's what I would say on EXK. But there goes Pets. Good call out, Bovin. There it is, guys. Curling in now, only 10 pennies below the high of the day. This is a textbook freaking hold at the volume weighted average price. It has all the right ingredients. It gets a red candle to take you into VWAP, a doji candle, which is a candle of indecision, and or a reversal candle, and then you get the confirmation candle vis-a-vis this monster green candle here on volume that takes us right above $3, and then look at the proceeding price action, holds a 10 like a glove, and there's the breakout candle number 2, the 1135 candle, now moving into 40s. 46 is the high of the day. Let's look for a 50 rejection, maybe. Let's zoom out a little bit as well. Let's go to the hourly to see if we're going to encounter any resistance. Now, we haven't been up here since, well, for a hot minute. So PETS, going to definitely be in focus for me. I needed to pull in a little bit, though, because punching in here is punching in at the high of the day. And then if it reverses on me, well, then I'll be 40 pennies out of the money before there's a key area of technical support. I'm talking about the 10 EMA, which is showing me a little bit above 310, 312, 313. So Pets up 90%, Joey. Definitely keeping an eye on PETS.
Yeah, good look there, guys. Yeah, so I mean, I posted up here at 177.10s here on NVDA. Rejected my initial order for essentially zero reason, missed that move. We would have hit it 2-to-1 just like that up to 177.30s. So now I have to be patient. Guys, don't chase. Please.
Russell all-time highs.
Russ's all-time highs.
All-time highs.
Dow's all-time highs. So we got a couple big averages here, guys, moving higher. Let's take a look at the IWM as it's continuing to climb. Bull flag here, Sharif, now breaking out. And we'll take a look at it from a daily as well. Ooh, that's a spicy meatball right there, my friend. 11% off of these November lows. Big time pullback, and then you are now off to the races in the IWM. We'll take a look at the Dow as well here. DIA, guys, all-time highs. Yeah, so that's a big time move. April, you're getting 31% just like that. Jack and Mike Peter Ryder knows that's a fact, Jack, without any form of questioning there. We'll take a look at the Qs as well to see how far we are off our all-time highs. Only a couple percentage points, guys. Nothing crazy. But hey, live and die by the sword, folks. You want to ride the tech wave? Then you better be prepared to sit in some, I wouldn't say it's crazy volatility, to be honest with you. It's relatively cool, but the market heading right back towards its peak there. We're only down 0.5% in the SPY. There goes NVDA without me, but that's all right. We will be patient. We will get the price that we want because it is range trading right now, and I bet it will come back to it. There it goes. Oh my God, man. Zero reason to reject my order. Zero, and then now it's hitting my profit targets.
That's frustrating, brother.
Zero reason, man.
Yeah, remember my wash trade crap yesterday?
Yeah, like zero reason to it's like, oh, it's saying zero reason to reject the order, and then sure enough, I have to type it all in again, and then there it goes.
Just so much fun, Joey. I love to do that because the price waits for you.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
It doesn't change and go down as you try to resend the order. It's nuts, so fantastic. Rich Tech Robotics, RR breaking out right now, guys. Nice move on RR. It's up almost 5%. Shout out to West y'all for calling that one out. He's been calling out a lot today, so keep your eye out on West y'all's comments in the chat. Look, Rich Tech is looking real good, but I'm looking at Velo Assassino because you see Assassino. I want to show you something, brother. Take a look at this. See how it goes up aggressively like that, and then it comes back down, and then it starts doing like a rounded shape, Assassino, like a bowl. That's good. That means the buyers are stepping in aggressively there. And so this is a bullish pattern, right? This is what we call a rounded bottom, or it could be a bull flag. Anyway, we're right back into that 11.5. It's an 1179 high a day. VELO was a big winner for a lot of the viewers yesterday, most notably KC 526, pumped for you. And this one is about to take out highs. 1160, 1170 now showing up. 1179 is the high of the day. So good breakout, or not breakout, but good curl up right now on VELO. I feel like I might have missed my spot on this one, but I want to watch what it does into the highs. Now, this one suffering from the same affliction it suffered from yesterday, which is a wider spread. Currently 3 pennies, which is not wide, but I've seen it as wide as 15 and 20, and there it goes. There's 20, 70 on the ask, 50 on the bid. So it has a tendency to open up a little bit, and you need to be alive to that because you can get in a lot of trouble. So VELO, certainly in focus for me, and I'll be looking at weaseling into this some way, somehow. We've got it on 2 screens, and that's not acceptable, Joey. Rich Tech Robotics, there's RR. There is a new high of day on Rich Tech, clearing 6% now. The breakout's on right now on Rich Tech. It took out 4.25. 4.25 was the earliest area of resistance, and it keeps going. Here's 443, 444. So breakout right now in progress on Rich Tech Robotics to the tune of almost 7%. Keep your eye out on that one as well. PETS, we don't even have a screen for that. We have it on the side chart, but no trade screen. So let's go ahead and type in the right word here, PETS. 1 penny spread, looking real good. Bovin, I'm going to get in if it pulls back into that 320, 315 area. I'm hoping for that, Bovin, and then I'll DCA all the way down into 290 into the volume weighted average price. Hopefully no, but that would be my plan. Now, on PETS, prior bar low, which is the 1135 candle, is about 317. So if this current candle breaches prior bar low, that could spell a double top, right? And, you know, I don't want to definitely be caught in that. But there's a whole bunch breaking out right now, guys. Beat, Pets, Velo, Rich Tech, they're all on the move right now. So it's hard to choose which ones to trade. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. You all right, bro?
Yeah. I'm just rattled. I'm rattled, dude. Look at this thing. Yeah, man. 177.10. We wanted that price right here at this support level. Boom. Climbs up to 177.75. Again, 10 cents worth of risk. You hit that 8-to-1 just like that, man. And like, I don't even really know what to say. But yeah, we got to get over it because there's going to be other opportunities. I think this is just somewhat of a liquidity grab. You do have Ethereum breaking downtrend, guys, so that's not a horrible look whatsoever. Boom, you can see we're now on the backside of this trend heading towards some pre-market highs. We rejected earlier on the intraday session right there at that 24.28 level, and now we're starting to head right back towards it. But Christoph said, hey, Joe, man, punch. I'm like, brother, man, there's zero chance that I'm punching. I want those precision entries. I want the price that I want. Why? Because that helps me put on. Yeah, exactly. There's more plays to make, Dinkelberg. You're 100% right. But when I have those precision entries, it's just like, dude. Oh, okay. Maybe I messed that one up a little bit. It's like, hey, you're there. Look what I'm risking, right? So your risk to reward is key. If I were to punch all the way up here, where am I proven wrong? 70 cents. So that's why it's really important. Your location on your entry is extremely, extremely key. So that's why I wanted that specific level and that specific price, because you can see we're now starting to get that bounce towards the volume weighted average price. My risk to reward is drastically changed if I were to punch at those highs, and I don't want to be buying into resistance just yet. But PLTR, obviously the dog of the market, man. This guy reminds me of just a complete dog, man, just a fighter at all times. 147 all the way up to 189. That's 30%, just like that. ELS is December, US PPI to be released on January 30th. Thank you very much for posting that, Adara. There is going to be some more action with that to come. But the overall market, chilling. It's deciding which direction it wants to go. We have a little bit of a breakout here in the crypto space. Other names, the SPY is closer to the high of the day than the TQQs and the Qs, guys.
All right, I got into Pets, guys. We're going to go in small size here because we're getting in at highs. New candle just opened up. So the candle prior, The one at 1140 closed as a red doji candle, which is not a glowing endorsement, but there's 32. We still haven't taken out prior bar high. Prior bar high, come on, bro. Why is it, like when I mouse over, it should be showing me. Prior bar high is 35. So we currently have a higher low on this 1145 candle. Prior bar low is 25. So the prior candle has our 10 penny range. There's 32. I'm posted at 33s, but I'm also looking to defend the hammer, or the candle, sorry, I should say, at 1135. So I put in a dip trade for 20s. As you can see that cyan resting order there waiting at 20s. Let's see if we get it. So first, let's see if we get a print to the high side, and if we don't, let's see if we get the DCA. I'm going to look to DCA into this one, into about the 10 EMA, which is a little bit below the 20 penny area. That's number one. Rich Tech is continuing to go, guys. We gave you guys this at 4 and change. It's up 9% now. Rich Tech Robotics breaking out as we speak, 453 high. It's all gas, no brakes. It's 4 green candles in a row on the 5, so be on the lookout for that. There goes Pets. It's now at prior bar high. Can it breach prior bar high? The answer is yes. 36, 37s. Can we get a little bit more? 38 now showing up, Joey. We're going to take profits there. Cancel the order. Move it up. Now we're going to go to 42. So PETS still below that big candle at 1135, the high of which is 42. So we got to get above that to continue to make higher highs. But for the moment, we have higher lows. Can't complain about that. We got 29s on at the moment, showing me 36. So good look there for Pets. How's that trade on Beats doing? There goes Beats, Joey, into the high of the day. Wowzers, there it goes, man. Good breakout trade on Beats. We got top wick for now. That is 38 there, up 50%. But now we're exhausted. We don't have any more shares. Shouldn't have been taking it out over here like an idiot. But in any event, we'll set up a little bit better if this comes back down into 220. BEAT breaking out nice. But look at that reversal. Oh, no. On PETS, 29s now coming in. We actually made, this candle doesn't look good at all, man. This candle does not look good at all. Higher high and lower low on this current candle from the doji candle. I don't know how I feel about this, man. This could be bamboozlement, but I'm going to leave my trade to be based upon the same thing that I spoke about, which is the move off the 10 EMA. I'm just worried about double top here on Pets. I got to tell you the truth. I'm worried about a double top into that, 350 area. Here it comes now into the 10 EMA. This is where I said I'd add, so we're going to add here. Let's see if it bounces up off this area. If it loses 3, it loses me as a trader. What do we got in terms of DCA? We got 21s. It's showing me 19s. So let's go ahead and post up here to see if we can get a nice price spike up and get a couple of beaks wet. This is PETS I'm talking about right now. What's Velo doing? I wanted to get into that. Velo into a new high a day. $11.85 on VELO. We got to get into this one somehow, but the spread has been kind of dissuading me from getting involved. Now, Joey, I got to focus here on PETS. What do you got?
Yeah, saying, all right, brother, a nice move. There it was on NVDA, guys. We were looking at 77.10s. You get that move all the way up to approximately 170.80s. So 177.10 to 170.80, 178.80, whatever. Never mind. You guys know what I'm getting at here. Now, I'm looking at what we have on Tesla. Inverted hammer candle right above the volume weighted average price. Dare we take a potential short on this bad boy? I think so. I like our chances on it, considering the market did break through some big time trend lines. Palantir continuing to climb a little bit higher. But first things first, guys, let's go over the top performing sectors.
What do we got
on today's session, guys? We're going to pull that up here momentarily, and we're going to see what we have. All right, guys, I'm not going to show you, and don't look, put it in the chat. What is the best performing sector on today's session? 1, 2, 3, go. I'm going to see if anybody's right. The first one to do it gets a big bravo hooray from your boy. And no one guessed it. It was the materials. Up 2.12%. No one guessed there. Too slow on it. Anyways, healthcare, no. Healthcare was not. Materials was right. Guerrero, por favor, mi amigo, yes, sir. Materials, financials, and healthcare are going to be your top 3. We have the communication services, energy, and the tech sector leading the way to the downside, guys. Burberry says is Burberry a publicly traded company?
Yeah, it is, but
Oh,
I don't think it's a part of It's
but I was just
part
curious.
of, I think, another company. I forget
Okay,
the name of
part
it,
of the big package.
Yeah.
So you're down 1.5% right there, guys. Oh, there was that inverted hammer signal right there on Tesla. That's enough for the top performing sectors for now. I know that was quick, but we have to take a look at what we got inverted print. So I'm going to post up right at the break here, and if we get that filled, then I think we have the ability to rock and roll and head back towards the lower end of the range there, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Keeping an eye here still on pets. It's holding the 10 for now. So a bit of a 2-candle red setup coming back into the 10 moving average. Now we're break even on the trade, but that's not what we trade to get in break even. We're looking for that 23 print. Looks like it's holding for now. This candle has a higher low, but certainly definitely not a higher high. That's what I'm keeping my eye on now. CADL to high a day, says Bovin. Let's take a look at CALD? CADL you wrote. I don't think that's the one you mean, Bovin. Tag me again, brother. CDE, says Jameson. Let me just take a look at CDE. Light on volume. Well, that's not accurate. Oh, that's 5 seconds. Excuse me. So I was looking at the wrong thing there. CDE is a great call out, Jameson. Ridiculous call out there. So we're going to have to put that on the side chart. I'm going to show it momentarily. I just have to resolve this trade. But the one Bovin said CADL. Yeah, CADL is what he meant, but I just had the 5-second chart, so it looked like super sparsely traded. But yeah, it's not a bad one, Bovin. Sure, 17.25%. It's pretty consistent on the moves up. We can take off Miggy, I guess, because Miggy's been, or NXXT. I'm going to put CADL on that one. Good call out, Bovin. CADL called out by Bovin, and the other one there is CDE, called out by the Jameson. Hangry Life, I'm in it with you. Which one? Are you in PETS? Because that one is still holding here. Where is my PETS trade? There it is. Still holding. I don't know how I feel about this, though. Should I give it to prior bar low? Prior bar low is 12s. Yeah, it's coming back down into that level. I could pack my patience a bit more. I mean, I don't have that many shares to begin with, so we can still work into this one. PETS is very strong, so I wouldn't mind working my way in slowly in rather than getting out and giving up a good position there. So PETS, let's see where I'm going to get in next. Let's go 07s. So we'll wait down here into 07. All right, let's take a look at the super. Oh, there we go. Gemi, says Alejandro. Who's that?
Yeah.
Is it I don't know why this thing's...
Alejandro Melendez.
Alejandro, thank you, Melendez. Let me just get out of that. And then Gemi, looking juicy after CFTC news. Do you want to look at Gemi for him?
Yeah, absolutely, man. We're posted up. We're going to take one more stab here on ETHA, but we're going to look at GEMI for our boy, Alejandro. Oh, okay, so a nice move up there. Gemini Space Station right here, guys, a big time move from $11. There goes the market to the downside. Oh no. So 1180 all the way up to 1395. You can see in the post market yesterday, 1450 was that high, and you're starting to reject it. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. Couple missed opportunities here, guys. I mean, as for Tesla, but thank you very much for that super chat, Alejandro. And there it is, looking pretty good. Let's take a look at a daily, considering my trade is kind of gone without me now. Okay, $45 where we're currently trading at. You lose 78% of the value, a little bit more than that. But a nice curl over right here. Look for this move to be sustained. That's your out. So you have to risk about $4. If it cracks that low, watch out for some more potential downside, guys. Sharif, give me a second here, brother. I want to put
I see beat, guys. I see beat. I can't tag you, brother, because your name is in Hebrew and I don't have the Hebrew keyboard. So, but I do see it, 55.4, and I was trying to respond to you. New high day, Joey. 258 here on BEAT, but it breaches the $0.50, and of course that is a psychological area of resistance. Zagging, dropping aggressively now into the 230s after making a 258 high day. This candle doesn't look good. It's basically a red doji candle, at least for the moment. This is what I'm seeing right now on BEAT, topping tail into 258. Down we go into the 40s. There is a level of support here, at least I perceive it that way, to be at 230. So this one already gave you that possible 230 dip because this candle low is 233. So you could have already gotten that. Let's see if I can get in here. I can give it to 230 or maybe risk 10 cents, give it a little bit below 230 so I don't get stop hunted. Keeping an eye here on beat. Don't want to give back on this this one. We're positive on it. So here's what I'm going to do. We're getting long here. We're going to give it about 10 cents worth of room. I might already get stopped out on it as it drops pretty aggressively down. Let's throw in that stop. So we have 39s on, showing me 35s. Let's go ahead and wait here at 45s, and then we'll wait in front of the half dollar. If it loses 30 pennies, I'm out. I don't want to give back too much. BEAT, huge topping tail candle prior. And the 10 EMA, I should mention, is at 226, but I like that 230 breakout level. Let's see if it holds. How we doing here on PETS? PETS, let's take a quick look at that one. Right back into 20s. It's not breaking out, but it's not breaking down either. So PETS, I might have to have a little bit more patience with. BEAT, though, I won't, because that's a monster topping tail candle, which could mean a reversal. So I have to trade this one a little bit more tightly. So BEAT up 51%, keeping an eye there. Rich Tech Robotics also a couple of bamboozling candles on the 5 topping tail in the 455. Candle will make a new low into 440. Now this candle right back into the median there, 447. So good strength here on Rich Tech Robotics, still holding up, but south of that half dollar. So keeping an eye on that. Shout out to Case, dropping more cash in the chat. $5 super chat from Casey526. Shout out to everyone for this channel on screen, behind the scenes, and in the chat. Love the Trader TV community. We love you, Casey526.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Thank you so much for the super chat and for being you and for being kind and always participating in a great way, Joey.
Yes,
so that's
sir.
what we're talking about right now, my man. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm just watching, man, oh man, it's a little frustrating here. I mean, we're having a pretty good day, but just watching trades and setups kind of just go without us here, just trying to post up, and then boom, there it goes, inverted. That's what I was talking about on Tesla, inverted here on ETHA, and you have it in the overall market as you're continuing to bleed. I posted up at 24.10s. I was just too late to the dance, so I could just remove that one and find something else. So yeah, I mean, quit the whining and let's figure it out. We'll be a little bit more or quick on the keys, I guess I should say, because this is multiple opportunities. So when you have this choppy type market, Gorv, this is when I think our system really comes best into play, is when the market is just ebb and flowing up and down, up and down. You can see it over here, you can see it there, and you can definitely see it across the board on multiple tickers, guys. So yeah, let's be patient, heading right towards that neckline, which we were talking about. A liquidity grab, I think that this was, boom, you punch back, establish that lower high right now, and then right back towards that 54.44 level, in which it looks like it's going to break. So watch out for the momentum to pick up as Tesla's coming in, NVIDIA is coming back in as well too. Palantir coming off of that previous pivot high, and then we have IBIT doing the exact same thing, inverted hammer candle, boom. You break that, you break the open of that candle, you're now down approximately 20 cents from that specific zone. But Ethereum was definitely an additional missed opportunity. Head over to the 1 minute. Look at this bad boy all the way up here. So yeah, it is what it is. I don't see the super chat there, Assassino.
We covered it, Assassino.
Oh, shout out to everyone.
Casey, right?
Yeah, we covered that one there. No problem, man. We'll let that one slide.
I wouldn't tell you. Talk nice to Assassino,
sorry,
man.
I
you
take
speak
it back.
nice to Assassino, man. You get caught.
No, yeah, I know.
Oh, boy.
But no, you don't even want to know what Ramin said in the chat. Crazy.
Bro, she's so sullen and rude.
Did you see that?
All the time. No, man. Do you see what I said to her?
No.
I'm like, hey, Ram, where
doing?
you at? Blah, 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 right? And then look what she said. I'm like, Ram, where are you? And she's like, don't worry about it, right?
Oh, bro.
And Sia's nice, right? Sia's like, nice. Oh, you know, I love being in this chat. It's fun.
Yeah. For now.
No.
For now.
Ram, no. You don't get that kind of love from her.
No.
Immediate.
It's her friend. They'll be BFFs relatively soon. All right, guys. TTV, we the best. Mike Peter Ryder. You already know what's going on around these neck of the woods. Hey, Katina Man already said it. We already know that other people are out here watching us, Trader TV Live, out on the background. So, yeah, man. We're just trying to have a good time. We're trying to put on these good trades. Yeah, man, just trying to make a little money. If you guys know where that one is from, Mr. Kramer just trying to make you a little money because there is a bull market somewhere. All right, guys, right back into this stuff. A lot of choppy stuff. So I think we will be able to get some prices that we want. We're going to wait for this pullback here on Tesla. But I think at this point, we are going to head towards the low of the day. As long as we don't crack this 445 level, we're going to be cash money. Wait for that pullback, that retest of VWAP, and then we're going to get involved in Ethereum and or Tesla.
All right, Joey. Look, we got the breakout here on pets. Shout out to my pets, man. Betty and Veronica, baby. We got 19s, it's showing 30s. I'm posting up at 33s here. So the 10 EMA strikes again here on PETS. Do we have a lot of shares on this one? We can take out some here. So PETS looking good, but still south, of course, of 346, that is. Looking for continuation. I don't know if I'm going to get continuation, though, on Beat, man. This is a 3-candle drop right now in Redsville. Ironically, though, it's holding to 30. That area that we spoke about. I have 34, so I'm in the money, but I'm not seeing that bullishness manifest on the chart. The only thing that I can really say that's positive about the current setup is this current 5-minute candle has a higher low than the prior 5-minute candle, so let's be on the look there. Oh, Fluffy, you don't gotta apologize. I mean, it's all love, no question about it. I mean, you're making your observations. I'm just telling you what's going on behind the scenes. Shout out to Fluffy Hippo, man. Yeah, she's just mean because it's her natural disposition. No, it's not. She's not actually mean, guys. You know, like not actually mean. She just likes to front like she's mean.
Yeah.
Shout out to
she
Ram.
She likes to act hard.
Yeah.
You know you're not hard.
Ram's great, bro.
Yeah.
Mist apparently is going. Oh, MIST. Let's see what MIST. Oh, that not bad. They're above it, almost 10%. Okay, I like very much. Oh no, Joey.
Oh.
You see where AEO is?
Where's it at?
It's knocking on the door. 2501 high today, Joey.
No way.
It's a 2501 high today, Joey.
Yeah, hey man.
It's not 26 yet, so maybe I shouldn't get all excited and get crapped
Yeah. You better pray this hits $26, brother. You have no idea.
Can I say one thing, though?
Yeah.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Even if I don't get the jeans,
yeah.
I'm never going to talk about the size of the winner, but it's a big boy winner. And you know where I'm long at.
Yeah. No, that's that's more. So let's do this. Make it fair, all right?
Yes.
So you paid me 150
I'm not
bucks.
paying you nothing.
No. Listen, you didn't let me finish.
All right.
This guy. Quick. So I got 150 bucks for the
BTC.
IBIT. All right. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna get you the jeans. I'm just gonna give you 150 cash. Is that cool if you end up winning?
Bro, I want the receipt. Right? I want the receipt.
It's $150.
It has to be paid in cash.
All right. I see how it is, man. All right, I see how it is. No problem.
Bro.
You cool with that? We'll shake on 150
There we go.
transfer. Boom. If you win, there it is. All right.
All right, guys. We got to pause for a second here. A couple of trades breaking out right now, but we have to go to Adira for happening now.
I also have news on CoreWeave. I just saw this pop up. CoreWeave just now, about 37 seconds ago, I got this headline announcing a deal to power Runway's next gen AI video model. So CoreWeave and AI video team up here on watch your CRWV. Let's talk here about NASDAQ. Really choppy here today. We do have some higher highs and, higher lows and lower highs. A bit of a wedge forming here for the market as we wait an event for one EV name, not Tesla. It's Rivian. Here's a look at the company's quarterly vehicle production. As you can see, kind of all over the place. That event's set to start anytime now at 12 p.m. Eastern. I have that stream open. I will be giving you guys live updates. Other events happening during the midday actually include the White House press conference at 1 p.m. or press briefing, with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. I'll cover that for you guys. Now, in terms of post-market events, I think it's really important to remember as well, we've got a whole bunch of earnings tonight. Costco, Broadcom, and Lululemon. Here's our Costco earnings preview. I already have the one for Broadcom out. Lululemon will be released shortly. So you can find all of these again on X at TTV Research. But yeah, we'll have to see if COST gives us an earnings beat tonight. Before we send you back to Joe and Sharif, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Concussions demand fast solutions. NYSE listed Origenics, so GEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. Learn more by scheduling a meeting today and get ready to go back here with Sharif and Joe.
All
right, thank you. I didn't realize that Ram was the one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I thought that was a Chilean.
You thought it was Chilean?
Yeah,
no, man.
I didn't know,
Ram.
Joey. Yeah. She's trying to entice people to come on her side. She's like, I got candy. She does have candy. She's a plethora of candy. Sometimes she keeps it.
When was the last time you had candy?
I took some of Ram's the Dubai chocolate that I got.
That was a long time ago.
I don't remember.
I haven't had chocolate in a while, but I told you when I get back from vacation, I'm getting those. Where's ADL? Where's all my UK people at? Those candy kittens, the Eton strawberry flavor.
I don't know, man. ADL's a Chelsea fan, so now I don't know how I feel about that whole thing anymore.
London is blue. Crazy.
London is not blue.
It's not blue, man. I mean, the sky is blue, though. Hey, but all right, guys, let's take a look at what else we got going on. I don't want to keep going over the same names. I know I'm just trying to be a sniper right now and find some solid things. Let's find some of the top volume setups here. You can see just the ebbs and flows that we're seeing. A lot of choppy price action. So you have that initial strong leg down in the opening drive, 5-minute orb. If you're playing that 5-minute orb to the downside, it's nice. You might get a 1-to-1 on that one. And then sure enough, you're starting to climb right back towards the volume weighted average price. We have Tesla rejecting the VWAP as well. But what's Oracle been up to? Hot mess. I mean, we were down almost 13% in the pre-market. And obviously what happened with yesterday's selling. So I have a system that it's really good for earnings reports. You pay that 5-minute range break, and then sure enough, you get a big time move. But this spike up, just a liquidity grab. It's fugazi essentially at the end of the day. So bing, boom, and you can bing bong right to the downside there on Tesla. We're still keeping our eyes out on this name, waiting for this retest. As long as we hold this candle high, I like our chances for the reload. Establish a lower high, and then we take that curl over for the ladies. Oh, okay. You got a $20 super chat, Sharif.
I know, I saw that. All class, man.
Momentenko, not Vasily Lomachenko. All right, brother. Happy holidays. Get some candies, buddy. Oh, thanks, brother. Happy holidays to you and the family as well. I hope everyone's doing well. Stay warm, drink that cocoa, and make sure you enjoy everyone else around you. You don't always have to be glued to the screen. I think it's time to kind of put the cell phones away, put the market away for a couple of days and enjoy the holiday when it comes around.
When's the last time you had eggnog?
Oh, man, I was never a fan of it.
No, eh?
Yeah, no.
You have, like, because you can have it with and without alcohol.
Yeah, no.
When's the last time you had it?
I couldn't even tell you, brother.
No,
to be honest with you. Yeah.
I don't mind it, actually, got to be honest with you.
You like eggnog?
Yeah, it's teas. It's teas.
Yeah,
it's nice to have in the
what is it, mulled wine in the
no idea, Joey.
Yeah, mulled wine. Brother. I think it's something along.
But now they sell it. Now you can get some locally. You don't have to go to the LCBO anymore, so which is nice.
Oh, you get it at the good old. Like, nothing better than a good old convenience store beer or gas station beer, man. You pick those up now everywhere, which is crazy. But we like that.
Jameson's calling out some metals, guys. He's calling out LAC, Quadruple U, TMC. The metals company, they're all looking real good here. Shout out to Jameson. They're breaking out, even MP up 2 1/3. So the metals names look like they're catching a bit of a bid today. I don't want to say they're all strong because I haven't really looked at every single one, but Quadruple U, TMC, LAC. He's been calling these ones out. Shout out to Jameson. Keep your eyes out if you want to trade the metals. Looks like they're catching a bit of a bid today. I'm in beat over here. We've got 32.5 on. It's showing me 33s. It's still holding the 10 EMA on the 5, but it is a 4-candle red setup. Funny enough, it's still holding technical levels. So I want to ride this one and get a good price and, see if we can move it into that $0.50. 258 is the high of the day. So we're going to keep packing the patience there. I don't think I should be out of the trade quite yet. Pets, though, a bit of a different story. It's been putting in lower highs ever since that candle at 11:35. So that's over now half an hour of lower highs, despite the fact that it's generally holding the 10 EMA. What's my price on this? 17s, it's showing me 26. I see support certainly at around 10s. There's a triple bottom between the 11:45 candle and the 11:55 candle, all of which held 10s, but maybe that the lower highs are more operative than that 10-penny hold. So I'm focusing on PETS and BEAT. I don't mind getting into VELO. It looks like it pulled back in a little bit over here, as well as CDE. That one just keeps rocketing up. We're going to talk about that and much more when we get back from Adara at the big desk.
Moving higher here, CEO RJ Scarin's just announcing the company's first in-house autonomy chip. So interesting look here for RIVN, pushing higher. And again, CoreWeave, we had the announcement earlier with that AI video startup Runway that they're pairing with. I'm just seeing that recirculated here. CRWV not doing too much, but RIVN moving on this in-house chip. Back to you.
Yeah, we're going to get to that on the news. We're going to cover Rivian, of course. Big AI day for them today, and more information on the R2. So if you are one of those people like Randy, who's been waiting a long time for the R2, because while the R1S and the R1T are quite expensive, Joey, the R2 might fit your price range.
I watched the Marquez on the Xiaomi
What did he say, Joey?
Was it RU7 or whatever?
SU7, yeah.
SU7, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty cool car.
Bro,
man,
it's
if you
ridiculous.
ask me. Yeah.
It's an $80,000 car selling for $40,000 US.
Interior really
it's
nice.
trouble. Let's just be real about it, dude. I mean,
trouble.
if the Chinese cars were to come here, it would be big trouble for legacy.
2020, I think 2027, starting its launch in the UK. So
Dude, they're already in Europe, and we see what they're doing in Europe.
It's
BYD.
like you can kiss it goodbye essentially to
trouble.
Tesla's
It's trouble
market
for
share.
legacy, Joey.
Yeah.
300% year-over-year increase in registrations in one country alone. I'm talking about England.
Yeah.
Right? For
I mean,
BYD.
they're just like, you get the earlier.
Brother, they're
obviously.
selling more cars than Tesla.
They are, man. They are. Too expensive.
It's trouble. It's trouble, man. The Chinese.
I just don't get how there's obviously the unions have a major factor, but how could you build something at half the price? You can't compete with that, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of it's your subsidy, you're subsidizing. All right, well.
Got to figure it out, man.
Guys, okay, couple of things. Pets. We got the ad into 10, so now on pets, we have 11s. Let's go ahead and post here for a nice price spike up. Looking for a continuation here and a hold on the 20 on pets. But there goes beat into the high of the day. Oh no, Joey.
Oh no.
There it goes on beat. There it goes the $0.50. What do we have on beat? We have 30s. So 20 pennies in the money right now. Looking for that breach of that 258 high a day. This looked like a really good chart pattern. It looked like, even though it was red on the 3 candle red pullback, they all held above the 10, and that key 230 level also held of good importance there. So looking for continuation here. I don't mind adding on dips now that I see that this one is holding trend up 61% or thereabouts. There goes 53, 54, 55, 58. Oh, there's another high a day. Joseph Options. Can we continue? I don't have to take it out here, man. Let's see what this one does. Wants to revert back, we'll add a little bit more. So big moves up here for B8. For beat, all right, for beat, man. All right, let's just go ahead. I'm going to post here at 77s. If we get a price spike up to 77, fantastic. But I got to go back here to pets because this one, I don't know, man, if this one's going to hold, guys. I don't want to give back too much. We got 11s on at the moment, and it's going against me, dropping into 5s. It's lost the 20. It's still above 3, though. Should I give it to 3 or should I be getting out here? It lost the 10. It lost the 20. Here's 10s again. I can flatten out break even here. Let's see if we get a nice price spike up on pets. Not really, Joey. It looks like the sell is on. Seller at 10. I'm flattening out. We'll lose a penny on that last trade. That's all right. We'll look to do a little bit better next time. Back now to BEAT. Back into 60 we go. Seller here in the low 60s on beat, up 67%. But I do see more support. I want to say at 240. So we talked about that 230 level. 240 will be in focus for me right now on BEAT should that come back down. Happy for you on B. Brother, what do I call you there? Because I can't read Hebrew, and I'd like to be able to call you by your name rather than just referring to you as the guy with the Hebrew letters. So tag me, please. Let me know what your name is so that I can refer to you in the right way. I appreciate that.
All right, man. So yeah, we're gonna take a little stab here on the Tesla short. If it doesn't work, that's fine. I mean, we could take an additional loss. We're still gonna hold on to 90% of our profits here on that one trade, and that'll be our only winner really on the TQs. We missed out on the NVDA long, so I mean, we're just gonna try to continuously find these trades that we like. Inverted hammer candle. As long as we don't break 445, I think we can really, really rock and roll this on this trade. Let's establish this lower high. There was an indecision print right here on the lows that I'm not in love with, but if we open up at the top end of this range, I might have to just get out at 444.40s and just call it, right? And wait and be a little bit more patient. We have Netflix continuing to climb higher. The market really wants to grind, so I have no issues with sitting on my hands like we did yesterday. We give back a little bit here on that Ethereum short that was essentially nothing in paper cut, and on this Tesla trade, we'll give back a little bit more. more, but that's okay. Small potatoes, small potatoes.
Small potatoes.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, man, what a missed opportunity here on 177.10s all the way up to 178.30s on NVDA, guys. So yeah, I mean, I am crying over spilt milk on that one. It's a missed op, but hey, there's going to be plenty more. Let's see if the market wants to break down. Look at the multiple tests. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's
cold.
Cool. Yeah, it's cold. Ice cold. It's old. But I mean, here, look. Indecision print on the 5-minute, indecision print on the 5-minute, right at some key support levels, guys. So keep that in mind. The market didn't want to break through just yet. Is it going to absorb some more liquidity before it does? But we're starting to trade within this range, and we have to pay attention to this, because if we break to the top side, what's the next level? In my opinion, it's going to be that pre-market high. So that's a nice little move right there, especially off of that hammer candle. But let's go Tesla, bleed your own blood, head down to 443. We'll see if we can take some profit off there. And it's slowly starting to work in our favor, and that's what we want to see. A lot real choppy stuff, right? An inverted hammer candle on Netflix, guys, as well too. So keep that in mind. All right, there we go, Tesla. You can do it. You can come a little bit lower. So yeah, let's see if this holds up, guys. If we don't break this 94.82, potential short here on NFLX. Once that candle breaks at 94.66s, I think there's a good potential trade right there as well, guys.
Man, Fluffy Hippo can read Arabic and Hebrew. That's crazy. Damn. Shout out to the Fluffsters. All right, couple of items coming out of Rivian here. Rivian reveals AI chip to replace NVIDIA in future R2 vehicles. Say it ain't so. Are they doing ASICs? Application-specific integrated circuits? We'll have to find out. Rivian off the lows after announcing AI chip. They're also launching an assistant in early 26 on Gen 1 and Gen 2 R1 vehicles. Doug DeMuro actually reviewed the Gen 2, and he was very, very impressed with it, the R1. Rivian CEO discusses first in-house autonomy processor. There's the longer Assassino, or Chilean Nightmare, if I can show this. So you guys can pause this and read it if you want. Right there, being reported by The Fly. So we have the Rivian event right there. Adair is covering it for us, but I'm going to get stuff on my blotter as well. So I'll be reading it out to you guys as we get more in on our side. Still holding beat here, man. We're 34 pennies in the money, give or take. It's still putting in higher lows. It's a 270 high now. I've actually posted an order here at 77s. They're 65, looking for continuation above that 70 penny area. You know, I don't really have a plan here on beat other than to add more into 40s. Now, if it comes into 50 and then it finds support at 50, I'm going to have to respect that 50 area. But to me, it's more of the 40s. Oh, wow, Joey, there's another move into 75. So I didn't quite make it up to 77, but that's a new high a day right now on beat as this candle makes another new high. So higher low, higher high in this current candle on the 5-minute chart. We're still going unprinted over here as a result of it not moving into 77. So I think I can wet the beak here, and then I have more. So we'll take it out here, and then we'll let it go. If it wants to go to 3, we'll take it at 3. And we're going to keep a close eye here on BEAT. Lemon family, Sharif, Joe.
What's up,
you guys were talking wrestling. Do you remember Ted DiBiase? No. Money, 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 money. Dude, he used to have a belt called the $1 Million Belt, and it was full of diamonds, and he'd hit people with it. He was fantastic.
That's good stuff.
Mark, you remember Ted DiBiase? Mark gave me the nod. And then he had a bodyguard whose name was Virgil, who would always cheat for him.
I love
stuff,
that,
bro.
man. I love it. Yeah, some good old
man.
Wrestling stuff.
Or Chavo Guerrero, of course, man.
Yeah,
we remember all these people, man. These,
man.
I'm ancient, guys. I'm ancient.
I remember
right?
the Guerreros.
So I'll be able to remember all that stuff.
Chavo Guerrero.
Chavo Guerrero.
Eddie's no longer with us.
No, he's not, man. I saw him too before he passed.
Oh, really? Yeah?
Summer of 2005, my boy and I went to SmackDown.
Oh, that's it.
It used to be called the ACC at the time. I saw pictures of it, man, and he had what's it called? A ladder match.
Oh, really?
I think it was either with Rey Mysterio or somebody. Yeah, he had beef with Rey Mysterio at the time, Joey. No. And that was like one of the, I think he died like 6 months, a year later.
Later, really?
Yeah,
wow.
It was quite sad. Shout out to Latino Heat. That's what they used to call him.
Yeah,
they used to call him Latino Heat.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. Great memory there. All right, man, so we did get that move. We bounced right off of the key support levels, right at $443.40. And then now you're starting to climb a little bit higher. If it looks like it wants to just pop, which it does. For some reason, we're starting to form a wedge and price is really compressing, guys. So I don't want to fight this in Tesla, especially being short. I could have got a little bit better of an entry right here at 444s. That would have just drastically improved my risk to reward. But now the best trades are when you're instantly in the money, when it works right away. Other than that, this choppy mess is just absolutely chaotic, as Tesla does not want to head any lower. I mean, we're selling VWAP, which isn't a horrible sign. So we just need a little bit more ebb and flow. I'll pull up the chart and see what I'm looking at. So you can see that we're just forming these consistent higher lows, and then now we have that flat top roughly around there. So if it breaks, watch out for that momentum and that volume to kick in. But if it fails as well, you can start to see that you could just really, really aggressively start to come back in and potentially head towards that low of the day. But we'll take it one step at a time, sweet Jesus. Other than that, I like this Netflix short forming multiple topping tail candles right here. So I'll just hop out of Tesla, worst case scenario, and then potentially maybe hop into some NFLX. So there it is on a 1 minute time frame, guys. Live and die by the sword here on the 1 minute, opening up at the top end of the range, and there it goes. So yeah, there goes Tesla. I'm not gonna mess around with this too much here. So any higher 44.50s, we're gonna hop out of that trade. We had to give this one some more room, but there it goes right up to 44s. I'm out of Tesla. I'm gonna hop into some Netflix, guys. We'll take a ugly, I wouldn't say ugly, but it does take some of the profits away from today.
All right, guys, here it is, Rivian.com/autonomy. They're talking, the lady right now is talking about creating custom silicon. And her argument for creating custom silicon right now is what we've been telling you on the show, I think, for the last few weeks, which is cost, efficiency, and power use. Well, I mean, power and efficiency happen to kind of overlap a little bit, but cost is the most notable thing. So what she was saying was, let's not buy these chips that are designed for multiple tools. As you know, the example that I gave was NVIDIA's GPU, sort of that multi-tool, whereas custom silicon, application-specific integrated circuits, they're more specific, made for tailored software by the software developer, right? So you get a chip that works perfectly with your software. That's her argument right now, and this is kind of why I feel there may be some headwinds for NVIDIA. Maybe not right away, but even if they continue to sell chips en masse, do they continue to have 70, 80% gross margins, or are they going to have to drop their price to make their chips more attractive for exactly this reason? Because companies are starting to make their own custom silicon. So this is a development I think we really need to keep our eye out on in the next year or two, because it's definitely something that I think could be disruptive. In any event, I'll digress for a second over here and cover Beat. Beat, 282 high, dropping down now into the 50s. So I'm looking now between the 50s and the 40s. It's a topping tail candle that sent this one down. But take a look at what we did earlier. We had another topping tail candle right there at 1150, drop back down, 3 or almost 4 candle red setup on this one, but it holds a 10, and then we make a new high a day. So let's not put too much stock into one candle. I'm talking about the topping tail candle at 1215, and let's see what the price does after that. Again, I'm looking for between 250 to 240 as a buy. Right now, it's still above 50, so let's see what this one does. If it wants to come back down a little bit more, we'll pick some up. I also want to mention Miggy Mogmo. We traded Miggy a lot yesterday. This was probably my biggest winner. And this one just got back above the volume weighted average price into 972. It did breach 10. I think it got it to about 1015, 1012 to be exact. It's still below the pre-market high, which is just south of 11. In fact, it is $11 on the dot at that 825 5-minute candle. So it'll have to get close to or at that level for me to get involved. But what I see here on Miggy is just a series of higher lows. So look at that upward trend line there being held pretty strictly, save and except for that one candle at 1155, which breached it quite aggressively. Funny enough, though, it ended up getting bought up and then closed above it. So Miggy, M-I-G-I, definitely in focus for me here, as this one was a big winner yesterday, and it has a tendency to move quite aggressively, as I'm sure you can see. But one thing I really want to point out about Miggy, which didn't have yesterday, look how many of these candles have prohibitively big upper wicks. That was not characteristic to this one yesterday. In fact, there was only a few candles with upper wicks. It feels like almost every candle that breaches 10 or gets close to 10 has monster upper wick. So to me, there is a seller, a committed, a devoted seller here at $10, even above $10, because it goes all the way to 10.50, 10.72. So we need to clear that level. Otherwise, I feel like we're still going to suffer from that, that ceiling. The other way to play this is to try to pick it up off the area lows. That way you don't have to be taking the breakout trade and have to deal with the topping tail candles. What I mean is to pick it up, towards the lower end of that trend line right there, the 9, the 9.25, etc. So let's keep an eye here on Miggy, as this one is looking real good, Joey.
All right, guys, for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets with its limited risk trading model. Traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading. Powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now, excuse me, to get 10% off your first evaluation. There it is, guys. Check Trade the Pool. Good stuff, good stuff. And yeah, there we are. We're short some Netflix. Glad that we got out of this trade here. Look at Tesla go. I told you guys it was going to break up, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do get stopped out of this Netflix momentarily. So you're going to have to be more patient. I gave back about half of the day so far, so I'm going to have to be really, really relaxed and chilled. I'd rather just go away with half the profits than nothing at all. So may not be as active after this trade. It's going to be tough, without any question. I always say that all the time, and I always end up in trades, but you have to stick to your guns and stick to your rules at times. So let's go. We're going to try to hold this for 50s. That'll be a nice 2-to-1 there. Risking 10 cents. Just almost got stopped out momentarily, man. So if we get any form of selling in the market, I think that's going to help our move. Netflix has been going oppo, right? So, there it is. Boom, 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 boom. Nice clean flushes. Look at the tape, guys. This is what tape rating is extremely important. Some nice clean flushes at 65. They were going to go to 60s and get a 1-to-1 almost roughly there, guys. So nice look, 94.70s. Gorev, I haven't seen you that active in the chat today, but I was talking about precision and just the key on the entries. Like, just know, post up at that level that you want. When you see your setup, post up at it, and then just wait for it to come into play. So whatever we just lost on Tesla, we're going to gain right back here. I don't want to count my blessings too soon, but if we do breach this 94.60 level here on NFLX, then we will get that back. Dara, what do you have for us?
Take a look here at INVZ. There's some speculation on X that they could be Rivian's LiDAR provider. Again, just speculation, but either way, INVZ and Noviz Technologies making a bit of a move. This is not a penny stock, but pretty close, trading around $1.30 right now. Back to you.
So we'll take a little bit off there at a 1-to-1, nothing substantial. We're still holding on to 95% of our position. We're going to take some more off at 94.50s if we're privileged enough to get that. So we're just keeping, there we go, 55s. Nice little move to the downside, guys. Just stick to your guns and wait for those opportunities to come. With a choppy market, you're going to get those chances. And you know what? We had to calm heads prevail, right? I was getting frustrated a little bit, but I'm like, hey, Joe, just stick to the game plan. Let's see if we can take an additional bit off here at 94.55s. So let me post up there and see what we can get. So boom, boom, 94.55, 55. 55. I ain't messing up. I ain't pressing keys that fast, Sharif. I'm telling you, we did that the other day, and I'll tell you for free, that ain't happening again there, brother. All so right. There it is. Let's see if we, boom. Just like that, as quick as you like. It's a fact, Jack. Still holding 90% there, and we're going to pull up at 94.50s. So 10 cents worth of risk. We're already at a 1.5-to-1, which is something solid. I like this. We might bounce because there is a key support level right here. This could be a potential target as well, too, right around 94.43s, which is some good stuff. I'm really curious as to what the boys are going to bring us back. And if they don't, man, a whole lot of problems give you a whole lot of problems, man. Because we know how last time they came back hanging out with Mr. Mendel. I might have to have a talk with Jeff. Say, Jeff, you can't be bringing these guys out. And then they come back and they're having all this good time, and I'm wondering why. What's going on? We didn't get to have that good time.
Well, it pays to be the big kahuna, bro.
It does, man. Fair enough. Fair enough, brother.
They earned that, obviously, with many years on the show.
AEO breaking out 25.05.
This guy's got it up on his side screen. Joey.
Yes, sir.
When we got that 2-candle red pullback on the daily and then the 2 monster green candles, that is trouble. It's trouble.
Yeah, it is trouble.
It's
I'm in big time trouble. I think it's only a matter.
It's never, nothing is guaranteed in this life, certainly not in the market, but it looks like it's continuing here. Look, man, American Eagle, you can make of them what you want, but the price action, I think it's the
speaks for itself, man. Yeah, exactly. And it's with everything. It speaks for itself. I mean, if the stock is strong, you don't want to be going against it. It's definitely
I used to love this this clothing brand back, I want to say, in the mid-2000s, 2005.
Were you ever like a skateboarder or anything like that?
No, but I did go through like a phase where I really liked more like rock. That was like grade 7.
Everybody had their like emo phase, kind of.
No, I didn't have an emo phase.
Okay, I didn't either. To be honest.
No, I didn't. I really didn't. Guys, I gotta take this off. Clear. There we go. We're back into beat. I added into beat like a cycle. Into the $0.50, showing me 55s, bouncing up off that 10 EMA on the 5. Let's see if this one wants to price spike up. If it loses 40, I'm out. Simple as that. But I want to talk about Miggy, because Miggy is making a serious move now through 10. It's currently showing 1020, prior bar high, 10 1/3, high a day, 1072. But the pre-market has its own high, 825 candle, $11 on the dot. Watch out for Miggy here, especially if we can get through 10.5. MIGI, if we can clear 10.5 decisively with a closing print, this could be trouble here for the shorts. It could be a flat top break, and the reason I say that, it's an ascending wedge pattern with higher lows, and then generally that area top, I want to say between 10.25 and 10.25 to 10.5. So MIGI is a second, multiple day play now, and this could catch some shorts offside. So be on the lookout here for Miggy. Right back into the high 50s we go on BAT 59s. Now, can we get a price spike up to make a new candle, to make a new high? Prior bar high, 262. Current bar high, I believe, is 59. So we're still lower highs on this one, looking for that new candle to make a new high so that we can continue into trend, but not quite yet on that. I'm not liking the look on pets at the moment. I saw somebody ask me there about pets. Look, got into 3, bottoming tail candle in the 3. Now we're showing 310s, but we're rejecting the 10 moving average from below now. We're using it as resistance. So that's not my move. I'm not going to be looking to get in at pets at the moment. I'm going to focus here on beat. And if I get stopped at a beat, we get stopped out. But I'm looking for that move back into 60s. I've seen this before, man. We saw it with the 1150 to 1205. Chart setup or candle setup on the 5. And then we rocketed up again. It has a tendency to do that. Let's see if it does. I like a move above 262. That gets me in a bit more comfortable. ANF. What's her name? Sia bought that. What'd she say?
Yeah, Abercrombie & Finch, yeah.
Bro, this thing's $110. Why was she saying AEO's too expensive? $110. Is she talking about PE?
Yeah. I don't know if she's talking PE.
I don't know if she was talking PE, because she was telling Joey and I that she punched into what else did she punch into? She punched into that?
She just told me that, yeah.
No, she punched into a couple of things, ANF and one other thing, Joey. I forget. We'll find out. She's coming in at 2 anyway, so we'll ask her then. Jameson saying ANF, it's up 3.5%. There goes beat, Joseph, in the 65. There we go. Let's get the print there and then cancel the one above it. Nice move here for beat. There is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. It's an 82 high a day. Let's see if this one wants to test the new area high. It defended 50 quite well, but I'm looking for 3-ish now. As it keeps holding up off the 10, let's get above 75, and then maybe we can make a nice move into 3. What's my move if it goes against me? If it loses 40, it's my thesis stays the same. That 40 penny area I perceive to be a good area of technical support. It acted as a resistance before. So just because I took a profit taker there doesn't mean that I changed my plan. 40 and I'm out. What do you got?
Yeah, same thing, guys. All right, so I got before it came back to my break even, I just got out of my remaining shares. It looks like it wants to pop. I want to get back in this and give this multiple attempts. So if we do come back into this 94.75 range, if we're fortunate enough to get that, then I think we'll be able to cook up. But at this point, it's looking like we might curl over once again. An additional inverted hammer candle right above the volume weighted average price on IBIT. So, I mean, the volatility is in the market, right? Like you're going up, you're going down, and you're going going all around here, it seems to be the case. So be patient, wait for your levels to come in, because when you have the market fluctuating like this, the chances of it hitting your obviously your entry price are relatively high. So don't chase, because if you do chase at the lower end or the top end of the range, next thing you know, it's just going against you immediately, and the best trades are the ones that work relatively quick. It's the same with the TQs, guys. So a nice little stab, and I'm going to go a little bit heavier here. We went decent on NFLX, more size, about 5 times more size than what we had on Tesla, but we didn't get that movement into 94.50 that we were looking for. So we'll be patient. Came right up to 94.80s, almost stopped me out. Surprised it didn't trigger, and then sure enough, bang, we get that move to the downside. So I'm going to sit on my hands, be patient right now, wait for those levels to come in. As soon as we breach it, head right back into the zone. We're going to be posting up, waiting for those orders to come into play. But it looks like the market wants to be on a steady grind. That NVDA trade would have been a monster off of these bases. If you're going to grab anything at key support levels, I think it starts with an N and ends with an A. That's going to be NVDA. You guessed it. Nice work there, everyone. Now there's the TQs heading towards this. This is going to be a level, right? So if we do happen to grind all the way up to 56 bucks, I'm going to be looking to fade that 110%. So we're going to be steady rolling here today, man. I mean, you gotta, if you're having a decent session and things are working for you, just keep firing that gun. If you make, say, 100 bucks, be willing to risk an additional 20 or 30 of that on the intraday session. And if you hit that, then boom, you're still walking away with the majority of your money. All right, what I want to do before we send it back to Sharif is to head over to the options chain, look for some supply zones in the SPY and in the Qs. We're going to start with the NASDAQ, because we got our eyes on that one, and we had the best trade of our day on that one. All right, there you go. You did it. Yay. All right, so 0DT. Let's head over to tomorrow's expiration, and that's going to be at 6:25. Let me pull it up here. I wish I could just pull up the – we always have the TQs on there. All right, so 6:25. Yeah, exactly. So guys, this is some good stuff. So that's going to correlate with our pre-market high, and you can see that concentration right there, 14,400 contracts with 38,400 traded on the intraday session. So there it is. That level I'm looking to fade. So watch out for the grind. Be patient enough for it to come into play, and then sure enough, you might be able to find a potential fade there on the TQs. If not, then that's all right. Don't worry about it. You'll find another trade. We're just kind of correlating two things, pre-market high and a supply zone on the options chain, Sharif.
All right, I'm just sending...
All right, yeah, you want me to keep going?
No. Adira, do you have the link for Rivian or not? Do you need it? Yeah. You're watching, okay. Good. All right, guys. Yeah, I just put in so there was a summary by The Fly about what they were talking about. I just wanted to see whether the custom silicon by what's it called, Rivian, is ASICs. It is. So, I mean, that's just a synonym. Custom silicon, application-specific integrated circuit. So, yeah, my thesis remains the same on this one. I'm going to be really suspicious, man, of these new releases by NVIDIA. And I know you're not going to catch me shorting it either. Like, I'm not going to take a short position on NVIDIA in my long term or anything like that, but it is something that I am worried about. I am a shareholder of NVIDIA, and I haven't really done anything with the position. I've had the same position pre-split, but I am starting to get concerned a little bit, to be quite honest with you guys, about that. All right, we're flattening out on beat. It's losing the trade. Miggy is breaking out. Miggy is absolutely rocketing up 11.25, Joey, 11.33. That takes out the pre-market high, but only by about 20 cents. There's a seller at 20 here. He just got decimated. Oh, no. 11.40 high. Limit up to 61, guys. On MIGI, Miggy is him right now. Let's see if it can take out 11.5 and into, or sorry, 11.40 into 12s. It's dropping, losing 11 right now. 10.98. Is this a dip trade right now? Is this a buy opportunity? Miggy is just, it suffers from that same affliction it's been suffering from all day, which is topping tail candles, which means either aggressive profit taking or, you know, short selling into this level. So MIGI taking out levels 1140 high. The 10 EMA is far below the current price action, 9.8, 978, 980, give or take, something in and around that level. So I don't know how to, I don't know if I want to work in here, Joey. It's defending 11 though. It's defending 11. How much room I have to give it though is always subjective, because you know it's going to dip below 11. The spread is too wide on this one for it not to. So you can end up getting triggered out. And here we go, losing into $0.75. There was no way I was going to give it to $0.75 in terms of room, not something like Miggy. So I want to see if it clears 11 decisively, then maybe we can kind of get in and then with smaller size. I don't know. MIGI really, really strong right now. Big move up here. Triple CX says Bovin. CCCX. Big breakout as well, 7.5% into 1508. Good call out there, Bovin. I'll take out CADL as that one has lost VWAP, and we'll put Triple CX. What do you got, Joey? What's going on?
That was crazy. What
breakout
a massive...
central right now.
Yeah, this is huge, man. Look at this. Okay, so I'm like, okay, I seen an order keep getting rejected at 94.70, Shreve, and then all of a sudden, this flushes. So I'm going down in the time and sales. You can see this was a couple of seconds ago, and I'm like, whoa, what the hell? And then it just popped 10 cents immediately right away, and then rejects aggressively. Holy schmoly, man. What a market, man. This is crazy stuff, especially when you're on these lower time frames and you're watching these pennies, man, penny pinching over here. So I'm gonna post up, I mean, if I was posted up at 94.75, that's instant, like, in the money, like, boom, flushes to 94.75. Boom, instantly comes back, man. This is a party, man. Sorry, I'll stop saying man, maybe. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm gonna post up at 70s now because I think that was it. Oh wow, what an aggressive sell. Yeah, Netflix is really choppy up here, guys. So be prepared to have those diamond hands and stomach a little bit of volatility as we just keep ebbing and popping up, going down. So there it is, 94.70. I think I'll be lucky if I get this price again. I do like it. If we breach, I think there's going to be multiple levels in which you can get involved at, but you just have to be prepared on the fact that you might be selling at the lows, which can get typically a little dangerous, right? So there it is. We're going to get right back in at the price that we had before. Otherwise, it might just go out without us. If it breaks this 94.58 level, look like it's going. Look at the strength in this selling is absolutely insane. Wow, yeah, this is a lot of fun here, guys. I'm personally having a lot of fun watching this tape on NFLX. It's really key. Let's get our quote highlights on this because it's going to tell us a lot where we have our ladder built. 20,000 is going to be just too much for NFLX. So we're going to bump that down to 2,000 and see what that does for us. Still too much. Hey, all right, I see how it is. We'll get down a little bit more. Get down. So yeah, there it is, guys. It looks like we missed that opportunity. That's okay. We were a little bit late to the dance. I was thinking that we were going to breach through the high of the day and then curl over once again, but that doesn't seem to be the case as the market might start coming back in right here, guys.
Boom, Joey. There goes Miggy, man. We got 09s. Here comes into 60s. Let's see if we can take it out. Come on, man. Take out that 60 seller. Let's go. 59 showing up. Let's go. There it is, Joey. Boom, into Miggy. Big breakout right now on Miggy Mogmo. Again, we do it on Miggy. We did it yesterday. We're doing it again. 1186 high right now on MIGI. I shouldn't have taken out 2 right there, man. That was silly by me. I didn't see the offset. Yeah. I hit the wrong key on that one. But anyway, big breakout right now, Hosean. Of course you know we got it out, Hosean. Big breakout right now on Miggy Mogmo. Good trade on this one, up 70%. Let's see if we can get some more. Let's see if 11 comes back in. That was my move, to wait for the clearing of 11 and then a holding of 11. We got a clean hold on that 11 breakout there. Now, do we get a retesting of that $11 area? I'm packing the patience. We don't need to be first. Showing that there's buyers here stepping in between a quarter to a third. Every time it dips into that 25, boom, rocketing up right back into 50. Let's watch the price action develop a little bit more. MIGI, a bit of a wider spread, but a good couple of days under this one's belt. Nah, come on, Mike. We can't be doing that, my man. Come on now.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, come on, Mike. Let's see what MIGI has been doing over a period of days. We got the 15-minute chart over here. This is kind of why I say it's a multi-day runner. It really started getting going, I want to say, on the 9th. Just make sure. Yeah, it had a couple of outsized days back in late November, but really kind of faded off from the low of the 9th to the high today. We're up over 200%, a little bit less, excuse me, than 200%. Coming down into 11 though is Miggy Mogmo. Is this going to hold 11, Joey? This is where we got in last time. The buyer stepped in at 11, but it doesn't feel like, I don't know what it feels like, quite frankly. Let's watch. Yeah, there you go. A nice price spike up off 11 again into the low 20s, high 20s now. Can we see 30s here on Miggy? Fantastic look, guys, on MIGI, but very volatile. Traded carefully. Rich Tech Robotics, guys, nice curl up here. Here comes that 450 hold. It was a double bottom through the 10 EMA, held up at the 20, and now we're about to take out 450. If this takes it out decisively, I might get into this one and then ride trend on MIGI. Also, let me just throw in.
Yeah, I like that price. I like that price.
What do you like there, Joey? You
The
like
TP,
that short, eh? Okay, tell them about it.
Yeah, man, where the money's at. Let's see if we can get this going on Q's, man. There goes Netflix heading towards the downside. I like our peak. I'm trying to catch the top here. Some indecision prints off of the highs, and we're slowly starting to come back in. I mean, we're giving this 10 cents. If it breaks, then we're at a dodge 110%, but I like our chances, and we're going to just give it full steam ahead. As we're in at 55s, we're out at 67, so 12 cents roughly, and then I'll just get out of that trade as it's starting to come back in. So, I mean, tough ebb and flow here. If NVDA wants to grind, then I have to keep my eyes on that. That's not going to be good for the potential short. What has Google and Apple been up to on today's intraday session? But yeah, man, oh man, what a missed op on NFLX as that's starting to head into that. We would have hit that if we were posted up at 70s, but that shoulda, coulda, woulda, and that's what if history. We're not playing that today, ladies and gentlemen. But let's go TQs. Let's see if we can get this move lower. Let me pull it up on my chart for you guys. So a nice little win right there on NFLX to the downside. And then now we're just giving this a little bit of room. Watch out for multiple fake outs, right? Oh, I have no, where's my tape? I have no tape on this right now. I have no tape on the T. Oh, okay. There we go. Bang. Whew. That's scary, man. Yeah, it's like driving without mirrors, essentially.
Oh.
There it is, guys. So right out here at 68s, we're out of this trade, but that's what I got. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's of course,
yeah.
Bro, no worries.
Oh, there goes Netflix to the downside as well, too, guys.
Oh my God,
yeah.
Miggy. Oh, Joe, man. Oh, man. Hesitation kills me, bro.
Oh, hesitation nation,
yeah.
I know.
1186, possible double top here, guys. This current candle has, I think, almost the same high, if not a little bit lower. Current bar high, 1186, prior bar high. Oh, doesn't matter. It's moot. Limit up is 1250. Limit up 1250, 1229 high right now. Keep your eye out. Possible limit up halt at 1250. Here it comes. New high of day, 1229. Can't shake the seller in the high 20s right now. Miggy is a rocket ship. Zigging, dropping below 12 now for the moment. That was a mistake, man. That was a mistake. I should have been adding into this one. It's going to haunt me. 1175, let's watch the price action develop a little bit more here on MIGI, coming back down into 11.5. Prior bar low, guys, is well below 11. 1067 on prior bar low. Current bar low is 1130. Current bar low is 1130. To go red on this candle, we got to drop below 1130, showing 60s now. 70s as this one moves up quite aggressively. It's already been above 12. 1233 HOD. On MIGI up 75%, but this is a multi-day runner. Ooh, Joe.
Yeah.
This one's, I don't know.
Yeah, I
hate punching in at highs. And like it gave me an opportunity at 11 again, but I was like, this one's gonna revert, and I was wrong about that. So, yeah, here we go. 1190 right now, showing like it wants to get right back above 12. MIGI. Here it comes 12 again. 97 seller, and there's 09s. Big move up here on Miggy. 1233 high, guys. Limit up won't be 1250 anymore as the price action is developed, obviously, since then, and the timer start running. Limit up now is 1272. 1272 limit up on MIGI. I've got a whole bunch of tags. Let's read them. Miggy to 16, says U.S. stock trader. Why not, man? Bovin, how do you see the halt level? Can you see it? Okay, Bovin, I've been talking about this. Look at my screen. See that red rectangle that shows up every now and again that says LULD? Pause the video above it so you can read it if you want. That means limit up, limit down. So any red rectangles you see on the right side of my time and sales or the left side, that's limit up. The left side is limit down, and it's going to change as the price action develops. So the fantastic people in the back end office, that design the software we're using, P8, ended up putting this in. We've been asking for it, and they delivered, man. So we're very happy about that, and that certainly helps small cap traders, as small caps are more prone to halting, obviously, than some other names. So it helps me a great deal. So I just want to mention that. Ozan, when in doubt, I sell and never look behind. $1 US is bigger than -1. Truer words were never spoken. Maybe they were, I don't know. But that is true nonetheless. Shout out to my man Ozan. EOSE says check of all trades. Let's take a look at EOSE. See what that one is all about.
All right, brother.
I will. Give me a sec. Oh, nice breakout there. Okay, coming into technical levels though, guys. Take a look at that big bull flag top from the 4th of December, $16. So be on the lookout for that possible rejection there. I think that we may have broken trend. It was putting in some lower highs. We definitely got above the highs of December 9th, so that could be a good continuation into 16. EOSE, not a bad look at all. This one was negative on the day, down into 13, mid-80s, and there it is, man. Breached 15 momentarily, 1584, showing 68s now. EOSE looking real good. We're going to take off VOR, we're going to put EOSE, and we're going to add it in to the side watch list there so that the price updates. That's not a bad one at all. Also, triple CX, one Bovin gave us earlier. Look at the clean hold on the 5, on the 10 EMA. Drops down from 1520 high all the way down into 1475, and there it is, right back into 15, a clean hold off the 10 exponential moving average. But Miggy is destined to take out the 1223. It looks like 1233, excuse me, as it works back into 12 mid-teens. This one is not going to be without volatility. So if you expect to get in above 12 and for it to hold 12, you're going to be sadly disappointed. This one will breach 12, so you have to figure out some other risk management system into this. Don't put your stop right below 12 if you're taking a 12 breakout, or if you're punching in above 12. It's just not going to hold it. What it will do probably, though, is take out the highs. Joseph, there's another high of the freaking day, 1246. This guy is killing me. 1246 high of the day on MIGI, up 81.5%. Osama F. Sharif, what did you eat, man, to get all this energy? God bless. Brother, I'm just, I'm naturally an energetic person.
Yeah,
man.
you didn't know this guy.
2 sessions a day because we just have way too much energy. If I don't, it'll manifest in a negative way.
We don't want that.
No, we don't want that, Joey.
All right.
So, no, brother, nothing. You know, I know that... that the coffee here is some of the best coffee. When I have coffee on the weekend, it just doesn't cut it.
It doesn't hit it. It doesn't
not
hit
the crack
same,
in a cup that I make on the... I love coming to work.
How's our lottery ticket? Maybe we can scan that right now, Sharif, and see if we could caught a chicken dinner winner on there. 40 sheets. I will gift 1,000 memberships if we hit that, baby. I mean, there it is, man. What a move on Netflix. Second opportunity at that squeeze right here, but now we're short the TQs, and this is starting to slowly work for us. 1.5 to 1 here. So thanks for the Netflix short working out. It says, yeah, man, 110%. I'm glad that it's a really, really good setup in my opinion. This is a much more difficult trade because you have so many variables that are coming into factor here. It's Apple, Google, NVDA, Tesla, Microsoft, and Netflix that I have up here. But oh man, what a monster short this was right off the highs. And we had a pretty good entry on this one as well too, right at 70s. It does come back to our break even, but we just never took that additional entry on it. So now if it comes back to my break even on the TQs, it's going to be the same narrative. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't. Starting to get a bounce in NVDA, and the market just essentially does whatever that thing's doing. So keep an eye out on that one. We're short at 55s. We get a move into about 41s, so not too bad. 12 cents, hit a little bit under a 1.5 to 1. So we'll see if we can hold on to this. But Netflix was a substantially better short. Why? Because I think the sellers are still slightly engaged. Obviously, you can see that from a daily as well, so keep that in mind. But if we don't get too deep of a pullback, which is surprising, I mean, there it is, boom. You just pull back, boom, 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 boom. Sometimes they boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Nice indecision prints off of the lows here on Google, guys. So a nice double hammer. So that's going to give you double the confirmation. Yeah, real smart job. So there it is, bang, bang, and then now you're off to the races on that one. So that's wham, bam. Thank you on Google. Now, as for some of the other names, if there's anything specific, I haven't really gone over any names that you guys want to look at, so feel free to let me know. We have Microsoft selling, Tesla going Oppo right now, we have NVIDIA, and we have Alphabet starting to come back in a little bit. Adara, what do you have for us?
Keep an eye on RIVN. This has been pretty consolidated for a lot of this event. They just announced their Rivian Assistant, which sounds like it's going to be basically, with you in the car, sort of a Siri type thing. When I hear more, I'll let you know. This was just announced. We did get a little bit of an uptick here on RIVN as we send you back to Joe and Sharif.
Adrian Petrus, thank you so much, brother, for the 10. Live Trader TV memberships. Thank you so much for that. Very kind of you. I gotta take this opportunity to let them know that if you just got one of those memberships, we'll see who got one. Stan O614 got one. Luis no, he didn't get one. Aura Alpha, Chris 3062. We got Ian as well got one. So if you got one, make sure to get my morning note every single morning, guys. We're gonna show you exactly where to get it. Come on, YouTube. This is embarrassing, Joey.
Uh-oh.
It's not going to YouTube.
Don't embarrass
There we go.
Embarrass
I just got to flip the account over here. And then we go into this. There we go. So let's go to Trader TV live homepage. And I'll show you exactly where to get it every single morning. There's the handsome Bob Iger. Here it is. So you go on over. So first of all, you go to our homepage, Trader TV Live. Go to posts right there. Click posts. And then weasel on down, Sharif's morning note. It's only going to be visible to members, to premium members. They see members only on the top. Hit that read more, and there she is right there. Hit that read full PDF here. You click that, it takes you to the PDF, and then you'll be able to see basically all the main stories from the morning. These are not AI generated. I take full articles and we summarize the articles. So I'm not asking the AI for data. So it will not hallucinate about wrong information. It's summarizing information put in from an article. So I go and select all the articles in the morning for you guys to kind of get everybody's day ready. So there you go, Oracle revenue miss. You get 3 key areas of support, 3 key areas of resistance, as well as a trader takeaway. It gives you guidance, what investors got spooked about, the different segments that they have and how they performed. And today, I think we've got 14 different stories. Yesterday was 16. So, you know, we're going to definitely give you that full comprehensive look on the market. Adrian Peters gifting 10 memberships. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
And for now, some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. We are talking, of course, about Beta Pro by Global X Canada. This is Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs, and they've launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs. They're offering you guys 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the likes of the S&P TSX 60, as well as semiconductors and on U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering you a special fee rebate by dropping management fees down to just 65 basis points, all until New Year's Eve. Yes, December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S. focused strategies use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you're tactical and you're a sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, you need to check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. We're going to pause for a second. Joey, we're going to Adair.
Couple different headlines here. We'll start with Google. GeoOGL reportedly facing an EU fine next year for favoring its own services. Lots of EU antitrust talk for Google. This is the latest piece, but keep an eye on SMCI as well. Not moving too much. Apparently, the company is at an investor conference right now saying that they've seen some evidence of others in the spectrum talking about increased CapEx. So CapEx talks here from SMCI as we send you back to Joe and Sharif.
What's up, Sharif? Give me a high five, but I'm like, dude, my hands, I didn't want to hit you because these palms are sweaty.
Oh, you're like my cousin, bro. His hands are always sweaty.
But I'm sure he's not in a trade like this. Oh, man, what's going on, man?
Joey.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we missed out on Netflix, stuck to the guns, and then just got right involved in here on some TQs to the downside. So a nice little short here, guys. Boom, off that top. I wanted to get the 40 fill because it kept bouncing off it, so I did take a little bit off, but nothing substantial. And we're continuing to bleed our own blood right now. So it's a pretty good look. And I ain't making the mistake of taking everything off. I'm still sitting on approximately 45% of the position. Going to look for, I think the dream would be the volume weighted average price, but it might be a slight push there, guys. Google, Apple, Netflix selling aggressively, Microsoft coming back in, and then we have NVDA slowly starting to participate to the downside. So yeah, there it is, guys. 5, 5, 5, 5.
My man, good trade, brother.
5, thanks.
All right, guys. It's 3-1, so I think we should probably start the news. There's a whole lot to talk about, not least of which is Oracle, which is sent the NQ and the ES a little bit negative after being positive yesterday after Chair Powell's comments about rates, etc. The market did catch a nice bit of a bid. but that was all undone, sadly, in the aftermarket as the market started getting concerned again about excessive AI spend. So let's get right down to business over here. We're not going to talk about Roku to start. That's not the one, Joey. We got to go all the way up here and talk about this one. Okay, so I don't want to use this one because this doesn't have my highlights. I'm doing one for you guys now, which doesn't have my highlights, so that you guys don't get all distracted there. There we go. We'll load up mine. Hold on. What happened to it? Hold on.
I love
Copy. There we go, Joey. Now we got it.
The font you got rocking and rolling too.
Well, I zoomed in, Joe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go. Let's do this. All right, guys. Oracle revenue miss. Creator shares despite a huge AI backlog. So shares collapse. Where's Oracle at right now, Joey? ORCL. Let's find out. We're down 13, a little bit more than 13 1/3, below 200. They missed revenue, right? Which overshadowed really a huge EPS beat. EPS came in at $2.26 per share. The street was looking for $1.64. That's a massive beat, and it was driven really by cloud profitability and the one-time Ampere gain. We'll get more on that in a second. Revenue came in light, as I mentioned, $16.06 billion. The street was looking for about a little bit more than 16 1/5. A rare miss for the company. As AI infrastructure obviously came into play. Cloud revenue. Beat estimates, $7.98 billion. The street there was looking for a little bit less. And that metric, the $7.98 billion, surged 68% year over year. Big move there. Oracle cited large AI-driven cloud contracts. We're talking about Meta, NVIDIA, Airbus, Canon, Deutsche Bank, LSG, Panasonic, and Rubrik, all looking to tie up with Oracle, of course, OpenAI. The remaining performance obligations, that major metric they gave us last time, which rocketed these shares on the last earnings report, exploded 438% year over year, over now $500 billion on remaining performance obligations, which is basically backlog that they can't meet because they don't have the capacity to meet it. It shows good demand, but on the other side of the equation, what's the point of demand if you don't have the capacity to meet it? You got to build out, which is CapEx, which is going to lead us to the debt coming up soon. OpenAI, as we know, committed about a little bit less than $300 billion to Oracle to spend on their infrastructure over 5 years. But it's really the debt here. The debt is really making the street very, very worried. Software revenue did fall. Free cash flow was $10 billion, but the CapEx now projected to be $50 billion for the year. That's up from 35. And we showed you yesterday when we reviewed Oracle ahead of earnings, they had a record bond issuing. Bonds, of course, are debt. Prior to this earnings report, which I think it was like $18 billion. And now we're getting about $15 billion more in CapEx than they had projected, which could be good, obviously, because they got the RPOs are increasing. With respect to the guide, Joey, in line for EPS, $1.70 to $1.74, with revenue growing on that top line, 19 to 21%. They're guiding 16.5 to 16.7 billion.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. I was reading up on the report as well too, and Sharif nailed it on the head. Essentially, at the end of the day, you having this backlog is fantastic. But if you don't have the infrastructure and you have to spend significantly more compressing your margins, it's not good. And that's why the street is really afraid of what Oracle has going on right now, because they have to build out a substantial amount and they just don't, as Sharif mentioned, have the capacity to do so. So you have to increase that infrastructure. But guys, we got an interview with you. Adara's going to bring us something nice, as always, guys.
Very timely interview today, too. We've heard a lot about silver as of late, and today we are pleased to have on here the CEO of Regency Silver Corp, Bruce Bregagnolo. Bruce, how are you doing today? Thank you so much for being here with us.
Yeah, great, thanks. Nice to be here.
Of course, yeah. Thank you so much for coming. We want to talk here about silver and gold because they are at record highs. Can you explain how that impacts a business like yours?
Yeah, certainly. The big thing about the sector is margins, and it's all about margins. So with gold at record highs, with silver at record highs, the producers are just minting money right now. But the one problem the producers have is they need to fill their pipelines because they haven't been exploring over the last few years, and that's where a company like Regency Silver fits in.
Let's talk about the high-grade gold, silver, and copper discovery that Regency is undertaking right now at Dios Padre.
Yeah, we've been very fortunate to drill into what looks like a big system We've got good widths and excellent grade of gold, copper, and silver at the project. We have a historic silver mine where they were mining 750 grams of silver in the past. And we've managed to drill into a major discovery underneath that, and it's in this breccia zone, which is an exploded up rock where the fluids have filled in. So we've just announced on Monday that we hit that high grade zone again. We don't have assays yet, they're pending, but we did hit the structure, and now we're going to drill up towards the historic silver mine.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your drilling program here? Do you have any updates that you can share with us?
Well, just what we had out on Monday, we updated that we hit the breccia zone. We have had some very high-grade hits in the past. Our last hole that we have assays for hit 38 meters of 7.3 grams of gold. And it's really noteworthy that in the core that we announced from hole 2525 that we announced on Monday, that we hit the quartz feldspar porphyry, which controls the copper zone. So we've hit a new zone here. We've hit the existing breccia, so we're very excited about our drilling.
Your management has extensive experience in Mexico. So how does that impact your operations, and what unique insight do these individuals provide in terms of operations and strategy for your company?
Well, we've got a great crew on the ground, so we don't have any issues getting stuff done down there. We have our assays being processed very quickly. We have access to drillers. We have access to personnel. We have access to the people that we need to, locally, we're very good in the community. We've been a very good corporate citizen. We do all the little things that are necessary to be a good corporate citizen.
I want to talk a little bit more here about your team, I guess, in a wider sense of the word. What can you tell us about Regency's strong financial relationship with Centurion One Capital?
Well, they've been great for us. We rekindled our relationship with them back in August. They raised us $4 million. They put their own money into the deal. And we announced on Tuesday that we're doing another financing so we can continue drilling on an indefinite basis at Dios Padre. So when you keep getting good results from your drilling, you just want to keep on drilling. Is
there anything else you want to tell our audience about Regency Silver Corp?
The Dios Padre is a very unique type of project, having a high sulfidation system with the porphyry, with the breccia. This is a type of system that historically has become a mine. So there's very few of these. They're very rare, and they're usually quite high grade and large. So we're very fortunate to have found what we found at Dios Padre.
Thank you so much for sharing about your company and being here with us today. Bruce Bragagnolo, CEO of Regency Silver Corp. Thanks again.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Great information, great interview there. Yeah, man, silver is, it's fantastic lately, Joey.
It's been on a run, man.
It's been on a run. A lot, I got to tell you, I'm speaking for myself here. I didn't kind of personally believe in the whole thing because apparently it has less industrial applications than does gold.
Than gold, obviously.
So, I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I'm some expert in metals. I'm really not.
We got to actually call Raheem up right now. Maybe we could, let's see what.
I thought you had something to say.
No, Raheem, call our guy up, Raheem.
I thought you were going to go something wrong. It was a joke coming or something. I don't know, man.
No, I was thinking we get the metals. We could talk a little bit of metals.
Of course.
Raheem is the man. Yeah, exactly.
Are you done with Oracle? Because Adara's going to comment.
Yes.
Okay. Adara, Oracle.
I have a lot to say about Oracle. You guys know how I feel about Oracle. And I have to say, here's the thing. Sure, RPO, fantastic. I am not here to poo-poo Oracle's RPO because that's good to know you have revenue coming. But why are you missing revenue 2 quarters in a row? Sure, EPS beat. I'm not here to disparage a lot of this report, but I do find it a little bit interesting that this company seems to really be emphasizing their strategy, guiding 5 years in advance, or their RPO rather. What orders are you putting on right now? So I don't know. I do still find that to be a little bit concerning. I think the street obviously is still concerned about this as well. And I think, in a way, it's maybe a little bit, I don't want to say a relief, but I think it's kind of interesting to see here compared to last time where we gapped up massively on a double earnings beat, double earnings miss last time for Oracle. That miss, but we guided higher. Now at least the street seems to be okay, sure, they beat on EPS. They did miss on revenue. How much can RPO here make up for what you're missing in current revenue, especially combined with the fact here for ORCL that you do have these debt concerns. So yeah, I think an interesting look, and I think, honestly, I think the street reaction kind of makes sense here. I want to mention as well, RRVN, looks like this event is over, the stream is done, and the stock is dropping as that stream ends. I saw as well here, just for GOGL, OpenAI unveiling GPT 5.2, so keep an eye on Microsoft. Any of these Mag 7 names, new unveil here for OpenAI, as we send you back to Sharif and Joe.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Yeah, Rivian really dropping, and this is not a bad headline. $2,500 driver assistance package. I don't know what they're charging. I don't even know if they're charging anymore for autopilot. But driver assistance package, I don't think that's a full self-drive. I didn't get to read the entire article, but $2,500, not that much for that. Now that we know what Tesla's been charging and has been charging for a while, but yeah, Rivian dropping quite aggressively. It's now negative on the day, 6 1/3% in Redville. All right, let's go on to the next story. Adobe also reported earnings after the bell yesterday. Let's see where they're at right now, Joey. ADBE. We are up 2 2/3. Good look. They issued a very, very good guide for fiscal 2026, 25.9 to 26.1 billion. That's slightly above the 25.87 the street was looking for, with their adjusted EPS outlook of, this is full year, by the way, 23.30 to 23.50, surpassing expectations. The company said they're going to revamp their reporting segments in 26 to emphasize subscription revenue visibility and the end of year ARR, annual recurring revenue, a shift that Wall Street kind of likes. We've seen kind of companies move away from that, where they're reporting less subscriber growth because, you know, they're more fully developed at the moment and less of the growth phase. Kind of doing the opposite here for Adobe, despite being a very, very old company. And they're relying heavily on AI, specifically here, Firefly. Our production team very much uses all of the Adobe products, as Brendo mentioned this morning. With respect to Firefly, they now have over 70 million monthly active, what they're calling freemium users, Joey, which is up 35% year over year. They're saying they're seeing strength across all their categories, whether it's Creative Cloud Pro, Photoshop, Lightroom, and they're saying AI embedded in those programs is really helping move the needle. Despite the rising AI competitors, though, Adobe says they remain confident in suite-style integration and enterprise footprint to protect their market share. What I mean by their AI competitors are like the likes of Figma and others who have put competing but yet less capable products online for free in order to get people on their ecosystem, with obviously a view to increasing their revenue some way, somehow down the road by monetizing those people. Doesn't matter. Adobe says, look, we're still doing all right. Make of that what you will. They're also looking to expand, and they've made acquisitions to that end. They're pushing deeper into advertising and marketing analytics space, which is a high margin space. And they announced, as we reported to you guys not long ago, that $1.9 billion acquisition of SEMrush, which combines here that SEO search insights with generative AI driven market tools. Joey, with respect to their Q4 revenue, because we only talked about their guide, 6.19 billion. The street was looking for 6.11. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, very interesting, guys. I'm looking at some of the metrics here. So total revenue, 10% year over year. Digital media revenue up 11%. You have digital experience revenue, whatever that means, up 9%. Then you have non-GAAP EPS 14%, and total ending ARR company-wide up 11.5%. We're short the TQs here one more time, guys. Same risk. We got stopped out. We have to take that same trade. Just have to be cautious on what's going on with the big boys. If it stops me out there, no worries. We did get stopped out the remaining 50%. But as for Adobe, if you look at the daily on this name, it's not good whatsoever. It's disastrous, if you ask me, from an investment standpoint. So there it is, guys, on ADBE. Just not good, not good, not good. And I mean, you don't want to be catching a falling knife in a company where, at the end of the day, you have other people eating your lunch because they're giving the same technology for free. So watch out what we got going on here with ADBE. And also, from a percentage point, what are we down approximately off of those highs? 50%. So you need this stock to double just to get back to break even, especially if you've been punching in around these highs.
All right, we're gonna get Fabian to come in a second, because I really want to get his insights, because he's using this stuff all the time. He's using it right now. And I really want to ask him about specifically how some of these products compare, Joey, to some of the free stuff that's coming online. So we're going to give Fabian an opportunity to mic up, and we'll definitely ask him some questions. Let's go on, though, for now. The next story, Synopsys, good, strong Q4 beat, record full year 2025, and a very bullish 2026 outlook. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to go to Adara, and then when we get back, maybe we'll have Fabian.
Bit of a breakout here for NVDA. It is worth noting here the information just announced. The company's going to be hosting a summit with regards to data center power shortages. If I get more information, I'll let you know. But either way, NVDA on watch here with a summit set to be held. Back to you.
Amazing. All right, Fabian getting set up over here. So we'll just pause for a second. No point starting this story. Really, my thinking is I was hearing that Figma had some sort of like free, lifetime free Adobe Photoshop-like product, not the Figma product that everybody has known and used for a while, but they're actually throwing in a new product. I don't know if you've had an opportunity, Fabian, to test any of these free ones and how you think they compare to some of the pay for Adobe products that we have.
Sorry, can you say that again?
So like the free stuff that's available online, the kind of things that, are trying to replace Photoshop or, Lightroom or what else do they have over here?
There's definitely options.
What do you make of those products? Are they even comparable?
Especially if I'm like working on a different computer, those things are like my go-to. Like if I need a free version of a software, like I just look on Google and basically just find what's available. There's like replacements for like Photoshop. There's even that they look like Photoshop and function a lot how they work. But there's a lot of resources for online. There's a lot of competition, and you're not stuck using Adobe if you like are working in media. But like what Adobe is selling really is that ecosystem. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing like how Apple and all of their tech just works together seamlessly.
Interesting.
There's like an application in Adobe called Bridge, and then that helps like communicate a lot of your files back and forth. It's like it unifies everything together, but you're paying that premium, and that's basically what their business model is. It's that subscription service.
Well, have you used some of the freer products? Like you said that you can just go into Google, you can find something, and then you can just go in and use it.
100%.
Okay, and so when you used it, did you find that it was much more limited, or there were things that you could kind of finagle and figure your way around? Like, what were your initial thoughts?
Definitely more limited, but or clunkier in certain ways, but like it's free. Right?
It's free. Yeah.
So you're gonna like deal with it or find another workaround, find another software or a different program that can just do what you need it to do, and that's kind of like the workflow that when you're like within those like free softwares, like for like editing video, it's like Premiere Pro, but like there's DaVinci Resolve, which is free, and that's amazing. And then there's other softwares that like you can just find. Again, it just takes a Google search.
Sorry, one more question, Fabian. Is there anything that you do, say, in, day out with your routine that you use Adobe products for that you couldn't do on these freer apps?
Just more of a headache, if anything.
Okay, I see.
Like, it's like I know how these programs work and like all the shortcuts and like how you have your hotkeys ready, but when you're jumping on a free software, it's definitely more limited in certain ways. But it's just it'd be like that.
Yeah, no, I get it. So it's like where would you fall? Middle ground? Like you're sort of like they're not bad, they're nice to have, but I wouldn't really leave the Adobe ecosystem. Is that kind of where we stand?
If I can use it, I will use it. But if like at my home computer right now, I don't have any Adobe subscription, I just have all the free softwares or like legacy versions of the softwares before they went on that subscription model. Because before you could just outright buy the software of the year, basically, but they took that away. They're going on the route like Maya 3D, which is
like one of the first companies to do that too, right? Like that software as a service and take away like that one-time payment into.
There was a public company called Avid. It went private, but they're basically like the predecessors of Premiere, and a lot of like they copy each other back and forth, but. It's not private, which I don't know why.
Okay. Thanks, Fabian. I appreciate that, man. It gives us color, gives us insight from somebody who's actually using the product every day. So definitely that's good information to have. Joey, let's go on to Synopsys. Strong Q4 beat, as I mentioned, and a record 2025. And they've got a very bullish look for 2026. What's SNPS up to right now? Where's it up? It's down, actually 0.7%. Let's talk about the report. EPS adjusted, that is, came in at 290, topping the 278 despite actually being down year over year. They beat estimates, but they printed 340 last year this quarter. They're saying it's due to the ANSYS integration and a mix shift. I don't know what the mix shift is, but I know what the ANSYS integration is. 2.26 billion in revenue they brought in. That's up from 1.6 they brought in last year. That's in line with estimates, but a nice growth rate. And the company said the strong acceleration of that top line number was driven by demand for their EDA products, electronic design automation tools, and the semiconductor IP. The CEO here highlighted, Joey, a solid finish that positions Synopsys as an industry leader from silicon to systems, reinforcing the edge the company has with chip design software. Now, with respect to the full year 2025, they hit a record revenue of 7.1 billion. That's up 15% year over year from 6.1. A nice top line growth there, clean $1 billion. Strongest growth in years in the company's history, and they exited they're going to exit 2025 with a record backlog of 11.4 billion, much like the RPO number we just spoke about with Oracle. Management, though, Joey, expects another record revenue year in 26, and they're saying it's going to be supported by full integration of ANSYS as well as, of course, operational efficiencies. So this company, ANSYS, contributed $667 million in revenue for the full year. For revenue this quarter, and 756.6 for the full year, of course, having been picked up a little bit later. Their full year guide for 26 above estimates, as well as for Q1 of 2026, Joey, down 0.7 right now, but what do you make of this?
Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff here with Synopsys. I'm just reading through some of the report as well, too. Interesting stuff, guys. So operating margins, 37.3%. What I wanted to add on, Sharif, is actually the backlog. You said 13.5 billion,
yes, sir,
or something along those lines. Yeah, so that's up or 11.4 billion. So that's up from 10.1 billion the previous quarter. So nice. That's starting to increase. Total debt, 13.5 billion, largely from the and whatever that is called, the deal. Management repaid around 850 million of term loans, and they plan to pay it all back by the first half of 2026, which is absolutely phenomenal. Margins are increasing as well, too, guys. So a lot good going on for this name. We'll pull up the technicals on it right now. SYNS.
I just want to let everybody know, Miggy is halted up 1448, up 116%. Tap showing the exact same, Joey, 1448. Didn't want to interrupt, but just want to let them know Miggy is rocketing up yet again. Second day play, guys. Be careful with this one. It's awfully volatile.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to head over to Adair, guys. I'm taking the second attempt on the short, but it doesn't seem to be wanting to work right now. We got almost a penny away from getting stopped out. Adair, what do you got? Synopsys, daily chart looks like a hot mess as well, too, guys.
Yeah, I was going to talk here about AAPL. I'm just seeing this come through. Reportedly, a court ruling shows that the U.S. Appeals Court partly reverses sanctions the sanctions order against Apple in the Epic Games App Store lawsuit. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But again, it does look like a court ruling shows that Apple's, or the sanctions here order against Apple was at least partially reversed. So if I get more details, I'll tell you. Really quickly as well, INTC on watch. Forbes calling this one a long idea, thinking that it could go up 50%. Back to you.
I just found out something crazy. I'm digging into exchanges, and I stumbled across BTCC. They're top 30 globally, guys, and here's the wild part. They've never been hacked. Major exchanges keep getting wrecked, but BTCC, they stay untouched, baby. Zero KYC if you're in the US, Canada, or Europe, and through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering. Plus, Joey, another 15% bonus that covers losses up to 15,000 in USDT. Seriously, guys, what am I missing here? You need to scan that QR code on screen for more information. All right, I just want to mention that Ram is in the chat, and she said Photopia, I think that's what it's called. Say that again, Fabian? That it's great. Fabian says it's good. Ram says it's good as well. So if you guys are thinking about, looking more into this, it's like a web Photoshop. It literally works in your browser. Like, so if you're using Chrome, apparently this is good as well. I just wanted to point that out. And you can export PSD files, right? PSD files, which are Photoshop files. Oh, it is Fabian. It's you?
Okay, yo, guys, listen,
Go ahead,
sorry,
Joey.
I don't want to.
No,
something
go
going
ahead,
on here
bro.
with Google, right? Something big time going on with
Yeah,
Google.
you're right.
I got stopped
Yes.
out right at the peak, big time volume, and there goes the TQs heading lower, guys. Oh, man. We got literally stopped out at the top, and then Google with that momentum to the downside. What a monster move this would have been. I got to stick to those stops. Should have gave it a little bit more room. We'll learn from that mistake. We're going to go over to Adair. She's got some news for us on goggles as the volume steps in dramatically.
I mentioned earlier OpenAI launching this GPT 5.2. I'm just seeing now people on X, like as we got that drop, I saw someone posted that apparently this GPT 5.2 is basically in a race with Google. It's, I guess, it's directly set to compete with Google AI. It's a new flagship for pro work. On GDP VAL, it beats or ties industry pros on 70.9% of tasks versus 38.8% for GPT-5. So it sounds like this GPT 5.2 is a notable upgrade versus GPT-5. It's going to be rolling out to ChatGPT paid plans and the API. And again, we had this announcement a while ago, but we did not see the comps until just now. Looks like this could be the reason for the Google drop. That's what I'm seeing on social media. Back to you.
Right, yeah, all hands on deck. Shout out to Altman and crew. Let's go on to the next story. Cisco breaks its .com all-time highs as AI orders start accelerating. They actually surpassed their March 2000 .com peak, hitting 80 and a quarter, breaking a 25-year record that symbolized the height of the internet boom. And so many parallels have been drawn between the .com boom and the AI boom that we're currently experiencing. In 2000, Cisco briefly became the world's most valuable company and seen as a proxy really during the time for the internet build-out. But the .com crashed, erased over 75% of the NASDAQ's value, but Cisco survived, diversified, and then they rebuilt, unlike many era peers who weren't so lucky. Guys, I want to mention quickly, Miggy Mogmo, 1569, going higher here, up 120%. This one's really ripping up after that $11 break. It's all gas, no brakes right now. Trade Miggy carefully, MIGI on the NQ, about 40 million shares. Let's talk about what they're doing now. So currently, Cisco's market cap sits at $317 billion. That's only the 13th largest U.S. tech company, so they're nowhere where they were, being the most valuable company in the world during the .com bubble. And their growth rate today, 7.5% year-over-year revenue, very modest to what they were growing at in 2000, which was 66% year-over-year revenue boom there. But they're trying to get into the AI game, as basically everybody is. They're positioning themselves to benefit from the AI data center spend rather than actually being disrupted by it. And their CEO reported $1.3 billion in quarterly AI infrastructure orders, largely coming from hyperscale cloud as well as mega web companies. Cisco has tried to evolve, from its .com roots, expanding through acquisitions such as picking up Scientific Atlanta back in 06, WebEx they picked up, App Dynamics, we know they got Duo as well as Splunk. And these moves kind of like they changed their mode a little bit from into a hybrid hardware plus software ecosystem, which is obviously a little bit margin compression. As soon as you start getting into the hardware space, you don't get to have software margins anymore. So yeah, nice, interesting development here for Cisco. Let's go on to the next story. Eli Lilly. This is going to be big, it feels like, for Lilly over here. Where is Lilly up on the day? Are they up? Come on, Lilsters, show up over here. What do we got? Eli Lilly up 2.5%. This is a very interesting development here in their next-gen obesity drug called retatrutide, and it produced 23.7% average weight loss at 68 weeks. That was all participants, and clearing that first phase 3 hurdle. There's going to be many phase 3 studies, as we'll see here in a second. The patients who remained on the therapy, though, and didn't get off after 68 weeks, they continued to lose weight, and their average weight loss actually jumped up to 28.7 from 23.7, so a 5% bump there. Retatrutide is now positioned as Lilly's future flagship obesity drug, intended, to sustain its dominance over its competitor Novo Nordisk. The drug reduced also knee arthritis, man. It's not just for people to lose weight. Look at this. The drug reduced knee osteoarthritis pain by 62.6%. I don't know how you can quantify reduced pain. Like, I mean, I don't know, maybe on a scale of 1 to 10, but I'm not really sure how you quantify that. More than 12% of patients reported complete, I should say, pain relief. So it's really highlighting here the dual use of GLP-1s. And I've spoken, you know, many times about possible off-label uses it's being used for now, which is for substance abuse, addiction abuse. Apparently it has some applications there. But there was some safety and elevated levels of dropouts. 18% of patients discontinued using the drug at the highest dose versus the 4% who discontinued it on the placebo, with side effects closely tied to what we've been talking about. It's mostly like bowel stuff, like BMI and excessive weight loss. GI-related effects too were common, Joey. 43% experienced nausea, 33% diarrhea, 21% vomiting. But the main thing about this is they are apparently light years ahead of Novo Nordisk, who's also trying to come up with a very similar drug. Novo Nordisk is pursuing its own triple agonist pathway, and they're paying, you know, $2 billion for the rights to pick it up from United Labs. However, they're years behind, according to this article, with Lilly a strong lead into the 2030s, people are saying. Triumph 4, which is what this study is called, Joey, this is the first of 8 phase 3, not phase 1, not phase 2. There's going to be 8 phase 3 studies. So a lot of the criticism about GLP-1s is, you know, they're kind of new and we don't really know what they're going to do into the future.
Long term.
Yeah, which kind of still remains true even if you do 100 phase 3 studies.
Yep.
You can't go into the future.
No, yeah, unfortunately not. And what I've been reading up, Sharif, is that it's aging people as well a little bit quicker.
Interesting.
Listen, I said this from the get-go. There's no way you're going to have this weight loss without any. For every action, there's going to be an equal and opposite reaction. So if you're willing to give up time for your weight reduction, then by all means. And I talk about the space starting to be flooded a little bit as well. Hey, I have knee problems, so if that's going to help with my arthritis, I'm still not going to be taking any of these.
But you don't want to lose any weight, Joey.
I don't need to.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't need to. I mean, if it's bad for your knee, like weight is obviously too much weight, excessive weight is bad for your knees, so that helps. But at the end of the day, the space is very, very interesting because at what point do we come to the realization that, hey, it's starting to get a little bit flooded, and then you're also having participants. You're not going to take it for the rest of your life. So is that pipeline slowly going to start to dry out?
We'll see. We'll see. I think that the West has a bit of a
Yeah. We have the obesity problem.
We'll
we're not beat around the bush around that. It's just the reality of it. We talked about oil and salt and everything being some of the most addictive substances on the planet.
Accurate.
And sugar, right? Sugar as well too is the worst. Drink water, not sugar. You know what's funny, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
So you'll very rarely see me drink some of these juices, but when I have one, it's like, oh, okay, the next day I want another because I had that. Yeah. I don't know. It just takes me like
vitamin
that.
C, brother.
No, but it makes me it kicks. Like I used to drink a lot of Powerade and stuff like that when I was younger, but it's just something about the sugar. It's really, really, really addictive.
I respect that, man. Let's talk about this story. This story is interesting. President Trump, man, he doesn't disappoint. Oh, man. All right. I don't know why he's insisting on this, but he's insisting. President Trump said CNN should be sold off either as part of the Warner Brothers Discovery merger or spun off separately. He has long attacked CNN, as we all know, as fake news, as well as other institutions as well. His comments inject, though, political noise and potential regulatory uncertainty into a very already complex acquisition negotiations that are currently happening. So here's the deal. This is why he made this comment. Netflix, if they go through and WBD accepts their offer, it would include HBO, as well as the studio assets, but it would exclude legacy. Legacy includes CNN, TNT, TBS, remember the Turner stuff? All expected, if the Netflix deal goes through, to be spun off ahead of the merger. However, the Paramount Skydance, which is the hostile bid being taken directly to shareholders, circumventing the board, that would include the acquisition of the entire WBD company, including CNN. Paramount CEO David Ellison, which is Larry Ellison's son, argues his all-cash bid is cleaner for regulators and allows integration of CNN with CBS News. Here's the deal, though. There are concerns that the financing coming from Paramount, Skydance, and the Ellisons is not sure, unsecured. WBD's legal advisors actually said Paramount's bid lacks what they're calling a full backstop from the Ellison family, despite us hearing that there are sovereign wealth funds from the Middle East, which have a lot of money, that are going to support the acquisition. Paramount responded Wednesday insisting it had secured all the financing for its $30 a share cash offer. Wall Street, though, is uneasy over reports that Jared Kushner's involvement, obviously with his closeness with the Trump administration. President Trump said he had not spoken with Jared Kushner about the Warner Brothers deal, and he claims neither Netflix nor Paramount are friends of his. Those are his words, Joey. What do you make of this latest development?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting kind of series of events that we're going through. I think that regardless of what happens, obviously the deal's done. I think Netflix is a buy. This is just creating an absolute giant, whether Warner Brothers or CNN or Trump, whoever it may be, likes it or not. Watch out for what Netflix can do. You're down 30% off of your previous pivot highs. I like Netflix even more at these levels because while you're just gaining more eyes, I like using the example. Remember when JP Morgan acquired SVB? Obviously two totally different industries, but when JP Morgan acquired SVB's book, after they went bankrupt and delisted, the first stock that I ever seen delisted, just like that, one day it was gone. Earnings went through the roof. We know that the subscriptions aren't displayed anymore on Netflix, but watch out. What they can have with the pipeline when all of those series, whether it be Euphoria, Game of Thrones, and everything along those lines, it's going to attract a lot of eyes and a bigger crowd. So your total addressable market is substantially larger now. So I like Netflix even more considering they're grabbing Warner Brothers.
All right. I love the comments anytime we talk about President Trump. Look, I'm going to give you guys a lot of leeway. I unblock a lot of comments in the chat. I just think that we should have some free speech, even though you guys are saying, using language that I maybe wouldn't use. But hey, that's the way this all works. Look, we're going to talk about Waymo's issues next. It's resolved, that is, the issues that they had. But we're going to go to Adara for a second.
Just be aware here, this White House press conference, our press briefing with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is happening, and she just mentioned both the Fed and NVIDIA, so we'll talk about it. Rather, she was asked questions about both these things. So for the Fed, she was asked, when is Trump going to make this announcement? She said she's not going to get ahead of him, but that he does think that more things should be done here with regards to the Fed, that the 25 basis point rate cut was a good start, but he would have liked a bit larger of a cut. Talk about NVIDIA as well. She was just asked here, basically, what was the president's thinking with regards to the chips, allowing these chips to be sent to China with national security concerns. He basically said that what you see with Trump is what you get, and I guess that he supports this measure. So either way, just be aware, NVDA and the Fed being discussed. Back to you.
And the comments are wild in the chat. You guys are wild, man. All right, let's get to this. Assassino, I just got to show them this first. Sorry. Beat. Coming into that 260 again. Miggy looking to take out the highs back above 15. Bovin letting me know that Pets is rocketing up. Velo at the high of the day. It is a small cap gapper world, Joey, and we're all living in it.
Oh, that's for sure. All right, guys. New traders, listen up. Ozan. That's correct. Your first month is free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform. It's everything infinite. Data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. Predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips.
Is it reliable?
Oh, it's very reliable. Sharif, listen to this. All in one platform, reliable. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Best trades now, reliable, ready to elevate your trading. Scan the QR code or check the link in the description.
Man, you're hilarious, bro. All right, let's go on to the next story. So this issue with Waymo has been resolved, but they did recall over 3,000 vehicles in the U.S. after identifying a software defect. We know that Waymo's not a big, it's not going to affect the Google stock price, but it is very important for autonomous vehicles, so that's why we're covering it. The issue involved a 5th-gen ADS vehicle failing to remain stopped for school buses. That's not good. You're not going to get a lot of leeway with anybody if you don't stop for school buses. We know that. The TSA confirmed the fix was deployed. It was an over-the-air software update, and all vehicles were patched by the 17th of November. Texas officials reported 19 different incidents where Waymo vehicles illegally passed stopped school buses since the school year began in September or August. I guess some schools begin in August in the States. They don't here. Waymo admitted the system incorrectly re-accelerated after slowing or stopping for a bus due to logic errors in perception and behavioral layers. The NHTSA opened a formal probe in October, and they requested more detailed answers for the Texas incidents, and the deadline is January 20th. They still haven't received that, Joey. What do you make of this? Is this just growing pains in a very nascent industry?
Yeah, I think so. You see the SU7 again, right? Xiaomi. LiDAR on that as well.
Exactly.
I think the technology, like after seeing what it did, I was watching some drone using LiDAR as well too, and it just, the way it maps everything, I think it's significantly a higher technology than just the camera system that Elon Musk is essentially running with. I mentioned to you before, when I was listening to the Uber CEO on the All In podcast, he's like, there's a major difference in between the two. And what LiDAR is essentially doing is just mapping everything, right? And then like, it identifies what is permanent and what isn't. So that's how you have the ability to say, hey, this was here before, it's a pedestrian, blah, blah, blah. And I think that's why the technology is a little bit better than what we're going to be experiencing in obviously in the Tesla vehicles. I think it's just a quirk. We're in the earlier stages of this thing, but I think it's the way to go, to be honest with you.
You like the LiDAR?
I like the LiDAR a little bit more.
I'd have to agree with you on the current technology, but I think that as AI gets more intelligent and understands what it's seeing a little bit more, we may have a nice move for Tesla. But I completely agree with you. It's safer. It knows if something is there's a physical object in front of it.
If it's permanently there, like whether it be a sidewalk, a stop sign, or something along those lines, it knows. But who knows? With LiDAR, what if you can interpret this into your LiDAR programming as well too, right? The AI I'm referring to. So the technology on both sides, I think it's going to grow.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. You're
No,
absolutely right.
yeah, exactly. But we all know, let's not beat around the bush here. The scalability of Tesla is there. LiDARs, it's getting cheaper, but it's still really expensive for Google to build these vehicles.
Okay, let's go on to the next story. NVIDIA deploying what they're calling location verification software for export compliance. We know that this has been a big thing. Let's talk about this, because apparently it's opt-in, but something tells me that might change. So NVIDIA is developing opt-in software that enables customers to verify the location and health of their GPUs. They're bringing it from a user perspective rather than a spying perspective. You gotta love that sly dog. What's his name? Jensen. A direct response, of course, to the U.S. pressure to prevent restricted chips from reaching Assassino, China, and other embargoed regions.
China.
There we go, my man. The tool uses client-side software agent that provides read-only telemetry on GPU usage, IP information, and physical and cloud deployment zones. NVIDIA emphasizes, though, there is no kill switch. Neither NVIDIA nor outside parties apparently can disable or take remote action on these GPUs. But this comes, of course, amid a growing regulatory push to restrict NVIDIA's or China's access to these chips. The software comes as Congress and the national security agencies pressure NVIDIA to provide trackability for its high-end AI GPUs. The proposed Chip Security Act would mandate location verification and export control enforcement. But here's the deal. Cybersecurity researcher Lukas Olenek, I think, notes that this doesn't actually clarify whether the location using the software is determined only by customer-provided data, or it actually uses network metadata and cloud provider signals. So the point is, it's harder to bamboozle. So he doesn't really know the extent of the technology and whether it's relying on user input or it verifies it some other way. The system can also flag inconsistent deployment patterns, apparently, which is useful for regulators to track export violations. But we already know how China feels about this. They're already telling their companies the H20 is compromised and not to buy it, as backdoors, kill switches, trackability, and they've warned NVIDIA specifically against adding tracking, backdoors, or hidden remote access mechanisms to its chips. And we already know, man, they dissuaded some of their tech companies from buying even the H200 200.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's funny. I was thinking about this the other day. There's only conflict if you create it. So if everyone was just like, hey man, you guys do you, we're going to use your tech, we'll use your tech, and everybody mind their own business at the end of the day, you have none of this going on, but it would be extremely less interesting. So it's only conflict if you create it, and I feel like that's exactly what's going on here. We're just kind of creating more of a rift between the two countries, even though Donald says the relationship is fine. But if that's the case, and you guys aren't militarily trying to kind of exploit each other and go after each other, then there's no reason why you can't use the NVIDIA chip and what's going on in there, right? So I think it's very, very interesting. This story is going to continue for quite some time. I don't know if a deal will ever come to the point where America will send China their best chips. If they're locating them, then if you're not misusing them, then who cares if you're locating them or not?
Yeah,
that's obviously, they're going to use it for other reasons that may not be ethical towards whatever the United States feel, or it's a threat as well too. So I'm sticking with the story of if there's only conflict if you create it, and I feel like that's what we're continuously doing.
That's fair. That's fair. Let's go on to Gemini. What was it called? Gemini Space Station, GEMI. An earlier IPO this year is with the Winklevoss twins. Shares, let's see where shares are, because they were up big in the pre-market to the tune of 13%, maybe more. It's at day's high right now. GEMI is up 23.86% now. It's a decent market cap, man. 1 2/3 billion after its derivatives arm, Titan, received designated contract market DCM license from the CFTC, enabling legal U.S. prediction markets. So they're going to get into that Kalshi poly market kind of vibe. Titan is the name of that, I guess, branch. And they're going to offer event contracts tied to yes/no outcomes. Joseph and I already have that on our platform here. It's going to cover sports, economics, politics, future events, everything basically you can bet on. U.S. customers will trade through Gemini's existing web interface, and a mobile app apparently is coming soon. The CFTC acting chair, Pham, is reportedly supportive of this innovation, giving Gemini the regulatory momentum. The ARM expands, the Titan, I should say, is looking to expand into crypto futures, options, perpetual contracts, and building what they're calling is a one-stop financial super app. Shades of course, Elon Musk and his X app there. Key competitors, as we know, Joey, Kalshi, Polymarket, Robinhood, also positioning itself as a prediction market hub. So they're not really, on their own in terms of trying to get in with Polymarket and with Kalshi. You and I were talking about this as well. It seems like if, the polling, political polling south of the border may be a little bit less accurate than the political polling we have here. So I was basically using Kalshi and Polymarket for the U.S. The presidential elections to kind of see where things stood. And that turned out to be a bit more accurate.
That's very interesting stuff. Hey, don't gamble in some states, but prediction is good. You can predict. Very interesting, Jemmy. I personally never used it, to be honest with you, Sharif. But interesting stuff. I think it's going to continuously grow. We're starting seeing more states start to adapt it, whether it be via DraftKings and all of these other companies that started before. Penn as well, too. Penn is another company that's in the betting markets, I can say. But we have our brokers starting to get into the prediction markets. Robinhood's starting to get into the prediction markets as well, too. So just keep an eye out on that stuff. It's just a fancy word for gambling, in my opinion.
There you go. There you go. Spoken. All right, let's go on. Talk about Mr. Lip-Bu Tan, CEO, of course, of Intel.
Oh, sorry, Sharif.
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing, before, look at Bitcoin go here. Really ripping, guys. We have Microsoft breaking out as well, too. We got NVIDIA heading right back towards the opening price. So watch out. A big-time recovery in the market, especially after that aggressive selling out of the gate, guys.
Must be because we were talking about Gemini.
It had to be, obviously.
It had to be.
I'm predicting, I'm going to make a predictive bet that IBIT might climb up to $52.
All right, so this article is positing that Lip-Bu Tan's dual roles is raising conflict of interest questions. Essentially, I should say, the article is saying that, he's furthering his own interests. Let's talk about it. So Intel CEO Lip-Bu Tan, who also chaired the AI startup Rivos, pitched Intel's board in this year, I should say, to acquire the company, but was blocked due to a direct conflict of interest and lack of course, an AI strategy to justify the purchase. That's according to the article. I'm not, vouching for the veracity of the assertions. This is what the article is saying. Once Meta entered with a competing offer, Intel counterbid, pushing the ultimate deal value towards $4 billion, well above their prior $2 billion valuation in their prior funding round. But that's normal. You know, you get acquired, there's going to be a premium on it, right? Meta ultimately acquired Rivos, I don't know how to say it, but the bidding war inflated the valuation indirectly, of course, benefiting Lip-Bu-Tan as a shareholder through his venture firm Walden Catalyst, apparently here. So let's talk about this conflict of interest scrutiny within Intel. So at least 3 separate cases apparently emerged where Intel explored deals involving a TAN-connected startup, either through Intel Capital or an outright acquisition talk. Intel has formal recusal rules. TAN must step aside when conflict arises, but insiders, according to this article, note this is challenging since TAN has hundreds of VC venture capital investments, creating a consistent overlap. The decision-making during recusals defaults to CFO Zinser, David Zinser, who reports, I should say, directly to Lip-Bu-Tan, which of course on its own raises questions about the strengths of the check and balances within the company. But here's the Intel board's position and the political context with which this falls. Despite the concerns, Intel's board supports leveraging TAN's vast network as the company attempts, of course, that major AI turnaround after losing $19 billion last year. As we know, the U.S. government's taken an $8.9 billion stake, effectively making the company a national asset during the AI semiconductor race. President Trump initially publicly criticized TAN having China links, but later backed him after a private Oval Office meeting. We know about that. So, how do we end off here? TAN pushed Intel into deal talks with Rivos and later Sambanova, where he also holds leadership and equity stakes. Sambanova, once valued near $5 billion, struggled operationally and financially, prompting TAN to explore a potential Intel acquisition to bolster Intel's lagging AI chip effort. And Intel and Sambanova have signed a non-binding term sheet, Joey, and negotiations are apparently ongoing. Is this one of those cases where, look, the dude's connected, he's obviously a major player within semiconductors, AI, and the tech space in general. He's got, as this article says, many different investments. Is he trying to push and push his own book, or is there a natural overlap here at play? What do you think?
I think a little bit of both, no? I mean, if you're that well connected, again, I'm not versed on the whole scenario, but why wouldn't he? His job is to make Intel a better company at the end of the day, and he's been doing a pretty good job so far, in my opinion. Obviously, the stake within the United States government is going to help you substantially, which can contribute to a significant amount of why the stock has recovered, but he hasn't been doing a horrible job. So I think he should stay under the radar because we know what Donald has been. He was already at him pretty much earlier in the year as well, too. So.
All right, Dara, give us your take on this Intel development.
Yeah, my thing is, I think it kind of comes down to, I understand why this is a conflict of interest. I think if you are monetarily involved, then and you don't fully disclose that, then I think it's maybe a bad look. That's good at least that they have David Zinsner, who was actually a former co-CEO, at least on an interim basis of Intel, going back to this time last year. At least there are some kind of checks and balances. So I think even if this is a confirmed story, as of right now, it's just a report, I don't think it's a terrible look for INTC, but I think it is something to certainly maybe be aware of when you see more of these deals going forward. But it also is very much in character for Lip-Bu-Tan. We've talked about this before in the show, kind of comparing his approach to something of a venture capitalist, right? He's trying to get these deals. He's calling up NVIDIA, he's calling Apple, he's calling AMD, he's trying to get, all the connections, all of the money. So it's not super shocking to hear he's kind of doing this on maybe a more, I don't want to say sketchy, but a smaller basis as well with these startups. It's an interesting story. I think it's very in character for what we know about Lip-Bu-Tan. I would love to hear if he has to respond to it, but I also want to know to see how the administration responds to it, because guys, the administration does have a 10% stake in this company. So this now goes beyond Intel. This is also, I'm very curious to see if and how the administration does address these allegations, should they actually be true.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go to Unity, up 1 2/3, and they got the nod today from Piper Sandler as well as BTIG. But I'm covering here what the Piper Sandler analyst had to say. He upgraded Unity to overweight from neutral, citing what he calls material improvement in the mobile advertising environment heading into next year. He's got a new price target for the name, $59, up from $43. Implying obviously confidence in that near-term acceleration. He did note, though, Joey, that a healthy mobile ad market backdrop is starting to take place, setting up the stage for revenue re-acceleration in their core segments, Unity's core segments. So let's talk about those core segments. Their vector ad business has delivered 15% quarter-over-quarter growth for 2 straight quarters, which is showing you that the advertising dollars, they're still there and they're able to monetize a bit better as a result of their growth. They highlight that vector is scaling at double-digit growth, becoming a key contributor to the overall ad segment within Unity, and the firm expects this momentum to continue as mobile CPMs recover and performance-based ad budgets normalize. We always worry about this, right? About the ad dollars drying up as corporations want to become more efficient. The year of efficiency with Meta, now we're starting to see maybe year of efficiency 2.0. Right, with some metaverse.
Yeah, this is literally 2.0,
right?
Essentially.
So I don't want to bring Meta into this because they are obviously a competitor to Unity, but the advertising dollars, Joey, right, have something to do with the economic climate as well as corporate profitability. Corporate profitability still looks pretty good.
It still looks really good.
80% of the S&P beat their goal. Estimates.
Yeah, exactly. I think at some point things will cool down, but to what extent? Because if you want to make money, Sharif, you need to pay for digital ad because that's how you can tap into the most amount of consumers at the end of the day. So, I mean, it's not going to probably be, the spending may not be sustained forever, but I think you'll have the ebbs and flows. It'll peak a little bit, it'll cool off as the economy cools off as well too, and then eventually you'll start to rise once again and once again. Because let's not kid here, man. Social media is an extremely powerful tool, and you want your businesses out there. You want to tap into as many of the consumers as you possibly can across the board. So I think it's something that's going to continue to grow for sure.
Did you hear about Australia?
Yeah, didn't they
16 and under.
Yeah.
No social media.
Yeah, exactly.
Monster fines too, Joey.
That's
like
huge.
150 million, like big boy fines. Yeah, so
you mean 150 million?
Like if the social media platforms don't do what they need to do, but age verification, assuming, monster fines for those social media companies. An experiment there in Australia. We'll see if that comes on this side of the world, but interesting. Miggy halted 1533, still below the day high of 1569. Tap still showing 1533, the same level that we halted at. It's up 128%. It's putting in another bull flag. That's the way I see it. $11 breakout. That's where that's where this bull flag breaks out. And you've got a range right now between 13 to 15. Yeah, it's a $2 range, but that's kind of the way this one falls. So Miggy, MIGI, halted up again, 128%. Matawaki, no knee. Oh man, that was a monster one, Adam James, man. Matawaki on that sauce. I don't know if he's on that sauce, but he's something. You see how he just throws back the defender, pushes him. He actually stopped midway to throw the defender out of his way, and then he put it in top corner. Ooh. It was classic Matawaki, man. And he left Chelsea, by the way, to come to Arsenal, Joe.
Oh, did he?
Say,
I would do the opposite.
Picked him up for 50 million quid. A little bit more,
transfer,
actually.
Monster, player transfer.
Shout out to Adam. Thank you, buddy, for that $2 super chat. I appreciate you there. All right, Joey, let's see what we got. Next one here, Roku. I think we can skip this one, guys, and the boys are probably almost back. So what do you?
They're
not back.
They ain't coming back.
We're leaving here.
Yeah.
We're leaving.
I know you're on a
There's not going to be any show. Assassino's going to have to come on and do a show.
Fabian. I mean, those guys, same thing. We're going to have a talk with Mendel. Be like, hey, man, these guys have a curfew. Like, if they're not back at their desk at 1:50, you guys better be bringing something. Are you going over there, Sharif? You got to check out the fried chicken. I got a piece of salmon from Ramin as well, too. Guys, this is what I was talking about earlier in the Qs. Where did we, if for those who were paying attention, where did we say a supply zone was? I'm not going to mention it, but if you guys were listening when we were going over the options chain on the Qs, where was the supply zone? I'll wait for you guys to put it in the chat because it's really coming into play here. This is why you have to use it. Zoom me in. All right. Oh, that's Ramin. Get out of here, man. Anyways, oh, I got the piece of salmon that you left me. I'm going to have that for lunch as well. So we don't eat too much fried chicken. Yeah, I mean, hey, it is what it is. The market's really coming in. I would have liked this short, but there's zero chance that I'm going to chase it. 625, no one's answered me. So thank you all for paying attention for when we go over the options chain activity. 625, 624.91 is going to be your high as you're starting to come back in. So that is a big time resistance zone. I was going to take another attempt here on the TQs, but we were going over the news. Excuses, we'll get over that. So, no, it wasn't 55.90, Bennett. I just said it. It was 625 on the TQs. But I guess that is 55.90. Why am I a thief? I don't understand. I didn't take anything. You literally asked me if I wanted your salmon yesterday, and it's still the same one, so I'm going to eat that. I've had salmon for dinner for like 3 days in a row, which is maybe a little bit much. Getting sick. Thank you. Yeah, John. No, I didn't go over it this morning. It was during the midday. So this was that level, and we should have took that short, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. We got that nice move to the downside right here. Try again, but you get this massive move with Microsoft and company. Those boys continuing to climb higher and higher. And I'm like, you have to stay away from this stuff at that fact. I do like an NVDA short here, potentially. Lots of indecision prints around these highs, but a tougher name to get involved with the shorts, guys. So we'll wait for a pullback. If it breaks 180.16, then we'll maybe just avoid that. But other than that, we're consolidating right now. Oh, I know you're joking, man. Don't worry. I'm not the easiest to offend. Other than when you talk smack about my trading, that's when I get mad. So if you... They're back, eh? Did we get our doggy bag? Or
Doesn't look like it, Joey.
That's
they came empty-handed.
That's crazy.
But the fact that they're using the bathroom means that they were drank.
Oh,
drank.
We don't. It's Thursday, right?
It's Thursday.
Kind of did feel like Friday, so we got to go hit the gym and everything along those lines. So none of that activity. I'm shut down with hockey. Doctor shut me down, so I won't be playing anymore, which is kind of upsetting. But we'll take 9-10 months off of that, and we'll get right back into everything. So. Yep, no worries. So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we shut it down, no more drinking. So, sticking with the strict diet here now, guys, getting ready to rock and roll.
Oh, we got a super there, man.
You didn't see it. I didn't even see it.
Satya Nadella?
Oh.
Sharif, I love your energy, and all of you appreciate your insights on day trades, sometimes too fast for slow people like us. I don't know about that, brother. We try to, put on the trades as quick as the market moves. I mean, the market's dictating how quickly we speak. Shout out to you, man. I appreciate the $10. They're kind words, and thank you for watching us every day. We wouldn't be here, obviously, without you guys. Do appreciate that, guys. Shout out to Aura Alpha. Nice of you. Look, Jody's waving at you, Joey.
Hi, Jody. What's up?
She's sending the wave. Oh, what's wrong? The position's not good?
No, I was just saying, what's up with Jody? We're good, man. I mean, hey, yeah, it hasn't been a horrible day whatsoever, man. We're still nicely positive on the session. Brother. We'll say hi to Jody. We'll say hi to Satya as well, too. So I hope everyone's having a fantastic session. All
right, guys, let's take a look at some of the small cap gappers that are still running, and a lot of them are still going. Guys, beat back into that 250 after that 282 high, but still up 60 some odd %. But it really has been the Miggy show. MIGI 1580 high. But this one looking awfully bull flag-ish and still holding that kind of compression or the consolidation part of the bull flag, I should say. It's a bit of a range, though. It feels like $13.50 to about $15 worth of a range, maybe even a little bit higher. So MIGI in focus. Pets also rocketed up into 405, but dropping down now, but still holding some of these moving averages. It's been really respecting the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart almost all day, and it just dropped into it now. Be on the lookout there for the loss of those levels. VWAP overlapping with $3, so you have that support at 3 and the volume weighted average price. That's PETS. This one as well. This one Bovin gave us midday. CCCX. What a fantastic mover. This one is just throwing on the ticker there, putting in higher lows into that new higher high, 15 and a quarter. It's been awfully respectful as well of the 10 EMA on the 5. The volume, though, dropping off a little bit. Be careful with that. You have volume, price action divergence there that you don't necessarily want to see. Rich Tech Robotics, yet another good day for RR, breaking above that 450 that it was having trouble with all day, coming into the day high now, 459. We're at the day high as we speak on Rich Tech Robotics. Lastly here, before we send you to the big boys, CDE, another really good one, but a bit of a dip now into the 20. It had been respecting the 10 basically since we started trading at 9:30. This is the deepest retracement it's had on the day. I'm talking about CDE. Last one. Let me know when you're ready, boys, by the way. And then EOSE hanging out at the day high, 1593. This one feels like it might want to break into 16 at some point in the day. It is up. Let me just see over here what it's up because it's not updating. I apologize. EOSE is up 7.25%, but a big move off that 1383 low, now 1593 high of the day. So it's been a very, very good day in the world of small cap gappers. A lot of them didn't give up the ghost. Like usually when we're reviewing and we're just about to get off the screen, a lot of these ones are below VWAP. They have like that V-shaped upside down V retracement. You're not seeing that today. So good strength on the small caps as the Russ into new all-time highs as we speak, up 1.17 on the verge of taking out 2,600, guys. Joey, send them off.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope everyone's had a fantastic session. I hope Sharif and I brought to you guys some good risk management, getting out when you're supposed to, taking the trades when you're supposed to as well, too. You can see it displayed on our screen right now. As for the TQs, earlier in the morning, getting out on Netflix, whoever took that Netflix short, nice work. I'm glad that everyone had a fantastic day. Sharif and I will see you. Same bad time. I thought you were going to. I'm waiting you to finish it off. I don't know, bro. All right, we got it, man. There's a little delay, but hey, that's what it is.
All right.
I hope everyone has a fantastic one.
All right, what's up? Thanks, boys. We're just sitting back down now. Pretty good lunch, I'd say overall.
What lunch?
You still got
eat?
you still got your fried.
I'm still hungry. I didn't even eat lunch.
Let's see what that fried chicken looks like. I guess you can't really see it in the. You have this saran wrap on there.
No, because I put it aside because we're going out for lunch. I'm like, it's fried chicken. How can I not eat it?
But it's like no one can see it, is what I'm saying.
I'm going to open it up.
Yeah.
I apologize if I eat fried chicken on the show, everybody.
No, you don't. You don't. For that one, you're loving the fried chicken. All right, so.
Right, I really don't apologize.
Yeah, no, I'm saying you're not apologizing for that. Come on now, but welcome back, everybody. I hope it was a good midday show. Look, it looks like the Nasdaq's battling back. We're still long in that same position on the TQs from here. We got filled on the way out. That looks actually pretty decent here. Look at that.
Biscuit.
No, I don't want any, man.
Sure.
No.
Okay.
We went to this nice Italian place there. It was pretty good, man. The polpette there, the meatballs was amazing. We had burrata.
I don't like wasting food. I can't. I can't.
My lunch is still over there. I don't know. Yeah, it does look pretty good.
It really does.
What kind of pieces of chicken are on there? Is that a drumstick or what? I like a thigh.
No, it looks like they're both.
I like a thigh. I'm like more of a
it looks
meat.
like a
Couple of thighs. That's a thigh. A couple of thighs over there. All right, let's do the biscuit. I didn't see any gravy on there though.
No, there is no gravy.
There's no gravy.
Which,
okay.
I mean.
Yo, what's up? Adam James says, yo, let's go Oracle. So I have to, Neil and I have to admit something. We haven't been in front of the markets for a couple minutes here. So we're going to have to work our way back into these markets.
Jeff took us out to lunch. I haven't seen the market.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff Mendel, for that one.
Someone tell me what just happened to silver.
Please trade with Moon and all that kind of stuff. There you go, Jeff. See, I told you. I advertised for you.
A, why do we get to the long? B, what happened here? Look what happened to silver. That's kind of crazy.
Polos Hermanos. That's right, man.
Polos Hermanos.
Breaking Bad. We're still on. I still got to watch the next episode of Pluribus. So I don't know how many episodes there are of that, but I like that show.
Really good show.
Wow, Oracle's at 198. Wow, what a bounce back there.
You know what?
Oracle.
Sometimes it's not about, you can talk all you want about the fundamentals. You can talk all you want about the report. Did they beat? Did they miss? How'd they guide? All that utter nonsense. You know what really matters? What does big money do? Like, what does the money say? So I was telling you this morning, the cash flow was a problem. The growing CapEx spend, they didn't seem to like it.
Google.
But for all of three minutes, it was a sell. It's been a buy the rest of the day for Oracle. So they've been gobbling it up, and maybe it gets back.
Google faces. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, thanks everybody in the chat there. Shout out to everybody here. Right here. Andrew. Thank you. If you tag Neil and I, this is how it shows up to us, so it's way, way easier. And I changed my little handle there to say TTV like everybody else. But yeah, there it is, Google dump. So I see here, I just looked up the news story there, involved with an EU fine, it looks like, fine favoring its own services. We talked about this yesterday, man. The EU is going to fine these guys left, right, and center all the time. Neil's killing the chicken right there. I purposely did that so Andre would show you. No, eat it, man. No, let Neil eat. I'll take this. All right, so Google. Neil, we just had lunch, man. I mean, how hungry are you?
I can't wait.
Okay, yeah, that's what it is for sure. But Google down 2.5% right there. I think this is a buy, man. I think any Mag 7 name that you're interested in, Google's a buy. But look at it right here on the daily chart. Looks like it could break lower. Let me check out my guy Netflix. This is the name that I've most recently bought. We have Broadcom tonight. Broadcom's going to be hot fire.
So good.
For sure. The chicken is so good.
So good.
We talked about it over lunch. It's like we're thinking like, okay, we have a new caterer now.
Go get your
They're
plate.
starting to step it. That actually smells like legitimate.
You might want to go get your plate.
Fried chicken. Now I'll let someone else. I'll let someone else have my plate. Neil is just loving the fried. But it's not that it's a stereotype or anything, but Neil is loving the fried chicken.
I'm gonna get this one out of the way.
Yeah, you might as well deal with it. It's easier for you to say it than me.
Anybody can say whatever. First of all, who doesn't like fried chicken? You can hit me with that stereotype all you want. Fried chicken, biscuits, gravy,
I don't know
mac and cheese, all of that.
Who doesn't like fried chicken?
It's just good. So what are we? Anyone that gets offended with that nonsense, yeah, I'm gonna eat fried chicken.
I mean, maybe vegetarians.
I don't judge.
You know.
To each their own. It's not me, but to each their own.
No. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you covered the fried chicken segment there because if I do, it doesn't look the greatest there. But okay, so yeah. Anyways, Netflix off the bottom. That's nice to see, right? I mean, today I just feel so bad that we had lost money on Nvidia because now it's obviously much higher than where we had recently bought it, and we thought 178 was going to be a spot. It looks like 177, and then Apple. This was the big loser for myself, and it's thankfully we got out like right before that. We do have tonight. It's going to be an interesting earnings day because we have two names that are very big. We also have Lululemon, but we have Broadcom.
That's a big one.
Which should help out, sort of like if they, it's not about the quarter, right? We saw Oracle have a monster EPS. I mean, they were 264 or for 234 something versus 167. I got to get rid of that. So it's not about like what's already happened. This is already baked in, right? It's what we expect moving forward. So if Broadcom throws some kind of shade on, like, why is this candle green, for example? No, it's not closed yet, but. So the thing is like, at the end of the day, does Broadcom continue to tell us a good story about the demand, in the AI space? And if they do that, then I think the market can have a nice little rebound off of today, right? I mean, yesterday we had a nice move, except for into the close. We had Fed's now got our back. Although we do know that scheduled for all of 2026 is basically one rate cut. So now we have to go back to the earnings story and talk about is the guide that some of these companies are going to give, are they appropriately priced in? And I mean, some of these PEs now being greater than market multiples does give us a little bit of worry. But look at Costco today, finally starting to catch a little bit of a bid. This has been a pretty bad moment for Costco in time. I mean, if you go back and we can look at the daily chart as the show goes on. Shreef's just going to prepare the recap notes, but this is a pretty big drawdown for Costco. Like consistently, like sure, this is a big move, but then recovered relatively fast. You're trending lower, man. We still got lower highs being put in place, lower lows being put into place. So that's definitely, like if we had Brian on here or somebody looking at technicals, just like he told me to stay away from Netflix, I think this would be a stay away for now. But look at this bottom that Costco is putting in right now. Is this going to be one of those moments where we look back and say, hey, we had an opportunity to buy this name all the way back to the summer of 2024? Like those are the levels that we're talking about right now. So if we do dip down, look for Costco low here around $800. Like if that happens, you'd be down 10%. Costco are off earnings. I don't know what the expected is. We'll get that all from Adara, but I don't expect Costco to move 10% today. And if they do, then that's a crazy, get some cash. We sold Baba yesterday at 160 to get into some cash there. We were looking to possibly buy some Marvell there as well. So maybe we'll be able to buy some Marvell here down. I'm going to give it a couple days, but down.
AMD?
I did not. Like I said, I didn't see anything. What is AMD doing? Oh.
AM.
Still down on the day, but
It's still down on the day, but what a V-shaped recovery. That is absolutely
it's a monster.
nuts. That's a monster. It's an absolute monster. So they like this more than they like NVIDIA. I don't necessarily agree, but look, we're in a market right now where, you know what, I hate to say it, but NVIDIA is not the ish. Like, I think that, look, I still think this is the best place to be in the chip space, but when it comes to movement for trading, if NVIDIA is going a dime or going a nickel, then AMD is doing a dime. And that's just how it is. Like, if we get a little bounce in NVIDIA, then we essentially get this in AMD. So I think for most of us out here, if you're going to trade a semi-stock, trade this one. And it's not to say that NVIDIA is not good, but you're just going to get a better move out of AMD pretty much every single time. And I do see, thank you, Andrew Sandoval, and I will cop to this. Like, we were just at lunch, so I'm not going to be aware of any news. Sam Altman pushed AMD and dropped NVIDIA. Well, that'll help. But you also have to think about it from this way. If everybody's with NVIDIA, where's any of the move in market share can only go away from NVIDIA to other places. Like, they're not going to increase their market share. So if anything, that does give a little bit of leeway for more positive stories potentially for an AMD. That makes some sense to me. I still don't understand what happened to silver when we just came on. Was it gold?
Silver
too?
tanked, right? Yeah. Someone said they made some money off that.
Like, it just tanked maybe 15 minutes ago. Gold barely tanked, but the market's been cruising and going upside, and the metals were a good play today. Before I want to go VWAP long, what exactly is going on here over in silver is the real question. That said, and we're going to be ready for the rundown, get into what it is that you want to talk about. So I will do a little bit of cheating because I have a sneaky suspicion.
Oh, it's not on the board.
That maybe, I don't know, there might be a chip name in there that we've heard of and already talked about. There might be an earnings name which caught a bottom. There might be an important social media app that would be on there. And then a place that you could find Squid Games, which I just found out.
Squid Game.
The Midday Boys were talking about this Andrew Tate fight this weekend.
There is?
He's fighting a dude.
But Andrew Tate, come on.
Yeah, but he's fighting a dude that was on the Squid Games Challenge Season 1.
I don't know. Honestly, I watched that. We didn't.
450. You know the athletic guy that was doing like push-ups and he was kind of a.
I'd have to rewatch it.
You know the guy if you rewatch it. That dude is fighting Andrew Tate this weekend.
I'm not trying to support Andrew Tate. So.
Well, I want to see that dude beat him up.
Yeah, exactly.
That dude is a unit, dude. Trust me. Like.
Yeah, but Andrew Tate is a unit too.
Yeah, like something. I think he's a boxer. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
I don't respect Andrew Tate that much. Okay. I mean, I have a daughter.
This other guy's gonna whoop his butt.
Good.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I don't even want to give him any time.
I'm trying to remember the dude's name.
We're supposed to be not political here. Okay.
It's not political. That's not political. Why? You can. Whatever. I don't like the guy either. I just want to see this young kid beat him up.
Same.
It's fine.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it. That's on Netflix?
I have no idea.
I mean, that's the whole.
I don't know what.
Is it? Oh, I thought there was an announcement from Jake Paul coming because I don't think that fight between him and where's Sharif? Sharif, who's Jake Paul fighting? Yeah, is that happening? There's supposed to be a major announcement today though. Where I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna happen. Like, isn't he gonna get knocked out? Like Anthony Joshua is like, this guy is literally a foot taller than him, probably 50 pounds more.
There's a weight limit, Katina, man, 245, and he's already made weight.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's what the announcement was. Maybe it was something about the weight. But anyways, okay. Lululemon reporting tonight, Costco reporting tonight, and Broadcom. Just let me know when Sharif is ready. Maybe he is ready. Okay. All right. It is the rundown, and it is brought to you by Trader TV Live. And of course, this is voted on by you guys every single day. So we'll start talking about. Ooh, I like in the background there. Now we have the heat board there. That's actually really cool.
The only issue is that it's.
I was just saying it's hard to see them on the green.
Yeah, the green background you can't really read. Maybe we'd make.
What about black?
Make it black instead of
all black.
I know it says S&P 500 because I can look at the price, but like I can't read whatever that is. You can't read that unless you guys.
Black Tiger, Black Titan.
Black Titan. Oh, that's that.
Yeah, I can read that. You know, I remember I got the 2020 man.
Oh, that got moked today.
I'm all legit. I'm going to sneeze again, so I'm going to mute myself. All right, back over to Sharif.
Run down.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're back, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get the tickers on the afternoon rundown is to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to throw in that $sign before whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look at all four major averages. A fundamentally different look than when we last spoke. Up on the day is the Russell 2000 leading the way here, up 1.2. I misspoke there. It's actually the Dow leading the way, up 1.25%. The Russ up 1 1/5. Barely green is the ES, up 0.12, but a nice recovery off that 68 mid-teens low. Back into 25,000 upper sixes is the NQ, but still a negative on the day to the tune of 0.45, the only negative major average on the day. Oracle, the first name as decided by you guys, and wow, the blood was in the street, at least early in the morning. We got all the way down to 186.23, trying to work back, boys, into that $200 level now. It really was the high CapEx as well as the debt that really spooked investors, obviously, as well. That top line missing on revenue, but a substantial beat on EPS, boys. What is the look on Oracle?
Oracle, oh, wow. I mean, Oracle's had a great look today. First of all, I just want to say, like, right now, congratulations. We'll hit the siren up right now. We're now $1.80 in the money now. We still have a decent, not a decent piece. We have 10% left. We just got out our last piece right there at the highs for the NASDAQ. So what a banger that trade was. But I think part of it is the rebound in all of this space, right? I mean, we could sit here and say, like, great trading, whatever. But, you know, Oracle's really rebounded quite nicely and now taking out all of the levels from the day. I think this was a punch long, but you would have been long right there and wrong. But look at this thing on the 200 period moving average. So as we sort of zoom in right here, you can kind of see that this had respected that 200 period moving average. I always think that once you take it right here, finally you take that and it was around noon, that's signaling the long. Now, sure, it wasn't 100% right, but you do come back and then you absorb that VWAP. So that's, to me, is pretty important, and there it goes. We talked about it earlier. When there's a gap, fill the VWAP, and you know that right there sent it lower, and this is what Neil and I were looking at it right at 9:30, and then it did rebound, right? The rebound in the market wasn't real, but the rebound in Oracle was, and then eventually got going, right? Obviously, the NASDAQ is now at day highs, so that's really nice to see. But yeah, to expect Oracle to be down 10% today, it's still not great, but it is a nice rebound. I think the spend concerns are real for this name. And I'm going to sneeze again, so I'm going to pass it over to Neil before I do. I'll pass it over to Neil. But I think Oracle, congratulations. I don't know if I would be buying this dip, but I think it's coming close.
It's hard not to. We said this morning, like they got to their forward PE going into the report was 14, and they beat here. So obviously that's going to put them in the low teens. Clearly, that's a good value. I'll be as critical as anybody, not as critical as Adara of Oracle, but for anybody out there, there's a lot of concern that they were the canary in the coal mine, that their AI spend. Look, they're built out to be able to compete with some of the biggest out there. You're trying to compete with Microsoft, Alphabet, and Amazon, and jumping into that game, and you tell everybody you're going to go from 14. You went to twice, from 21 billion to 35 billion on CapEx, and you come out with 50 projected for next year, which is a much bigger spend than expected. And their cash position went from expectation of a negative 5 billion cash flow to 10. All of that's really bad. But what happened today? Does any of that matter if the market's response was to buy it up and gobble it up? And remember, Oracle was showing the bounce first. Like, I think, like, one of the things this morning, like, to me, when I was getting out of longs and then finally went over to, like, the long in, like, silver and the long in Intel, it was because Oracle had already bounced. This dragged everything higher with it as a sentiment play. A close over 200 would be huge for the stock, technically, and this break looks so good. On a 15-minute, when this took 196, like right here, like, how clean is it? There's your morning range. There's your test, pullback, clean breakout 96. I'm not a huge fan of the company. I don't think I want to be an investor. There's probably better plays out there, but a close over 200 is going to do wonders, absolutely, for Oracle. Yeah, a bit surprised it happened this early. I kind of felt it was going to go lower before catching a bid, but maybe we found the bottom.
All right, well, if you're going to find some sort of link, you got to make sure you find that link right there on your screen. Scan that BTCC QR code right there, guys. We've been digging around, and these guys have never been hacked. They're a top 30 globally exchange. It's BTCC. Other major exchanges obviously getting hit. These guys have not. There's also zero KYC if you are in the United States, Canada, or Europe. And right now, through Trader TV Live, we want to thank BTCC for this. They are now offering you $100 in USDT for registering. So just register, get that $100 right there, plus 15% bonus if you happen to lose. So they'll cover your losses up to 15,000 USDT. I'm not sure what we're missing here, but definitely check that out right now. Do your own due diligence. Check them out, BTCC, scan that QR code, and of course, they are sponsoring this segment.
You know what they are?
Thank them for show.
That's a chicken dinner winner.
Seems like you're having a chicken dinner winner with that food right there, Neil.
I told you to get your plate.
You are loving the fried chicken. And
for the record,
Joe, hold on, get Joe. Joe, mic up.
What do you had this too, right?
I got to ask Joe, man. Joe is Jamaican, although you might not realize
that. Not even that I'm just Jamaican. I'm obviously well known amongst the foodies in the city, and I have a reputable.
Are you though?
When it comes to the lunches, do I not?
Do you? I don't know. This is the first.
That was a rhetorical question. Of course
This is the first I'm hearing of this.
Come on.
But Joe, please explain your Jamaican background, because I don't even know this. Is it your father, your mother?
Yeah, my father. Yeah, my father was born there. He came here when he was around 19.
Boom.
And then shortly after, the kid was born. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you have any siblings?
I'm the third oldest out of
third of
those
three.
who are familiar with Caribbean families, they're typically pretty big. So I am, yes, 3 of 9.
9?
Hey, bring them strong, son.
Listen, half. A lot of them are half.
Joe, where in Jamaica?
Okay.
Where in Jamaica you guys from?
It's a place, Lionel Town, so it's in Mandeville. Yeah.
I'm not going to pretend like I know where that is, but that sounds awesome.
I thought we were here to talk about the fried chicken.
We are. This is our show, though. We digress however we want.
No. In all seriousness, yeah. So for those who are familiar, Salt River. I don't live too far from Salt River. A nice little pond. Obviously, you can go and swim in by Lionel Town, and not too far from Maypen as well too. So. Yeah.
So if I were to vacation in Jamaica, are you the guy to talk to, or nah? You're just more of a city guy there.
No, and hey, man. Pull up to the house. Yeah, anybody's welcome to the house. Yeah, we got a nice, beautiful house there in the countryside that we just go drive around. I'll be your chauffeur.
All right.
For the week. You know what I mean?
Joe,
he's being really.
I didn't realize Joe was like.
He's being chill about it. He probably rolls like Dudas down there, right?
Oh, Lord, you don't even understand. Hey, listen, when I go there, everybody knows me. You know who it is. Yeah.
They know who it is.
My name is, Neil, you would know how in the Caribbean, everybody kind of has like their street name and everything like that.
Street name.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Neil's from the streets of Brampton, okay? But let's keep going on.
They call me Russian, so like when I go there, Russian as in foreign, so everybody knows who Russian is when we go there.
Right.
They call you out, they get that quick. You're the foreign, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know
they
what
probably would think I'm a local, probably.
You know what's cool about the Caribbean is especially the small islands. Like if I'm down in Antigua, and I go to like the shop or whatever, like strangers will come to me like, oh, hey, Robert's from Seaview Farm. I'm like, huh? I'm like, how do you know? First of all, how do you know my last name? And how do you know where my dad grew up? Like 50 years ago. And they're like, because you have that look, because there's like 80,000 people on the island. But everybody knows that you can't get away with Jack, you know what, down there.
Yeah.
Like you go to the club, everybody knows your business.
Everybody knows who you are.
Everybody knows your business.
You guys are going to know clubs. All right.
Communication. I thought I was here to talk about fried chicken.
I'm trying to. Joe, let me regain this.
Let's get it.
Okay. So first of all, ain't no one going to clubs. Okay, but Neil, just enjoy the chicken over there. All right. So first of all, what do you think about the jerk chicken or the chicken? Sorry, not jerk chicken. The fried chicken.
Hey, man.
Neil really appreciating this chicken. Really. So Joe, I didn't realize you're such a food aficionado around here in Toronto, but that's great to know.
Yeah,
no, I didn't know, but now I do. So
you knew that it's jamming with Joe.
That's right. My bad.
Next to what's for lunch.
Okay.
Jamming with Joe.
Right.
I'm
Second hottest segment.
Solid. I think it's pretty good. I'm going to give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Boom. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. I might have to go grab it. The lunch lady there might have got rid of mine.
No way.
Pass the time there.
Oh, there's plenty left there, brother. So
Taking some home, Joe?
My
Or?
biscuit?
No, man. I'm at. Where's the gravy for the biscuit? Is what I'm talking about.
That's
Got gravy
disappointing.
in
They
there
said there was
too,
some
man.
gravy for sure.
How was lunch with Mendel though? By the way, boys.
Horrible, horrible. Mendel's such a bad guy.
Where'd you guys end up going?
Terrible.
Don't worry about
Cafe.
it. Don't worry about it. Don't
Cafe Nervosa.
worry.
In,
Okay. Big spenders, eh?
a
Okay.
little something like that. Something like that.
Oh, we didn't spend anything. You
We didn't spend shit.
Oh.
But you know how it is.
You
know how it
You
is.
guys
You know how
are
it is.
connected.
Wait, he just comes on the show for free? No, but all
I'll
kidding
let
aside.
you- I'll let
All
you
right,
guys-
Joe, we have a show to do. Okay, so there it is, man. 91,000 for Bitcoin. So we say shout out to Joe right there. All right, Sharif, my bad. Let's go back over to Sharif right now. Another foodie there, Sharif. Did you have the jerk chicken yet or no?
It's fried chicken, Sean. But yes, I did. I took one. I haven't ate it yet. All right, guys. Netflix next on the board here, breaking a 6-session losing streak after now being down over 30% from all-time highs, up 1.86 on the day. Good look there. They also got their price target lowered from Jefferies, dropping it from 150 to 134, recommending staying selective across internet stocks, says the analyst. Separately, we saw this development yesterday. President Trump, when being asked by reporters, wants the divestiture or the acquisition, of CNBC to be part of the acquisition of WBD. The Netflix deal does not allow that. The Paramount Skydance does. So Netflix up 1.88.
A disgrace.
And shout out to the guy in the chat. Man, you guys are Jamaican me crazy over here for Hungary right there. But yeah, look, Netflix, look, no surprise there that Trump is trying to throw a little bit of shade at CNN, right? I mean, we do know that that's not his favorite news network there. But I actually, look, I stepped in yesterday, or maybe it was 2 days ago, Netflix at $96. I look at it on the daily chart, and I mean, I don't know, we could talk about Warner Brothers, we could talk about PSKY, Paramount and all that, but at the end of the day here, this is what Netflix's chart looks like, and you're just gonna get a name that's, a $1 trillion name. They're looking to get there. They've fallen back now 35, 40% from top to bottom. And I just at some point, this deal, you're gonna realize it's either good or bad for them. And I mean, and if they miss out on it, then can't we just float back up here? If all of a sudden, because remember, that deal at $30 or $27.75, whatever it was, the Netflix deal, that's agreed upon, signed upon, and is a go. Netflix will get Warner Brothers. They're reconsidering now and seeing if that Paramount deal happens. But you know what? All that talk was right up here, 108, 109. Then all of a sudden that deal gets announced. And then what normally happens, we could check IBM with Confluent and all that kind of stuff. When you're the acquirer, look at PanW, they've acquired a couple names recently off their earnings report. And when Netflix announces that they're doing that deal, it falls to the downside. And then you get extra pressure now from the current US government in there, and then you get another bid. So there's two negatives weighing right now. Another bid plus a dilution of shares and everything that comes with it, right? Not only that, the deal has also fallen down because Netflix was giving part stock. Well, when they're giving part stock and they assess the deal, that stock was at $108. Now you're at $93. So now that stock has become worth a little bit less. So I could see Warner Brothers sort of saying, hold off, let's reassess that Paramount bid. But at the end of the day, I think it's a win, whether or not Netflix gets it or not. I think down here where we're buying it right now, I think you can do worse. So I stepped in, dipped the toes in there a little bit, averaged up into this. We're long from time, so it doesn't really matter where we're long. But I'm making basically a new position right into here right now. And I think you're coming into some levels. And I just think is the downside really $84? What has to go wrong to lose another 10%?
That they raise the bid.
Right, and that would be bad, but if they raise the bid, then what they're doing is acquiring, hopefully, a good property that eventually will hit their earnings and go back up to the upside. But I'm with Neil. I hope the bid stays the same.
I'm a buyer.
I've already bought.
My usual rule for buying a company that gets beat up. If I like the company and it gets beat up for an acquisition, I'm always going to wait a few days because that's the typical course of action. Let them sell it for a few days and jump in and buy. The only thing that's different about this is the fact that they could still raise the bid. But every single day that goes by without Netflix responding that they will raise their bid is a probability they're fine. If you guys want it, we were worth 10 to 15% more when the market didn't want us to do this. So then maybe they don't do the deal, and then I think this could actually get a positive. So look, I'm going to be stink bidding 80, but every single day that goes by, I'll wait for a rounded bottom. I think the buyers have solidified today. Like you attempted to make a double bottom, and then on the third day, you broke the bottom, which was yesterday, right? Okay, so fine. It was looking like a 95 buy to me, and then that fell through. Now you've got another 2-day bottom. If tomorrow we're able to hold above and start breaking out, then yeah, then I think it's the same thing. You let it settle down, give a double bottom, break a little higher on the third day, and then you're a go. The third day yesterday didn't hold. The third day holds tomorrow, then that satisfies my rule. And I like the stock. In WBD, I still think there's some risk in there for everybody that's hoping for more. The higher bid is $30. Otherwise, you can grab your $23.25 cash plus Netflix shares, and that's about it. That was valued at $27.75 when Netflix was at $108 or whatever it was. So that's certainly lower. Like, how are you not ringing the register to a certain extent on WBD? We had said 27 made some sense because it put a floor on the stock. But if there's no higher bid, like you're shooting at air here with WBD. It's holding up today anyway. So for that, good luck. Personally, I would consider, you could also be selling WBD and buying Netflix as a bit of a, you could pull that off as a hedge if you wanted. I just think it'd be easier to pick one or the other. But I'd ring the register if I had WBD, that's for sure.
Guys, let's talk about NVIDIA. So we got that big move down on Google as a result of ChatGPT 5.2 being released only a month or so after 5.1, but this is the NVIDIA-related component. It was built on the H100, the H200, and of course that new GB200, NVIDIA's latest chip. This is, of course, after we got word from Rivian that they're building their new AI chip on custom silicon, looking to circumvent using NVIDIA's more expensive GPUs, which sent the stock down a little bit there, but recovering nicely now up to 181. The high, and separately, of course, we got this from the White House a few days ago that the new H200 removal of the export ban, it looks like the customers there are going to have to be vetted by the Commerce Department on an individual basis. That is, of course, for the NVIDIA H200 GPU, boys.
Yeah, H200, never heard of it.
I should have said this because Computranet in the chat just said, even if WBD gets 5% higher bid, you have to hold it for over a year to get that extra 5%. There's better opportunities. That's what I said it this morning, but I should have also said that part of the reason why Warner Brothers doesn't make sense up here is, even if, like I said, if you get that higher bid, you can do other things in the market with that money. What's the upside potential for it? Unless someone's hedging heavily, I don't get why it's up there. NVIDIA managed to make a bottom at a random price today. And sometimes that's just how it goes. It's clear as day. Well, I don't know, it looks pretty clear here at 179 for potential support. And underneath that, it seemed like it should have been down to 174, but it consolidated a little bit under that. And then there's your V-shaped recovery. I thought other places today. I wanted to trade, I've been saying this, I think you want to trade percentage-wise, Intel has been moving better. AMD's percentage-wise also moving better. They're better places to go. Use them, use NVIDIA as the futures, and then play other names. What I've noticed, and what I'm getting out of this, is when the market bounced, I turned and went over to Intel. You just saw NVIDIA V-shaped recovery. That's the NQ, V-shaped recovery. AMD, more than V-shaped recovery. Intel, you are a bag of trash right now because you are still finding resistance at the lows. So I think a lot of times when you see the chip space out there, it'll start separating names. And right now, you're down 3%, you're not recovering, then you are in the back, you're in the wrong end of the business here because look at NVIDIA charging back to the upside. Still huge. I will also say this morning, I liked 182.5 as a short zone. Maybe I'd like that this afternoon. Look at the move. It would have to show me something pretty distinct to stand in front of that moving freight train. There's a big difference between pop and fade at 930 at a level, because I was looking short in NVIDIA, but it never even came close to, it didn't even break 181.50, let alone 182.50. It's one thing to like that. It's another thing to want to do it in front of the moving freight train this afternoon. So I wouldn't short that now, but I will note, show me a chip name that didn't V-shape recovery, And then you should have concerns about that stock at these current prices. So I'm telling you, Intel, that's a bit of a problem. Like I'd look over, like I like ARM, I own some ARM. You know, I want to see what that's doing here. And I would say not even close to a V shape. That's trouble. That's a problem. This is a $140 stock at the open. Goes to 33, you're back at 36. Not much of a recovery. Days like today separate where big money wants to buy the dip or is more comfortable buying the dip. And then it allows you to understand that, okay, so on ARM, I want to wait a little bit before I'm buying any more. Maybe you should be waiting for like 125, maybe even lower. On Intel, I think it's making a bit of a top based on what the market's telling me today. Like they're not rushing to buy this one back, and they are rushing to buy NVIDIA back.
Look, I'll be, obviously as transparent as possible. I mean, we wrote down NVIDIA long 179. You know, we're gonna miss the levels sometimes, especially when we're sitting here trading, and you know, it sucks when you take those fills. And you know, there's 179. You know, we took it. We tried to support 178 as well, right? But you know, at the end of the day, it is, and I hate to saying, but it is what it is. Like it breaks lower there, and we get out at that 178. I thought that was the bottom. You know, and just looking, or not the bottom, but I thought that was an area that we needed to get out, you know, in case it does break. And if I zoom, I can't, I guess I call up a bigger chart here for you. I just want to, I can't zoom out anymore. I don't want to, the thing is, sometimes if we change the time frame on the chart, it breaks down on us. But, you know, like I had no idea, and Neil just said like a bottom that we couldn't have figured out. Like I didn't think 177 was it. So like right into here, that's 178. We go back here to December 1st. We go back into there as well. Oh, he is back. Thank you so much. What a great lunch. Yo, make sure you take that hat off, man. It's nice and warm in here. Everything's all good. Yo, did you bring back any of those?
It just got hot.
Did you bring back any of those meatballs or? Okay, okay. Yo, go find.
Have that banana right there.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jeff.
By the way, if everyone hasn't seen it yet, the new setup here is absolutely amazing. They've outdone themselves again, so it's going to be an awesome. It's going to be an awesome. Jeez, get
Let's throw that thing out of here. Yeah, but by the way, do you do any massages? That felt pretty good. You want to get going? Oh, thank you. Keep going. Keep going, please, a little bit more.
Is this appropriate for on-air activity?
Yes, it is. Keep going. Okay, thank you. Okay, now it's enough. All right, it's starting to get awkward. All right, thank you, Jeff. Thank you for a great. This man. You can see it was a very fruitful lunch, needless to say.
I'm not going to hate.
Get the hell out of here, man. You have a job to do. We're trying to be professional over here. Jeffrey Mendel, everybody, OTC Marketing, and he did show us some very impressive stats from Moon, so we want to say congratulations. The biggest day ever.
Biggest volume day ever.
Notional. 157 million notional. Double. Number one stock, NVIDIA. Number two, I think Google or so. Something like that. Okay.
Some ETF. Also,
Jeff, we have a show to run.
On our website.
Brendan, is he paying any extra for this? Got it, Jeff. All right. Don't we have security around?
This segment of the show brought to you by.
Do we not have security?
No.
No. Okay. Don't tell anybody.
Security. What security? Sharif is security.
Don't tell anybody that. Anyways, Jeff Mendel, just so everybody knows,
with that guy.
The man has strong hands. That felt
I
pretty
really
nice.
like that shirt, by the way.
Look at that. Look at that in the background. This is what we're talking about. Look at that, Jeff. Look at that big screen now, Mendel. There we go. A little bit of Neil action. Double barrel Neil right there.
I'm liking that.
How impressive is this setup over
here? So now
here?
when we go back to Sharif, we can put his screen up there, right?
Wow.
Oh, it's the first.
Look at this, Sharif. You like that, Sharif?
That's cash money.
All right, let's go back over, man. I mean, thank you, Jeffrey Mendel, for the impromptu cameo right there. It was a great time. Glad that he's back.
Man, where's the beard?
Oh shoot, that's you want.
Oh, this is way.
You want the beard back? You want that?
I don't mind the beard at all, there, Katina Man.
Yeah. Well, that's our first ever stream.
No.
No, that's not right.
But anyways, that was a great one.
Oh,
there we go. Look, see, now we're. Oh, look, there we go. There's Brendo.
We have some really.
All right. Now we're getting carried away. All right, let's go back to the desk. Sharif, what you got for number 3?
I got Meta, boys. A couple of comments today on Meta. Morgan Stanley lowering their price target on Meta from 820 to 750, but maintaining that same overweight rating. Separately, we got this. Meta is looking to use Alibaba's Qwen AI model to train their new model Avocado, set for the spring API only release. Building on that new Avocado release, apparently Zuck is getting personally involved in the day-to-day work, pivoting the company's focus into AI away from the metaverse. He is targeting a spring release, boys, for that new Avocado LLM.
I saw you take some days off. Where are you going in January, my guy, over there? Where are you going? Oh, yeah, knee surgery. Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, ACL.
Yeah, this man's having, have you told everybody that yet? Yeah, this guy's having, do you mind if I say it, or? Yeah, he's having reconstructive knee surgery there for his ACL. So we wish the best of luck there to Joey.
Y'all know Joey Options, man. That guy works out like every day of the week. He'll crush the rehab.
Every other day.
He'll crush that rehab. He'll be absolutely fine. It's all about that work ethic, man, when it comes down to rehab.
Yeah, it definitely is. That's why I can't rehab my knee. All right, so I missed the stock, so go ahead.
Well, your problem is you tried to play through the injury.
Well, same as Joe. That's the problem, is we all, we got hurt young.
No,
you got hurt as an old man. We got hurt old. We got hurt young.
We always, as kids, we joked around about your rugby injury, but like in all seriousness, this thing went out there. Like if you get hurt,
yeah, you just got it.
Look, it's one thing to be tough, and I have all respect and for that. But like, yeah, just don't try to be a hero about it. At the end of the day, the long-term health matters, and hopefully, the long-term health of Meta is getting better because it's showing some signs. You know what? Here's the thing: if people are buying it at one level before, sometimes just making the bet that they'll buy it again is pretty safe. Because in Meta, I really don't know what's going on here, but that's probably just a bunch of nonsense. But look at the accumulation around 645. At least you can see it, like outside of that nonsense. And then today, where do we bottom out? Right around that 645 level, into 640. Potentially, you're making that higher low for Meta. What I love about this, they just flashed the death cross. It'd be perfect to put the old death cross on the daily chart and then make the higher low and bounce. So there was the turn. There's your break at 600 for the trend break on Meta. There's your higher low. As of today, you've held that higher low in the low 640s. So I think the valuation is good for Meta. If the market's going to rebound after what we just saw from Oracle, I think that's pretty bullish for the overall market in a general sense. They've got a good cash position. If the market's not going to freak out about Oracle spend, then you can't really freak out as much about Meta spend either because it's not as crazy. But I do like this higher low that Meta has put in. I'm going to stick to my guns. I told myself that I wouldn't do a second buy in this stock until next year. Like I wanted it to be in early next year. So I'm going to stick with that. But I think Meta's in the right track finally, putting in this higher low. It hasn't truly broken out until we get above both major moving averages, but today was a very, very good sign for Meta. This is not a name that I'd want to be fighting long in the afternoon. Like if we're thinking of that like 345 pullback, this is the kind of stock that you'd probably think it could happen on, just for some profit taking.
Yeah, right. I was going to say, yeah, it is definitely a nice recovery day here for Meta. The fact that it's up against a negative market means good things for Meta. You are going to look to see if you could break through that 655. I don't know if it's going to happen today or not, but definitely tomorrow. So that's what we'll get at with Meta. All right, we got to hurry up a little bit here. Let's get Sharif out of here. It's 2:44. Sharif, what's the next stock?
A big small cap gapper from the morning, Sean, BTTC, which rocketed up off that 3.25 close from yesterday into almost $12, 11.88 high, but it has been all lower lows and lower highs since that time. Now losing $5 at 4.82. They had this headline here, Black Titan. They released their DAT plus liquidity operational readiness pillar for the institutional digital assets assessment. Guys, the market liked that, and then it didn't. Still up 45%.
Dump it.
Yeah, I'll let you take it, man. This is not the same BTC that we advertise with, but it is BTTC right now to the downside. So, Neil, what do you think today? Up 45%, but down quite often, quite big from that open, or from the first open run.
Look, we came this morning, and we always start at 8 o'clock now. So for everyone tuning in, we always start at 8 o'clock. And for all of you small cap traders out there, everyone should be joining as early as possible. Preparation matters, getting the lay of the land, seeing the environment that you're in and being able to react a little bit better and have a better process and plan of action is all well and good. But you know what? Flat out, if you're a small cap gap trader, not everything is going to end up running all day. Because if you were trading this, you know when your chance to trade it was? We came on our air at 8 o'clock. At about 8:30, this thing starts pumping up. We brought it to you twice, and those were your only chances to buy and not lose money. And that's the deal with a lot of small cap gap runners. The ones that get pressed are the ones that run all day. The truth of the matter is, most of the time it looks like this. Let's be real. Most of the time, this is what it's going to look like. Somebody's pumping it up. Somebody's using you for exit liquidity, and you've got to get it early. Be the early riser. Early bird gets the worm. And the crazy thing about it, this stock does more volume pre-market than it did after the market opened. So it's not even an excuse to say that in the pre-market, oh, well, I'm not trading it in the pre-market. I'm a small cap trader, but I'm not trading in the pre-market because it's not doing volume. Your best volume happened in the pre. That's where you would have the best liquidity to not get ramp jobbed. So when it's doing this pattern, like there's a VWAP buy, there's a little VWAP buy action for you, you can get out of dodge. You could have maybe scalped it going into the open, but the second the stock opened, it was a short. That favors the hedge funds, that favors the whale traders because they dump these early and often and then just hold on to them forever. So BTCC, a lot of times you need to be in here early to catch those, and don't be afraid, if you're a small cap trader, don't be afraid to make your day. The market opens up and you've already made your day on PTCC, and then you go to the beach or, well, I guess now you go to like the slopes or something because you can't really go to the beach in the winter.
Here we go. I mean, thank you, Fluffy Hippo. I mean, there, look in the background. There's what he's talking about right now.
What was that one?
So this is, thank you, Trader TV. You've been watching the days of Sean by the wall. That's what we just showed in the back there with my kids' drawings. And by the way, I still have my kids' drawings around here somewhere. I think it's actually in the locker. Maybe I'll go get them soon. With Valeria beside me, Neil up on the desk, and Sharif behind us. I remember saying, like, who is this guy wearing these jerseys every day? It was Sharif. Right there. There I am right there in the background. That was probably 4 or 5 years ago. So yeah, I had my kids' drawings up on that wall, and we've been here every single day since. We took 0 time off during COVID. We didn't broadcast 1 time from home. We didn't do anything like that, right? And so, I mean, we had that one day where we were doing renovations around here that we were at home, but we didn't spend any time away from our desk. So we want to thank you. There it is. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But it's been a very hard day, but your voices keep helping. Adara is amazing. I mean, that is 100%. So, you know, thanks for all that acknowledgement right there.
Thank
and
you.
Want to thank, oh, Dara's back. Okay, good. Yeah, there you go, Dara. So she sees that note there. And I've said it the whole time. Like,
I just got back, so you didn't miss anything. I was back like 2 minutes.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, you were just sitting where Sharif was sitting there. We are going to have Cian momentarily. But yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. That does mean a lot. But before we go to Adair, just quickly, we've just, you know, you can tell when I sit back down at my desk. So we start taking out now. This is a monster trade. This is one of the big trade for me today, trading these TQs. So there it goes right up to the upside. Look, we started the day thinking long, and we were wrong early, but definitely not wrong late. And when I mean late, like how about 9:50? Right there, the market started going eventually. But all right, let's go back over to Adara.
Part of the show is brought to you by Beta Pro by Global X Canada. We have some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, they've just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special free rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. Back to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Oh, look at that. This is what I'm talking about. Now we're getting right there in the background there. What an awesome use of this. And look, we always talk about how impressive it is, but it's great to have guys like Jeff and all of our guests come through. We had Raheem the other day and just talking
they're
about
blown away. They're
how
all the time.
Yeah, how impressive it is. And we want to thank everybody else. I mean, all that noise and everything that you guys put up with over and over and over again. You know, hopefully now we'll be able to give you not better segments, but just more maybe visually appealing and being able to use that screen to its full capabilities.
I think it is better. Well, what's
yeah,
that?
so do I. I mean, I just don't. That's a real old. Oh, that's our current shot right now.
I didn't even know there was a.
That actually makes it look so. All these lights coming down through. That's awesome. honestly, I like the way we're using all of this.
So just so you know, like if I look up too far, I get blinded by these lights. It's out of control. But that also reminds us that we're getting a little older, that shot.
Thank you, Chuck of all trades right there. Look, I mean, it's great to say, so I'll just put this up there. I mean, thank you so much. I mean, you got the bottom on that TQQ, hell of a trader, so thank you so much. I mean, that's what we're here to do, is trade, right? I mean, we'll have some good times here on the show, but that's what it is. And we took a couple shots at it for sure, but stopped out, bang. So right there, big win today, needless to say. We don't talk about P&L on the show. We don't feel that that's the most important, but we just talk about the trades and the motions of trading and what we go through to find our trades, right? And where our outs are and so on and so forth. So I think about, right now, thinking about emptying a little bit of the clip. I was gonna use the 50-period moving average right here. We've really respected it all the way. Sure, we dipped down a little bit there, but I think our next out, not out of all of everything, but our next out should be around 56 bucks. Okay, so let's put that in. My stop on this trade, no word of a lie, is 53.89. You can see where we're long right now, 54.13s. So right there, we gave this 25 cents, 24 cents, you know, to now get $1.99. So whatever. And the good thing about this is we still have about 15%. So we've done well. We held about 20 to 25% all the way up. And you know, we got a nice comment yesterday from Adam about, you know, what's been changing in our trading and everything. And it's just being a little more patient, trying to wait. And, you know, my first mistake of the day was really not being patient at all. Like, we got into Apple at 9:32, you know, and then it was like, whoops, to the downside. And we were not able to recover from that until we found the TQs down there. So that was one thing. So we're going to go 2 for 3 today. Make on the TQs, lose on NVIDIA, right? And then lose on Apple. So 1 for 3 today, and we'll be red as of now. I mean, I don't know where we're going to wind up at the end of the day, but right into there, 180, nice bounce back there for NVIDIA. Let's see what happens as we head into the close for all these trades. I think the TQs is getting a little exhausting. So, what I meant to do right there was actually, I didn't do it. I was put it in order. So 55, honestly, 98. We're getting close to that. Let's stop out of half of what we have left, and then we'll deal with that after. So nice move back upside here. All we can really ask for is we've just made that high right back into the pre-market levels. So, you know, let's just forget about everything else. Get out right here if we can. Reload it down there, and let's see what winds up happening now with our good friend today anyways, the NASDAQ. And people always message me like, stop saying you're trading the futures. It's not. I don't ever say the futures. I'm saying the market here.
You just say the market.
Yeah, so it's the NASDAQ, but it's a triple levered. So I understand it's not the Qs, and I understand it's not the futures. It's just something I look at here. And we could look at SQQ. There are many different ETFs. You could trade SMH instead of NVIDIA. You could, you know, there's different things that you could look at. But tonight, SMH should be hot fire with Broadcom. So we'll wait to see Broadcom's earnings tonight, along with a big retail name like Costco. And then we also have Lululemon, which let's just wait to see if is it RH as well? I'm not sure. But we'll wait to see if Lululemon can break through 190. I mean, 190 on Lulu is going to be something, you know, to look at. So if that happens, I feel like Lulu's going to be tomorrow. That's 160, honestly. I feel like you're going to be down to like 160, 170-ish tomorrow, or we break and we have like an Abercrombie and Finch moment where you're up 20%. So let's give this a go here. We're already long Lululemon. Let's see if we can somehow get paid on this trade. Yeah, we'll go to Adair and then we'll go back to...
It is RH.
RH is tonight. Okay, so former Restoration Hardware. What's up, Adair?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, I don't have the implied move infographic yet, currently working on that, but I do want to let you know I have these fun earnings previews already on X at TTV Research for Lululemon, Costco, and Broadcom. Again, you can find them all there on X at TTV Research. Here's the one for Lululemon. And just so you guys know, I will be on vacation for the next couple days, but X at TTV Research will not be on vacation. I have pre-scheduled posts to go on literally every day that I'm not here, including the weekend, so definitely check this out at X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Enjoy. So it's off tomorrow, is that right?
Yeah, tomorrow was basically just because I had a day off that I had to use. But yeah, technically Monday, Tuesday, yes.
Okay, so she's, well, no, technically
all
Friday.
3 days, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, enjoy your long weekend. That is for sure well deserved. Obviously, Adara won't be here, but we should have Sia. Should be.
I have my fingers crossed for tomorrow.
What is tomorrow?
Well, I think I was telling you, like my daughter's off sick today, and she's not doing well. Whatever, she's young.
It won't affect you, man.
No, I'm fine. It's
okay.
just that my wife cannot miss work tomorrow. Like, she has to be in the office. So if she has to stay home, I don't have a choice. But that is what it is. We'll see. Like, if she's feeling fine, then we're good to go. It's just one of those. It's kids. But I wanted to clear something up because someone in the chat was like, Neil isn't open at your long level. So just to be entirely clear, open door to because to me, I was shorting open door off $7 this morning. That's the first part. The second part is the open door, like long off 7, like that's more of I almost think you're swinging it off that, close above 7, strength over 7 kind of deal. Like this morning, one of my 15-minute. This morning, I was looking short on it. Now, yes, it is consolidating over. But in the afternoon, with power hour coming in, here's the thing about a small capper. The volume on this in the afternoon compared to, this is a Fed day, so throw that out, who cares? Like Fed day volumes, it's going to skew the chart. It's not that relevant. And then you had a big pump in the afternoon the day before. Just look at like a regular day in the afternoon, and you're doing significantly less volume than the last regular day. So yeah, it's consolidating over $7, but there's also nothing else happening on the stock. I don't see a good reason why. Like you could just sit in it long 701, 702 if you can get it, and then just hope that the breakout happens. But there's nothing really happening in open door that would get me to want to trade it. That's all. So I'm going to stay away from this. Like this morning, it's frustrating. And I even said like this was the one thing that I was short, and I ended up covering it here. Like I had just gotten the low of the day, and then it shot up. The market was reversing, went long in silver, went long in Intel. Both worked and got out of this thinking that was the market turning, and then it ended up being a horrible out. So, ultimately, I think it was a disappointment for myself in open door because it was a good short off 7. But today, not enough happening for long. I'm going to look elsewhere. If there's going to be a power hour play, it's got to be something showing you some kind of volume. And or Alpha saying, what about Warby Parker?
Yeah, that was moving around. That was on Google.
Yeah, big time yesterday on the Alphabet News. And look at that. That's going today. It doesn't help that the volume, everything has low volume this afternoon. It's fine. It's Thursday afternoon. There's not a heck of a lot of volume in the market either. But at least this is on a very clean upward trend. So what's going on here? I mean, it's just quickly. Oh, it just broke the trend line? I didn't even draw that well, but it's attempting to break the trend line. Let me do that a little bit better. Yeah, it doesn't matter how I draw. This is actually breaking that uptrend. You could still break out the top, though. If you break out the top, kind of regain that trend line 30, you can go long for an hour. But normally, I would be looking short this into VWAP. Well, I'm not going to go long in Warby. That would be breaking a rule. I don't like longing a stock on an uptrend if it just broke that uptrend. Like this is the candle breaking the uptrend. It needs to regain the trend line to like the long. So I might look elsewhere. I'm not sure that's going to be the one for me. I do like an Intel short. I was sort of showing you like what stands out. Okay, that's a bit weird. All right, so I'm missing some data on that chart. Hey, Friday afternoon charts. So I'll show you. Oh, this one's missing. So all my Intel charts are missing data. Doesn't
Okay.
matter. Okay, so it's just Intel for me. I was long it early, but this 39.50 was my price. That's where it reverted to and broke back out. Now it's weak off that level. Market's at the high, it's under VWAP. So if the market's at the top and you're under VWAP, then you're relatively weak, and I think you're a short. So I'm shorting VWAP and Intel this afternoon, looking to hold to the close. I'm not in it yet. I'm trying to pick it up at 45 if we're able to get it. And David just sent us, I feel like we missed you yesterday. Dave, you didn't have a thought of the day or a trade.
Yeah, what's up with that?
So Mr. Tresiak, pay attention for December 19th. We got triple witching. Yep, absolutely. Don't forget to turn over your futures contracts, probably starting on Monday, actually, to the next quarter. What are we on right now? XOZ. So H contract will be next week. Got the release of yet seen files.
Release of the yet seen. Yeah, he doesn't want to do that. Is that tomorrow?
Or not?
I don't know. I mean, how could that possibly affect the market? I don't.
Why do we actually think that? I don't know. I don't want to tinfoil hat anybody, but the way I kind of look at it is if a bunch of really, really rich people don't want something to happen, why do we think it's going to happen? Well, I don't get my hopes up for that kind of nonsense. Just kind of understand the way of the world, man. Like if if it's like, it doesn't even matter what side of the aisle you're on. It's like a lot of really powerful people probably would not like to see that happen. So why get excited about it? I'm not even expecting to ever see that. It's not going to happen. If it does, whatever. Fair enough. And I don't think it moves the markets either. That's the other thing. So it probably a bit of a nothing burger. Would appreciate you. And next time, we want those crazy trades of the day there, David.
Yeah. That's what I thought we'd be reading.
Thought we get one of those. Let's go to the desk. We've got Sia.
Ooh.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. So let's quickly talk about today's economic releases. The initial job claims and counting jobless claims came out today, with the initial jobless claims coming out at 8:30. The previous number being around 192,000, consensus around 220,000, but the actual number came out around 236,000. And the counting jobless claims also came out at 8:30 a.m. today. The previous number being around 1.93 million, consensus 1.95, but the actual came out 1.8 million, which considered a bit better. And some quick headlines for you today. BKRB is up 0.5%, as Warren Buffett is set to officially hand over the reins to now Vice Chairman Greg Abel on Jan 1st. The company stock is up 0.58% despite concerns over a shift in the way the company will operate under the new leadership. And let's also quickly look at DIS, Disney. Shares of Disney are doing 0.6% higher after last night's close. This deal with OpenAI, Disney said that it will be investing $1 billion in equity, will allow Sora and ChatGPT image users to generate AI content with some of Disney's copyrighted characters limited to Mickey Mouse, Ariel, and Cinderella. Very cute. Back to the guys.
I think, Sia, yeah. I think that Disney idea is a pretty cool one there. I think that's the next sort of iteration of all of these large language models. Like, I talk about it with my son all the time, and he's really into it. I mean, I've really been blessed to have, two kids that are really into AI and technology and everything like that, robotics. And, my one kid that's at university was robotics, amazing. Then my son right now, 13 years old, loves all that talk. And we always talk about like which large language model, and he's recently switched over to Gemini, and it's like which one's going to be the one. So I think deals like this for Disney with OpenAI, I mean, eventually they're all going to have to merge together, right? And I mean, making stories now that might include some of the Disney properties, Star Wars stuff, as well, all that princess, like anything that's involved with Disney, I think it's a good win, and I think it's a win for OpenAI and ChatGPT. And so I like this for Disney. I like it for just ChatGPT in general. I think Sora, we talk about Nano Banana Pro, that's Gemini's version. Sora is going to be Chat's version. And could there be one winner? Yes, but there could be room for both. And we talked about Anthropic coming to market very, very soon. But ChatGPT is its own sort of thing. And we said that there is some risk associated with Microsoft right now. And if this whole spend with Oracle, and they can't sort of figure out how to monetize, that's one thing. But I think with Disney, we have known entities now. Excuse me, just chugging some water over here. That's going to be a good win for Disney, and I think the market today is respecting that. And Disney, what I meant to do is show you this day chart, now breaking above the 200-period moving average. Good story today. I don't think there's any reason to think this is a negative. And then they also sent that cease and desist order to Google for warning them that, hey, look, like, make sure that you guys aren't using any of our properties or anything like that. I think that's a win for them as well. And then plus they give an investment of $1 billion into OpenAI. I know it's not huge or anything, but at the end of the day, like when OpenAI becomes public, Disney's a way of playing them now, at least a little bit. I think Microsoft is what, 30 billion or something? So Disney's a pretty small investment into this space, but I like it for them, and I think it's a win for Disney, especially right now with everything that's going on with WBD, Warner Brothers, right? Now, I don't want to compare, like, I don't know which one has the better, IP, right? I mean, Warner Brothers has a lot, Casablanca, like, all the Warner Brothers movies that there are, the Looney Tunes franchise. It goes on and on. Anything HBO, all.
They got Harry Potter.
Yeah, but I mean, is Harry Potter big? Is Star Wars a bigger price than Harry Potter?
Well, they both have great stuff.
Yeah,
Game of Thrones.
Huge.
Well,
Sopranos, anything that's
Sopranos,
on HBO.
Game of Thrones spinoffs, like.
Yeah, what's that new show that's hotels that we always watch there. It's different every time.
Blue Lotus?
Yeah,
White Lotus.
No, we'll just go with Black Lotus. It's fine. But it is.
Lotus.
Yeah, it is White Lotus.
That's a good show, man.
It's a great show. It's one of our favorites. We've been watching on Netflix now. Tires. We talked about this the other day. Shane Gillis. It's actually pretty funny.
Tires?
It's TVMA, but it's funny. It's really funny. It's a bunch of guys, a bunch of mechanics that run a tire shop. And it's pretty funny.
Shane Gillis is great.
Yeah, it's really funny, and he's actually I feel like he's real in it. Like, I don't know, it's a fun show. So if you guys are watching something, the wife and I, right now, once the kids are in bed around 10 o'clock these days, I think, to get my 13-year-old to go to bed anytime before 11:30.
No chance he's asleep by 10.
No, we put,
That's
Gia goes down, around 10. She's busy. Like, I don't even see the wife tonight till 8:30. Like, we've got hockey, and then I've got chess. And just a busy, busy time in the Katina household. But anyways, Tires, a show that we're watching right now. Okay, back to the market.
2 seasons, okay, good.
Back to the future. Yeah, I think we're almost done season 2 right now. And they're all 20 minutes. It's a sitcom.
Oh, 20. That's perfect. I get 20 minutes to watch on my phone each night.
Maybe it's 25 minutes, but it's a sitcom. So each one is 30 minutes at most. But anyways, okay, so let's get back to the markets here. Oracle running around. I always use, first of all, we have the trade analyzer that you guys use, the visualizer. But look at this. Like, these are what we're looking at right now. It's Oracle right there. It's Netflix moving around. It's NVIDIA. It's the triple Qs. It's the NASDAQ. Oh, we got some questions. What do you think about Robinhood, Neil? Like, this is down 10% today. I've sort of been...
But Bitcoin bounced.
I know. I've been sort of negative on the name a little bit there, just in the fact that I don't really like a name that goes up and down with the crypto market, and I feel like Robinhood does rely a lot on crypto trading right now. It's something like 10% of their trading is actual equities. And I know they've talked about tokenizing, and I think that would be important. I don't know if that's going to get the pass-through of the regulators, but I think that that's something pretty cool for them. It's just Robinhood right now, PE in the 60s or 70s, I believe. Just not... As far as the fintech is concerned, it might be okay, but remember, everything that's like PayPal was real hot for a minute, and then it wasn't. And okay, so it's actually only 60 right now, the forward and the current PE for Robinhood. So there might be something there, but I don't know. I'd rather buy this a little bit lower. Like, are you a buyer of this down 10%?
I'd say 90 to 110, somewhere in this range. I'm looking at look, in this market right now,
right back.
I'm looking at, if I'm buying something in the long term, I don't even care about the daily chart. The daily chart's meaningless to me. I'll use that for like setting up day trades or a swing trade or something. But it's a monthly or a weekly. And for Robinhood, when I look at the monthly chart, you're going to be 10% down or 9% down on a flat day, and actually a V-shaped recovery in the market. I don't like that in the first place. It shows a lot of it just shows a lot of relative weakness, and it's not unreasonable. You've got to remember, $10, beginning of last year, $10. Like, if it pulls back, it's not going to go to $90 to $100. Minor market pullback, this easily could go to $100. Bitcoin gets to that 75 area, which I still believe we're going to get a chance to buy, then I think Robinhood can be down there. I think that's what I would be waiting for. The same way I'm waiting for lower prices on SoFi, I'd be waiting for lower prices on Robinhood as well. And today, I had no idea. You know what, which I can't even call lunch is not even an excuse, because like this apparently was way weaker than I realized before we even went to lunch. They really took it on the chin today. Sometimes it's telling you something, because it's a bit of a bounce day. Bitcoin held 90,000. We're at 91.2. You can't blame it on Bitcoin right now. Let's go to Adara.
U.S. President Donald Trump posting on Truth Social right now about AI and China. So I'm just going to read the post for you guys. The Wall Street Journal has another ridiculous story today that China's dominating us and the world in the production of electricity having to do with AI. They're wrong, all caps, as usual. Every AI plant being built in the U.S. is building its own electric generating facilities. The approvals are being given carefully, but very quickly in a matter of weeks. Any excess electricity being produced is going to our electric grid, which is being strengthened and expanded for other purposes than AI like never before. In other words, AI has far more electricity than they will ever need because they're building the facilities that produce it themselves. We're leading the world in AI by far because of a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. End post. I want to mention as well here with this post, kind of interesting as well. I was seeing a report from The Information, which I mentioned, I believe, during the midday, suggesting that NVIDIA is going to be having a summit about electricity shortages with regards to AI. So I don't know when that's going to be, but either way, interesting topic being addressed by President Trump as we send you back to Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. And Chuck of all trades. Oh, why did this not work? There we go. Working for it? There he goes. That was a little slower than usual there, Fabian, but it did work. Who pissed in Google's coffee today? Well, first of all, that's just, yeah, that's nasty. You don't want that. But Alphabet, like you have to remember, like Sean mentioned the story that just happened specifically with Disney, right? Like Disney, everyone's talking about data. What are you allowed to use? What are you not allowed to use? Hey, you're using our information to generate images or video or to train your AI, and you need to pay us for that. So what happened today is Disney went exclusive essentially with OpenAI and sent a cease and desist for Gemini for them to stop using their images and their property. So that's what happened to Alphabet. Now, does it necessarily deserve all that? It's hard to say. I think it'd be difficult to price all that right now. I still think they're absolutely fine, but you've got to keep in mind how strong the stock has been. You know, the next time we point out a channel like this, look at this long channel on Google, and then it finally broke it out. Pay attention to those when it happens. AMD had a downward channel like that and went ham afterwards. You got to pay attention. We just broke down support here on Alphabet. So a healthy pullback gets you to 300, and 280 is not stupid. And I think you buy the 280 with open arms. But yeah, the story that happened there was that Disney story. So it's not like Google didn't just flat bottom break out of absolutely nowhere. There is an actual story going on with this. Call it an exclusivity deal for Disney and OpenAI, and then saying, hey, Gemini, you're not going to be able to use us. And it feels a little harsh. I don't know that Google needs to drop 2 points on that, but it did. So it doesn't matter what I think. That's the story, and it dropped 2%.
How's the thing? Google's just going back and forth. Like, there's that TPU issue. They've got the deal with Meta. Hopefully that's going to come through. But yeah, I know you just talked about Google, so I'll sort of stay off of that. You know, a name that we haven't talked about a lot on this show recently is Coinbase. Like, we've been watching out for Bitcoin going down. You can look at names like Mara or Hut 8 or anything like that. But Coinbase really bounced quite nicely off this 240 area. I think this is a decent buy zone. You know, like, there's going to be winners and losers in the crypto space. Coinbase is one of the largest, is probably, I don't know if Binance is, like, I don't know what the action is in Asia or anything like that, but as far as US entities are concerned for crypto, like, I think Coinbase and Robinhood, we talked about Robinhood already, Coinbase is a huge company right now in the crypto space that I think needs to get bought next time it falls into this area. So I know Ramin was asking me a little bit about Robinhood earlier. I really think Coinbase might be a little bit of a better play there, more of a pure play against crypto. So that would be something for me to look at there with Coinbase. I'm just trying to figure out what to do with these TQs here. But that would be a trade there. All right, let's look at some of the names that you guys are talking about. I mean, Neil and I just tend to have a blabbing on a little bit about everything. I'm just going to refresh this. Here's what we call the stock visualizer. Right, so every single time you go into the chat and you hit a $ and you put a symbol on here, we got to give a big shout out to Fabian. I mean, what a great job Fabian, Ramin, and Andre are doing behind the scenes. Like, you guys don't see enough of this, but like all that stuff behind us there, the big board, all of that, like Brendan, everybody that's working hard behind us to make sure that we have the best viewing experience. This thing has added a lot, right? Like, I don't even know what the hell Miggy is over here right now. So, well, it's definitely, maybe this is broken. I don't think its price is 0 right now, but we could definitely have a look at, oh, sorry, all these prices right here are 0. So maybe I have to refresh this a little bit. But anyways, this will give us, yeah, iRobot. So something's not working on this, Fabian, just to let you know. But SMX, we had some news about pets there. I think it's a little bit of a buyout. There's your BTTC. So every time you vote, it gives us a little bit of an idea to look at these things. So let's look at some that are a little bit more random here that potentially we haven't looked at. So I'm going to call up MIGI right now and try to figure out what exactly is up on this one. MIGI. Let's have a quick look over here. Yeah, right, $11, $12. We had this stock earlier during our first show there when it was starting to break out. And look at that, take out this high in and around $10. I know Adara's busy over there, so I'm gonna search MIGI. Okay, she's gonna look into it. Mawson International shares up. Company, oh, they had a presentation today. So I don't know if this is day 2 or day 3 play, but it looks like they had some good news, Adara, back late November.
It's a day 1 play.
Okay, but
this was announced today, as far as I can tell. It says this has been Zynga as of like 1:24 p.m.
Oh.
They were currently presenting at the Emerging Growth Conference.
Right, there was a story though, Adara. I don't know if this is a reverse split. I think this looks like a reverse split right there on November 21st. Got it from 30 cents up there to, yeah, so it has to be up to $5 and now starting to go a little bit higher. So MIGI right now halted.
Correct, 1 for 20.
Correct. Thank you, Adara. 1 for 20 split there. So boom, boom. Upside into $10, into 14. Now halted. Halted at 1071 with a tap of 11. So MIGI, man, if those of you that sort of sniffed this one out early, congratulations. Big winner there. The other one was Pets. So again, I'll call on Adara. Looks like this will be a news story here for PETS. Yeah, it was a buyout, right?
Unsolicited
takeover rumors there for Pets. Adara will get us that news again. But up 82%.
That's the news. That's exactly the news. So.
Perfect. Yeah, so right there. So there it goes, upside on PETS. And, you know, if you found us out of the blue, welcome. We're live every single day at 8 a.m. We've got Adara back there searching through these news stories, and she's done a great job. You've done a great job, you know, focusing on said stories and giving us them real time. So Neil and I can either trade off them or not right there. And Pet's not moving, but it looks like it was earlier. Hearing in my ear that we're going to go to Adara, so let's go now.
Keep an eye on NVIDIA here. I just saw this on X. It looks like Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren is calling for NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang and U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick to testify after Trump's decision to allow sales of NVIDIA's H200 chip to China. So again, Elizabeth Warren calling, at least reportedly calling for NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang and U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick to testify with regards to these NVIDIA sales in China. Back to you.
Fine. I mean, wasn't it the president that made this decision? So yeah, I mean, I think when you're talking about, we can go over and have let's just look at it because again, you guys are here for the news. A lot of you are, and so are we. So looks like NVIDIA does dip down a little bit on that. Look, Jensen is like
rockstar.
I was gonna say like the world's best salesman. I don't know. I mean, every time I hear the guy talk, you leave with him, you know, thinking that he's right. So I think that, you know, he made a talk about quantum spiked. Like this guy knows, and I think he has a good, you know, pulse on the situation. So getting him talking more about, you know, this business, I think is a win. So I don't, you know.
You call him the best salesman.
I'm not worried about it.
If you watch The Wire, Sean,
which I have not,
you'd understand the line from like Stringer Bell when he says, it doesn't matter what corner you have or what where you sling, all that stuff. Product is what matters. He's like, we got the best product. Doesn't matter what corner we're standing on. The fiends are going to come to us. That's the line he said.
Reminds me of the Blue there in Breaking Bad.
No, that's what I'm saying. So Jensen, of course you're the best salesman if you've got the best product, if you've got what everybody needs, and then on top of that, and I'm making the analogy to The Wire. Stay off drugs, everybody. Because
that'd be a good thing.
No, when you're in their ecosystem, it makes it difficult to get out. You're training on the NVIDIA chips. It's not that easy to move away from them. So they have that advantage. It's not only first mover. It's not only all the market share. They are able to grab you and hold on to you. And it's the same way. Like that type of a business, it's easy to be a good salesman. Let's be real about it. That's almost a perfect.
I mean, most CEOs are supposed to be salesmen. The best reason, this is the reason why I'm in Palantir. It's the reason why I'm never selling NVIDIA. I love NVIDIA. It's founder-led. These guys built the business, they started the business, they had a vision, and now that it's being realized, of course they're billionaires. I mean, this is, you know, they have this is the part of, you know, we only have Canada, but this might as well be USA. Shout out to capitalism. You know, you have a business, you build it out, and it works.
You know, my gripe about when people knock on capitalism. So one of the things that you'll often hear as a knock in, and first of all, it's not really, like capitalism is a distribution of, essentially it's not about the free markets. Free markets are free markets. Free market capitalism is the term. Capitalism is really something a little bit different.
An economic term.
What we should be talking about is a free market system where you're winners and losers based on merit. And no one ever wants to talk about the 99 firms that fail trying to do what NVIDIA does, or the 99 firms that fail trying to do what Tesla does. And ultimately what happens is a bunch of people invest in ideas and most of them fail. But you know what? The engineers that get paid trying to make a company work and all that, they still get paid and the investors lose. And that one succeeds and then everyone hates on the person that succeeds. Well, you know what? Failure is how everything works in this world. We don't get anywhere without failure. You didn't get to the moon, and yes, the USA did go to the moon. Don't at me with all that your nonsense. They went to the moon successfully, but there were a lot of failures on the way. People lost their lives in the space program. That's how you grow. So you got to reward people that take chances and are willing to fail, like Jensen did, and like Elon did for years.
Also,
because there's going to be a bunch of Eric Miltons out there.
Yes. That his name? No, it's not. I think it's Trevor.
Oh, Trevor Milton. Eric Milton was a pitcher for the Twins. My bad.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm a baseball fan. That's my bad. We got a super chat. I was gonna.
Yeah, I know. We had just had. Oh. Okay. You're welcome. We talked about that. You were gone.
Thank you?
Yeah, it's another stock. Miguel Cabrera. No. Yeah, it was another stock that they're presenting today at some sort of a conference. So you're welcome to that one. But here it is, right here.
That's halted down, by the way.
I know. It's halted. It's still halted. We discussed it already, but okay. So Dave's dumbed down trade of the day. Okay, if Oracle okay, so hockey. So right in my territory here. If Oracle took a puck to the teeth. I thought I said Juneteenth there. Took a puck. And by the way, don't get me talking about Donald Trump in the national parks. Okay. If Oracle took puck to the teeth, AVGO is a backup goalie. Okay. While Nvidia down is yet to seen, if yet seen files show allegedly people like Jamie Dimon in there shock waves, not conspiracy. 19th. Okay. So what are you trying to say? Why is Nvidia down if its files show allegedly people like Jamie Dimon is in there? All right, so we're talking about why NVIDIA is down. I think you're right about Broadcom. I don't know, maybe I had too many glasses of wine, but I don't really know what that means. But I think you're right about Oracle. I think Oracle right now is taking the brunt of the AI spend. I think we know that. And the thing is, if the debt market dries up, that's where Oracle's tapped out, right? But Oracle also, with its recent down move, it's probably much better valued than obviously it was at $320 down here at $195.
Would you buy Broadcom up here?
I've already said that I think the best days for AI are a little bit behind them. Not that the move is over, but just that I said next year I don't expect the same kind of explosive growth in these names that we've seen this past year.
It'll be another place.
Neil, what was Broadcom? Broadcom last January was $240?
Yeah, but I mean...
Oh, we're not split adjusted, or are we? No, that chart's fine.
The April low...
Forget about that.
Okay, fine. So January will be...
Yeah, like where were we for the year is what I'm saying.
240.
So how much are we up?
160. Yeah, that's a...
80%? I can't see. What is the price?
500%?
Right. So you're up 70% year to date on Broadcom.
This tool should work.
I mean, if you go up another 60% next year, what are we even talking about? You know, like is this going to be an $8 trillion, or I guess it just broke $1 trillion. So is this going to be a $2 trillion company? Like, I don't know. So for me, is Broadcom going to help save the day? I don't know if the day needs saving. I mean, the NASDAQ's only down 0.4. I think Broadcom will probably guide a little bit light, to be honest with you. I don't know. We'll see. My bet would be maybe more on the short than the long. So to your question, I think Broadcom is, I wouldn't buy it up
They're a little frothy. But like to the other side of your question there, I understand, look, if, and I think everyone knows what you're talking about. We don't need to get too much.
Yeah, he's just talking about just a trade idea, not one
I would tend to think that that kind of a potential shockwave to the markets based on what names could be in there or not is probably more often than not a buying opportunity.
All right.
In a lot of sense. But
I have well, let's put a poll up. You can do it, or Ramin, you're watching, so we could do this too. Let's just say, what stock is up more today?
He's not here today.
What stock is up? No, but she's watching. What stock is up more? You could do it. Neil's going to do it.
I'll do it.
All right. More, you know, what stock's up more? Like, I want to talk about positive. I'm not talking about the move, but about which stock's up tomorrow more. Is it going to be Broadcom? Is it going to be Lululemon? Or is it going to be Costco? You know, I think you get Costco with like a very conservative name. You know, if you think the other two are going to lose, then you're going to pick Costco. I think Broadcom, obviously, if you think the AI spend is real and going to continue, you're going to pick Broadcom. And then based on what AEO has been doing, based on what Abercrombie has been doing, based on what Urban Outfitters has been doing, you may choose Lululemon. So I think which stock, or would you rather own heading into earnings? How about that?
I was going to say up at the open tomorrow.
Sure. Which stock is up most? I don't know the proper English for this, but I think that's interesting.
And most sounds better.
My choice before you put it up is going to be Lululemon.
So we'll go.
Not just because I own all three of those names, by the way. I just think Lululemon, and I don't own Broadcom individually. I'm just talking about the general AI trade. I would choose Lululemon just because of the movement that we've seen recently in retail.
I love the monthly chart on Lulu.
All right, so here's the vote right now. So it's up. And look, if you want to be part of this vote, man, you got to subscribe. Get over there, be a subscriber, get into this chat. I'm choosing Lululemon, and I expect to be in the minority. So we'll check it out. What do you think?
Than you think.
What are you going to vote
I own one of those three stocks, and I bought it recently because I said if Lulu closed last month, positive on the monthly. Where's my monthly chart?
I am wearing Lululemon boxers right now.
I have never owned a Lululemon product.
And socks.
Never bought a Lululemon product. But look at the monthly chart on this stock.
Not wearing the socks.
There is your triple bottom. Look at the hug of the 200 period moving average. From a technical standpoint, if you're going to buy the dip, that's 3 tags of the 200 period, closed green. I said if this happened, buy, and 250, 325. It's purely technical here, so I'm kind of hoping there's not a bad.
Joe, get your mic on for a second.
I absolutely love that. So to me, it's going to be Lululemon. I don't own any Costco. I like Walmart over Costco. The viewers are overwhelmingly, relatively speaking, choosing Broadcom. And you're probably right in terms of what is the best company out of those three right now, being Broadcom, 46 to 29 to 26. That's actually, it's not that bad. It is closer than you'd think. You wouldn't expect to see a chart like Lulu and have a quarter of the viewers actually pick it.
No, that's why I figured that was going to be. We saw yesterday Lulu, Sharif was wearing his Lulu shirt. I just checked. Normally I have the socks on, but I do not.
A year ago, way more people would be picking Costco, but it's just.
I think so.
Struggling.
Costco's going to be the conservative pick. Like if you think the other two names are going to be down, you would pick Costco. That's all. Right. All right. I ran into Joe. I went and got a quick coffee. Are you mic'd up, Joe? Yeah. Okay. So Joe, update on the fried chicken, please.
Yeah, we had to reiterate our rating on that one there to a 5.5. Started to upset the stomach a little bit. So an analyst rating change right there, a downgrade.
Downgrade.
Fried chicken.
All right, thank you.
From a buy to a hold, guys. A buy to a hold.
Maybe buy to neutral right there. All right, that was what was for lunch.
You just ate it. It can't upset your stomach.
Neil, why are you so defensive of fried chicken?
Because it was delicious.
I mean, honestly, like this is first of all, this segment is what's for lunch. We talked about
delicious. That's why.
Joe's not denying the deliciousness. He's talking about the after effects.
You're supposed to be with Jamaican.
I thought they do. Why does that have to do with the Jamaican?
Iron stomach.
Okay, iron stomach. All right. I mean, I could buy that.
Straight up. No, seriously.
No, I don't think Joe's been sick yet. He's just saying. Okay, what's up, Adara? What do you think about?
It's a short report in NVIDIA. It's been posted. It's called, it has quite the name. It's actually called the supply side gluttony recurrence. Nothing is new here. We know that he has been like bearish on these AI plays, but apparently he actually just posted an official short report.
So how desperate is he getting? Come on, you're posting short reports on NVIDIA. We all know the story there. Adara, did you have any fried chicken or?
I mean, I'm not done yet. I had some of it. I quite enjoyed it. I found the potatoes to be a bit spicy, but I did enjoy the chicken, and I'm excited to have the biscuit later today.
Got it's all about the biscuits.
Spicy potatoes. Okay, now we're in a whole new level.
Like, there's already biscuits for the starch and for the carbs. The potatoes was overkill. It's not.
Yeah, forget about those
so Michael
macros.
Burry with a short report.
Yeah, so let me see. When was that out, Adara? Is that just recently dropped?
I was seeing, as far as I saw on X, this was posted a couple of minutes ago. It seems like it just was released. It's called, again, the supply side gluttony recurrence, I believe is the name. Just check. That is, in fact, the name. Again, guys, it is Michael Burry. That is the person who posted this report.
I thought I followed him. I guess I don't.
Look, I'm not going to disagree.
He's Cassandra.
I mean, is there going to be a supply side, too much supply out there? Yes, there probably will be at some point, but we've already, look, Oracle just reported last night, backlog. We know NVIDIA backlog. Like, these companies have backlogs. So they have orders that are signed, signed, ready to get delivered. So I don't know if NVIDIA has a supply side issue or not right now, but I mean, I don't think they're gonna have a problem with supply. It might be demand, right? So if there's too much supply, I guess that's what he's talking about. There might not be enough orders to fill all this supply, and I guess we'll just wait to see. That's why tonight's report for Broadcom is so important. Unlike Marvell, unlike some of those recent AI names that have reported, including Oracle. Remember, Oracle's EPS was great. They nailed it, man. It was a huge beat. EPS, huge beat. But it's just like their forward guide and their look on the spend was a little bit too much. So let's see what Broadcom says. He might have nailed it. Burry might be right. I mean, you know, he talked about Palantir. First of all, I don't know if he's out or not on Palantir, but you know, to call it short moments before earnings when you know the market is toppy and then this happens, fine. Okay, I want to know what Burry's opinion is now that we've come all the way back. Is he still in Palantir, short? What does he like about that position?
And then why I know he's still in?
And then we also know that he was short NVIDIA earlier as well.
Nobody puts out a short report without having a position. Why would you?
Is he still in though? Because the Palantir report was like a month ago.
Yeah, but I feel like it's a market top thing. Like if NVIDIA tumbles, everything tumbles a bit. So my guess is, and I don't know, I'm just going to make the assumption that you're still in. What's the point of putting out the short report if you've exited your positions? And if you weren't stopped out of Palantir short before, like why would you be at
Well, I mean, part of it's supposed to be integrity. Like if he really feels it, but he's allowed to put out whatever
you want. And now he doesn't have to.
Palantir was at $10. Don't
he
believe me.
deregistered his Scion Capital, so now he can be a little bit more. What's the word? Like under the radar, I suppose. Right?
Yeah. I mean, the minute you file, here's our Palantir hat given to me by old trader Prad when the stock was at $10, and I was loving Palantir then. It's part of the reason why, honestly, man, we've done really well on that stock, and I mean, we continue to watch it. Palantir even today, I mean, the fact that it's, look, we all have.
Miggy's at $8.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I mean, this halted times, right?
So, normally wouldn't celebrate a stock dying, but one of the viewers is short this thing, so we can celebrate it. Like it's usually, I don't want anyone to get rinsed, and I hope nobody's.
No. Look, Adair, you weren't here when you came back, and it was just they're at a conference. It was a reverse split. Look at this. This thing was 30 cents 3 weeks ago.
Oh goodness.
Well, so you know, this is not. So first of all, let's look at a chart. So I know it's going like crazy right now. You know, that's the reverse split. So nothing changes in the company except for the shares come back in. So that's all that happens. So it doubles or triples, or this in case this, 20 times the price, you know, but nothing's changed in the stock. So a stock is 30 cents for a reason. It's getting smoked, it's getting killed. They're below $1. What the problem is and why stocks reverse split, generally speaking, is the fact that the NASDAQ, which this name is on, sends out a compliance letter that states that you have to get above $1 or you're going to get delisted. And when you get delisted, then you go over to, shout out to Jeff Mendo, hopefully he's somewhere, that they'll go down to the OTC markets or be delisted, period. So what they do is they take back some shares, reverse split, so it's not cut in half, it's the other way around. And if you own 1,000 shares here, then you only own 100, for example, now, if it's 10 to 1, and then it goes back up to $5 or $6. After that, generally speaking, you'll get a spike up. Now that's interesting because it does come back in, then spikes up again, and right now it's heading back lower. So to me, I think you're actually fine in this stock until it breaks below this $4 mark. Once it breaks down there, then you probably head back. I mean, the perpetual splitter in Mullen, first of all, it's halted now with the tap of $7 again, but
there's no Mullen.
Mullen got split probably 10 times until, I don't know how they got around it, but then they started renaming the stock, and what is that? What it is now?
Shout out to the OTC market because they
BINI,
BINI, and they're not done falling. That is.
Yeah.
They went to the OTC at 60 cents. It is now back to 10 cents. All roads always lead to 10 cents on this. It's about the easiest short in market history. Wherever Mullen splits to, you short it, and then you don't buy back till it goes under 20 cents.
This is to me, but I think it's for both of us. I just want to see what it says. So let's read this together. If NVIDIA chips are great, those costs won't. Others, by knocking them off or ganging together the chips prices, can evaluations last? So I think that's the problem. I think that's what Burry's chips out there.
Margins won't last.
No, but on anything, right? Tesla margins.
Yeah, that doesn't. It's not necessarily an overall whole. Like it doesn't mean that you will fall apart. Nobody maintains 50, 60% margins forever, 80, 90% market share forever. That's not necessarily the story.
The minute your margins get too high, people come in and squeeze them.
Yeah, but the real question is, if some of the projections of the overall piece of the pie, like the addressable market, are as large as they expect, then it might not matter at the end of the day. And nothing about the build out and spend right now is suggesting that that is true. So it's a lot of the fundamental arguments that Burry's making are absolutely right. But the crazy thing about anytime you're trying to predict when a bubble will burst is there are a lot of instances where growth simply outpaces the rationality of where it should slow down. And shorts get burned before there's an actual top. That's what makes picking tops so ridiculously impossible. Why do you think that most of the successful short firms are picking on stocks like Mullen? Because they can just dump it knowing that there's nothing there. We're trying to call a top on NVIDIA when so many people that are buying this are like, well, that's fine. If it has a poor 2026, who cares? I only have to worry about where it is in 2035. There's always going to be dip buyers like that in NVIDIA, and that's the problem really for, and I'm not saying he's wrong or anything. Like, I'm not buying NVIDIA here. I think you want to wait a bit.
Oh boy.
Into next year, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm not, I mean, we've talked about it. That's part, here, let's just check out this.
I just saw this in the chat. Someone just goes, Mullen CEO has always been the problem. Look, man, I don't even know who the Mullen CEO is. I just know that's the biggest scam of a company that I've ever seen. I've been trading a long time, and I've never, that one and there was another company, Camber Energy. Camber Energy. Mullen and Camber Energy were the two most disgusting CI. Is it CI?
Not CI, it's
something like that. Anyways, both of those two were absolutely disgusting in terms of just over the top, consistent dilution, and somehow people would still invest in them. And you just see how much they lost. And they would just put hedge funds, kids through college over and over again, shorting them. I think it was CEI, but I could be wrong about that. Sundial.
Oh, CEI. That's better.
Camber Energy. They probably don't exist anymore.
By the way, right now, a name that I wouldn't say I've been pumping this name, but we're long, and we actually got Brian. I mean, I'll say pat on the back, man. We got Brian Shannon long on BBAI. So that's nice. So, I've been in this name since $4. We do like it there. Now BBAI it's up, 50, 75% or so, or 50%, sorry, from 4 to 6. Right now, 4 to 7, actually. So a little bit higher in the long-term account. I like it. I think it goes higher from here. I really like, my most recent buy is Target in the mid-80s, Lulu down there in the 7. We bought Lulu twice. We bought it before last earnings, then we bought it day 3 after their last earnings call. So we'll see if Lululemon can report really well tonight. But here it goes, man. Big Bear AI. These guys, I do think, all of the AI involved with some of the airports and whatnot that they're doing, the big transportation AI. We talked about IoT as well, Samsara. So I like Big Bear AI. I think with the World Cup coming through, you could get some more talk about Big Bear AI. But anyways, like the stock, there it goes, a little bit higher right now, BBAI. Open Door, I know you were trading it earlier, but still bouncing around 7. It does break 7. 7's been a key area for Open. I mean, Open Door. Now the focus might be on next door, but this rate into here, good levels. Looks like 675. Let's lower our expectations now and say 675. Right there for Open Door. What a great, since basically this is September, okay? This is a daily chart. There's only been 2 days underneath 675 since September. So this is basing out, and I think Open Door, I won't anoint it now, but it's getting close. I think this one can go to 10 again, Open Door off those levels. So I've talked.
Who's buying 7?
Yeah, but before I, put my name on it, I'm going to wait for Open Door, but I do think it's close right now to be bought. And I know you were long earlier or short or whatever, but that $7 mark, pretty key right there for Open Door. And then I'll just talk about the only trade that I have on. It's coming into the 200 period. I've been getting out. We're getting lighter and lighter on this one. For me, the trade might be Google. We are now 10 minutes away from the open market imbalances, which will happen on limit on close orders. So AT&T right now, it's never a mover. We can click on it just to see. I don't want to say never. Okay, well, not much. Kenvue always seems to have some open orders on it right there into the close. I actually like Charles Schwab. We talked about this one and Capital One are 2 banks that I think are interesting. Sorry, not banks, but 2 different fintech plays that I think are interesting right into there. BAC. We could have a quick check on JP Morgan if they're all the way back. They were yesterday up. Okay, it's all the way back. 317. All right. Wow. All right. Talk about a dip buy opportunity. This is no lies. Chart don't lie. This was at $300 yesterday. Fed came, blasted it through. Now you're all the way back to all-time highs again for JP Morgan. Wow. Good thing we didn't sell that near the lows. And then we didn't sell any of it. We haven't sold any of JP Morgan pretty much. And then Netflix right there. I think we got some at 300. Netflix right there. We're long at 220. Netflix heading south side. So I think you might be right about that one, waiting to see if there was any discussion there about a future bid. And guess what? Unfortunately, I'm going to hit the fail on this one because it's just this name continues to fail. It opened up and halted immediately again. This name hasn't been open for more than 2 minutes or so since this move. So open, 1 minute, 2 halt, 1 minute, 2 halt, 1 minute, 2 halt. Downside there.
Well, the other thing is you can see imbalances on those. The problem is for a stock that illiquid, they'll be really small. So I have a locator where I just have a couple of symbols. I have BA on there because of yesterday, but MIGI right now is indicating a very small sell. But that's what you'd expect. 13,000 would be the current sell. And it's going to be small because it's so incredibly illiquid. However, most of the time, that is very indicative of which direction it's going to go. Even if it's a small imbalance on a stock like this, it does tell you the overall direction. It's still looking like it's heading to the downside. The tap's lower, the imbalance is a sell imbalance, and it hasn't really paired off just yet there. It might be pairing off now to a small buy. But yeah, this one getting hurt. So if you're at real trading, you can always, there's two things you can do. Just create a list with only the stock you're interested in on and then throw that into your locator. Then you're only looking at the one symbol. Or you can sort by time. Because if you sort by time, other than the open or the close, then what you're going to see are, like something just halted, it'll be there. The problem is if you do it at the close, you'll see all the stuff that's happening at the close first. So you can isolate for just MIGI if you wanted to, but there's no real imbalance. Sometimes it's a few hundred shares on a stock like that, and that's it. I don't know if there's going to be any big residual. It's next week, right? Yeah, next week, Friday, will be the big imbalance day, the next big imbalance day. I would expect nothing huge until then. Like that, we get triple witching next week.
Oh, wow.
You get, it's not just quarterly rebalancing.
Oh, we forgot about that's year end.
It's end of the year rebalancing for the major indexes next week, Friday. That's a big deal.
I can't make this up. Marissa just messaged me and said I'm renewing our Costco membership because I forgot to do it. Yeah, so we're not single. We know what she needs to buy. We need to buy furnace filters. So shout out to home ownership right there, replacing the furnace filter. You buy like the 5 or 6 pack at Costco. It's a great deal, apparently. So anyway, she's there renewing it right now. But Costco coming after hours. We could throw to Adair. I don't know if you have a graphic regarding tonight's earnings or not, but maybe if we throw to Adair in a couple of seconds, we can have a quick look at that one. So whenever you're ready, let me know when Adair is ready. We'll throw that over there right now. I don't know why Robinhood is tanking the way it is, because when we started the day, Bitcoin was at 90,000. Now Bitcoin's at 91,000, and Robinhood is still going lower. So we'll go to Adair for the news there, but then I do want to find out what's going on with Robinhood, because down 10% seems a little much. I'm going to go to Adair in 1 second. I just want to see what SoFi is doing. Okay, so SoFi's up, so that's good. And then the other major fintech name that sort of goes with Robinhood a little bit. I mean, I don't want to compare the two yet, but Webull also down, but only down a quarter of what Robinhood's down. Anyways, let's go to Adair for maybe some tonight market recap. I don't know.
But I hear in TSLA, Cox data showing that Tesla's U.S. sales have fallen to a nearly 3-year low in November of 2025, even though they did launch these more affordable Model Y and then also the Model 3. Here's the Costco earnings preview that you mentioned here, Sean. The man on the left of this co-founder, Jim Senegal, is the man who was famous for the hot dog and being very aggressive about keeping the hot dog priced at $1.50. If you want a hot dog infographic for Costco, there is one deeper in the abyss of X at TTV Research. If you go in the media tab, you can find that. But yeah, it's just the history of the Costco hot dog. Either way, X at TTV Research for all your infographic needs. And as I mentioned, I'll be going on vacation, but there will still be infographics flowing at a very aggressive rate. So keep an eye here on X at TTV Research.
Not done yet. Adara, please stay tuned with us. You mentioned the word vacation. Are you leaving the city? You have any plans?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Nice.
Good for you. Yeah, get out there, enjoy your vacation. Adara will not be here the next couple of days, back on Wednesday. So thank you, Adara. Enjoy. Please enjoy for sure. But good job there. Thanks for taking the time off. That's for sure. I mean, we all need time off. So Adara there, enjoy. That is for sure. Enjoy Yo Delph there. Shout out to Method Man. Release Yo Delph is a great song way back in the day. Okay.
Also a character in The Wire, Sean.
I got what?
Cheese.
Oh, Cheese. Oh, okay.
Cheese from
Okay. I do.
You know what the funny thing is?
I obviously need to get into The Wire here.
Cheese. So Cheese's uncle is one of the main characters, Prop Joe. So everyone knows as a whole. If you're a fan of The Wire, like who would you be in the wire,
Who would you be?
you'd be Prop Joe.
Well, I would
I'm
be Prop
Lester.
Joe. Okay.
Yeah, you'd be Prop Joe. I think I always like Lester.
I may have to look
Is,
this guy up.
myself. Trust. Prop.
Oh, I trust.
Prop Joe is not.
All right. Yeah, so that's good. Glad to have Adara doing that, and we need to watch The Wire. All right, I do want to check in on this because we just talked about Costco right now. Which earnings names will be up the most at open tomorrow? Perfectly worded there. Broadcom. So yeah, everyone taking AI and then retail kind of just hovering. I am firmly on Lulu, and we're going to see if that hits tomorrow. So get your votes in there right now. Also, make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. Oh, I want to talk about Alibaba. Look, yesterday I told you I got out of a quarter of my position at 160. We bought some at 160. We sold some at 160, and I'm actually waiting to see about Marvell getting a little bit more there. I did buy a little bit today in there, but not the full point there. But we'll see if Marvell can get going. I really like this stock. I think Marvell is in direct competition with Broadcom for many of the businesses that Marvell's in. So we'll see if they can sort of catch a little bit of a windfall here from today. So we're excited to see if Marvell and Broadcom, that's another reason why I'd love for Broadcom to beat. I think that'll be a good help for Mr. Marvell. Tesla down 1.3% today, not doing much. Oh, I had written on the sticky note Rivian, and, this was their...
What was the event?
I'm assuming their event was 1 o'clock.
Well, that couldn't have worked out.
There's the event at 12, so maybe it was 12. 12 o'clock, it gets right back, and we wrote down $17 on here, so it gets right back to 17, then goes, whoops, all the way down. So we nailed that. Unfortunately, we were not here during lunchtime, but there goes Rivian. Wow, what an aggressive move there. I'm not sure if there's stories about Rivian or what happened there on their conference.
Yeah, I can talk about what happened. So basically, honestly, most of it was kind of ho-hum, and you can tell from the stock reaction. The stock first reacted when they announced, hey, we don't need NVIDIA. We're going to be working on our own autonomous chip, basically, for autonomy. That basically, came from RJ in the early portion of the event. Then we got a whole bunch of other people talking about a whole bunch of stuff. And then the second the event ended, around 1 p.m., the stock dropped. So it was a sell the news. That's why the stock kind of moved down, like right after the event ended. This is just a look at Rivian's quarterly vehicle production, which, as you can see, is super scattershot. There's no kind of, growth or decline pattern here. It would be a tough chart to trade, but either way here, in terms of what the actual Rivian event, the biggest thing to say there was, the AV chip they're going to be apparently working on. There's some platform announcements as well, but I think that chip was the biggest thing.
This doesn't sound like it necessarily.
Go big or go home, I guess.
was going to say, it doesn't sound like too much of a negative there. I mean, Alibaba basically all the way back, Alibaba, all the way back to where we were here on Rivian before the news. So yeah, Rivian's down 5% today, but it's not alone. That's why I called up Tesla. Tesla got hit early pretty good as well. Tesla was down 6%, man, down to 440. Now only down 1.5 or so, back up to 446. Maybe it wasn't down 6%, maybe it was down 5%, but bouncing nicely there. Okay, we are now 2 minutes away from these imbalances. Like Neil said, the year-end rebalance is coming starting late next week and then into the week after that. And then we get Santa Claus rally and everything. So, not much on here for right now. BMNR might be the most interesting name, and that is, of course, just because it's liquid, right? I mean, 34 million shares, generally speaking, has an imbalance on it. I haven't really been able to figure out, what exactly is going on with it. It does have a big market on close print every single day, so there's definitely some interest there. See, this is why I want to look into this. Why did this happen yesterday at the close? It absolutely, 5 minutes down, had a dump. So I want to see, because it's a sell, or where is it? There it is right there. It's a sell right now. Just wondering, what does that do? Do we get a big sell there at the close? And then I'm not necessarily looking to participate in that. That's at the open. But these big volume spikes, there it is right there at the close. It's like when we whoosh down like that, if that's an imbalance problem, I want to buy down here. Because once the imbalance has been exhausted, look at the move back to the upside, right? Yesterday's close, that's what it was. Let's see what happens today on the close. So for right now, I don't know where it went again. We did have a big, is it gone already? I don't see.
It just disappeared.
All right, so it's not there anymore with only 5 seconds to go. And I didn't mean to talk this long, but now we have 2 and 1. Here we go. So now we can see Kenvue CMCSA on their riot. Kenvue Intel with a buy. We'll see if That's spiking up a little.
Just got trailed out of Intel.
Okay, so NVIDIA's with a buy as well. There's Costco with a bid. Oh, sorry, that's Cisco. Walmart. Okay, so it looks like right now a lot of bids. What's that doing to the market? Look at that little shoot up for the market. We are still long said market, so let's get out of a little bit of this at 01s. We'll punch out there on the TQs. A good successful trade there to end of the day. We are now ready to go over to SIA with 10 minutes left.
Thank you so much. Let's quickly talk about the small cap. Russell is up 1.2% and is at a high after a strong multi-month run, thanks to the expectations of a very easing monetary policy and a broadening rally beyond mega cap tech. We're also going to take a quick look at BTTC after the release of the company's latest product offering. The stock was up in the pre-market, but has literally reversed its entire grain and now is flat. And at the same time, RZLT shares are trading lower after a phase 3 Sunrise study failed to meet the primary and secondary endpoints. And that's all for now. Back to the guys. Thank you.
All right, primary endpoints. Yeah, what is BTCC doing?
Well, we've seen it before. BTT.
Oh, $4.
Yeah, I mean, almost all the way back. I mean, technically speaking, if you bought it at 8:30, you'd still be in the money 10%. I don't think you'd feel good about it, though.
Oh, good news for fans of Miggy. It was open for 7 minutes.
Good luck with
there, and now it's halted again.
When the air comes out, it's game over.
Probably does not reopen. So you're supposed to open up with at least 10 minutes left. It doesn't look like that will open. So at 4 o'clock, this will open back up, and then if you're long, all I can say is good luck, man. I'm not sure what this is going to do here at open at 4 o'clock, but watch out for MIGI opening up.
I don't think anybody holds a long through 5 halts down.
Might not be able to get out. Like, I mean, if people don't know the order, then you have to have the right order type.
Oh yeah, like if you're trading those types of small caps with the super low float that gets soaked like that, you shouldn't be trading them if you don't have access to market on open and market on close orders so that you can participate in the auctions, because sometimes using the auction reopen is a good place to get out because there's going to be liquidity at that reopen. Even if you're going to get screwed, it's better than holding to the next. Oh, I couldn't even punch out when it opened for 10 seconds and then it halts down. Then I couldn't even punch out. Or you could just bite the bullet and take that opening print. I've been in that boat before too. You get caught in a halt and you're like, well, it's bad, but you know what? If I don't take the liquidity off the open, it might be a heck of a lot worse. Everyone's been there. So I just covered Intel. It is what it is. Wanted to short into VWAP. It didn't break lower. It was also a buy imbalance, so I trailed it out at break even when it did. And good point, truck of all trades. Some people probably got in for the long hold. And oftentimes this does happen where you get like a gapper and you want to hold for the day 2 play. But I get it. Like sometimes you want to, but like, wouldn't that have been yesterday? I feel like the people, like usually that kind of play to hold for the gap is it goes day 1 on volume, and maybe you buy it thinking it'll be a 2-day play. So you bought it yesterday at 7 or 6 or whatever, thinking it'd be day 2. You've already got that. Why would any of those people still be in? None of these people would be crazy enough to, even if you bought it on this dip. And if you bought it at this top, certainly you had some kind of an out before it got into a halt. It's hard to imagine anyone's really caught long this, that didn't just get greedy. Greed's going to make you pay, for sure. Chuck of all trades, FOMO is absolutely a drug on DP. 100%. FOMO is a drug, but it's like 5 halts down, man. I'm sure they're out. Like, really. How many times does it have to halt? Outside of the last time I saw a stock halt more than 5 times where people were buying it all the way was that GameStop when it halted like 9 times that one morning and people could only go one direction because Robinhood was being Robinhood. Never forget that. Like it was, if you were watching that, it was like halt down, halt down, halt down. All you're saying to yourself is the moment this halts to the upside, just get long. And then you didn't even have to go long that because you could have just gone long AMC. You could have, and AMC was still open, by the way. Like when that one halted up, and GameStop halted up that day, you didn't have to try to get that on the halt. You could just punch long cost, it was still open. You could punch long AMC, which was still open, and they all worked out. And it was a crazy turn. One of the biggest free money opportunities you'd see out there because GameStop was just leading the markets. Very dirty what ended up happening to a lot of people, but it was a good opportunity for traders.
Go watch dumb money there. But for too long, man, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start, to be honest with you. The fear of losing is what kept many traders, we just talked about FOMO, out on the sidelines. But of course, that is changing with Just Trade the Pool. They are transforming how traders access the market. They have a limited risk trading model. Traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and of course, growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep a whopping 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, and of course, it is powered by TTP. Visit tradethepool.com or scan that QR code right there, and please do not scan that code. You do get 10% off of your evaluation cost of using the Trader TV Live promo code, which activates right there by scanning your code and get involved with Trade the Pool. All right, I'm just gonna get out now. There it is, we exit out of our TQQ position. Oh no, we didn't get filled. All right, offer 95, maybe we'll get this fill. Will we not? Okay, there it is, we get it. There through 95s, we get that fill. Right now, or 94s actually, sorry. 94 out there on TQQ, good trade there at the end of the day, boom, to the upside. You know, got out near the highs, we did real good just recently as we were sort of just talking and to Sia there, to Dara, everything, right there at the highs of the day. So this trade is gonna be a great one, man. We have the lows of the day, literally the low of the day, and the high of the day multiple times right there for TQQ. So again, good trade there. We do take the hit on Apple and Nvidia, but make it there with the TQQ, which of course is your trading engine for the NASDAQ for myself. So that's what I use to trade that, and it was a successful one there. So yeah, that's it, man. 356, 357. We're excited because today we're gonna have Broadcom coming through. That should be really interesting. We had Oracle with a good read through of the market today. Of course, Oracle doesn't perform the best today, but does have a nice battle back. Let's see if Broadcom can hold true to that as well.
I think it's a win for Oracle today.
Me too. I mean, the fact that it didn't keep on tanking, so much negativity around Oracle, so it is nice to see them bouncing back. We have Lulu, and then we have Costco as well. And then you mentioned, I haven't checked RH. I like Restoration Hardware, but again, the problem with this is tariffs and whatnot, so we'll see what happens with RH. Actually, bled all day, really. Got a little bit of a bump at 2 p.m. there, but you can see by their stock, they've gotten hit pretty significantly now. And if we're gonna talk, like, look at this.
It's another heavy short.
This is actually
25% short float on RH. That's
I mean,
not
if you're short, like, what are you covering? Like, why are you still short? But anyways,
there's still more that it could go.
I guess so. But anyways, Restoration Hardware right there. High-end furniture. I just, I like the space. Every time I go in there, I feel like I don't deserve to be in there. But Restoration Hardware right now, fine stuff and great stuff, but the market right now not appreciating that. And again, I think it's a tariff story, so we'll wait to see on that one. And I think Costco as well, similarly, looking to fight the U.S. government on some of those tariff bills. We'll see if they comment.
The tariff story, it's already, before these earnings, RH has bounced off the Liberation Day low. Like, you've already bounced off that low. If we were there without support, but you've actually got some support off 140. So if we've held 140, this could be a potential breakout tomorrow. It's got the good short flow. You just need to have a good print. You know, you can't get away with a bad number here, unfortunately, for them. But there's something that could be interesting for tomorrow. Less than 1 minute to go. There weren't many imbalances, but whatever was there paired off. Oh, shoot. Matt Carnes in the chat. They bought through that. I was telling Matt, talking about Joby. That's why I had this one up. Somebody was selling 100,000 shares at 15.50 on Joby, and Joby was at the high of the day. And Joby looks like it's breaking through that seller. And they must have printed it because it was on NYB, so I think that was real. Somebody taking some profit on Joby. Big day for them, 3.5%. And look at the nice bounce off 15 here. Bottoming tail candle. This one could be a breaker tomorrow. And keep an eye on Joby for maybe a run at that 16 level tomorrow. As we only have about 30 seconds to go. V-shaped recovery. You got to like them. Maybe not on NVIDIA all the way, but AMD certainly all the way, on Oracle all the way back, on the futures all the way back. So for most of the market, it was a good V-shaped recovery. And let's get to that closing bell. And
already?
Oh my God. Yeah, it's already 3:50. Thank you, Jeff, for a fantastic lunch. And then I got the double dip because I got the fried chicken. Let's ring it in 3, 2, and 1. And I don't care what Joe says. That was delicious, the fried chicken. To each their own.
Yeah, okay. No. Joe's not questioning the flavor of the fried chicken. It's the after effects. Okay, so hopefully your stomach will be fine tomorrow. Hopefully you'll be in tomorrow.
My stomach is just fine.
Good. Yeah, but you just had a nibble of the fried chicken.
Yeah, but we had a full lunch.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So you might not have the same sort of effect.
I couldn't eat all of it. I mean, even I couldn't eat all of it.
Yeah, well, good. I hope obviously your daughter's feeling well, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Right there. Yeah, she'll be fine. Come on, man. All right.
Not, yeah, whatever. Like, they have a rule. Like, if you have a fever, if you throw up, you're not allowed to.
There's some. Yeah, I know.
They have one of the, it's like you're not allowed to.
That's kind of whack.
When we were kids, that ish didn't matter.
Come on, man. Like, when we're kids, they're encouraging you to bring peanut butter and jam to school, all that kind of stuff. My kid actually went on a rant. My 13-year-old was like, "Oh, now I can't have sesame seeds. Like, I can't have because when we have burgers, sometimes we have some left over, and I get the sesame burger, and there's a kid in the school." No, there's a kid in the school that's allergic to sesame. Yeah, well, I mean, nut allergies and sesame, yeah. So, and apparently they share like a cafeteria, so they just can't do it. So my kid he understands it. He just went on a rant because the only bun we had was a sesame seed bun. So he couldn't take a burger to school that day without the bun. So Broadcom's not out yet. Lululemon, I'm not seeing any movement in that. That's not out yet. In Costco right now, guess what? Not out yet. So 401. If anything hits in the next couple of seconds, that would be great. But hey, look, a big thank you to everybody that joined us today. I mean, I thought we had an absolutely fantastic after show there. And, I think we'll just continue to have great shows. Thanks, Sia, in the back. Thanks, Adara. Adara, make sure you enjoy yourself, obviously. Have a great vacation. Get some R&R there. And, we'll hold the fort. It'll be tough, but we'll get the news. We'll get the news very, very soon. But, okay, so thank you to everybody. The market is open tomorrow at 9:30, but we are live at 8 o'clock. So make sure you join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. Different time, man. Same place, same everything, but same bat channel, different bat time.
New board.
This time around. Great new, that's what we're talking about.
Now we have the
Didn't
logo.
we say that before, that we wanted the logo in the middle?
Like
that
we should probably show off our own logo.
Absolutely fantastic right there. There we go. That's the kind of board we're talking about. So, yeah, thanks again to Jeff.
There is Sia.
There she is. Where is she?
Oh, stay on camera.
Where is she?
We're shouting you out.
Over my left shoulder.
There you go. Shout out to Sia, kicking butt.
Oh, gosh.
And filling in now. Tomorrow you get more.
Look at
more
this.
Sia when Adara's on.
Who said she was shy? Look at this.
Not shy at all.
Now she's just like, put her on camera for like 3 times, and now she's like, that's it. Put the camera on me immediately right there. Thanks, Sia. Great job. Are you filling in for Adara tomorrow? Oh, you don't know? Well, you should probably know. You should probably know by now. That's like now it's like 12 hours away or whatever.
You should know.
Yeah, I feel like I should know that as well. So, okay, she may or may not be in for Adara tomorrow. We'll find out at some point. The only way for you to find out is to join us tomorrow.
Tune in tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, she just got confirmed there. Yes, she is. So hopefully we didn't wreck any plans that you may have had tomorrow. But she's in there tomorrow. Nothing has reported yet. So all right, best of luck. All right, great job today. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for all of our guests always. Brendo, Andre, Fabian, Ramin, Sia, Adara, Joe, Sharif, Neil, everybody. Thank you so much. And most importantly, thank you to everybody for watching us. We're back tomorrow. I hope you can join us. For now, that's Trader TV Live. Ciao till tomorrow, 8 a.m.